As a new century arrives, the world undergoes strange changes. The flora and fauna of Blue Star undergo rampant mutations and reversion to ancestral forms. While monsters from other worlds approach Blue Star, a brand new profession emerges on Blue Star Beast Tamer, abbreviated as Tamer. By capturing, nurturing, and training monsters, they rise to prominence. At this moment, Wang Peng is about to embrace this golden age. In his eyes, even a loach can be cultivated into a nine-clawed golden dragon. He feels extremely confident. Chapter 1. The Little Crab. Wang Peng took out his access card from his backpack and brushed it against the entrance of the apartment building. Hey, Wang Peng sighed as he looked at the dimly lit corridor, then clapped his hands 3 times, clap, clap, clap. He didn't know what was wrong with this sound-activated light. It only turned on after clapping or by making 3 loud laughs. Damn, he wondered who designed this broken light. If he ever caught that programmer, he would make them design a light that changes according to the user's mood. Wang Peng thought of something happy. His mood lifted, and he was about to head upstairs when he suddenly felt a chill. As if something was watching him, he looked up and saw 3 large red eyes arranged in a row. What's it doing out? Old Chun must have forgotten to feed it dinner again. Wang Peng muttered as he pulled a frog out of his backpack. He extended the frog forward, and a figure as big as a grinding disc emerged from the shadowy corner. It had 3 red eyes on its head, and with its 8 legs shuffling back and forth, it quickly approached him, using its large pincers to snatch the frog from his hand. He wasn't mistaken, it was a crab, a disc-sized crab, scientifically known as the ganja 3-eyed crab. Aside from its slightly larger size, it was no different from an ordinary crab. 3 eyes, 2 large pincers, 8 thin legs, and it walked sideways. Wang Peng had always been curious, shouldn't crabs live in the sea? At the very least, they should be in water. He wondered where Old Chun kept it every day. It couldn't possibly be in the bathtub. It was too big to fit in there, and also, why did Old Chun always want the crab to lose weight? Crabs shouldn't need to lose weight, right? However, even though it wouldn't actively attack people, if it took up space in the corridor, it wouldn't leave without food, blocking others from passing. Also, this crab was no small fry. Why was it still begging for food every day? He thought he would have a chat with Old Chun someday and tell him to stop making it lose weight. Let's see what we're having for dinner today. Got it. Wang Peng lifted the white cloth covering a photo on the nearby table. He took out a beautifully crafted incense stick, lit it, and respectfully placed it in the incense burner in front of the black and white photo. Mom, Dad, let's eat something nice today. I got first place in class this month and also the top in the grade. I've grown up, you don't need to worry about me. I'm doing quite well lately, Wang Peng said as he pulled over a chair to sit and chat with his parents. You know, I've always wanted to become a beast tamer, preferably a battle tamer, but a nurturing tamer is also fine. In the glow of the setting sun, a young man was mumbling something to a black and white photo. At that moment, the lit incense was burning vigorously. The boy continued to talk to himself, not noticing the radiant smile that briefly appeared on the faces of the parents in the photo, which disappeared the moment he looked up. But he didn't realize that at the moment he covered the photo with a white cloth, the space above it was empty. Just as Wang Peng covered the photo with the cloth, a pair of 1-meter-long sides reached out from behind him, tightly hugging him. Don't mess around, little knife. I know you're hungry. Dinner is almost ready. Wang Peng turned around and saw a giant mantis, about 1.5 meters long, with a vibrant green body. It was tilting its triangular head, innocently squinting its small eyes at him, as if saying, when are we eating? Why isn't it ready yet? Master, do you not love me anymore? Boo-hoo, I'm so sad. Wang Peng slapped its green little head with a loud pop, and the mantis immediately rubbed its head with its 1-meter-long sides, continuing to look at him with innocent eyes. You're supposed to be a fierce death's head mantis, a hunter, you know? Stop acting cute with me every day. Have you ever seen a mantis acting cute? Wang Peng felt annoyed at Little Knife's antics. Where's the ferocity? The textbooks clearly state that the death's head mantis is one of the most aggressive monsters. How come it's just acting cute around him? Could it be underdeveloped? But that didn't make sense. He fed it raw food every day. As he pondered, he opened his backpack and let all the frogs out. Immediately, the croaking of frogs filled the air as they scattered. Hearing the croaks, Little Knife forgot about acting cute and began to harvest the frogs' lives with its large scythe claws. Little Knife, don't dirty my floor, I just cleaned it yesterday. If you make a mess, you'll have to clean it yourself, Wang Peng said nonchalantly. Little Knife paused at Wang Peng's words, squinting its small eyes at its long scythe claws, as if pondering how difficult it would be for a mantis to clean the floor. Wang Peng didn't care what Little Knife thought. He looked at the now cautious Little Knife and revealed a satisfied smile. Speaking of Little Knife, he found it when Blue Star first mutated. At that time, it was just outside his window, watching him eat. It was much smaller then, only the size of a palm. Initially, Wang Peng didn't think it was hungry after all. Mantises don't eat dead things, they eat what they hunt themselves. He didn't think much of it. He opened the window and let it in, then watched as it ate all the flies in the house. Thinking it could help get rid of flies, he didn't chase it away. Little did he know, as days passed, the mantis grew larger and larger, eventually reaching its current size of 1.5 meters. Its appetite also increased. It used to be satisfied after eating flies. If you keep eating like this, I won't be able to afford to keep you anymore. You don't realize how expensive food is until you're in charge, Wang Peng muttered to himself as he watched Little Knife eat. Little Knife paused its eating, noticeably slowing down, as if what it was consuming was not food, but its last meal. It continued to eat while observing its master's expression, wondering if it was being looked down upon. Boo-hoo, it must be true. Chapter 2. Death God Mantis. Wang Peng looked at the little knife and slowed down his eating speed, gradually sizing up the little creature with his eyes, thinking to himself, this mantis is really theatrical. Sooner or later, there will be a place for you as an actor. The more Wang Peng looked at the little knife, the more he felt that this little thing was quite intelligent. It definitely understood what he was saying, but he couldn't understand what the little knife was saying. Well, the little knife couldn't speak either. It seemed that mantises didn't make much noise. The more he looked at the little knife, the more interesting it became. But at the same time, the more green it looked. Why does it look greener the more I look at it? Wang Peng focused his gaze on the little knife when suddenly a semi-transparent panel appeared in front of him. Monster name, Death God Mantis. Monster level 5. Monster quality, normal. Monster attribute, dark poison. Monster weakness, thunder. Monster status, healthy. Monster promotion, elite conditions. 5 shadow fruits, 7 grams of colorful toxin, 1 green crystal, 1 portion of thunder element. Wang Peng was startled at first, then filled with ecstasy. A golden finger, you finally appeared. What a struggle it has been. 18 years, 18 years. Does heaven know how he has lived these 18 years? Others who travel through time either have a body or a soul. They all have some identity. But Wang Peng, upon crossing over, was just a placenta from the moment he was born. It would be better to call it reincarnation than crossing over. He was no different from those born in this world, starting from infancy, learning the language, culture, and knowledge here. Others have golden fingers or great opportunities when they cross over, but he came with nothing. Moreover, he encountered a world mutation, his parents perished, and the little compensation he received was about to run out. How miserable could it be? Well, now everything is fine. The golden finger he earned has finally arrived. Wang Peng is also going to cheat. System. Wang Peng confidently called out. A minute passed. 3 minutes passed. A quarter of an hour passed. The expected I'm here did not appear, and Wang Peng started to panic. No way. Could it be that the cheat was just opened and then sealed? How miserable is that? Fortunately, when he continued to stare at the little knife for a moment, that transparent panel was still there. Phew. Wang Peng took a deep breath. As long as it wasn't sealed, that's good. So, is it just a panel? Wang Peng stared blankly at the panel in front of him. Fortunately, there was still a promotion direction. Otherwise, if it was just a scouting skill, what good would it be to him? The little knife, feeling uncomfortable under Wang Peng's gaze, turned its body, holding the frog and showing its backside to him. That's good, that's good. Although it was just as he thought. He felt relieved after confirming that others couldn't see this panel. Otherwise, he might be caught for research. Monsters have appeared in this world. It's not strange for some weird abilities to emerge. But once this ability involves monster evolution, it will definitely cause a stir. At that time, his freedom might not belong to him anymore, and he would surely become a tool. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Wang Peng then thought, does this ability only work for the little knife, or does it work for all monsters? He thought of it and acted on it. He looked at the little knife, which still had 1 frog left uneaten, and smiled. Little knife, let's discuss something, Wang Peng said with a smile. The little knife raised its head, looking at Wang Peng with a confused expression. Taking advantage of the little knife's inattention, Wang Peng picked up the frog on the ground and dashed out the door. The little knife looked at the direction Wang Peng was heading, glanced at the empty ground where the frog was, looked at Wang Peng, then at the frog. Suddenly, it placed its side-like arms in front of its chest and cried. Wang Peng pushed the door open and walked into the corridor, accompanied by the sound of applause as he walked down, searching for the little crab from Grandpa Chen's house. Wang Peng slowly walked toward the shadowy corner, extending his hand holding the frog forward. Then he saw 3 large red eyes in the shadows gradually forming a straight line, accompanied by a creaking sound as they approached him. A crab the size of a grinding disc appeared before him. It was indeed the little crab from Grandpa Chen's house. Wang Peng waved his hand holding the frog forward. As the little crab used its large pincers to take away the frog, he focused on the little crab. Monster name, Ganjiao 3-eyed crab. Monster level 5. Monster quality, normal. Monster attribute, water. Monster weakness, fire. Monster status, sub-healthy, on a diet. Monster promotion elite conditions. 1 portion of water element, 1 portion of fire element, 1 life crystal. Note, please adjust the status to healthy. Sure enough, he could see it. Wang Peng's expression brightened. It was just as he had guessed. Not only could he see the evolution direction of the little knife, but he could also see the evolution direction of other monsters. In this case, if he pursued the path of a nurturer, it would definitely be advantageous. No, it's better to be a fighter. At least he would have combat power to protect himself. If he became a nurturer and someone discovered his secret, wouldn't he be done for? Hey, Wang Peng slapped his forehead. Why think so much? Now that he has a cheat, why can't he pursue both paths? The teacher said that nurturing and fighting could not be pursued simultaneously because both nurturing and fighting would require a lot of energy. And an ordinary person pursuing both would end up mediocre, learning something that is neither here nor there. But he was different. He had a cheat. He could nurture a monster without expending much energy, just by focusing and looking. For him, the biggest obstacle was collecting materials. As long as he had enough materials, he could nurture even a loach into a 9-clawed golden dragon. Having a cheat means being that confident. Wang Peng confidently walked upstairs, returned home, opened the door, and saw the little knife standing at the door, looking at him with a resentful expression. Ah, little knife, let me explain. Wang Peng tried to calm the little knife's emotions while explaining. But the little knife didn't listen to his explanation and used its scythe-like claws to draw a big character in front of its chest. Looking at the little knife like this, Wang Peng couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. It's just one frog. Come on, is it really that serious? He looked at the little knife, thought of the frog he just took, and then took out his wallet to check his balance. After looking at the little knife and his balance again, he said, okay, next time I'll double compensate you. How about that? I'll get you 2. The little knife slowly lowered the character it had drawn in front of its chest, walked up to Wang Peng, and used its large claws to draw a 3 in his palm. All right, I'll buy you 3. Is that okay? Wang Peng thought of his dwindling balance and gritted his teeth, knowing that the frog the little knife just ate wasn't cheap. Chapter 3. How to Become a Master. This is a new era after a great catastrophe. 5 years ago, something significant happened on Blue Star. On that day, cracks of various sizes appeared all over the sky, as if the entire sky had been torn to shreds like a rag. At the same time, these cracks resembled mirrors. Through the cracks, one could see bizarre worlds behind them. Behind those cracks lay continents of various sizes, with things that humans had never heard of before. As soon as the cracks appeared, various countries sent their most elite troops to tentatively approach, but unfortunately, although the cracks were right in front of them, it seemed as though there was an invisible wall preventing people from getting close. Many countries even brought out a lot of black technology, such as electromagnetic cannons and plasma bombs, but none could shake the cracks in the slightest. At that moment, some human experts suggested that since a series of physical creations like planes and missiles couldn't pass through, could humans pass through? After all, humans themselves possessed various miracles. This proposal received widespread approval from various countries, as there was no obvious hostility from the cracks. So could humans pass through the cracks and engage in friendly communication with the other side? Subsequently, the coalition forces of various countries selected a group of advanced scouts, including elites from various fields such as linguists, and of course, the expert who made the suggestion. When the advanced team arrived at the nearest rift to the ground on a transport plane, everyone jumped out towards the rift. As the advanced team approached the rift, a strong golden light flashed from the rift, bouncing everyone away. Fortunately, the impact wasn't too severe, and there were no casualties, except for the expert who suggested human proximity. He broke his leg due to a parachute malfunction. Thus, the rift in the sky appeared for 3 days, during which countries arranged for their citizens to take shelter in underground bunkers to avoid potential dangers. However, after 3 days, the sky returned to normal, as if the rift that had blocked out the sun was just a dream. It wasn't until a month later that oval-shaped spatial rifts of various sizes appeared around the world. This time, unlike the last, the rifts appeared on the surface, and humans still could not enter them. Meanwhile, a large number of monsters poured into Blue Star from the rifts, and the plants and animals on Blue Star began to grow and mutate wildly. Various plants grew rapidly, gradually gaining intelligence, while animals exhibited atavistic phenomena, with various prehistoric extinct species being reborn on Blue Star. The only beings that showed no change were humans, as if humanity had become the forsaken subjects of the gods. As time passed, this sense of panic became increasingly evident until the appearance of a human teenager. It's worth noting that with such a large human population, there would always be 1 or 2 individuals who thought they were the chosen ones. A delusional boy loudly swore allegiance to his mutated pet cat, then formed a contract, becoming partners to fight together, but he ended up dying. Although he died, his method brought hope to humanity, as relying solely on human artillery to combat increasingly terrifying monsters was somewhat strenuous. This discovery made humanity realize they hadn't been abandoned, although they couldn't evolve. They could control monsters to fight. As more and more people signed contracts with monsters, becoming partners, the form of warfare began to shift in favor of humanity, ultimately leading to victory. However, the contracts between humans and monsters did not become invalid as a result, and the spatial rifts did not all disappear. Instead, some remained permanently, giving birth to a brand new profession known as Beastmasters. As time gradually passed, Beastmasters began to take the world stage. Due to various newly emerging temporary or permanent spatial rifts, humanity gradually became reliant on Beastmasters, and their status rose accordingly. Becoming a Beastmaster was not a difficult profession. Or rather, it was too easy. Anyone could sign a contract with a monster, and the success rate was very high. As long as both the human and the monster agreed, they could sign a contract, become partners, and fight together as Beastmasters. After 5 years of development, monsters spread across various fields of human life. Whether or not one could become a Beastmaster, almost every household would adopt 1 or 2 monsters for companionship or combat. Little Knife was the monster raised by Wang Peng, while the little crab downstairs was the monster raised by the neighbor, Mr. Chun. They were still called monsters because they had not yet signed contracts with humans. Once the contracts were signed, they would be called beast pets. Beastmasters became an indispensable part of this era. In the new century, the simplest way to live better and not be crushed by the times was to become a Beastmaster. Wang Peng looked at Little Knife lying in the living room, then glanced at his wallet. He thought to himself that he could first become a nurturer and then also practice as a combat Beastmaster. Although anyone could become a Beastmaster, the resources for nurturing beast pets were not cheap. He could first become a nurturer while making money and growing. In the new century, the status of Beastmasters was very high, and among Beastmasters, the status of nurturers was even more prestigious, as nurturers cultivated the quality of monsters. Nurturers could enhance the quality of monsters. At the same level, elite quality monsters could easily overpower ordinary quality monsters. Above elite quality were perfect quality, legendary quality, and above legendary was divine quality. This is also why nurturers held a special status, as Beastmasters needed to enhance the quality of their beast pets for combat. The higher the quality of the beast pets, the stronger their combat power, and every Beastmaster had a pressing need to improve the quality of their beast pets. However, becoming a qualified nurturer was not easy. To become a qualified nurturer, one must understand all types and habits of monsters, which requires extensive knowledge and experience. The new century had just begun 5 years ago, and there was no good classification or planning for monster nurturing and quality upgrading. After all, there were many types of monsters, and researching the evolutionary direction of one type of monster could take a long time, unless one had a genius-like mind and incredible luck. Of course, this didn't matter to Wang Peng because he had a cheat, the conclusions that others could only reach through hard work. He could determine with just a glance. He had a genius-like mind. As for incredible luck, although Wang Peng hadn't tried it yet, he had a premonition that the success rate of the evolutionary direction seen on the panel was almost 100%, and failure was not a possibility. At that moment, Wang Peng realized how incredible his ability was. Chapter 4. What is the Monster Alliance? Wang Peng took out his phone and began searching for the upgrading materials for Little Knife. After a moment, he put his phone down. It was too expensive. Even the cheapest shadow fruit required 1 monster coin each. As for green crystal stones and thunder elements, they started at 10 monster coins. While the compensation his parents received after their sacrifice was only 100 monster coins. Monster coins were the universal currency established by the Monster Alliance. After the arrival of the new century, countries around the world unified into a whole, called the Monster Alliance. They abandoned the previous currency system and issued 2 new currencies: Monster Coins and Alliance Coins, where 1 monster coin could be exchanged for 10,000 Alliance coins. As for why it was called the Monster Alliance and not the Beastmaster Alliance, there is a little story behind it. It is said that when it was named, it was originally planned to be called the Beastmaster Alliance, but this proposal was vetoed by the founder, who stated it should be called the Monster Alliance. Monsters are humanity's partners. It is through monsters that humans can overcome disasters and usher in a new era. Hence it should be called the Monster Alliance. Monsters come first, and the Alliance comes second. It is not the Beastmaster Alliance. Humans must not treat monsters as tools. Monsters are partners of humanity, fighting side by side. If it were called the Beastmaster Alliance, over time, humans would develop a sense of superiority, believing that overcoming disasters was solely humanity's achievement, that they commanded the monsters, and that monsters were merely tools. This mindset must not exist. Otherwise, humanity will eventually face extinction. Arrogance is always a fundamental sin. This is why the founder insisted on calling it the Monster Alliance, and why monster coins are valued higher than Alliance coins. Alliance coins are the currency used by ordinary people for daily life, while monster coins are the currency used for trading monster resources, facilitating communication between Beastmasters and various higher-ups. After all, various monster resources are extremely precious, making it somewhat inappropriate to use ordinary currency. It is said that higher-ups typically exchange goods through barter. After all, there are few items that can measure the value of goods at that level. The reason monster resources are so precious is that this is not some game world. This is a real world. There are no various respawn points, health potions, or mana potions. Death is real. Many resources can only be obtained by exploring dangerous places, and they are almost all obtained at the cost of the lives of the Beastmasters, so selling them at such high prices is reasonable. A couple of days ago, a lord was relying on his 2 lord-level beasts to challenge a lord-level Mangjiao in a secret realm, intending to capture it as his 3rd lord-level beast. The event was particularly grand, and he even set up a drone livestream, claiming he wanted the whole world to see him defeat the Mangjiao and become the first to own 3 lord-level beasts. However, the Mangjiao had evolved into a king-level dragon, and the fate of that lord was predictable. He would forever remain in the secret realm. The level of the secret realm was also raised as a result. And thanks to this lord, the strength of the dragon was revealed, contributing to warning the world. He did indeed become the first lord, the first to sacrifice himself during a live broadcast, with a grand exit that had no precedent and will have no successors. Wang Peng opened his phone again, scrolling through the news, looking for opportunities, as this world was always changing, and new opportunities might appear anywhere. Below is a live report. Several Beastmasters have already gone to the entrance of the newly appeared secret realm from a couple of days ago. Among them, Lord Han is urging everyone to proceed with caution, as the risk level ahead is undetermined. Entrance 078 of the secret realm has been sealed off after discovering a king-level monster, the Mangjiao, and everyone is advised not to approach. Thanks again to the unknown lord for their contribution. Genius Beastmaster Lin Xiao has successfully upgraded his beast to perfect quality and is expected to become the youngest lord of the new generation. Wang Peng was silent. The advertisement was indeed pervasive. Speaking of which, a 60 awakening chance was quite high, but he wondered if it would affect breeders. The impact should be minimal. Although the awakening potion, once released, would definitely affect breeders, it would primarily be for casual players. For Beastmasters with some wealth, they would certainly not gamble on a 60 success rate. Their best option would be to cooperate with breeders to use the potion. Every beast is a treasure to the Beastmaster, a partner they fight alongside, and those capable will definitely maximize their chances. Those who previously could not afford breeders, even if they do not purchase the potion, cannot generate income for the breeders. Perhaps this potion release could elevate the status of breeders as well. If the previous success rate was 70, combined with the potion, the success rate could rise to 90. Not every breeder has it as easy as Wang Peng. Speaking of which, is 98 monster coins a bit expensive? Wang Peng calculated that the materials needed for Xiao Dao to upgrade to elite quality only cost about 50 monster coins. However, that is not a fair comparison. Breeders often charge 2 to 3 times the materials needed to cultivate a beast, and they do not guarantee success. They charge a breeding fee after a successful upgrade, and materials are not refunded for failures. Even so, well-known breeding studios are fully booked every day with various reservations, almost entirely booked this month for next month's breeding slots. Wang Peng checked the time. He had unknowingly reached evening without having eaten. Forget it. I'll order takeout. I don't want to cook. And I have to go to school for an event tomorrow. Shortly after, the doorbell rang. Someone had arrived. Xiao Dao? Wang Peng called out casually while lying on the sofa playing with his phone. Xiao Dao silently got up from the living room, walked to the door, and pressed the doorbell with his head. Soon after, there was a knock from the delivery guy at the door. Xiao Dao, I was right not to chase you away back then, Wang Peng said, munching on fried chicken, mumbling praises for Xiao Dao. Seeing his master getting into bed, Xiao Dao quietly got up to turn off the light, then laid down in the living room, his eyes glowing green as he stared at his sleeping master. His little head looking silly, not knowing what he was thinking. The next day, morning. Chapter 5, The Money Leopard. The next day, in the morning, Wang Peng got up early, packed his backpack, and put the prepared items inside. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he took out a collar and put it around Xiao Dao's slender neck, and then they were off. Wang Peng carried his bag, walking down the street, holding a mantis in his left hand and greeting passersby with his right hand. Although walking a mantis was strange, he was definitely not the strangest. Beside him, Grandpa Chun was walking his crab, which was moving sideways next to him. Also downstairs, Grandma Wang was struggling to walk a 2-meter-tall Siberian husky. Wang Peng was not mistaken. That was indeed a husky. Although it had grown quite a bit, its silly demeanor had not changed. At that moment, the husky was drooling at Grandpa Chen's crab, and it was unclear whether it wanted to be friends or was just hungry. In fact, creatures like this husky are not aggressive. They are purely ornamental monsters, and calling them monsters is an overstatement. They are merely lucky to have encountered the mutation of Blue Star. However, as companion-type monsters, they are quite good. It's just unclear why Grandma Wang would want to keep an oversized husky. Could it be because it looks good? But saying that, it does look quite nice. Suddenly, Wang Peng recalled a popular meme from the internet. Is it good looking? It's a trade-off for intelligence. Perhaps sensing it was being watched, the husky stopped looking at the crab and turned to size up Peng and Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao glanced at the husky and then made a gesture across his neck with his scythe-like front limb. The husky froze for a moment, displaying a wise expression, then slowly lay down. Thank you, Xiao Wang, Grandma Wang said, turning around. This guy is too unruly. I wanted to keep him indoors. But he just kept making a fuss, so I took him out for a walk, and who would have thought he would be interested in a crab? It's fine. It's fine. You take your time, Grandma Wang. I'm leaving now, Wang Peng said, glancing at the husky again before turning to leave. Just as he was about to exit the neighborhood, Wang Peng saw a flashy-looking boss walking a money leopard, which made him stop and stare. Monster name, Money Leopard. Monster level 5. Monster quality, Ordinary. Monster attribute, Luck Gold. Monster weakness, Poison. Monster status, Healthy. Monster promotion elite conditions, equivalent weight in gold. Oh, this money leopard must weigh at least 200 to 300 pounds. I hope this boss has enough money. Speaking of which, it really lives up to its name. Even the promotion materials are refreshingly unique. Wang Peng checked the time, didn't he linger, and quickly walked towards the school. The neighborhood he lived in was very close to the school, only about 10 minutes on foot. Soon, Wang Peng saw several buses at the school gate. These buses were specially made, reinforced with special metals. Since they needed to carry beasts, the entire bus was expanded by 23 times compared to ordinary buses, with enough space for both beasts and masters to rest, making it a necessary tool for home travel, group outings, and joint battles. Wang Peng walked along the buses, looking for his Class S bus. Each class had its own bus, with signs representing their respective classes affixed to the top of the buses. Sophomore Class 3. Sophomore Class 3, he murmured while walking, and soon he found the sign for his class next to a purple bus. Wang Peng finally saw his homeroom teacher at the front door of the bus. Mr. Liang, with his skinny frame that seemed perpetually malnourished, was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and squinting at him, then broke into a bright smile. Wang Peng is here. Get on the bus quickly. We'll be departing soon. Mr. Liang enthusiastically urged Wang Peng to board. He couldn't help but be so welcoming. After all, there are only two types of people teachers like: those who excel academically, and those who are mischievous and get along with the teachers. Wang Peng happened to be the former, being first in his class and year. What teacher wouldn't he love such a student? Wang Peng's grades don't require much effort from the teacher. He can easily achieve the top position in his grade, which saves the teacher a lot of trouble. So, when Teacher Liang saw him, she was very pleased. However, Wang Peng felt that Teacher Liang was inscrutable. After all, as the saying goes, those with squinty eyes are often monsters. Wang Peng looked around but did not see Teacher Liang's beast. This doesn't mean Teacher Liang doesn't have one. After all, although this trip won't encounter much danger, there are still certain risks, so all the teachers brought their beasts. But he couldn't spot Teacher Liang's beast right now. Either it was special or it was kept somewhere else. Wang Peng leaned towards the former thought and didn't think too much about it before getting on the bus. Wow, is this going to be your future beast? Wang Peng. It's so cute, all green. Gu Shui, who was bored on the bus, discovered the little knife. Hearing their conversation, the bus was abuzz with chatter. Wow. A death's head mantis, one of the few top predators. But isn't the death's head mantis black? Why is this one green? Student A. Maybe it's dyed. Student B. Hey, why not? My sister dyed her piglet red. Student B. You're impressive. Humph. Even the best death's head mantis is just of ordinary quality. How can ordinary quality be called a top predator? Wang Peng heard the voices and looked up, seeing a young man with yellow hair and a similarly colored leopard beside him. Monster name, Purple Striped Leopard Cat. Monster level 7. Monster quality, Elite. Monster attribute, Dark Speed. Monster weakness, Poison. Monster status, Healthy. Monster promotion to Perfect Quality Condition. The young man looked at Wang Peng and asked, "What's up? Want a battle?" Then raised an eyebrow provocatively. "Zhang-san, can you calm down? Don't think that just because your dad bought you an elite beast, it's something impressive. You don't even know if you can sign a contract," Gu Shui said lightly, looking at the yellow-haired boy. Zhang-san's confidence weakened immediately. It was true his dad bought him a leopard cat, but whether he could sign the contract depended on the Beastmaster himself. The Alliance has relevant regulations stating that one must be 18 years old to sign a contract, as that is when it's safest to do so. Otherwise, there could be soul backlash. This was determined by the Alliance after years of repeated experiments to find the best age. Chapter 6. That's a different price. Zhang-san, have you bullied my brother again? Accompanying the voice was a large and sturdy figure walking in from the front. This was Gao Yuan, one of Wang Peng's few friends. He saw Gao Yuan's robust figure walking ahead, with a small tiger with wings flying leisurely beside him. Wow, is that the four-winged blood-eyed tiger from yesterday's auction? I didn't expect Gao Yuan to get it. I'm envious. Hey, isn't the four-winged blood-eyed tiger supposed to be red? Why is this one yellow? Student A, friend, have you considered going to an eye doctor? Student B said, staring at the yellow four-winged blood-eyed tiger on his phone. My eyes are fine. Student A said while taking out his phone, comparing it with Student B's, and was surprised to find that his photo was red. What is this? Student B asked, puzzled. Oh, my phone screen is broken. I forgot, Student A said, putting away his phone as if nothing had happened. Zhangsen looked at his own skinny arms and legs. Then at the flying four-winged blood-eyed tiger, and awkwardly smiled. I wouldn't dare. He wasn't stupid. His beast was just of elite quality. While the other S was a Lord-level young beast that controlled wind elemental power, it would definitely be a Lord level when it matured. Who would want to challenge their fate? Besides, while his family was wealthy, they couldn't compare to the likes of Gao Yuan, who was a rich second generation, as his family only did small business. Wang Peng also skimmed through the news and discovered that the four-winged blood-eyed tiger was auctioned for 3,000 monster coins yesterday. He then seriously examined Gao Yuan. He knew his brother was rich, but he didn't expect him to be this wealthy. Some people were busy for 50 monster coins while others were already carrying a beast worth 3,000 monster coins with them. Indeed, some people are born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Wang Peng took a moment to glance at the four-winged blood-eyed tiger. Monster name, four-winged blood-eyed tiger. Monster level 5. Monster quality, perfect, drops to elite upon maturity. Monster attribute, wind element. Monster weakness, light. Monster status, healthy. Monster promotion to legendary quality condition. Wang Peng was astonished. It wasn't just because of the quality of the four-winged blood-eyed tiger, but because of the last condition for promotion to legendary quality. Does this mean its abilities have no limits? He thanked his lucky stars once again. The quality of the four-winged blood-eyed tiger was quite normal. To promote a beast to Lord level, 2 conditions must be met. Level 20, elite peak, and perfect quality. Otherwise, it cannot promote to Lord level. Teacher Liang walked up from the front door and said, Gu Shui, please count the number of people. Okay, Teacher Liang. Gu Shui stood up and looked around. Teacher Liang. Everyone is here. My eyes never make mistakes. Good. Then let us set off, Teacher Liang said, taking out a walkie-talkie. Class 2 to 3 of the second year has assembled. Requesting to depart. Repeat. Class 2 to 3 of the second year has assembled. Requesting to depart. Received. Permission granted. Teacher Liang leaned out from the front door and waved to the people behind. One driver got into this car, while another driver boarded a similarly sized car behind. The latter car belonged to a security company, responsible for ensuring the safety of the students, but only for the people, not the beasts. That was a different price. Captain, is this just for protecting people and not the beasts? Deputy Captain Chun Hong asked in the security vehicle. Yes, just protecting people, but one beast is insured. I will personally protect it. Your tasks remain the same. Captain Chun glanced at the commission and said, Understood, we guarantee the mission's completion. The vehicle moved steadily forward. And then Teacher Liang clapped her hands, drawing the students' attention. Students, let me introduce the situation for this trip. We are heading to a place called the Back Mountain. That's its name. There, we have prepared a trial site. Great. I see everyone is very excited. It seems you can't wait. Then let us talk about the rules. Teacher Liang smiled at the excited expressions on everyone's faces. This trial will last 3 days and will be conducted in a points system based on classes. Each class will have its own area for the trial, and everyone in the class will also be competitors, but you cannot attack each other. On the first day, we will rank based on points within the class, and the top 3 will form a team to participate in the second day's grade ranking. The final winning team will receive the latest 60 Elite Awakening Potion developed by Yunlong Group. Of course, I know many students come from wealthy families and may not care about this Awakening Potion. The winning team will get 3 slots. And as for what the slots are for, only the winners will know. What I can tell you is to strive for this slot. It is very precious. So everyone should pay attention to safety. If you can compete, then compete. If you can't, decisively give up. That is also a wise choice. Please think carefully. And if anyone wants to forfeit, please raise your hand. Teacher Liang waited for a few minutes, and, seeing no hands raised, sat down, leaving the time for everyone. Hey, should we form a team? Gu Shui poked Wang Peng and Gao Yuan at the same time. Team, didn't they say it's an individual points system? Gao Yuan said, looking confused. You're silly. They said it's a points system, but there's no restriction on teaming up. As long as the 3 of us form a team and get into the top 3, isn't that perfect? Gu Shui said to Gao Yuan casually. Hey, that seems reasonable. Penger, what do you think? Gao Yuan said to Wang Peng, who was deep in thought beside him. I think we can form a team. But I have a condition, Wang Peng said faintly, looking at Zhang San's leopard cat. What condition? Just say it, Gu Shui said, looking at Wang Peng. She was determined to win him over, not just because of his rich theoretical knowledge, but also because the strongest, Gao Yuan, was his friend. Wang Peng smiled at Gu Shui and Gao Yuan. Then the three of them whispered and plotted something, occasionally making a zzz sound. Not far away, Teacher Liang quietly watched the three of them conspire without any movement. Chapter 7. The Mysterious Cabin. After about an hour's drive, the school bus shakily entered a barren mountain. This mountain had no rivers, no trees, no grass, and no animals or plants. The students of Class 3 of the second year of high school got off the school bus one after another, along with their beasts. Looking at the scene before them, everyone except Teacher Liang was shocked. Where's the promised back mountain? I thought we had a back mountain, but all we have is a barren mountain. They all looked at Teacher Liang, waiting for an explanation. Was this barren mountain really the competition venue? What were they supposed to compete in, survival in the wild? Don't be anxious, just wait a moment. Teacher Liang looked at the students' reactions, seemingly expecting this. A quarter of an hour later, the mountain split open. Yes, you didn't see it wrong. The entire barren mountain had cracked open, forming a canyon in the middle, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Students, let's go. Teacher Liang led the way at the front. After some initial hesitation, the students gradually followed the teacher towards the canyon. When they officially stepped into the canyon, the scenery in front of them suddenly changed. The mountain was still the same mountain, but the scenery was completely different, with green hills and clear waters. Birds singing and flowers fragrant. A truly great place for an outing. Along with the change in scenery, surrounding buildings appeared, resembling a resort with wooden cabins. Teacher Liang led the students to one of the clusters of wooden cabins. All right, pair up in twos. Find a place to rest. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be your only remaining rest time. Someone will call you when the competition starts. I say, Captain, why do we have to set up tents every time we come here? Aren't there wooden cabins? Shinhong asked while casually setting up a tent, puzzled. Let's talk. Set up your tent. Those wooden cabins are for the students. They have nothing to do with us, the captain said, tossing his own tent to Shinhong. One is setting up, so is two. Just do it together. Shinhong's face instantly darkened. We can just pay some money, right? Pay some money. Do you know how much those wooden cabins cost per night? 10 monster coins. We can't stay there for many nights with our commission, the captain sighed. Looking at the wooden cabins, Wang Peng and Gao Yuan chose an unoccupied wooden cabin, pushed the door open, and walked in. They found that the interior was completely different from the outside. The outside looked like an ordinary small wooden cabin, but once they entered, the space inside was enormous. Not at all as insignificant as it appeared outside. The long table in the middle of the room was filled with all kinds of delicacies, and the surrounding decor was luxurious, as if they were in a 5-star hotel. Could this wooden cabin have used spatial technology? Wang Peng was amazed. Has technology in the new century developed to this extent? Gao Yuan glanced at Wang Peng and knew what he was thinking. This is not something our technology can achieve. From the moment we entered the canyon, we officially stepped into a secret realm. This wooden cabin is the safe house of the secret realm. Everything you want is here. Everything I really want is here? Wang Peng asked, looking around in wonder. Of course, whatever you want to eat can be manifested here. And the food is real and effective, capable of boosting energy, but it doesn't include monster materials. Gao Yuan said as he walked towards the long table with his 4-winged blood-eyed tiger. Wang Peng had just wanted to let his knife upgrade here. But before the flames could ignite, they were ruthlessly extinguished. So sad, he thought, as he and the knife indulged in the food. Since the knife only ate freshly hunted food, he manifested a bunch of poultry for the knife to kill. Poor thing, eating food that still has blood in it. Wang Peng thought, feeling happier as he remembered that. He held up a chicken leg and asked the knife, "Knife, do you want a bite? It's so delicious." He shook the chicken leg in his hand. The knife disdainfully glanced at him and continued killing chickens. Ah, how boring. By the way, how did you know this information? Wang Peng looked at Gao Yuan, who was almost buried in food across from him. Did your dad, being so powerful, tell you what the prize is for the final winner? Wang Peng quietly took a chicken leg from beside Gao Yuan. Not really. He said this time the upper management is very strict and not a single word has leaked. But it must be a good thing, a huge good thing. Something I must fight for no matter what. That's also the reason he spent 3,000 monster coins to buy the little tiger. Gao Yuan glanced at the 4-winged, blood-eyed tiger still eating. It seems something significant must have happened this time. Otherwise, the news wouldn't be so tightly sealed. But what could it be? Could a super secret realm be opening? Forget it, can't figure it out, so stop thinking about it. Instead of wasting time, I might as well eat more delicious food. By the way, Gao Yuan, is this wooden cabin only for this function? I see those security personnel setting up tents at the door, as if they don't want to come in. Wang Peng, putting down the food he had almost finished, wiped his mouth. They don't want to come in. Mainly, it's too expensive. This wooden cabin is free for the first entry, but if you want to come in again later, you have to pay. It's about 10 monster coins, Gao Yuan said casually. as if 10 monster coins were not money at all. Is that so? Although the food is delicious, it's not worth 10 monster coins, right? Wang Peng asked in confusion. After Gao Yuan's explanation, Wang Peng realized how precious this opportunity was. This wooden cabin was a safe house, but not in the ordinary sense. In this wooden cabin, both the Beast Master and the Beast would not get hurt, and it could also speed up the recovery of injuries. Moreover, elite-level monsters and below could be manifested for training, and during the training process, the beasts would not die. If they got injured, they could recover instantly. This is simply a treasure land for training. After hearing Gao Yuan's explanation, Wang Peng picked up the knife from afar and walked towards a nearby arena. Facing the knife's resentful eyes, Wang Peng excitedly said, "Stop eating and train first. After training, I'll buy you something delicious." Knife, I don't believe you. Wang Peng first manifested the big crab from Old Chin's house for the knife to practice with. Monster name, Ganjiao Three-Eyed Crab. Monster level 5. Monster quality, normal. Monster attribute, water. Monster weakness, fire. Monster status, healthy. Monster promotion conditions, 1 water element, 1 fire element, 1 life crystal. Wang Peng set the status to healthy here. As a crab, it wasn't reasonable to be on a diet every day, probably. The only crab in the world trying to lose weight was the one from Old Chin's house. As soon as the crab appeared, before it could even comprehend its surroundings, the knife zipped past like lightning, elegantly slicing off the crab's head. Wang Peng, is this really my knife? My knife is this strong? He fell into self-doubt. Chapter 8, My Knife is Poisonous. Time flew by during Wang Peng and the knife's training. Ding ding ding, gather. In 15 minutes, gather at the front square. Latecomers will lose their entry qualifications. A voice resonated in everyone's ears, as if it came from deep within their hearts. When Wang Peng and Gao Yuan arrived at the front square, many people had already gathered there, and Teacher Liang reappeared among the students. Come, students, let's gather first. Teacher Liang waved at Wang Peng. Soon, the students of Class 3 of the second year had gathered, and then Teacher Liang led them towards the back mountain. After about an hour of walking, Teacher Liang stopped at a lake. All right, the competition venue for our class is this mirror lake. I want to emphasize the rules again. The competition will rank the top 3 based on points to participate in the subsequent grade competition. Direct attacks on others are not allowed. If discovered, serious consequences will follow, Liang teacher said with a smile, while looking at Wang Peng and others. Next, Liang teacher distributed the participation wristbands to everyone. This wristband can record the participants' points, and its working principle is to scan monster corpses for calculation, with each monster being scannable only once. Points are calculated based on the monster's level. For example, a level 5 monster of ordinary quality earns 5 points. Each increase in quality doubles the points, so an elite quality level 5 monster earns 10 points. Additionally, if the level reaches elite, level 10 and above, the points are also doubled. For instance, a normal quality elite level monster, which is level 11, would earn 22 points, and so on. Quality and level do not stack. If it's an elite quality elite level monster, it only gets doubled once. That is all the information about the competition rules. After digesting this, Wang Peng did not rush into the arena, but chose to observe first. He noticed that besides the lake, there were 2 forests around, one sparse and one dense. Those lacking confidence or being more conservative would choose to go towards the sparse side, which is relatively safer, but the number of monsters would also be much less. Conversely, those who are more confident would head towards the denser forest, where there are more monsters, but of course, more danger as well. Wang Peng noticed that no one was heading towards the center of the lake, as very few beast tamers could exert their strength normally in the water. While the beasts could fight normally, the tamers couldn't venture deep into the water. Then Wang Peng saw Zhang Sen confidently heading towards the denser forest with his leopard cat. Good, everything is going according to plan. Wang Peng also set off towards that forest, while Gao Yuan and Gu Shui had already moved ahead. They agreed to meet not far ahead. Although the competition rules didn't explicitly say that teaming up was not allowed, it was still better to avoid it a bit. If they encountered a situation and someone provided an explanation, wouldn't they be left in tears? Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. After the students gradually set off, security personnel also entered the forest to ensure the safety of each student. They were accompanied by a uniform array of wolf-like creatures, seemingly standard equipment for the security personnel. Wang Peng stepped into the forest, with Xiao Dao closely following. Once inside, Xiao Dao looked around curiously. Suddenly, Xiao Dao appeared in front of Wang Peng in a blur, raising its 2 front claws in a defensive posture, as if something was lurking nearby. Seeing Xiao Dao's stance, Wang Peng also became serious and observed the surroundings. If there was a place to hide, it would be the patch of grass ahead. Just as Wang Peng thought of this, 2 blood-red shadows flashed past in front of him, and then a green shadow blocked his way. Wang Peng then witnessed a surprising scene. 2 blood-red snakes were impaled by Xiao Dao's 2 scythe-like front claws through their open mouths. From Wang Peng's perspective, it seemed as if the two snakes had presented themselves. He focused on the two blood-red snakes. Monster name, Blood Shadow Snake. Monster level 5. Monster quality, ordinary. Monster attribute, Blood Shadow. Monster weakness, 1. Poison 2. Blood dissolving grass. Monster status, poisoned. Monster promotion to elite condition. Wang Peng noticed that the blood dissolving grass, which was listed as the monster's weakness, was sparkling and focused again. Monster weakness, 1. Poison 2. Blood dissolving grass. Blood dissolving grass can deal fatal damage to blood shadow snakes. When it comes into contact with the skin of a blood shadow snake, it can quickly dissolve the skin. This ability is incredible. According to the knowledge Wang Peng had learned, no one had discovered that blood dissolving grass countered blood shadow snakes yet. After all, the new century had only arrived 5 years ago, and the first 2 years were still in a state of war. The compilation of new textbooks was also a recent occurrence, so there were still many secrets waiting for people to explore, and this would be his opportunity to rise. Wang Peng looked at the two pendants hanging on Xiao Dao, realizing that their weakness was poison. No wonder, even at level 5, they seemed so weak. It turned out to be a case of attribute conflict. Watching the blood shadow snakes struggling in Xiao Dao's grasp, he thought they couldn't be trying to ambush him, relying on speed to win, unaware that the death mantis was much faster than the blood shadow snakes, and their weakness just happened to be poison. How ironic. Their essay saying, when there's a road in heaven, you don't take it. When there's no door in hell, you come barging in. Interesting. As Wang Peng watched the two blood shadow snakes rushing towards their demise, he suddenly remembered a joke from his past life about an assassin who poisoned his dagger and boasted while killing, saying, "This dagger is coated with deadly poison," and then licked the dagger, only to die. These two snakes were quite similar. All right, Xiao Dao, send them on their way. Wang Peng waved his hand, no longer wanting to torment these two unfortunate souls. After all, killing is part of nature, survival of the fittest, but it shouldn't be torture. Better to give them a swift end than to wait for them to die from poison. Wait a minute, Xiao Dao, you need to deliver the finishing blow. Today I'm going to teach you a principle. After killing, you must finish them off. Of course, the same applies to monsters. Wang Peng watched as Xiao Dao prepared to leave them like this, feeling unsettled. The world is so dangerous if you don't finish them off. What will you do if they come back to life later? Beep, scan 2 blood shadow snakes. Gain 10 points. Total points 10. It seems the wristband didn't expect someone would smash the corpses so thoroughly and hesitated a bit. Chapter 9. What you fear will come. Wang Peng continued hunting small monsters on his way to the meeting point with Gao Yuan and Gu Shui, during which Xiao Dao hunted down 2 more blood shadow snakes and a great rock snake. The 2 blood shadow snakes were low level, providing only 7 points, while the great rock snake provided 8 points. Its speed was no match for Xiao Dao, and it took a whole minute to defeat it. Monster name, Great Rock Snake. Monster level 8. Monster quality, ordinary. Monster attribute, earth. Monster weakness, 1. Water 2. Water spirit grass, which can effectively reduce its speed. Monster status, dead. Monster promotion to elite condition. Wang Peng looked at the corpse of the Great Rock Snake and opened his wristband to scan it. Beep, Great Rock Snake. Gained 8 points. Total points 25. This points acquisition isn't difficult. It seems I need to speed up. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Peng met up with Gao Yuan and Gu Shui in the forest, only to see a ground covered in blood shadow snake corpses. Did you poke a snake's nest? Wang Peng asked, looking at the ground full of blood shadow snakes. Damn it, if it weren't for your brother insisting on waiting for you in the tree, we wouldn't be this unlucky, Gu Shui said, giving Gao Yuan a glare. Gao Yuan chuckled awkwardly and explained, I thought it would be safer up in the tree, so I climbed up to wait for you. Wang Peng looked at Gao Yuan speechlessly, wanting to say, don't you know that blood shadow snakes like to make nests in trees? But then he remembered that this guy was a rich second generation, and he probably didn't pay much attention in class. His not being expelled was entirely thanks to his father's influence. This guy believed in brute strength conquering everything. No matter how dangerous the path ahead was, just charge through. As long as you're strong enough, any schemes and tricks are nothing. Looking at the 4-winged blood-eye tiger flying nearby, they indeed had the capital to be reckless. His father had already paved the way for him. Wang Peng turned to look at the small snake in Gu Shui's hand, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. Monster name, Purple Eye Ice Snake. Monster level, 10. Monster quality, elite, drops to ordinary after leveling up. Monster attribute, Poison Ice. Monster weakness, 1 lightning. 2 The purple-eyed ice snake lacks direct combat ability, focusing on control and slowing down. Monster status, healthy. Monster promotion, perfect conditions. This was also the reason why Wang Peng agreed to form a team at that time. Otherwise, with his ability to see through weaknesses, why would he need to team up? Gu Shui took out a hand-drawn map and pointed to a red dot on it, saying that Zhang San was there and there were no other people around him. He said that strong individuals do not need subordinates. Gu Shui imitated Zhang San's arrogant tone and then pointed to several green dots and the surrounding yellow dots. The green dots represented their position, while the yellow dots were the surrounding monsters. I only took a rough look and haven't detailed it yet, but rest assured, the location is definitely accurate. My memory doesn't make mistakes. That's good. In fact, yesterday on the bus, the three of them had already planned to take action against Zhang San, hunting down his beast, the leopard cat. At first, the two were very puzzled as to why Wang Peng insisted on hunting Zhang San first, but Wang Peng didn't elaborate, saying it was a condition for joining the team. Gao Yuan, being Wang Peng's brother, unconditionally supported him, while Gu Shui needed Wang Peng, the living encyclopedia. As for why Wang Peng had to find trouble with Zhang San, it mainly stemmed from a premonition. He always felt that if Zhang San wasn't dealt with, he would eventually cause trouble for himself. Since that was the case, it was better to nip the danger in the bud. As long as they dealt with the trouble first, whatever Zhang San might bring wouldn't matter, and moreover, Wang Peng always felt that the name Zhang San wasn't very auspicious and that this person was likely to stir up trouble. Wang Peng's premonition was not wrong. Not long ago, Zhang San confidently challenged a level 15 ordinary monster and, as expected, retreated in defeat, currently fleeing towards the direction of Wang Peng and the others. After discussing briefly, they decided to deal with Zhang San first and then start accumulating points. The three of them followed Gu Shui's hand-drawn map and moved forward. Soon, they saw Zhang San with his purple-spotted leopard cat, and behind him was the Earth Lizard chasing after him. Monster name, Earth Lizard. Monster level, 15, Elite. Monster quality, Ordinary. Monster attribute, Earth. Monster weakness, 1 water. 2. The Earth Lizard has a poor brain and moves slowly. Monster status, lightly injured. Monster promotion, Elite conditions. Run. Wang Peng immediately took Gao Yuan and Gu Shui to run diagonally backward, preparing to avoid the Earth Lizard. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Zhang San happened to spot them and chased after them with his purple-spotted leopard cat. This resulted in a scene where Wang Peng and the others were running in front. Zhang San was chasing behind, and the Earth Lizard was trailing all of them, forming a three-way chase like a rally race. Damn, this isn't a solution. This unlucky thing. I knew he would stir up trouble, but I didn't expect to underestimate him still, Wang Peng cursed while running. Gu Shui passed by the three leading the way, saying, "Follow me. I remember there's a mutated big rock snake over here. Let's see if we can lure the Earth Lizard to its territory." Wang Peng thought this was a good idea too. These monsters are very territorial, and it wouldn't be possible for a powerful monster to enter its territory without reacting. Thinking of this, he acted immediately. How many levels is that big rock snake? Wang Peng asked as he caught up with Gu Shui. Soon, Wang Peng understood what Gu Shui meant. This big rock snake actually had 2 snake heads. Monster name, Mutated Big Rock Snake. Monster level, 13. Monster quality, Elite. Monster attribute, Earth. Monster weakness, 1 water, 2 water spirit grass, which can effectively reduce its movement speed. Monster status, Angry. Monster promotion, Elite conditions. Goodness. It's still a mutated big rock snake, although it's 2 levels lower than the Earth Lizard. The quality of the big rock snake is higher than that of the Earth Lizard, so it should be fine. Now it's just about how to make them fight. Wang Peng thought for a moment, relayed the plan to Gao Yuan and Gu Shui, and then ran towards the big rock snake. Zhang San was too focused on escaping and didn't realize he had entered someone else's territory. When he finally reacted, the big rock snake was slowly looking at him right in front of him. Zhang San, I'm done for. Chapter 10, Surprised or Not. The three of Wang Peng were running directly towards the mutated big rock snake. The small knife and the 4-winged blood-eyed tiger provoked the big rock snake to attract its attention, while the purple-eyed ice snake took the opportunity to cast a slow effect on it. Then the three of them circled to the back. Just as Zhang San and his purple-spotted leopard cat were also preparing to circle around, Wang Peng signaled to the small knife, who quickly advanced from the left rear and slashed at the mutated big rock snake with a sickle. The mutated big rock snake felt pain and was about to turn around, but because the slow effect was still in place, its weight shifted to the right, crashing down onto Zhang San. Zhang San was just thinking of circling around when he felt a gust of wind rush towards him. Looking up to see the mutated big rock snake crashing down on him, surprised or not. Although Zhang San was defeated, his death created an opportunity for the purple-spotted leopard cat, which dodged and then was met with a lightning 3-strike, the wind blade from the 4-winged blood-eyed tiger, the slow effect from the purple-eyed ice snake, and the beheading from the small knife. Wang Peng watched as Zhang San and his beast were both defeated and turned to Gao Yuan and the others, saying, "Let's go, leave this place first. Don't think about picking up the spoils, you might end up losing your life." Gao Yuan unwillingly glanced at the Earth Lizard entangled with the mutated big rock snake before turning to follow Wang Peng. After running for a full hour, seeing that the 2 elite monsters had disappeared from sight, Wang Peng finally breathed a sigh of relief. With their current strength, fighting elite-level monsters was too difficult. It wasn't that they couldn't win, but it wasn't worth it. They could spend that time farming more monsters and accumulating points instead. The three of them stopped to rest for a moment and began to assign tasks and formulate strategies. Gao Yuan's four-winged blood-eyed tiger would be responsible for attracting monsters since it was the only one that could fly. Then Gu Shue's purple-eyed ice snake would cast slow. And finally, Wang Peng's death god mantis would be in charge of ambush killing. Perfect. In this way, the three of them continued to farm points along the way, during which the four-winged blood-eyed tiger and the small knife each leveled up to level 6. By the end of the competition tomorrow, they expected to reach around level 7 or 8. At night, the three of them found a relatively open area, lit a campfire, and decided to camp there for the night. According to the competition rules, it had to last a whole day, starting from this afternoon until the next afternoon. During this time, each student had to solve their own food and lodging problems. They ate well because Wang Peng was there. He could distinguish which fruits were edible and which were poisonous, and for those he couldn't tell, he could check on the panel. I'll take the first half of the night. Gao Yuan will take the second half, and Gu Shue, you can just rest, Wang Peng said. Looking at the campfire in front of him, Gu Shue nodded in preparation, knowing that Wang Peng wasn't taking care of her just because she was a girl, mainly. Her purple-eyed ice snake didn't have any direct combat ability, so asking her to keep watch wasn't realistic. A night passed without incident. The next day, the three continued to farm points as usual, when suddenly, a pack of wolf-like creatures appeared around them, surrounding them. Wang Peng focused and took a look. Monster name, Fearsome Wolf. Monster level 15. Monster quality, Elite. Monster attribute, Beast Wind. Monster weakness, Lightning. Monster status, Healthy. Monster promotion, Perfect conditions. Wang Peng was not surprised to see this. Sure enough, the black security personnel that appeared next confirmed his thoughts. Come on, kids. Let's go for a little trip and answer some questions, said Chen Hong, the leader. Wang Peng and the others were taken to a nearby forest. Don't be nervous. I already know about your experiences. This is just a routine investigation since a person has gone missing. If we don't investigate thoroughly, it could affect our commission. Wang Peng looked at the leader and said, then nodded nonchalantly. Investigate, whatever. He didn't directly attack anyone. Chen Hong took out a black headband from his pocket, which was the latest lie detector produced by Yunlong Group. Put this on, and we'll ask a few questions and be done. After Chen Hong finished speaking, he handed the lie detector to Wang Peng, who casually put it on his head. All right, let's begin. Chen Hong said as he turned on the camera to face Wang Peng and started asking questions. Were you present when Zhang San died? I was present. How did Zhang San die? He was crushed by a monster. Did you directly attack Zhang San? No. All right, the investigation is over. Chen Hong turned off the camera and took the lie detector off Wang Peng's head. Is that it? Wang Peng asked. Wait. Wang Peng turned to look at Chen Hong. Is there anything else? Chen Hong took out a black card from his pocket and tossed it to Wang Peng. Since we interrupted your match, consider this a compensation. Wang Peng looked down at the round card in his hand, the front red point competition and the back red 50, indicating that this card was worth 50 points. Gao Yuan opened the wristband to scan the card. Beep. Gained 50 points. Total points 369. I didn't expect this Zhang San to still play a role. Not dying in vain, Wang Peng thought, and he and Gu Shui recorded the points. Now their points were Wang Peng, 378, Gao Yuan, 369, Gu Shui, 372. Although they didn't know the current ranking of the three, they should be at the top. If they worked hard today, they aimed to break 1,000 points by the end of the competition, which should secure a spot in the top 3. As time passed, the killings gradually spread, and all 3 of their beasts had made some breakthroughs. Wang Peng. Monster name, Death God Mantis. Monster level 9. Monster quality, Ordinary. Monster attribute, Dark Poison. Monster weakness, Thunder. Monster status, Healthy. Monster promotion to Elite conditions. 5 shadow fruits, 7 colorful toxins, 1 green crystal, 1 thunder element. Gao Yuan. Monster name, 4-winged blood-eyed tiger. Monster level 8. Monster quality, Perfect, drops to Elite after maturity. Monster attribute, Wind element. Monster weakness, Light. Monster status, Healthy. Monster promotion to legendary quality conditions. Gu Shui. Monster name, Purple Eye Ice Snake. Monster level 11. Monster quality, Ordinary. Monster attribute, Poison Ice. Monster weakness, 1 thunder. 2. The Purple Eye Ice Snake lacks frontal combat ability, focusing on control and slowing down. Monster status, Healthy. Monster promotion to Perfect conditions. Next, they were going to challenge an Elite level Ordinary monster. Initially, they hadn't planned to do this, but with Gu Shui's Purple Eye Ice Snake breaking through to Elite level, everyone's thoughts became more active. Chapter 11. Just an Elite, here to die. Monster name, Earth Lizard. Monster level 16, Elite. Monster quality, Ordinary. Monster attribute, Earth. Monster weakness, 1 water. 2. The Earth Lizard has poor intelligence and moves slowly. Monster status, lightly injured, bleeding continuously. Monster promotion to elite conditions. Yes, that's right. It's the same earth lizard that Zhang San attracted yesterday. It seems to have won the battle against the mutated giant rock snake yesterday and leveled up. There was another reason. In this area, the three of them had all been mapped out, and they hadn't discovered any other elite monsters. Perhaps these were the only two in the planned area. If there were lower-level monsters, who would come here to challenge the earth lizard? It was a well-known defensive monster with incredible health, and it was still alive after bleeding for a whole day. This was just a preliminary assessment for Beast Tamers. The students being assessed here hadn't signed contracts with their beasts yet, so they were considered prospective tamers. As for why, don't ask. The answer is they are underage. The Monster Alliance has relevant regulations that minors cannot sign contracts with monsters without permission, and any violations lead to expulsion. There is no leniency. The school is meant to cultivate talent, and signing contracts with monsters prematurely could harm the soul, which is secondary. The primary issue is that monsters have a chance of backlash, and no one dares to take that risk. Wang Peng and the others slowly approached the earth lizard and found that it was indeed injured and quite badly. Otherwise, it wouldn't allow them to get this close. At the distance from the earth lizard, Wang Peng stopped and signaled for Gao Yuan's four-winged blood-eyed tiger to take the lead. The noticeably larger four-winged blood-eyed tiger flew straight towards the earth lizard, which suddenly stood up and made a shooing motion but did not attack. Little tiger, good opportunity. Take advantage of its illness to strike. Gao Yuan ordered the four-winged blood-eyed tiger to continuously harass the earth lizard. Be careful, it might be pretending, Wang Peng said. Looking at the panel showing the lightly injured status. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Could a lightly injured monster even attack, leading to such a shooing action? A cunning glint flashed in the earth lizard's eyes as it swiped at the four-winged blood-eyed tiger. Fortunately, thanks to Wang Peng's earlier reminder, the four-winged blood-eyed tiger was always on the lookout for the earth lizard's movements. When it saw the earth lizard raise its hand, it decisively flew higher. Hey, the earth lizard can't fly. Isn't that frustrating? It couldn't reach the four-winged blood-eyed tiger and turned to charge at Wang Peng and the others. Just as it took a step, it crashed down with a loud thud, revealing the death god mantis right next to its leg, having just finished a slashing move. And the purple eye snake followed closely behind, biting into the earth lizard's wound to apply a slowing effect. The airborne four-winged blood-eyed tiger seized the opportunity and unleashed a flurry of wind blades at the earth lizard, then slowly descended. In Wang Peng's eyes, the already bleeding earth lizard had its status changed to heavily injured after such a commotion. At this point, only the death god mantis was continuously outputting damage to the earth lizard, darting around it, striking left and right. Hey, keep moving, you can't see me. The earth lizard's frantic swipes gradually stopped, and it lay motionless on the ground. Wang Peng looked at the status panel showing near death, not dead, and revealed a charming smile. Prepare for a finishing blow, he said, glancing at the recovering four-winged blood-eyed tiger. In a flurry of wind blades from the four-winged blood-eyed tiger, the earth lizard met its end with resentment. Wang Peng stepped forward to open his wristband for scanning. Beep, earth lizard, gained 32 points, total points 1183. This had been agreed upon long ago. The three of them would hunt monsters together, taking turns to gain points. Whoever's turn it was got the points. And if one had good luck, they would get more points. If luck was bad, they shouldn't blame others. Even brothers keep accounts clear. If things weren't made clear in advance, even if it wasn't said on the surface, over time, resentment would only deepen, leading to backstabbing. At first, everyone didn't want to interfere. When they saw others fighting, they would look for other targets. After all, they were all students, not yet influenced by society, and hadn't reached the point of living by stealing monsters. However, as the number of monsters decreased, this situation became unavoidable and monster snatching incidents occurred. I came first. Why should I give way to you? Said a boy with a dog-like beast. On the other side, a girl with an iron eater said lightly, why? Because I'm stronger than you. After saying this, she patted the iron eater's head. The little iron eater looked at its owner and shook its head. The boy awkwardly smiled and looked over at Wang Peng's side. What about you guys? Want to join in? Wang Peng glanced over and said, no, let's just watch. You all continue. After that, he turned around with Gao Yuan and Gu Shui to leave. Each of them had already accumulated over 1,000 points. There was no need to make enemies over those 8 points. Another girl, who had a dog-like beast, looked pleased to see Wang Peng and the others arrive. But when she saw them leave, her expression turned to disappointment. She had thought they were there to help her. She looked again at the food iron beast and its owner across from her, then turned to leave, saying, I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave. The boy watched as Wang Peng and the girl left one after another, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Looking at the numbers on his wristband, he was only 3 points away from 500. This time, he was sure of taking first place. Wang Peng suddenly became interested. Why do you think that? Isn't that what you boys like to do the most? No, you're mistaken. Most heroes saves the beauty stories are driven by attraction. Though there are a few true heroes, Wang Peng said, glancing at the girl following them. I used to believe in love at first sight. And then? Seeing Wang Peng didn't continue, Gao Yuan asked. Chapter 12. Not taking first place would be a disservice to my position. And then? I used to believe in love until her mom said no car, no house, no deal. Wang Peng said jokingly, laughing casually. But no one knew what he had experienced in his 2 lifetimes. At that moment, the wristbands of the 3 suddenly emitted a beeping sound, and they opened their wristbands together. Wang Peng turned his head and noticed the girl following him was also checking her wristband, presumably a push notification for the entire venue. He suddenly remembered the boy with the food iron beast. He wondered if he had finished hunting the monster. If he had just finished and the competition ended abruptly during the scan, it would be interesting. The boy opened his wristband and was about to enter his points when suddenly the wristband beeped, and he panicked. No way. No. Wang Peng suddenly turned around, looking in the direction they had just retreated from. He thought he heard a tragic scream. It couldn't be that coincidental. What's wrong? Gushua looked at Wang Peng, who had suddenly turned, feeling a bit on guard, thinking there might be a monster behind. Then she saw Wang Peng smiling at the girl following them, teasingly saying, You're not interesting. Nothing. Let us go. Wang Peng changed direction and headed back to the starting point. No, it's not what you think. Then why are you smiling? I remembered something happy. What could be so happy? I just thought of some dark history of Xiao Dao. Dark history. Wang Peng almost said, my wife gave birth, but suddenly remembered that this joke didn't exist in Blue Star, so he pushed the excuse on a Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao. This made Wang Peng feel vigilant. He wanted to know how many points the boy in front of him had. If he had over 2,000 points, he would never catch up. Wait a moment. Teacher Liang said as he saw the number of people was about right. Gushue. Count the number of people. Okay, Gushue looked around and said, Teacher, we're missing one person, Zhang San. Everyone else is here. Teacher Liang nodded, and then gestured for everyone to be quiet. Then I must mention a negative example. It's commendable that you don't have a brave spirit of adventure, but we need to know our own strength. We must act within our means. Looking at the thoughtful expressions of the surrounding classmates, he continued, we should try not to challenge those at a higher level. And definitely not to challenge those at a much higher level. And how did Zhang San do? He took a level 7 purple striped leopard cat to challenge a level 15 earth lizard. Although his leopard cat is also of elite quality. Once it levels up to elite level, it will downgrade to normal quality. Such reckless behavior should not be emulated. Students, take it as a warning. Poor Zhang San. Not only did Wang Peng and the others cause his death, but afterward, he was used as a negative example. However, he indeed brought this upon himself. Wang Peng had only planned to take out his purple striped leopard cat to make him feel bad for a few days. Who knew he would attract the earth lizard? There was no way. Wang Peng could only accidentally kill him to quell the earth lizard's rage and ultimately kill the earth lizard to avenge Zhang San. Hoping he could die in peace and smile in the underworld. Wang Peng smiled as he watched Teacher Liang criticize Zhang San, quietly waiting for the results to be announced. A quarter of an hour later, Teacher Liang picked up his thermos, took a sip of goji berry tea, and said slowly, Next. I will announce the results of this preliminary round. First place, Wang Peng, 1738 points. Second place, Gao Yuan, 1732 points. Third place, Gu Shui, 1725 points. Wow, over 1,700 points. How did you get that? I only have a little over 100, said classmate A. Of course. You didn't even leave the 500-meter range from the starting point. How could you have points? I saw it clearly, said classmate B. Hey, how did you see that? It's not important. It doesn't matter. When Teacher Liang just started announcing the results, the food iron beast classmate was waiting to hear his name. When the teacher finished announcing the first place, he didn't lose heart, thinking that getting third place was also good. However, when Teacher Liang finished announcing the first place S score, hearing that it was over 1,700 points, he fell into deep thought. How could this be? How is it possible? No way. This can't be true. The food iron beast muttered to himself, seemingly lost in self-doubt. Teacher Liang, I suspect they cheated. One person could have such high scores, but how could 3 people have such high scores? They must have cheated. Our food iron beast classmate shouted loudly. Teacher Liang turned to look at him. Li Si, do you know the consequences of falsely accusing someone? Or do you have any evidence? I don't have evidence, but it's impossible for them to get such high scores. I barely managed to kill a strong monster and only got over 500 points. How could they have so many points? There's definitely something wrong. Li Si shouted with his head tilted. Teacher Liang squinted his eyes. So you're saying you have no evidence and are directly accusing them? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Hearing teacher's words, Li Si broke out in a cold sweat. Falsely accusing someone could lead to voluntary expulsion if verified. But when he looked at the surrounding classmates and the calm expressions of Wang Peng and the others, he didn't believe these scores were earned by them. Gritting his teeth, He said, I know. Please have the teacher investigate. Okay, Teacher Liang said lightly, looking at the security captain next to him. Let us use the lie detector. Chapter 13. I heard someone is trying to frame me. Once again, Wang Peng put on the lie detector. But this time it was under the watchful eyes of the teacher and many classmates. Wang Peng looked at the classmates watching and Li Ci's smug expression, calmly saying, That's right. All the points I earned were obtained by scanning monsters myself. Beep beep beep. The lie detector flashed red and emitted a beeping sound, indicating that the person being tested was lying. Li Ci's heart leaped with joy. See, I told you he cheated, and you didn't believe me. Look, look. The surrounding classmates were in an uproar. No one could believe that their class's top student, Wang Peng, would actually cheat. Initially, they didn't believe it. But when the lie detector went off, they had no choice but to accept it. Teacher Liang still wore that calm smile, as if it wasn't his own student who was cheating. After all, it would be a disgrace to him. Wang Peng, do you have anything to say? Teacher Liang gestured for Wang Peng to defend himself. Of course, Wang Peng said as he took out the used black card from his pocket. The security staff gave me 50 points. It was this. This time, the lie detector did not sound an alarm, indicating that Wang Peng was telling the truth. Teacher Liang continued to ask, apart from these 50 points, were the remaining points all earned by you personally? Of course. Wang Peng found it particularly interesting to watch Li Ci's expression change from elation to confidence, and now to full-blown skepticism. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the security personnel give you points? They must be colluding with you to cheat, definitely. Li Ci's face, once full of doubt, turned into a hysterical outburst. Although a thought in his mind kept telling him that this was the truth, another thought was frantically shouting that this must be a conspiracy. He was the strongest. How could it be someone else? Li Ci began to accuse the security personnel of colluding with Wang Peng. Teacher Liang turned to look at the deputy security captain, Chen Hong, who gave him a reassuring glance before stepping forward. Impossible, this can't be real. What can they assist you in solving? They are too weak. Li Ci shouted indiscriminately. This time, no classmates around him agreed with him anymore. While it might be understandable to suspect other classmates of cheating, questioning the security personnel was a dead end. The security personnel were affiliated with Yunlong Group, and this competition was jointly organized by Yunlong Group and the school, with the school providing personnel and Yunlong providing funding, materials, venues, and rewards. The organizers had already provided evidence, and he was still trying to smear them. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? The classmates around him silently took a step back. Sure enough, upon hearing Li Ci's ramblings, two personnel from behind Chen Hong stepped forward to take Li Ci away. All right, classmates, do any of you have objections? If not, you may go and rest. Teacher Liang said with a faint smile as he looked at the classmates around him. The classmates exchanged glances, having witnessed Li Ci's earlier downfall. They dared not voice any objections. Even though the points of the top three were absurdly high, they could not produce substantial evidence to prove that others were cheating. Wang Peng and the others followed Teacher Liang forward, feeling something was off as the sun slowly set. He suddenly realized something was wrong. They were walking with their backs to the sun, and logically, as the sun set, their shadows should be getting longer. However, the shadow beneath Teacher Liang, who was walking in front, showed no signs of change. Drawing upon his usual textbook knowledge and reading habits, Wang Peng immediately thought of a type of beast. The shadow beast. According to the textbooks, shadow beasts excel in stealth and assassination, making them the first choice for assassins and killers. Generally, formal beast tamers would avoid choosing a shadow beast because its direct combat abilities are slightly inferior compared to other beasts. The only advantage of the shadow beast is its exceptional stealth. Wang Peng looked at Teacher Liang's shadow. It seemed intentional on the teacher's part. If the shadow beast fully utilized its abilities, it could blend perfectly with a normal shadow, hence its reputation for assassination and stealth. But if the shadow beast was the first choice for killers and assassins, why would Teacher Liang go to such lengths to cultivate one? Apologetically, Wang Peng reined in his thoughts. After all, everyone has their secrets. Who says a killer can't be a teacher? However, since the school hired Teacher Liang, he must be qualified. The school has its review standards, and very few can escape scrutiny. The three of them followed Teacher Liang to a slightly larger wooden house, which was, of course, more luxurious inside. Once they were seated and served a few cups of hot tea, Teacher Liang got straight to the point. You three completed your points as a team, right? The competition didn't specify. Wang Peng began, but Teacher Liang interrupted him. No, you don't need to explain. Using the rules to win the competition is also your skill. What I want to discuss is something else. If I'm not mistaken, Zhang San was killed by your hands, right? Teacher Liang smiled at them, casually taking a sip from his teacup. Wang Peng was shocked inside. He couldn't admit to this. Murdering a fellow student was a grave sin, and he wouldn't say a word even under duress, no matter how complicated his feelings were inside. He kept his face expressionless and said, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing Wang Peng's reaction, Teacher Liang breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't entirely sure before, as this was merely his deduction, but hearing Wang Peng's response made him more convinced. A normal person wouldn't respond without any expression after hearing that. While Wang Peng was still marveling at his own expression control, he was unaware that his perfect expression had already betrayed him. Then he heard Teacher Liang say lightly, "I want you to help me kill someone." Chapter 14, Help Me Kill Someone. I want you to help me kill someone. Then he saw Teacher Liang push a crystal card in front of the three of them. This card contains 300 monster coins. It's a deposit. Whether the matter succeeds or not, this money is yours. Teacher Liang looked at the three of them again and pushed another crystal card forward. This is 3,000 monster coins, the final payment. Or it can be exchanged for a session of Master Han's special beast cultivation. Master Han, a master-level beast tamer, once cultivated a legendary quality lord-level beast, which has now advanced to king level and is one of the main battle beasts of Yunlong Group's chairman. Currently, the waitlist for cultivating beasts with him extends to next year, and it's a privilege that money can't buy. Gao Yuan's father once wanted to pay Master Han to cultivate his son's first beast, but couldn't even meet him. Sometimes, money isn't everything. Even if you have money, there are some people you simply cannot meet. Compared to Master Han's special cultivation session, this 1,000 monster coins seemed trivial. Wang Peng was surprised to learn that Teacher Liang had such connections. Looking at the crystal card on the table, he felt a surge of excitement. He didn't care much for Master Han's special cultivation qualification, as he had his own advantages. Even a bundle of Master Han's wouldn't compare. However, he still valued that 1,100 monster coins. With that money, he could start many of his plans. Nonetheless, he wasn't blinded by the allure of money. After all, anyone worth that much to kill must be extraordinary. Who is this person? Is it a he or a she? Good or evil? It was unknown. Earning money is fine, but Wang Peng couldn't make money at the cost of his conscience. If this person was a great villain, then killing him would be justified. But if he had no grievances or enmities, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. One must have principles in life. So, Wang Peng shifted his gaze from the crystal card and looked at Teacher Liang again. Who is it? Teacher Liang stroked the teacup, his thoughts drifting far away. This matter is a long story. An hour later. Goodness, it turns out there's a soap opera plot involved. It turns out that besides ordinary people in this world, there are also 4 ancient sects, but they are not beast taming sects. As the disaster has only occurred for 5 years, so it's impossible to form sections. These are 4 ancient sects, called the Spirit Beast sect. In short, they raise spirit beasts. With the advent of the new era, the spirit beasts they raise evolve more easily than ordinary beasts, so they consider themselves superior. Our Teacher Liang was previously the leader of one of these sections. According to him, he had a suitor at that time, and they were about to start a relationship. But then the old leader suddenly passed away. As the young master, Teacher Liang naturally inherited the sect, but due to the numerous affairs of the sect, he neglected that suitor, who thought they were incompatible and felt abandoned. Subsequently, she began to harass Teacher Liang's sect. Who knows what kind of evil skills she practiced? Insisting on dragging Teacher Liang to be buried with her, saying that once they die, they will be equal and can be together forever. When she couldn't find Teacher Liang, who was the sect leader, she started killing his disciples. Furious, Teacher Liang came out to reason with her, but was forced to back down. Reluctantly, he had to resign from his position as the sect leader. Once Teacher Liang left the sect, if she continued to cause trouble, it would no longer be a private matter but a public one. As the 4 major sects are interconnected, Teacher Liang found a school to teach and educate, but since all schools are under the management of the Monster Alliance, that woman dared not act recklessly. However, just because she couldn't enter doesn't mean her disciples couldn't. Her disciple was the winner of this competition from Class 1 of Grade 2, since she couldn't enter the area governed by the Monster Alliance. She planned to create chaos through her disciple, preparing to randomly kill during the competition tomorrow to force Teacher Liang to show up. She didn't know which grade or class Teacher Liang was in, only that Teacher Liang was at this school. The 3 of them aimed to kill that disciple. Teacher Liang could have chosen not to inform them, but he decided to warn them in advance and urged them to act first, otherwise, innocent casualties would occur. For this reason, he even used his connections to invite Master Han. As for why he didn't report to the school, first, Teacher Liang said that they needed to trust him. Second, if he told the truth, he would definitely be expelled. Without the school's protection, he didn't want to be buried with a madman. Teacher Liang arranged everything. As long as the 3 of them killed the target and made it look like an accident, it would be fine. His people were at the security and competition venues. All they needed to do was create a small accident during tomorrow's competition and take the opportunity to eliminate that disciple. Wang Peng thought for a moment, looked at Gao Yuan and Gu Shui, saw them nodding, and put away the first crystal card. He looked at Teacher Liang and said, in that case, please leave it to us. Even without these monster coins, we still have the duty to uphold justice. Teacher Liang smiled at the crystal card in Wang Peng's hand, but said nothing. Then we'll take our leave and not disturb Teacher Liang's rest, Wang Peng said, waving goodbye when he saw Teacher Liang remain silent. Not far from the wooden cabin, Wang Peng looked at the three of them, took out the crystal card from his pocket, and said happily, we're splitting the money. Whether we do the work tomorrow depends on the situation. First, let's divide these 300 monster coins. Free money shouldn't be passed up. Gu Shui also looked at the crystal card excitedly. Although her family was wealthier than Wang Peng's, 100 monster coins were still very attractive. Gao Yuan curled his lip in disdain, looking at them as if they had never seen money before. But you agreed, didn't you? If you don't want it, you can pass. Just right for the two of us to split, Wang Peng said, not even glancing at Gao Yuan as he took out his phone to start the transfer process. This crystal card was a credit card issued by the Monster Alliance, which could be operated online. Am I after the monster coins? I'm after Master Han, not his training quota, which can't be bought with money, Gao Yuan said, taking out his phone to check. Hey, you really won't give me any? Wang Peng raised an eyebrow at him. Didn't you say you didn't need it? Cut the crap. Transfer it. My family is rich, but that's my dad's money. Why not take this free pocket money? Gao Yuan said smugly. Hey, you know that's your dad's money, Wang Peng said as he transferred the money to Gao Yuan, not actually intending to pocket it, just teasing him since they had fought side by side. Chapter 15. This poison is colorless and tasteless. After returning to the wooden cabin, Wang Peng looked at the sealed pill in his hand. This was given to them by Teacher Liang just before they left, saying it was a special poison from their sect called Han. This poison is colorless and tasteless. If inhaled continuously for more than 10 minutes, it will lead to death, leaving one disoriented, resembling a beast backlash, and is untreatable. This poison only targets humans and is ineffective against beasts. It may even stimulate the beasts. Because that female madman's disciple was likely to sign a contract with a beast in advance due to her practice of evil techniques. She could disguise it as a beast backlash effectively. Looking at the pill, Wang Peng fell into deep thought. He felt the need to devise a meticulous plan, at least to avoid drawing suspicion onto themselves. On the third day of the secret realm, the finals of the points competition were taking place. They had arrived at the back of the mountain, where several arenas were set up along with a few staff members who seemed to be judges. Once everyone had gathered, the speaker at the front began, Hello everyone. Welcome to this campus points competition. You may call me sir. Please strive for your spots, as this competition will greatly benefit your lives. Now, I will announce the rules of the competition. The competition rules stated that the entire second-year grade would compete in groups in the arena matches. Since there were a total of 20 classes, they would draw lots to battle in pairs until the best group emerged, winning a 60-quality awakening potion provided by the Yunlong group and a spot. The arena battle process was unrestricted. You could challenge 3 opponents alone or engage in a wheel battle against one person, but each person only had one chance to compete. Well, he remembered Teacher Liang saying everything was arranged yesterday, so he just needed to act accordingly. He stepped in front of the speaker, looking at the representatives from the other 20 classes, realizing these were his upcoming opponents, with their target, Class 1 of Grade 2, Chi Anren, clearly listed. He raised an eyebrow at the opposing side, who seemed not to take him seriously at all. Of course, this was not directed at him, as Chi Anren didn't seem to regard anyone else either. Wang Peng found it amusing and redirected his attention to the speaker. All right, everyone, let's draw lots. Classes of the same color will be opponents, the speaker said, handing the dark box to everyone. Let's draw according to your class numbers. It's quicker and fairer, the speaker added, looking at everyone around him, as if afraid they would fight over it. Since the speaker said so, everyone had no choice but to comply. Chi Anren stepped up first, drew a colored ball, and showed it to everyone. It was a black ball. Then came the representative from Class 2, followed by Wang Peng. Just as Wang Peng reached into the dark box, a ball suddenly flew into his palm, even though he hadn't started to choose yet. He looked up at the speaker, who said blandly, Student, if you've made your choice, please hurry down. The others are still waiting. Wang Peng silently took out the colored ball, and sure enough, it was black. At this moment, he recalled Teacher Liang's words from yesterday about having everything arranged. Did that mean even the main judge was bribed? How about we go against that team first? Gu Shui suggested to him. Wang Peng raised the black ball in his hand, pointed at Chi Anren, and said, Let's proceed as planned. Wow, we're starting off with something so intense. Gao Yuan said, feeling a bit nervous listening to their conversation. It's fine, just follow the plan. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Wang Peng looked at Gao Yuan and said. Upon hearing this, Gao Yuan immediately became unhappy. What do you mean you'll take the blame if something goes wrong? If anything happens, I can just go find my dad. At least we won't be left with no way out. Wang Peng looked at the agitated Gao Yuan, but said nothing. If this matter was handled well, it would be fine. If not, money wouldn't be enough to escape, and that female madman might really dare to invade the school. Soon, the venue was set up, and the competition began. Naturally, the first to act from Class 1 of Grade 2 was Chi Anren. Given her aloof demeanor, she wouldn't let anyone else fight first. At this moment, she likely thought about quickly eliminating Wang Peng and his group to compete for the championship. The master had said that if one was going to cause trouble, it needed to be significant, like killing the other two who got the spots after winning the championship to draw enough attention and lure out that ungrateful man. Watching Chi Anren step onto the arena, Gu Shui took the lead, preparing to go first. Then Wang Peng crushed the sealed envelope containing an hun and placed it in Gu Shui's pocket, signaling her with 3 fingers, indicating she could only remain for 3 minutes. Gu Shui understood and stepped onto the arena to battle Chi Anren. Chi Anren's beast was a lion. Monster name, Snow Domain Spirit Lion. Monster level, 10. Monster quality, Elite. Monster attribute, Ice. Monster weakness, Thunder. Monster status, Healthy. Monster promotion, Perfect conditions. Fortunately, it's just an Elite quality ordinary monster, and Gu Shui's beast has already been promoted to Elite level. Although the quality has dropped to ordinary, it shouldn't be a problem to last 3 minutes, especially since both monsters are Ice attribute, so it's not a big deal. Sure enough, on the arena, the Snow Domain Spirit Lion chased the purple-eyed Ice Snake, both running in circles, with the occasional slow status effect applied to the Snow Domain Spirit Lion. Before long, 3 minutes had passed. Gu Shui shouted, "I concede," glanced at the referee beside him, and walked directly off the stage. "I'll come." Gao Yuan approached the arena with his 4-winged, blood-eyed tiger. As he passed by Gu Shui, he seemed to show concern and casually took the soul rest from him, handing it over to me. Gu Shui also secretly gestured a 4 to him, and Gao Yuan nodded in understanding. Chi Anren watched her opponent decisively concede and quickly swap out, understanding that it was a wheel battle. Only weaklings use wheel battles. Very well. Since they want to play, Chi Anren will play along and see how long the 3 of them can last. After Gao Yuan took the stage, he directly ordered the 4-winged blood-eyed tiger to attack with wind blades from the air. Whenever the Snow Domain Spirit Lion got close, it would unleash a wind blade attack. And whenever the Snow Domain Spirit Lion tried to escape, it would do the same, making the Snow Domain Spirit Lion spin in circles. By the time the 4-winged blood-eyed tiger finished using its wind blades, the Snow Domain Spirit Lion's stamina was nearly depleted. Just as it prepared to bite the flying tiger in front of it, Gao Yuan looked at the referee and said, "I concede." Chapter 16 Referee, "You poison. I run away." After Gao Yuan conceded and left the arena like Gu Shui, Wang Peng quickly approached with a knife, asking about the 4-winged blood-eyed tiger's condition and casually taking the soul rest from Gao Yuan. At this point, the soul rest was almost depleted, and with the effects wearing off, it would eventually disappear. Seeing Wang Peng walking toward the arena, the referee glanced at the time, then looked at his apprentice. "Here's a chance for you to perform. You take charge of this match." He didn't wait for his apprentice to agree and quickly walked off the stage, casting a wary glance at Wang Peng's palm as he passed by. Unbeknownst to the referee, his apprentice was about to have his first opportunity to host a match during his internship. He excitedly watched the 2 fighters on stage, thinking that will battles were indeed powerful. At this moment, the Snow Domain Spirit Lion was already in poor condition, but upon seeing Wang Peng approach with a knife, it couldn't help but want to fight. Its state was very abnormal. Normally, as a contracted beast, it should immediately alert its master if something was wrong. But now, its first thought was to kill the knife wielder to vent its anger. When had it ever suffered such humiliation? First a snake, then a tiger, and now a mantis. With the appearance of the knife, the situation quickly became clear. If the Snow Domain Spirit Lion were at its peak, it might be able to catch up to the knife's speed, but now its stamina was nearly exhausted, so it could only be toyed with by the knife, suffering various cuts around it. Moreover, to make matters worse, the knife's sickle-shaped claws were laced with deadly poison. With each cut, the Snow Domain Spirit Lion was on the verge of collapsing. Just as it was preparing to make a desperate effort, suddenly, its master fell. With the sudden fall of its master, the Snow Domain Spirit Lion momentarily lost focus and accidentally had its front legs sliced by the knife, crashing heavily to the ground. At this point, the young acting referee was completely flustered. He quickly called for a stop to the match. It was his first time hosting a battle. And how could the beast fight if its master fainted first? He pulled out his phone and frantically tried to call his master, unsure how to handle such a situation. He had just checked Chi Anren's condition and it seemed like her soul was injured, resulting in a backlash from her beast, but he didn't dare make a hasty judgment. With the referee's report, soon the main referee arrived at the arena and classified the incident. Chi Anren openly violated the Monster Alliance rules by secretly signing a contract the night before the match, resulting in a backlash from her beast, which was well-deserved. The Snow Domain Spirit Lion was dispatched as a result, as beasts that backlash against their masters cannot be kept. Thus, The Snow Domain Spirit Lion met its end with resentment. What a clean sweep of evidence and witnesses, Wang Peng watched in amazement. Indeed, these old guys were quite scheming, each one darker than the last. The match, paused due to a small incident, resumed, and Wang Peng unsurprisingly defeated the other 2 contestants from Class 2. He secured a promotion slot. Then, thanks to the cooperation of the 3, they quickly reached the finals, where they would face Class 13. The opponent was no simple character. After all, those who advanced through layers of selection were not weak. Relying solely on luck would not get them far. Wang Peng's expression turned serious as he looked at the huge skeleton in front of the opposing team's leader. Monster name, Shadow Skeleton. Monster level, 13. Monster quality, perfect. Monster attribute, Dark Curse. Monster weakness, light. Monster status, healthy. Monster promotion, legendary conditions. This was an elite level beast, and it was of perfect quality. Even if Gao Yuan's 4-winged Blood-Eye Tiger were promoted, it wouldn't match this skeleton. Just as Wang Peng was desperately seeking a battle strategy. The leader of the opposing team looked at the referee and said, "Referee, we forfeit." The referee gave a deep look at the students from Class 13. "Are you sure? You should know that the rewards for this match are quite impressive." Then, according to the rules, Class 3 won the championship of this match. The referee handed 3 boxes to Wang Peng and the others. The boxes were dark golden in color, not very large. About the size of 2 thermal mugs side by side, with the logo of Yunlong Group printed on them, a fierce dragon head emerging from the mist. Wang Peng looked at the box with excitement. Although he couldn't use the Quality Awakening Potion, he could sell it online. The price for a Quality Awakening Potion was 99 monster points. Selling it for 90 monster coins wouldn't be unreasonable. The referee stood on the stage to announce the results of the match, then left the scene with all the referees, while the onlooking students dispersed with incredulous expressions. Wow, Class 13 actually forfeited. They forfeited. Student A, my eyes are fine. I can see. Student B, how did they forfeit without even fighting? Student A, who knows? Anyway, the winner in the end is our class. Maybe Wang Peng has the protagonist's halo. Student B, wow, the protagonist's halo. The 3 of them returned to Teacher Liang's residence, this time to collect the remaining payment of 1,000 monster coins, and to ask about the slots. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in. Oh, it's you. Wang Peng said in surprise upon seeing who opened the door. Isn't this the contestant from Class 13 who just forfeited? Wang Peng glanced inside and saw his skeleton standing not far away. Come in. The teacher has been waiting for you. The person opened the door, inviting Wang Peng and the others in, and casually closed the door behind them. Teacher Liang looked at Wang Peng and the others as they entered, pushed a crystal card toward them, and materialized 3 cups of hot tea. Please sit. I suppose you have many questions. Don't worry, we can take our time to chat. Wang Peng glanced at Teacher Liang, who still wore a faint smile, casually took the crystal card in front of him, lifted the teacup, and took a sip. I do have many questions. Chapter 17, this slot is extremely precious. No rush. Let's first talk about the quota you received. Teacher Liang glanced at Liang Yu, who was standing nearby. Liang Yu, the man who just opened the door, is also Teacher Liang's disciple, in the sense of a sect disciple. Liang Yu reached into his pocket and took out 3 black cards, handing them to Wang Peng and the other 2. Wang Peng looked at the cards in front of him, which bore the name of the Monster Academy. And only after Teacher Liang's explanation did he realize how precious these cards were. With the widespread emergence of monsters and the increase in tamers, the Monster Alliance decided to establish a monster university specifically to cultivate tamers, and this card is the admission ticket to the Monster University, equivalent to an acceptance letter. Currently, the existing universities still follow the system from before the disaster, lacking a comprehensive taming training program, only adding a course on monster studies to help people better understand this world. The university that the Monster Alliance plans to establish will allow monsters and humans to cultivate together, similar to how special students are trained. And this first Monster University will serve as a pilot school, since this newly established Monster University is experimental in nature. The admission qualifications will be selected through various high schools, and some quotas can only be filled by invitation. Most importantly, this university offers free tuition, and tamers will receive priority for training qualifications at the Academy of Sciences and opportunities for resource exchanges, all to help them grow as quickly as possible. Students graduating from here will become teachers at various branches of the Monster University or top talents in various industries, which makes the admission quota for this Monster University extremely valuable. However, Wang Peng felt that there was something else going on. He sensed that the establishment of the Monster University seemed rushed, as if something major was about to happen. Seeing Wang Peng gradually digesting this information, Teacher Liang said, "All right, I've explained the quotas. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. Is this your disciple?" Wang Peng asked, looking at Liang Yu, who was standing nearby. "Yes, Liang Yu is my disciple from the sect. I originally let him participate in the competition to keep a small backup plan, in case you all failed. He could make a decisive move. But why? Teacher Liang understood what he was asking and looked at Liang Yu, saying, his monster is too powerful. If he takes action, he won't be able to drag out the time. It would be a one-hit kill, and that would be too deliberate. Wow. So it's because he's too strong that he can't make a move. Is this the trouble of being strong? Wang Peng felt embarrassed. If he concedes, won't we have taken his spot? Wang Peng thought that Xiao Dao wouldn't be able to defeat Liang Yu's monster. It's fine. I have an invitation quota. Liang Yu said calmly from the side. You have to throw away what you have to compare it with others, and people die comparing. The quota I worked hard to earn, and he just has an invitation qualification. It's clearly him who's cheating. If one entry and exit counts as one opportunity, then spending 10 monster coins each time seems very unfair. Of course, if you come in and don't go out, that wouldn't work either, as the restart time for each secret realm is fixed, unless you pay every time. Wang Peng seized the remaining time to materialize monsters and train Xiao Dao. After all, such opportunities are hard to come by. If he had to spend his own money, he definitely wouldn't be willing. This little wooden house is worth so much money just for its comprehensive functionality. If it's just for training, there are better options. On the way back to school, Wang Peng ordered the materials needed for Xiao Dao's upgrade online, which would be delivered in a couple of days. 5 shadow fruits at 1 point each. 7 grams of colorful toxin for a total of 10 monster coins, and green crystal and thunder elements, which were relatively expensive, costing a total of 32 monster coins. Upgrading monsters is really expensive. If it weren't for earning 1,100 monster coins from Teacher Liang this time, he wouldn't dare to spend like this. If he relied on his own savings, buying these things would leave him broke. This is the helplessness of a civilian tamer. To advance, he needs to buy good materials. But good materials require money, and making money requires leveling up. Once he levels up, advancing becomes even more difficult, but if he doesn't level up, he can't buy good materials, thus falling into a dead cycle. Some people might take their chances to explore, hoping to find good materials to sell for money, while others go to take the taming certification exam, but very few pass. Wang Peng was calculating his remaining monster coins. These weren't enough for him to spend. He couldn't just have expenses without income, so it seems he still needs to take the taming certification exam to avoid running out of resources. As for why he didn't go out to gather materials to earn monster coins, it's obviously not cost-effective. A qualified battle tamer should at least have 1 Lord-level monster. Only when a monster reaches the Lord level can it create its own space, which can be summoned anytime and anywhere when needed. This is also why Wang Peng is eager to become a breeder. It's fast to earn monster coins, and his external panel can show the evolution direction of monsters, which is a natural advantage. If he doesn't become a breeder, that would be unreasonable. It's like heaven feeding him. After the bus stopped at the school, the security personnel followed the bus without stopping and drove away, presumably to complete another task. This is his first time signing a contract with a monster, and no one knows what will happen, so it's better to be cautious. He heard that some people fell into a coma for 3 days and nights due to insufficient soul energy when signing contracts. Others suffered backlash from monsters and became vegetative, so it's better to be conservative. For this reason, he specifically asked Teacher Liang for 3 days off. After returning home, he first prepared some food for Xiao Dao and casually made himself a meal. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he went next door to find Grandpa Chun. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? The door opened, and Grandpa Chen's head poked out. Oh, it's Xiao Wang. What is up? Wang Peng scratched his head and said, Sorry to disturb you, Grandpa Chun. I'm about to sign a contract, and I thought I'd find someone to take a look, just in case something unexpected happens. Chapter 18, The First Monster. No problem, Grandpa Chen said kindly, then turned his gaze to Xiao Dao. Your first monster, is it? Yes, after all, Xiao Dao has accompanied me for so many years. I feel it should be my first monster. Wang Peng nodded firmly in response to Grandpa Chen's gaze. Good. The youth is to be feared. For tamers, the first monster may not be the strongest, but it must be the one with the deepest bond with you. That's good, Grandpa Chen said, once again sizing up Xiao Dao. In Wang Peng's line of sight, a large pincer suddenly appeared behind Grandpa Chen's head. Let's go to your living room. That way, if anything happens, I can help out, Grandpa Chen said as he walked into Wang Peng's living room without even closing his own door. Just as Wang Peng was about to reach out to close it, he heard Grandpa Chen call from a distance. Don't close it, don't close it. I didn't bring my keys. The setup was very simple, even described as plain, but it was well organized and almost spotless. At this moment, Wang Peng did not notice that when Grandpa Chen walked into the living room, Xiao Dao's movements clearly stiffened for a moment before returning to normal. Kid, what are you thinking about? Grandpa Chen turned to look at Wang Peng, who was standing at his door in a daze, and couldn't help but feel a bit strange. Did he notice? That shouldn't be the case. Kid, are you trying to say I'm poor in a roundabout way? Let me tell you, back in the day, never mind. If I start talking, you probably won't be able to sign your monster contract today, Grandpa Chen said lightly as he looked at Wang Peng. In fact, Wang Peng was very curious about Grandpa Chen's experiences. After all, he was no ordinary person. He was someone who could raise a Ganza three-eyed crab to a weight loss state. Which must be quite interesting, considering that Ganza three-eyed crabs are known for being gluttonous. Of course, he also knew that this was not the time to listen to stories. It was better to hurry up and sign the contract, as who knows if something unexpected might happen. If he needed to go to the hospital later. Nighttime charges are much higher than daytime ones. I heard that using blood from the middle finger when signing a contract seems to have a higher success rate. It is said that the middle finger is connected to the heart's blood, which makes the effect better. Of course, this is just hearsay. You continue. Go on, Mr. Chun. Sitting on the sofa, casually said. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is attentive. Although Wang Peng does not really believe in such legends. Since space rifts have appeared and monsters have emerged, why not believe a little? After all, it doesn't cost anything. Believing a bit won't hurt. If Wang Peng had noticed this earlier, he would have immediately called out that it must be a shadow beast, but he did not notice it. So he was completely unprepared. Wang Peng drew blood by pricking his middle finger and then prepared to place it on the tip of the small knife. He turned to glance at Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun waved his hand at him and said, "Don't worry, if anything happens, I will immediately help you call for emergency assistance." And he even waved his phone. Seeing this, Wang Peng felt relieved and proceeded to sign the contract, placing his bloodied middle finger on the forehead of the small knife. Shortly after, Wang Peng felt as if he had arrived at a vast ocean. He looked around and only saw patches of dark blue mist. He knew, according to the book, that this is the spiritual sea that can be glimpsed when signing a contract for the first time. Only during the first contract with a monster can one glimpse the spiritual sea. And the size of the spiritual sea determines the number of monsters one can sign for life, although upgrading monsters can also lead to an expansion of the spiritual sea. However, it is like some people have a spiritual sea that starts as a small stream, which expands with the upgrading of monsters into a large river. But if it started as a pond, even after expansion, it will only become a large pond. The size of a person's spiritual sea is like infrastructure, and all subsequent efforts are built upon this infrastructure. This is also why so many people are willing to risk backlash to sign powerful monsters. If they cannot sign powerful monsters to expand their spiritual sea, their lives will be stagnant. Of course, there are exceptions, and there are still opportunities to become stronger. But that requires upgrading their existing beasts to improve their quality, which is just as difficult as signing powerful monsters. Wang Peng gazed at his spiritual sea, lost in thought. He wasn't in a hurry to leave, even though he knew how to exit since he arrived here. Once he left, the contract would be successfully signed. But he was pondering why his spiritual sea was so vast, truly as large as an ocean. Although it is called a spiritual sea, he had never heard of anyone's spiritual sea actually being like an ocean. Meanwhile, in the living room, Mr. Chun watched as Wang Peng successfully signed the contract without suffering from a monster's backlash, feeling relieved. Mr. Chun muttered to himself, as if comforting himself, then suddenly changed his expression, took out his phone, found a contact, and sent a text. Old Wang, your grandson successfully signed a beast contract. This is good news. What is his first beast? Old Wang, it's a death god mantis. Mr. Chun, there was silence on the other end, and after 2 or 3 minutes, a text came back. No worries, I will find him a powerful beast. This I can manage. Old Wang. The person named Old Wang on the other end seemed quite confident. By the way, there's one more thing, Mr. Chun. If you have something to say, just say it. When did you start to stutter? Is something wrong with my grandson? Old Wang. No. It's just that he hasn't come out of the spiritual sea yet. I suspect his spiritual sea may not be ideal. Mr. Chun. Chapter 19, Cloud Dragon. Vast sea. No problem. We can just directly cultivate the death god mantis. I will go find Xiao Han. If it can't be upgraded to legendary, it's still possible to upgrade to a perfect quality. That's it. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up. Old Wang. Looking at the message from the other end, Mr. Chin couldn't help but smile. After all, why was he worrying so much? With Old Wang's strength, he could cultivate even a pig to perfect quality. Mr. Chun waved at Wang Peng's shadow, which swayed slightly, and then settled down, while Mr. Chin's shadow became deep again. On the other side, at the top floor of the Cloud Dragon Group headquarters, the man stood respectfully, motionless, and said, Your Highness, it will soon be over. Everything else has been arranged. Good, let us go out and take a look, Wang Songhai said, striding out of the chairman's office. The hall outside was in disarray, with many beast battles resulting in casualties. Meanwhile, the other 2 directors of the Cloud Dragon Group, who were also chairmen, had one lying on the ground, completely lifeless, clearly dead. The fallen director looked at Wang Songhai entering the hall and suddenly began to cough violently, pointing at Wang Songhai and laughing. Cloud Dragon. I didn't expect I still couldn't defeat you. All these years, I still can't see through you. Now that the victor has emerged, I have nothing to say. Can you give me a quick end? After saying that, he closed his eyes and sat there waiting for death, seemingly unwilling to say another word. Wang Songhai glanced at him and said no more, waving his hand for someone to give him a quick end. Watching the two former colleagues meet such a tragic end, he could not help but feel sad. You all go out first. I want to catch up with these two directors. Yes, the black-clad men collected their beasts and quietly exited the room, with the last one leaving and closing the door behind him. Wang Songhai waited a moment, kicked the director who had been lying on the ground without any sign of life from the start, and said, "All right, stop pretending. There are no outsiders here." Suddenly, the person who should have been dead came back to life, his vitality returning, and he became energetic. "Hey, I was just afraid someone would recognize me." Being cautious is good, but where are the data? Wang Songhai glanced at the one who had already been given a quick end. "Here it is, Songhai. Let me tell you, I had all the experimental data of that old man recorded by the Void Eye." As he spoke, he casually gestured, and a massive eye appeared in the room. Monster name Void Eye. Monster level 30, Lord Peak. Monster quality, legendary. Monster attribute, recording, Void Eye records, all data. Monster status, healthy. Monster promotion to divine level conditions. This Lord level beast is actually of legendary quality and has no offensive capability. It is hard to imagine why someone would go through so much trouble to cultivate such a beast. Also, Songhai, let me tell you, that old man is very cunning. Every time he cultivates a beast, he specifically avoids me. But he doesn't know that the Void Eye can turn invisible, huh? Hey, Songhai, what are you doing? I worked hard to help you record, and this is how you treat me, you old immortal. As he spoke, he suddenly fell silent. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like a cloud of mist appeared behind Wang Songhai, from which a fierce dragon had emerged, swallowing the person who was just talking animatedly. Wang Songhai watched the cloud dragon swallow that person, listening to his last words, and sneered. You worked hard to help me record. How laughable. Did you really think I didn't know that the key information you gave me was all wrong? You think too highly of yourself. Cloud Dragon is not his name. His name is Wang Songhai, and Cloud Dragon is merely his beast, a legendary quality king-level beast. People are more accustomed to calling him Cloud Dragon, as if all his achievements are due to Cloud Dragon, and he is happy to let it be so, as it helps him hide himself better. At this time, the Void Eye, which had lost its master, trembled under the dragon's might, as it was weaker than the dragon and had no combat ability. It was merely a recording device. At this moment, several black lines suddenly emerged from beneath the eye of the void, surrounding it tightly from all directions, and then solidified, locking it firmly inside. It did not resist. After all, it was just a recording device. Wang Songhai did not even glance at the eye of the void and walked outside with Yunlong. At this time, the hall outside was filled with black-clothed individuals, who stood silently without speaking or communicating, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, the door of the hall was pushed open, and Wang Songhai, dressed in vigorous attire, walked out. He looked around at the people. They were all his trusted confidants. From today on, the Yunlong group will have only one voice, and that is me, Wang Songhai. Yes, Lord Wang. Good, trust me, follow me, and the Yunlong group will surely rise to greater heights. As he spoke, from the mist behind him, a green dragon soared into the sky, its roar echoing thunderously, heard by everyone near the Yunlong group. He then instructed someone to take the Eye of the Void to Dr. Long's apprentice, hoping it would be of assistance to him. By the way, Dr. Long is the one who just left happily, and his apprentice is one of Wang Songhai's people. Otherwise, Wang Songhai would not have discovered that someone had been deceiving him all along. He firmly believed in one thing. Never leave just one backup plan. If you don't leave 7 or 8, what kind of backup is that? At this time, on the rooftop of 2 adjacent buildings of the Yunlong group, a man in flowing white stood there, dressed in a rather ancient style. Half a step behind him was a youth with a shamade hairstyle, contrasting sharply with his ethereal aura. Master, aren't you cold? The shamade youth spoke first. The man in white tightened his clothing, about to respond, when he suddenly saw a green dragon flying out from the top of the Yunlong group headquarters, causing the words he was about to say to be swallowed back. Watching the green dragon soar into the sky, the man in white seemed to be speaking to himself, or perhaps asking his apprentice, uncertain of who would emerge victorious. This green dragon might be a declaration of victory, or it might just be a last-ditch struggle. Chapter 20. The Great Change in Yunlong, Wang Peng registers. Ah, Master. What did you say? Victory? I already said I wanted to choose a side, but you see, Master, you didn't support either side. Now it's too late, whether Dr. Long wins or Yunlong wins. We have no chance, the shamate youth said, silently standing behind the man in white. The man in white looked at his apprentice, who had shrunk back and pulled him to the front to block the wind, saying lightly, "My foolish apprentice, don't you understand yet? The man in white glanced at the youth in front of him and wondered how he had ended up with such a disciple. What a misfortune for the sect. My foolish apprentice, not choosing a side is the best choice of all. What are we? We are merchants. We are collaborating with the Yunlong group. Who the decision maker is has no impact on us. Even if it's a pig, it still matters. Master, you look down on your own beast again. The Shamate youth said excitedly upon hearing the mention of a pig. Who would have thought that the first beast of the renowned realm controller was a pig? Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb, the man in white said as he took off his apprentice's windbreaker and put it on himself. Master, this is too much. By the way, what is going on with that new realm that just opened? The Shamate youth finally showed a serious expression, even though he was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt now. Allocate a few spots. No matter who wins later. You will present it as a congratulatory gift on my behalf, the man in white said after pondering for a moment. Not choosing sides is one thing. But since the outcome has already been decided, one must show due respect. This is also why he has maintained neutrality for so many years without anyone being able to touch him. Yes, master. Hey, my coat. Before the Shamate youth could finish speaking, he saw his master fly away, white-clothed when he arrived, black with a hint of white when he left. The Shamate youth silently glanced at his outfit, directly jumped off the rooftop, and rushed towards the Yunlong group. He was going to deliver a congratulatory gift, not knowing if he would be kicked out by the front desk. At Wang Peng's home, in the living room. At this moment, Wang Peng finally accepted the fact that his spiritual sea was different from ordinary people, but thinking about it, it was also a good thing. At least he didn't have to worry about not being able to sign a contract with a monster in the future. Wang Peng opened his eyes to see the small knife looking at him eagerly, as if he had done something to it. Little knife, are you there? Wang Peng tried to communicate with the little knife using his soul power. Hey, master, you can finally talk? I always thought you were mute. The little knife looked at him silently, revealing a caring expression. Wang Peng felt speechless. What does it mean that he is mute? Clearly, he had gone through countless efforts, expending great energy to sign a contract with the little knife, ultimately succeeding in communicating with soul power. How did it turn into, my mute master can finally speak? Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Wang Peng tried to comfort himself. There was no need to be upset with a beast. Especially since this beast was his own. That would be equivalent to being angry with himself. So, little knife, what do you want to eat or have in the future? You can tell me directly. This time I can understand, Wang Peng said, quietly avoiding the little knife's caring gaze. That would be great, master. When are you going to give me the 2 frogs you promised last time? The little knife said as it raised a front paw, as if asking for something. Wang Peng suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He had completely forgotten about that. Next time, definitely next time. He reached out his hand to the front, shaking it with the little knife's paw. The little knife looked at its master in confusion. If you're not giving me food, why are you shaking hands with me? Shouldn't I say thank you? The little knife rolled its eyes and walked away from the living room. Seeing Wang Peng's awkward expression, Old Chin chuckled and approached. What's wrong? Are you in a conflict with your beast? Ah, yes, no, well anyway. I still have to thank you, Old Chun, Wang Peng said, looking at Old Chun with genuine gratitude. Oh, it's nothing. I didn't really help much. As long as everything goes smoothly, and don't be discouraged. The size of the initial spiritual sea doesn't necessarily determine a person's upper limit. There are many ways to improve, like when beasts level up, Old Chin comforted. Wang Peng was left dumbfounded by Old Chin's words. What does this have to do with anything? How did it turn into a discussion about the spiritual sea, and why is he comforting me? Then he thought, oh right, he had spent too much time in the spiritual sea just now, which made Old Chun misunderstand. He was about to explain, but then thought it was better this way. Although he was quite familiar with Old Chun, they weren't that close yet, and it was better not to casually reveal such personal secrets. Moreover, even if he did say it, no one would believe him. What if someone did believe him? Wouldn't he be captured for dissection or research? Just thinking about it was scary. No, he couldn't say it. Absolutely couldn't say it. Old Chin saw Wang Peng lost in thought, and thought he had touched a sore spot, so he hurriedly said a few words and took his leave. Looking at the reluctant big crab, Wang Peng felt like he had forgotten something, but after thinking about it, he believed it wasn't that important and didn't dwell on it. It was more important to get down to business. Poor Ganja Sanyan crab. Just missed the chance to give up dieting and would have to be forced to continue dieting in the future. The big crab was at a loss. Looking at the time, fortunately, there were still a few hours until midnight, enough for him to register. The cultivator examination is held twice a year, and missing this one would mean waiting another 6 months. Wang Peng completed the materials in advance, looking at the success message displayed on his phone. He breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were still a few hours until the registration deadline, it would be troublesome if the materials were not up to standard. After registering, Wang Peng thought for a moment and decided to send a message to Teacher Liang to ask for leave. It was too late to call, so he wouldn't disturb Teacher Liang's rest. Teacher Liang, I have signed up for the nurturing assessment the day after tomorrow, and I would like to request a few days off. I hope for your approval. Student Wang Peng from Class 2, Grade 3. Okay, generally the nurturing assessments take between 3 to 5 days. I will approve you for 6 days off. Regardless of whether you pass or not, take an extra day to rest at home. Teacher Liang. Chapter 21, An Ordinary Courier. In fact, Teacher Liang hopes to see students make their own choices. The world has changed, and in this new century, one must understand the pursuit of power to live better. Moreover, every student who qualifies for Monster University is important, even though the key training program hasn't started yet. But it will soon. The school plans to focus on training Wang Peng and 2 others from Grade 3, allocating resources to them once they enter Monster University for further studies. If they make outstanding contributions or significant progress, it will bring resource advantages to their previous school. And when they graduate as the first batch of pilot students from Monster University, if their grades are excellent, the benefits they bring to the school will be immeasurable. This is also why Teacher Liang readily approved the leave. Usually, he would check whether the registration materials were real and valid to see if they were truly registered. But now, firstly, Wang Peng is an academic achiever, and secondly, he has been admitted to Monster University. Let them improve themselves as long as it helps them. The school fully supports this. Even those lacking startup funds can receive early sponsorship from the school, as long as they remember this favor. Thinking about it is exhausting. So Wang Peng plans to rest early today. Suddenly, a piece of news catches his attention. Retired? Wang Peng is filled with questions. If he remembers correctly, it was because of the arrival of monsters, the appearance of space-time rifts, and the enhancements brought about by signing contracts with monsters. Although it cannot make humans as powerful as monsters, it can still alter bodily functions. For example, signing a contract with a king-level monster as a beast master significantly increases the speed of cell division, not to mention immortality. But living for 200 or 300 years should be no problem. From what he understands, both of these directors have king-level beast masters, which means they can at least live to be 200 years old, and yet they are only in their 60s. Why retire early? Have they made enough monster coins and grown tired of it? Have they decided to enjoy life? Indeed, the world of the wealthy is beyond his imagination. Forget it. No more thinking, time to sleep. No matter how much the Yunlong group changes, it has nothing to do with him. Today has been busy enough. And there's no need to ponder why they retired, as long as the Yunlong group ensures that the price of the 60 Elite Awakening Potion doesn't drop. Wang Peng fell asleep while considering how much the Elite Awakening Potion could sell for. The next day, he is awakened not by an alarm clock or the sun, but by loud knocking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is Wang Peng home? You have a package. With the continuous knocking, Wang Peng turns over in bed. But the knocking doesn't stop. He covers his head with the blanket, but the knocking persists as if it won't stop until the door is opened. Sigh. Who is it? It's so early, can I get some rest? Wang Peng mumbles, then suddenly opens the door. The person outside seems to know the door is about to open and doesn't raise his hand again. Hello, are you Wang Peng? Here is your package. Please sign for it. Looking at the sunny smile of the youth outside the door, Wang Peng can't say much. He casually takes the delivery box, which looks quite high-end and seems to be worth a lot of money. What is this? Wang Peng asks the delivery person, puzzled. I'm a delivery person from Yunlong Group. This is the item you ordered from Yunlong Mall yesterday. Please sign for it. The delivery person continues to smile brightly, then pulls out a pen from somewhere. This is the promotion material he spent a lot of money on for Xiao Dao. No wonder the packaging is so good. If these dozens of monster coins were converted to alliance coins, it would be worth hundreds of thousands. Wang Peng quickly takes the pen from the delivery person and signs his name on the receipt, then returns the receipt and pen. Have a nice day. The delivery person closes the door behind Wang Peng. Watching the delivery person's actions, Wang Peng thinks that this is indeed a big company. Look at their service attitude. No complaints. Of course, it's also possible they are treating him well because of this large order worth hundreds of thousands. Wang Peng goes to the living room and calls Xiao Dao over. What Wang Peng doesn't know is that the delivery person, who calls himself a courier, hasn't left. After closing the door for Wang Peng, he just stands there until the door of the neighbor, Grandpa Chun, opens. Hearing the door open behind him, the delivery person shows a knowing expression, then turns to walk towards Grandpa Chun's house, casually closing the door behind him. What brings you here? Grandpa Chun, sitting in the living room, doesn't move but looks at the delivery person who enters his house and pours himself a glass of water. I'm here to deliver a package, the delivery person says nonchalantly, and then seems to find the water too bland. So he goes to the fridge and grabs a few lemons. Grandpa Chun raises an eyebrow. This kid, what kind of package requires your personal delivery? Of course, it's important materials. By the way, not to mention this, that person is the young master, he states, phrasing it as a question but sounding quite certain. Grandpa Chun remains silent, simply watching him. Hey, don't be nervous. I came to deliver a package and coincidentally check on the young master. It's good to be familiar later on. The delivery person chuckles, then shifts to a more formal tone. Actually, I'm mainly here to escort a batch of monsters. What monsters? Seeing the serious expression on the youth's face, Grandpa Chun is also a bit curious. This is a long story. This batch of monsters is quite peculiar. Let me tell you. Then a scene unfolds in the room, with a young man animatedly explaining something while an old man sits on the sofa, nodding continuously. Chapter 22. Xiao Dao, you are glowing green. In the living room, Wang Peng calls Xiao Dao over, then opens the exquisite delivery box. He sees all the items he ordered neatly placed in the box, separated by shock-absorbent materials. Looking at the promotion materials piled in front of him, Wang Peng falls into deep thought. The panel only provided the evolution materials, but didn't specify the method. He focuses again on Xiao Dao. Monster name, Death God Mantis. Monster level, 10. Monster quality, ordinary. Monster attribute, dark poison. Monster weakness, thunder. Monster status, healthy. Monster promotion, elite conditions. 5 shadow fruits, 7 grams of colorful toxin. 1 green crystal, 1 portion of thunder element. Once he levels up, he will break through to the elite level. Wang Peng doesn't dare to let Xiao Dao break through yet. He decides to first improve its quality and then break through. Feeling that the promotion materials for elite level will definitely be more expensive. So he decides to promote Xiao Dao to perfect quality first, then break through to elite level, which will save him a lot of money. He feels he is a genius for thinking of this, laughing to himself. Wang Peng focuses on the promotion materials again. But this time there are no changes. The promotion materials remain the same, and there are no evolution methods either. Wang Peng scratches his head, then takes out his phone to search for the monster promotion process to see if he can find any insights. As the saying goes, when in doubt, ask the search engine. Wow, searching reveals a lot. There are methods like direct consumption, cooking the monster with the materials, mixing it with rice, or cooking porridge. There are indeed various methods, and almost every monster's promotion is different. At this moment, his confidence in taking the nurturing assessment is strengthened. After all, these are monster coins. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to try. They would definitely seek out a nurturer, and nurturers can charge a fee for this. After thinking about it, he encourages Xiao Dao, saying, let us just eat it directly. I believe in you. Xiao Dao. The master is reliable after all. Although Xiao Dao was full of doubts, when looking at the evolutionary materials in front of it, it surprisingly found them quite tasty. And then it couldn't help but swallow all the evolution materials in one bite after another. Then Wang Peng saw Xiao Dao suddenly start to emit green light all over its body, a vibrant green. Wang Peng waited for a while and found that there were no other changes, so he relaxed. The other materials were fine. After watching for a while and not noticing any danger, Wang Peng decided not to pay attention to Xiao Dao anymore. Thinking that it wouldn't finish this in a short while, Wang Peng took out his phone and began searching for information about the breeding master's assessment. The most recent assessment was held in the city, but he didn't know what the content of this assessment was. Strange enough, almost every breeding master assessment was different. Sometimes you would be given a monster encyclopedia and asked to write down all the monster names. Sometimes it was about promoting and nurturing monsters. Other times, it involved diagnosing sick monsters. The more Wang Peng looked, the more he felt a headache. Was this assessment so casual? There were even such bizarre questions. Not only did each city have different assessment standards, but even the content of each assessment in the same city was different. He just hoped that he wouldn't encounter any strange assessment content tomorrow. He didn't mind theoretical knowledge. After all, he had just been hunting. He also had no issue with promotion and nurturing. He had a cheat. He was just afraid of facing some odd questions. Like why a certain monster didn't like to eat a certain type of food at a specific time. Looking at the content of the assessment from half a year ago in his city, Wang Peng felt lost about his future. Speaking of which, the Monster Alliance was quite impressive. Breeding masters who passed assessments based on such bizarre questions still had decent breeding capabilities. Although there were some differences, they weren't huge. In the evening, Wang Peng went to the living room, and at that time, Xiao Dao was already asleep, still emitting green light, but the green light had slightly dimmed. He quietly calculated the time. According to this, it seemed that he couldn't take Xiao Dao with him for the assessment tomorrow. Forget it, if it couldn't go, he would ask Grandpa Chun for help in watching over it. He figured that it wouldn't be a problem for 3 to 5 days, and besides, Grandpa Chun's crab couldn't defeat Xiao Dao anyway. The next day, in the morning, after Wang Peng got up, he indeed saw Xiao Dao still emitting green light in the hall, but this time the green light had consumed half of its energy. It seemed it would be done in about a day. He packed his luggage and took the keys to Grandpa Chen's house, knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? With a creak, the door to Grandpa Chen's house opened, and seeing Wang Peng, Grandpa Chen showed a kind smile. Little Wang, what's the matter? It's like this, Grandpa Chen. Xiao Dao is in the promotion process and can't go out, but I have to attend the breeding master assessment this afternoon. Wang Peng said, revealing a helpless smile. Oh, I see. You want me to help watch over it? No problem, Grandpa Chen replied directly without any hesitation. Seeing Grandpa Chen agree so readily, Wang Peng felt a bit embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and said, how about this, Grandpa Chen? I'll transfer you 10 monster coins. Could you please help me watch over it? No need for that. I'm not short on food for the little mantis. Grandpa Chen waved his hand, refusing Wang Peng's kindness. Seeing that Grandpa Chen insisted on not accepting, Wang Peng didn't push further. He decided to secretly feed the little crab in the future as a way to repay a part of the favor. Then Wang Peng handed the spare key to his house to Grandpa Chen and reminded him to wait until Xiao Dao no longer emitted green light before feeding it. Xiao Dao was still in the evolution state, and no one knew what would happen if it ate something during this time. If the food was considered part of the evolution materials, it might evolve into something strange, which would not be good. Wang Peng went downstairs, opened his phone, and called for a fast car. He planned to take a taxi. After all, he had money now. He didn't want to miss the assessment just because he had to take the bus. No one knew what the content of this assessment would be, so getting there early could help him learn the news sooner. What if he found out some insider information? That would be a huge win for him. Thus, Wang Peng, under Grandpa Chen's gaze, got into the arriving fast car and headed toward the assessment venue. After Wang Peng left, Grandpa Chen turned his attention to Xiao Dao, which immediately trembled. Chapter 23, Qingshan City Monster Alliance Branch. Grandpa Chen glanced at Xiao Dao, closed the door, and then made a phone call. Hello? What's wrong? My grandson is in trouble. Wang Songhai answered the phone in surprise, thinking that with old Chen around, nothing should go wrong. No. I suddenly discovered that your grandson has a talent for breeding beast tamers. Grandpa Chen briefly explained Xiao Dao's promotion and Wang Peng's participation in the breeding master assessment. The other party fell silent for a moment, seemingly checking some information. How about this? If he can pass this assessment, let Xiaohan teach him. Breeding masters are relatively safer than combat masters. All right, that is settled. I have other matters to attend to, Wang Songhai said before hanging up the phone. Grandpa Chen looked at the hung-up phone without any resentment. He knew Wang Songhai had just conducted a cleanup of the Yunlong group and must be very busy lately. In fact, Grandpa Chen's prediction was correct. Recently, Wang Songhai was indeed overwhelmed with work, busy accepting the inheritances of the other two directors, building his own power, and strengthening his control over the Yunlong group. Just as the Yunlong group was undergoing significant changes, many people were watching it closely. One careless move could lead to an irreversible outcome. Thus, when Wang Songhai received the call about Wang Peng, he picked it up immediately. Wang Songhai looked at the pile of documents needing to be processed in front of him, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Wang Yi. I really can't produce legendary quality beast tamers anymore. Last time with Yunlong was just a coincidence. As soon as the call connected, a voice full of complaints came through. Wang Songhai listened helplessly to the complaints on the other end and couldn't help but interrupt. Stop, stop. This time I didn't call you to breed legendary quality beast tamers. It's about something else. Hearing this, the voice on the other end instantly filled with joy. Why didn't you say so earlier? As long as it's not about breeding legendary quality beast tamers, anything else is a piece of cake for me. What if this time it's about breeding a divine quality beast tamer? Wang Songhai revealed a playful smile. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Master Han was almost going crazy. Wang Songhai wasn't asking him to breed legendary quality beast tamers this time, but now it was about divine quality. This was ridiculous. Was this even something a person could do? Let alone breeding, just having that level was still a guess. Wang Yi, are you serious? Master Han asked uncertainly. Of course. But this time I'm not asking you to breed. It seems my grandson has the talent to become a breeding master. If he passes the assessment and has exceptional talent, I want you to teach him. It would be even better if he could breed a beast tamer that surpasses legendary quality. Wang Songhai clarified Master Han's doubts. I see. That's fine. Don't worry. I will impart all my knowledge to him. Master Han sighed in relief after hearing this. As long as it wasn't about breeding a divine quality beast tamer, it was just teaching a student. He would teach seriously, and whether the student listened or not was beyond his concern. Qingshan City Monster Alliance Branch. When Wang Peng got off the fast car, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The Qingshan City branch of the Monster Alliance was enormous. Essentially constructed like a mountain, or more precisely, it was hollowed out from a mountain and rebuilt as the Qingshan City branch. The front square of this mountain-like Qingshan branch was now packed with people, surrounded by crowds, and many others were arriving from a distance using various modes of transportation. There were so many people for the assessment. Luckily, he wasn't late. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to get in. Of course, this is all for the assessment. And there are so many candidates every year. Anyway, it doesn't cost anything, so everyone wants to try their luck. Wang Peng was originally just talking to himself, when suddenly, he heard a voice from his left. Wang Peng turned his head to look and found a man in his 30s. Hey, You're here for the assessment too? Wang Peng asked. Of course. This is the third time I've participated in the assessment. If I don't pass this time, I don't plan to come again, the man said, sounding a bit sad. It's okay. Maybe this time will be easy, Wang Peng comforted him, but he estimated it would be tough. If he hadn't passed the previous 3 assessments, it would likely be difficult. The last 3 assessments covered monster knowledge, monster promotion, and monster habits. If he hadn't passed any of those, it seemed the man was indeed just trying his luck, but having just luck without strength wouldn't work. Wang Peng glanced again at the sea of candidates and decided to find a place to rest first. The cultivation assessment wouldn't start until 3 p.m., and it was only 10 a.m. now. Just as Wang Peng was about to find a place to relax, he found someone blocking his way. He raised an eyebrow and was about to say something when he saw the person start to unzip his coat. Seeing this, Wang Peng quietly took a step back. What did this person want to do in broad daylight, especially since he was a man? The person opened his coat and pulled out a stack of materials from his pocket. Wang Peng frowned. What was this operation? Before he could ask, the man spoke first. Hey, I have some internal information about the assessment. Want a copy? Upon hearing this, Wang Peng relaxed. He thought the man was going to rob him. In broad daylight. It turned out he was selling internal information. He then quietly asked, how much? Not expensive, just 1,000 alliance coins, the man said with a smile. Upon hearing the price, Wang Peng turned to leave. 1,000 alliance coins? Who do you think you're fooling? If this information were real, it definitely wouldn't only be worth 1,000 alliance coins. If it's fake, why would I buy it? Hey, don't go, little brother. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can negotiate, the man said anxiously when he saw Wang Peng about to leave. He had been here for hours and hadn't sold a single copy. If he didn't sell it, he would go hungry by noon. Hearing that there was room for negotiation, Wang Peng stopped and said, 10 alliance coins. Brother, you can't haggle like that. That's too much. Hey, don't go. I'll sell it to you. Consider it my bad luck, the man said quickly, not wanting to let this opportunity slip away. Wang Peng turned around, smiled, took out 10 alliance coins from his wallet, and took the materials from the man's hand. If spending 1,000 alliance coins wasn't worth it, spending only 10 alliance coins, just the price of a lunch, was still acceptable. What if there was some important information? In those novels he read, the main character could find treasure maps just by picking up a newspaper. Although he didn't have the luck of a main character, who didn't have a little bit of luck, Wang Peng found a secluded corner, rubbed his hands together, and opened the material. This is Chapter 24. This hook is a bit big. This is. Wang Peng looked at the image on the opened paper, revealing a shocked expression. What shocked him was not the internal information on the paper. Rather, there were no words at all. Just an image that seemed to be taken from a distance with a low-quality camera, or perhaps the photographer was in a hurry. The pattern was quite blurry, but he could vaguely see that it was a skeleton. What truly shocked Wang Peng was the panel that appeared before him. Monster name, Shadow Skeleton. Monster level, 10. Monster quality, Elite, in promotion. Monster attribute, Dark Curse. Monster weakness, Light. Monster status, Bloodline conflict. Monster promotion, Perfect condition. This thing only appears when you focus on the monster, right? He never expected that seeing the image panel would also react. If that's the case, then this hook is a bit too big. There would be too much room for maneuvering. Wang Peng focused on the photo again and noticed that this was a shadow skeleton in the promotion process. But its status seemed a bit off. It was in bloodline conflict. Could this be the target of this assessment? To resolve the shadow skeleton's bloodline conflict and help it successfully promote? Then Wang Peng shook his head. It was unlikely. This might just be a random photo found by that 2-bit seller. After all, if this were truly the content of the assessment, why sell it so cheaply? But Wang Peng couldn't help but look at the monster in the photo a few more times, thinking about how he would solve it if this was indeed the assessment content. Time passed unknowingly, and with less than 10 minutes before the competition began, Wang Peng ate a bit of food he had brought from home, treating it as lunch. As the clock struck 3 p.m., accompanied by the sound of bells, the doors of the Qingshan City Monster Alliance branch opened, and hundreds of security personnel emerged to maintain order. The crowd followed the guidance of the security personnel and entered the Qingshan branch, preparing for the upcoming assessment. By the time Wang Peng entered, most of the candidates had already taken their places. He received the number plate 188 and learned from the security personnel's explanation that this was the examination room number. Looking at the number 188, Wang Peng thought about what the staff had said. There would be 100 people in each examination room, meaning there were more than 18,000 candidates ahead of him. The cultivation assessment is terrifying. Only a dozen or so people succeed each time. This really is a 1 in 10,000 chance. Following the arrow on the number plate, Wang Peng arrived at examination room 188. At this time, most people were already present in the examination room. Wang Peng glanced around and casually found a spot to sit down. The number plate only indicated the examination room number, but did not specify a seat number. Once everyone was present, An examiner walked into the examination room and announced loudly, "Due to a record number of candidates this time, the assessment will be divided into 3 parts. In the first part, please answer the name of the monsters based on the monster encyclopedia in front of you. Answering all correctly will allow you to pass. There is no time limit for the assessment, and the first 5,000 candidates will advance. A friendly reminder, there are 270,000 candidates this time." After announcing the rules, the examiner stepped down, and a monster encyclopedia appeared in front of all candidates. But it did not display the names of the monsters. Just as Wang Peng was about to say they hadn't provided a pen, he saw a faint blue light screen rising around him, centered on the candidates, and accompanied by a synthesized voice. "Please state the name of the monster in front of the monster encyclopedia." Wang Peng looked around and found that each candidate was enveloped in a faint blue light screen, making it hard to see. He quickly said the names of the monsters in front of the encyclopedia. If it were any other subject, he wouldn't dare guarantee he would know them all. But he had memorized this monster encyclopedia countless times. He knew it was a required course for becoming a Beastmaster. Every Beastmaster must be familiar with the monster encyclopedia, as it is the basic information hub for monsters. If one doesn't even understand the basic information about monsters, how could they be a Beastmaster? During the rapid answering process, a loud voice suddenly echoed in all candidates' ears. "First place information locked in. Remaining slots, 49.99. Wang Peng seemed unaffected by the noise and continued to answer quickly. But just because he wasn't disturbed didn't mean others weren't. Just in front of him, a young man accidentally answered a question incorrectly and heard the faint blue voice around him say, "First mistake, please continue answering in 30 seconds. Damn. The young man slammed his hand on the table. In fact, there were many others acting similarly. At first, they thought the questions were quite easy. After all, the monster encyclopedia was just a piece of cake for those who truly wanted to become Beastmasters, who knew that the assessment party would come up with a competition mode, where answering incorrectly incurs a penalty time, and when you concentrate, there's a loud announcement sound. The first 500 names are locked in, with 4,500 remaining slots. Please keep it up, candidates. This sound seems to be encouraging, but in reality, it's a distraction, and unfortunately, the candidates cannot mute it. Wang Peng completed the last question without any disturbance, only to see the light blue screen around him state, "Rank 567 locked in, holder Wang Peng. Please wait for the assessment to conclude." Hearing this, Wang Peng finally breathed a sigh of relief, took out his water cup from his backpack, gulped down a few sips, and then leaned back in his chair, quietly waiting. He wanted to observe the other candidates, but the light blue screen blocked his view completely. After waiting for about 15 minutes, he heard the loud voice announce repeatedly, "Rank 4991 locked in, remaining slots 9. Rank 4992 locked in, remaining slots 8. Rank 4998 locked in, remaining slots 2. Rank 4999 locked in, remaining slots 1. At this moment, the candidate in the upper left corner looked at the last remaining monster's guide and confidently stated the final answer. Meanwhile, the loud announcement echoed again, "Rank 5000 locked in. Remaining slots 0. Please exit the venue if you did not pass." The boy showed a look of joy, glad he made it. Just as he was about to take a rest, suddenly the light blue screen in front of him descended, accompanied by the voice saying, "Please exit the venue if you did not pass." The boy's expression froze instantly. Then he suddenly asked in front of him, "Wasn't I the last? Are you mistaken?" "No. The 5000th rank was locked in 1 second before you finished answering." The boy's expression changed. Then he dejectedly picked up his backpack and left. He had thought about venting but realized that those who disturb the exam order have no good ending, especially since this was an exam organized by the Monster Alliance. Chapter 25. The test of speed is here. As the failures exited, the exam hall door closed again, and the entire wall in front of the exam hall rose up. The light blue screen beside Wang Peng gradually faded until it disappeared. Just as Wang Peng was contemplating whether to move forward, the loud announcement sounded again. "Candidates who have advanced, please proceed to the second exam hall. If you do not arrive within 10 minutes, it will be considered an automatic forfeiture of your assessment qualification." With the announcement, large light blue arrows appeared on both sides of the exam hall, pointing towards the rising area of the wall ahead. It seemed that was the second exam hall. Wang Peng packed his things and set off. What came into view was a room slightly smaller than the previous one, containing only 50 seats, but each seat looked somewhat sci-fi. It was a huge spherical seat, resembling a spaceship cockpit, yet also looking like some kind of large device. Wang Peng casually chose one, sat down, and inserted his assessment number plate. The seat began to rise, hovering about 3 meters off the ground. The operating platform in front of Wang Peng displayed that familiar light blue screen, with the words "Please wait" and a 10-minute countdown timer, indicating that the earlier prompt was not just for show. While Wang Peng observed the suspended seat, the 10 minutes quietly passed. When the countdown in front of him reached 0, the light blue screen disappeared, and the suspended seat began to turn. Once all candidate seats were facing the same direction, an old man appeared there, standing in midair. I am very glad that all of you passed the first round of assessment. I hope you are satisfied with the warm-up I arranged for you. Next, you will undergo the second assessment, which will still involve the monster guide. He paused slightly. Noticing that many people seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, he slowly continued. This assessment will focus on monster behaviors. Soon, images of monster behaviors will be displayed on the simulators in front of you, a total of 100 images. Your task is to identify the behaviors that do not match the characteristics of the monsters in the images, or behaviors that those monsters could not possibly exhibit. Given that you are all familiar with the monster guide, this assessment is quite simple. The 100 monster images will loop within 60 seconds, and the first to identify all errors will advance. A friendly reminder, there are 5,000 candidates, with 300 advancement slots. Good luck to everyone. The assessment will begin in 1 minute. As the old man disappeared, the light blue screen reappeared in front of Wang Peng, accompanied by a prompt sound. Please prepare. The assessment is about to begin. Wang Peng adjusted his breathing, getting himself into the best state. As the 1-minute countdown ended, the suspended seat he was sitting in began to close, forming a complete sphere from top to bottom. As the surroundings fell into darkness, a light appeared before Wang Peng, and he found himself not in the assessment venue but on a grassland. In front of him was a small deer grazing, and in the distance, a monkey was jumping from one branch to another on a tree, but at that moment, they both seemed to be paused. Wang Peng was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be images? How did it become an immersive experience? Just as he was confused, the prompt sound timely announced, this assessment will involve arranging and combining the monsters from the 100 photos. Candidates must identify the corresponding errors in the shortest time possible. Each combination will change every 3 to 5 seconds, with a 60-second cycle. After the prompt, the scene began to move. The deer resumed grazing, and the monkey started jumping around. Wang Peng quickly began to identify the errors. The deer grazing seemed fine, but that depended on what kind of deer it was. This blood-pattern deer feeds on blood, specifically blood that has not exceeded 30 minutes after death, so asking a blood-pattern deer to graze is quite ridiculous. The scene began to change again. This time it was a cave, where a human-faced centipede was battling a pack of wolves. At first glance, there seemed to be no problem, but Wang Peng noticed 2 large eyes lurking in the dark cave behind the human-faced centipede. Normally, it's instinct for animals to protect their young, but these are monsters. A human-faced centipede, when faced with danger, typically runs away first if it can't escape. It will eat its own young to enhance its combat power, so it would never protect its offspring. Wang Peng quickly marked the error, and the scene changed again. This time, it was underwater, where 2 giant water monsters were fighting, surrounded by fleeing fish. Wang Peng made no move this time. He didn't find any abnormalities. As the scenes changed, he found himself in high mountains, snowy fields, and bustling human cities. In the human city scene, Wang Peng was momentarily stunned. Then with the panel's assistance, he discovered a shapeshifter. A shapeshifter can take on any form, including humans, but its similarity is only 50. With careful observation, one could find that this shapeshifter clearly exceeded its capability, as it was nearly identical to a human after transforming, which was impossible. If it weren't for the panel, Wang Peng would have almost been fooled. Rank 1, Wang Peng, please proceed to the hall and wait. Accompanied by the descending simulator, the loud announcement echoed. Rank 1 information locked in. Remaining slots 299. Please continue to strive, candidates. When he arrived in the room, indeed, it was empty. This was a large circular space, with a huge transparent elevator in the center and 300 seats surrounding it. Wang Peng walked to a corner, inserted his number plate into the front slot, and at that moment, a blue light shot out from his seat, directly hitting the elevator ahead. The elevator doors slowly opened, and Wang Peng's seat gradually moved towards the elevator. Then the elevator doors closed and quickly descended. Just as the elevator doors closed behind Wang Peng, the room's door opened again, and a young girl looked at the elevator that was gradually closing in front of her. Damn, someone got ahead of me. If it weren't for that last shapeshifter making me watch it twice, the first position would have been mine. She then walked over to insert her number plate, waiting for the elevator to ascend for the second round of boarding. Chapter 26. Why is this skeleton emitting holy light? At this moment, inside the elevator, Wang Peng looked at the rapidly descending elevator, and it was impossible not to feel anxious. Fortunately, there was a seat. Otherwise, who knows what might happen. 3 minutes later, Wang Peng felt the elevator's speed gradually slowing down, and he finally felt at ease. Then the elevator door opened with a ding. Wang Peng stepped out of the elevator and saw many boxes neatly arranged in the hall, visibly numbering in the hundreds. As he approached, an elder waiting in front of the boxes smiled and said, "Talents emerge from generation to generation. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly." Wang Peng stood still in front of the elder, wondering what kind of nonsense this was. Was this even human talk? The elder looked familiar. Oh, this was the one who announced the rules just now. Hello, is this the site for the third assessment? Wang Peng respectfully asked. No matter how much he internally criticized the elder, the skill of hovering in the air was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Of course, as a privilege for being the first to arrive, you can choose one of these 300 monsters as your training target, the elder said, pointing to a row of boxes ahead. Since the elder said so, Wang Peng was not polite and immediately walked towards a box, pressing the button in front with a slap. The box gradually became transparent, and Wang Peng was shocked to see the monster inside. The elder seemed to notice Wang Peng's shock and stepped forward, saying, "When I first received them, I was also very shocked. It's rare for a batch of shadow skeletons to level up simultaneously. But a batch of shadow skeletons leveling up using holy light materials is something I've never seen in my life." Wang Peng was not shocked that this skeleton was emitting holy light. He was shocked that this shadow skeleton was the same type of monster as the legendary internal information he bought in the morning. This meant that the information really came from the inside. Our assessment is to cultivate them. Wang Peng pointed at the shadow skeleton emitting holy light and said, "Yes." 3 days later, ensuring the survival of the shadow skeleton will earn you the qualification certificate for a mid-level cultivator because they are on the brink of death, the elder said lightly. Wang Peng looked at the information on the panel in front of him. Monster name, shadow skeleton. Monster level, 10. Monster quality, normal, in the process of leveling up. Monster attribute, dark curse. Monster weakness, light. Monster status, bloodline conflict. Monster promotion, elite condition. This was different from the information he saw at noon. The skeleton at noon was of elite quality, but this one was only normal. Could it be? Wang Peng looked at the elder and said, "I can choose anyone, right? Go ahead. What if I not only let the shadow skeleton survive, but also successfully promote it?" Wang Peng continued to ask. Such situations usually don't occur. If you really manage to coincidentally promote the shadow skeleton, then I can make the decision to grant you the mid-level cultivator qualification certificate, the elder said lightly, seemingly not very concerned. Wang Peng smiled upon hearing this, said nothing, and quickly moved among the boxes, checking different qualities of shadow skeletons. This one won't do. This is just elite. This one is normal. Aha, here's a perfect quality one. Wang Peng walked while checking the panel's data until he arrived in front of a perfectly qualified shadow skeleton. After noting down the number, he continued to look around. Although perfect quality is rare, the quality will drop after leveling up. If he could find a legendary quality shadow skeleton, even if it drops after promotion, it would still be legendary quality, and there would be no problem leveling up to king later, let alone promoting to lord. Although it's not very realistic. Wang Peng still wanted to give it a try. The world is like this. He needs powerful strength to protect himself. Finally, as Wang Peng was checking the last 2 shadow skeletons, he discovered one of legendary quality. Monster name, shadow skeleton. Monster level, 10. Monster quality, legendary, in the process of leveling up. Monster attribute, dark curse. Monster weakness, light. Monster status, bloodline conflict. Monster promotion, god level condition, 150 shadow element crystals. 150 holy light element crystals, 1 king level monster heart. Alright, it's you. As long as this shadow skeleton perfectly promotes, Wang Peng will have a legendary quality elite monster. And his future will be bright. Due to the special nature of cultivating monsters, each candidate has a separate cultivation room. After waiting for a moment in the cultivation room, the staff brought the selected shadow skeleton to him. Wang Peng looked at the shadow skeleton, opened his backpack, and prepared to eat something first. No one knows what will happen during the promotion. This could very well be the first divine level promotion in Blue Star. Although this promotion is somewhat opportunistic. The shadow skeleton reached legendary quality during the bloodline conflict process. Normally, it wouldn't survive the night. Wang Peng's idea was to promote the shadow skeleton to divine level, using a higher rank to suppress the bloodline conflict. Although after promoting to divine level, the shadow skeleton would immediately level up to elite, and its quality would drop to legendary. This was also why Wang Peng planned to take a gamble. If successful, this shadow skeleton would become his strongest beast. At this moment, the shadow skeleton sat quietly, as if it knew its life would end tonight. Wang Peng finished eating, looked at the shadow skeleton seriously, and asked, "Do you want to live? Do you want to gain divine level power?" The ghostly fire in the shadow skeleton's eye sockets flickered. Seemingly surprised by what the human in front of it said, Wang Peng didn't give it more time to think. He bit his finger and slowly extended it in front of the shadow skeleton. "If you want to live, sign a contract with me." The shadow skeleton looked at the human in front of it, and, as if compelled, leaned its head forward. A flash of black light passed, and the contract was established. Although the ownership of the cultivated monster belongs to the beast master regardless of whether the cultivation assessment is successful or not, Wang Peng still signed the contract for safety's sake. Better safe than sorry. "If you want to live, You will do whatever I tell you to do later. Wang Peng communicated with the shadow skeleton using his soul power. The shadow skeleton nodded, seemingly still not accustomed to this mode of communication. Wang Peng took out a piece of paper and began filling in the materials needed for cultivating the monster. Shadow crystals and holy light crystals are easy to come by. These monster alliances should provide them for free. Every time the assessment takes place, the monster alliance offers a certain amount of promotion materials for free. But the heart of a king-level monster is probably not so easy to obtain. Chapter 27, King-Level Monster Heart. Although there is currently no clear use for the materials of king-level monsters, just because there is no use doesn't mean they will give them away for free. It is likely to cost money, but he doesn't know how much. Sure enough, not long after Wang Peng submitted the list of promotion materials, a staff member came to him. The staff informed him that the heart of a king-level monster could not be provided. Although the quantities of shadow and holy light element crystals he needed were a bit excessive, they were still within the alliance's reimbursement range. However, the heart of a king-level monster was definitely not included. After repeatedly questioning, the staff finally told him that there was indeed a heart of a king-level monster. But it was quite expensive. Wang Peng inquired about the price and found out it cost 1,000 monster coins, which converts to 10 million alliance coins. Wang Peng hesitated at this point, contemplating whether spending 1,000 monster coins to cultivate the shadow skeleton was worth it. With those 1,000 monster coins, he could buy a lot of resources, and now he was using them to upgrade a beast to elite level, which was hard not to make one hesitate. Wang Peng looked at the shadow skeleton, observing the flickering flames in its eye sockets. It must want to survive as well. After all, no living creature desires to perish. Feeling the soul link between himself and the shadow skeleton, Wang Peng made up his mind. By watching the staff deliver the king-level monster heart, Wang Peng decisively began to cultivate the shadow skeleton. Given the excessive amount of materials this time, it was impossible to feed the skeleton, and besides, the skeleton probably couldn't consume anything anyway. He asked the staff for a large vat, placed the shadow skeleton inside, added water, and sequentially put in 150 elemental crystals of both shadow and holy light, then added the freshly acquired king-level monster heart. He placed the vat filled with the shadow skeleton and evolution materials over a fire and simmered it on low heat. Since the skeleton couldn't eat, Wang Peng chose another method, using bone soup to infuse the evolution materials into the shadow skeleton's bones. According to the panel, as long as the evolution materials were completely absorbed, it could level up. The process didn't matter. Theoretically, Wang Peng's method was feasible, but he didn't know if anyone had tried it before. Thus, Wang Peng silently waited by the vat of skeleton bone soup, eating the meals brought by the staff. During this time, the staff was momentarily stunned when they saw the large vat. They thought Wang Peng had asked for it to concoct potions, never expecting he would directly stew the shadow skeleton. Among the last 300 assessment personnel left, he had seen plenty of oddities, but this was the first time he had seen someone stew a monster. He initially considered giving a reminder, but thinking that perhaps this was someone's unique secret, he decided not to disturb him. After all, the worst outcome would just be failure, resulting in a vat of bone soup. Did he dare to drink it? With that thought, the staff said nothing more. Wang Peng noticed the staff's gaze, but he couldn't explain. Before successfully leveling up, saying anything would be futile. Only after achieving success would his words be taken as reference, and even if they didn't believe him, they wouldn't question him face to face. But now, it was hard to say, so Wang Peng remained silent. He took out a small notebook to observe the changes in the large vat. Although he believed the evolution materials listed on the panel were definitely correct, being studious, he decided to take notes for the future when he became a breeder to impress others. Day 1. More than half of the shadow and holy light crystals were consumed, while the king-level monster heart remained completely intact. The bloodline conflict on the shadow skeleton became more pronounced, manifesting as an indescribable strange feeling for Wang Peng standing by the vat. Day 2. All the shadow and holy light crystals were completely consumed, and the king-level monster heart showed signs of melting, appearing to have grown larger. The shadow skeleton began to alternate between bursts of black and white light. Late on the second night, while Wang Peng was sleeping, he suddenly heard a loud bang and immediately opened his eyes to look forward. He then noticed that the king-level monster heart had exploded, transforming into a faint blood mist that enveloped the shadow skeleton, shining with flickering light within the crimson mist. Seeing that nothing unusual had happened, Wang Peng went back to sleep. On the morning of the third day, Wang Peng was awakened by the sound of banging on the door. He was still contemplating whether to open the door when he heard a voice outside. Then he noticed the sound of rustling outside, as if something was being prepared, which frightened him into a cold sweat. He hurried to open the door, only to see two individuals in blue uniforms holding something and sticking it to the door. Upon seeing the door open, the two staff members applying explosives were clearly taken aback, as they thought there were no living people inside. They then turned their gaze to their supervisor. The staff member who had been delivering meals to Wang Peng for the past 2 days was also surprised to see him come out, thinking he had already perished. Someone had told him that a blood mist was spreading from a cultivation room. Such situations usually indicated that the monster being assessed had undergone an unpredictable mutation and evolution, killing the assessors and preparing to break out. "You're okay?" the staff member said, looking at Wang Peng, who was unharmed, in astonishment. Anyone would be in a bad mood after being woken up by banging at the door, which led to a potential explosion. "You call this normal cultivation?" The staff member pointed at the continuous blood mist pouring out of the cultivation room where Wang Peng was. Upon this pointing, Wang Peng realized something was off. He had been startled awake by the explosion and hadn't had time to check his surroundings. Now he discovered that the large vat at the center of the cultivation room was continuously emitting blood mist, spilling out through the door crack. Wang Peng couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He hadn't anticipated that cultivating a god-level quality beast would have such a significant reaction. Yes, a normal phenomenon. The use of a king-level monster heart can occasionally produce such effects. It's quite normal, Wang Peng said seriously, spouting nonsense. However, he didn't leave and stayed there instead, preparing to observe the final cultivation results. After all, there were only half a day left. And this continuous blood mist made him uneasy. Seeing that the staff member wasn't leaving, Wang Peng didn't say anything further. After all, this upgrade was a special case and had no reference value. Under normal circumstances, achieving god-level quality, even ordinary god-level quality, couldn't possibly succeed with just 1,000 monster coins. Chapter 28. No weakness, Death Angel. Brother, is this slow simmering your unique technique? Of course, I'm just casually asking. It's not like I can't say it. The staff member asked, unable to resist looking at the large vat in the center of the cultivation room. Wang Peng thought for a moment. Perhaps this could serve as a gimmick for his future studio. After all, a mid-level breeder with a unique secret recipe was rare. Yes, this is our family's unique secret passed down through generations. However, the great catastrophe only happened 5 years ago. The staff member looked at Wang Peng, thinking that if he didn't want to say, then he wouldn't but was he treating him like a monkey? You wouldn't know this, but our ancestors. Before Wang Peng could finish speaking, he was interrupted as the old man who had previously announced the rules appeared behind them. "Hello, President Shi." The staff member turned around and respectfully greeted him. With the staff's explanation, President Shi understood the context of the situation, and then his gaze toward Wang Peng changed. This was a talent, and with a unique secret recipe, he might really succeed in cultivation. Then looking at Wang Peng, he revealed a gentle smile. Come, young friend. Let us get to know each other again. I am the president of the Monster Alliance branch in Qingshan City, and this is my assistant Lu Fan. Hello, President Shi. I am Wang Peng. Wang Peng was very willing to establish good relations with various big shots, as this would be useful for his future connections. He planned to open a personal breeding studio locally, and he would inevitably need to trouble the person in front of him. Truly a promising young man. At such a young age, you possess such high cultivation talent. Your future is limitless. President Shi nodded as he looked at the large vat continuously emitting blood mist in the cultivation room. Earlier, his assistant had approached him, saying someone was offering 1,000 monster coins to buy the king-level monster heart he had. At first, he thought it was just a wealthy family messing around. But now it seemed this individual had real skills. President Shi praised him, but Wang Peng didn't take his words to heart. Flattering words are easy to say. And besides, he didn't possess any talent, but he had a cheat, and that was enough. While everyone was talking, suddenly, the large vat in the center of the cultivation room stopped emitting blood mist and began to emit a white light. Then it was 100 beams, 1,000 beams. And finally, the entire white light illuminated the cultivation room so brightly that everyone had to retreat outside. The light lasted for a full hour, and then the entire large jar exploded, revealing a monster that looked like a skeleton, but was different from an ordinary skeleton. This skeleton was pure white and emitted a strong holy radiance. Just standing there gave a feeling of spiritual purification, and behind the skeleton, there were 2 pairs of wings made of bones, which from a distance looked like an angel. It seems that the young friend has cultivated an extraordinary beast. This skeleton must have perfect qualities. President Shi, looking at this angel-like skeleton, felt even more determined to recruit Wang Peng. It is known that the competition among various league branches is quite fierce, and the Qingshan branch lacks any notable figures in monster cultivation, being overshadowed by other branches. Wang Peng's appearance gave President Shi a glimmer of hope. Although Wang Peng is still very young, youth is also a capital. Who knows, in 2 or 3 years, he might become the next Master Han. Wang Peng didn't respond to President Shi, but was checking the information of the beast in front of him through the panel. Monster name, Death Angel. Monster level 11, Elite. Monster quality, Legend. Monster attribute, Curse Healing. Monster weakness, None. Monster status, healthy. Conditions for monster promotion to god level. Wang Peng looked at the weakness section, noting that having no weaknesses was acceptable, meaning it currently had no nemesis. However, he couldn't understand the attributes section, wondering how two conflicting energies could coexist, and it didn't seem like it would be capable of cursing. He focused on the attributes section, and then it began to fade, as the panel provided an explanation. Monster attribute, curse, and healing. The Death Angel can emit holy light to strike enemies. Before the holy light formally descends, it can choose to curse or heal at will. Under the angel's holy light, no one knows whether it is rebirth or death. This is interesting. This creature has its own set of tricks. When you think I am helping you heal, I might have secretly placed a curse. Wang Peng glanced at the bones on the Death Angel. It should be capable of direct combat, as well since the previous shadow skeleton could fight head-on. There is no reason its power would diminish after evolution, as long as Wang Peng quickly cultivates the Death Angel to Lord level. It can defend close and attack from afar, possessing both strength and spells, ensuring his own survival wouldn't be a problem. Wang Peng thought that spending 1,000 monster coins was not a loss, but it still pained him. He hadn't even warmed it up before it was spent. And he also needed some funds to rent an apartment and set up a studio. Indeed, power is the way to go, as long as he becomes strong. Earning some monster coins would be easy. This is a very good start. President Qi watched the Death Angel walk over and silently stand behind Wang Peng. Presumably they had already signed a contract. But upon reflection, it made sense. After spending 1,000 monster coins, he surely had the confidence to cultivate it successfully. So signing the contract early to expand his spiritual seat was reasonable. In fact, President Qi overthought. Wang Peng was just worried that after successfully cultivating it, someone else would snatch away his beast. So signing the contract first was a preemptive move. That little enhancement of the spiritual seat was not something he cared about. Monsters without owners are easy to operate, but those with owners are not. Snatching someone else's beast is strictly prohibited by the League. Once discovered, it is a death penalty, with no chance of escape, even if that person is the president of a League branch. Many people do not understand why the League has a zero-tolerance attitude towards monsters and a high degree of tolerance for monster cultivation, such as the semi-annual cultivation assessment. As long as one reaches the final step of cultivating a monster, the League will provide a certain amount of evolution materials and an initial monster. If someone passes the assessment, not only will they receive a cultivation qualification certificate, but the successfully cultivated monster will also belong to that person. The reason is simple. The foundation of the Monster League is monsters. If beasts that have already signed contracts with people could be freely snatched, then what would become of the League's prestige? And how could it govern this land? The Monster League stabilizes its rule through the method of cultivating cultivators, hence its zero-tolerance policy towards certain matters. Chapter 29, Little Knife. You're greener. In the evening, after the assessment period ended, all those who passed the assessment waited for the issuance of their cultivation qualification certificates at the Qingshan branch. President Qi created a group for everyone for easier communication, and then took a group photo. Interestingly, the uncle Wang Peng encountered when he first arrived for the assessment also passed the assessment, indicating that his earlier claims of luck were not just luck. This time, 9 people passed the assessment, with Wang Peng being the only intermediate cultivator. The others were all junior cultivators. After the certificates were issued, some people's cultivated monsters died. This was not considered a violation. The rule only required that the shadow skeleton's life be maintained until the end of the assessment. If the shadow skeleton was alive when the assessment ended but died the next second, it would not affect the issuance of certificates. About 15 minutes later, the bus arrived. After the Great Catastrophe, transportation tools generally became much larger, about 23 times the size of a normal bus. Before reaching the Lord level, all beasts cannot be stored in the beast space or the space opened by the beast. They can only travel together with their owners. After Wang Peng got on the bus, the driver looked at him and the Death Angel behind him. Double fare. Beasts can ride with their owners. But the fare is not the same. It is generally charged based on size. A beast similar in size to a human pays the same fare, while those larger than a human pay by multiples. Wang Peng took out his bus card and swiped it twice on the card reader. Then walked towards the back of the bus with the Death Angel and found a less crowded place to sit down. Just as he sat down, a girl behind him looked at the Death Angel with shining eyes. Uncle, where did you buy this beast? Is it the latest variety from the League? It's so beautiful. The girl poked Wang Peng and asked, Can you tell me where you got it? The girl persisted, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the Death Angel, which was indeed beautiful. Wang Peng thought for a moment. Telling the truth would surely lead to her pestering him, so he quickly thought of a different approach and said, Oh, this is a prize from the recent cultivator competition provided by President Qi of the Qingshan branch. Wang Peng thought to himself, You can't possibly go participate in the cultivator assessment, right? That won't happen until 6 months later, and besides, the content of each assessment is different. Sure enough, After Wang Peng finished speaking, the girl's expression dimmed. She understood how slim the chances were of obtaining an exactly identical beast in the cultivator assessment. The next day, Wang Peng got up early, had breakfast on the street, and after finishing, bought some food for Little Knife at the Monster League chain store. Little Knife had already leveled up, so its food needed to be of a higher grade, which made Wang Peng more determined to set up the studio. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough money to spend. Knock, knock, knock. With a creak, the door opened, and Grandpa Chen peeked out. Oh, it's little Wang. Wait a moment. After a while, Wang Peng saw Little Knife following behind Grandpa Chen. This was his beast. Why did it look like this? He took the time to check Little Knife's attributes. Monster name, Grim Reaper Mantis. Monster level, 10. Monster quality, elite. Monster attribute, dark poison. Monster weakness, lightning. Monster status, healthy. Conditions for monster promotion to perfect level. 1 full poison sac from a poison-type lord level monster. Quality does not matter. 1 dark element heart. 10 elemental crystals of each of the 5 elements. And 100 grams of century-old lightning-struck wood. At this moment, Little Knife had turned greener. It was already quite green before, but it was a bright green that looked very healthy. Now it had become a deep green, truly showcasing the vigor of a top predator. Of course, if one disregarded its increasingly plump figure, in Wang Peng's impression, Little Knife was at least 3 times fatter than when he left, exactly 3 times. No, Grandpa Chun. What have you been feeding Little Knife? Wang Peng asked in confusion, as it shouldn't be the case with Grandpa Chen's personality. He looked at the little crab hiding behind. And sure enough, the health status column still read weight loss. How did it end up being fed like a pig when it came to him? Not much. You entrusted Little Knife to me, and I can't let it go hungry, can I? I didn't force it. It ate all of this by itself. Grandpa Chun said while massaging Little Knife's triangular head. Surprisingly, Little Knife even nodded in agreement. Well, Wang Peng didn't know what to say upon seeing this scene. Blaming Grandpa Chun didn't seem right. After all, he had good intentions, fearing Little Knife would starve. Blaming Little Knife didn't feel appropriate either. Its overeating was likely related to him not being able to feed it enough. Ultimately, it was still his fault. At this moment, Little Knife was unaware of the fate that awaited it, but looking at Wang Peng's smile, it felt that it was not as pure as before. After returning home, Wang Peng did not immediately formulate a weight loss plan for Little Knife. Instead, he opened his phone and began searching for videos. Come over, Little Knife, watch this video. Wang Peng casually said, I saw mantises can fly. Don't you think it looks cool when they fly? Little Knife nodded. Why don't you give it a try? You're already a mature mantis. You should be able to fly, Wang Peng continued. Little Knife nodded again. In the living room, Wang Peng watched Little Knife practice flying with a smile. He wasn't very worried because he knew that Little Knife definitely couldn't fly. It is said that mantises can only fly after reaching adulthood or full maturity, and before that, they simply can't. Little Knife was undoubtedly still too small to be mature. Wang Peng watched Little Knife attempt to fly repeatedly, failing each time, and smiled as he took out a prepared mirror and placed it in front of the failing Little Knife. Little Knife, do you know why you can't fly? Wang Peng said lightly. Little Knife looked in the mirror and didn't feel anything was wrong. It even thought it looked stronger. Wang Peng noticed that Little Knife didn't realize it was 3 times heavier, then searched for pictures of overweight mantises on his phone and showed them to Little Knife, saying, What you have is not called strong, that is called fat. Do you know why you can't fly? It's because you're too fat. With a loud bang, Wang Peng's words sounded like a bolt from the blue to Little Knife. Little Knife first looked at itself in the mirror, then at the photos on Wang Peng's phone, and its smile gradually faded. Just then, Wang Peng seemingly accidentally tapped on a video of a mantis flying. Watching this scene and glancing at its reflection, after another unsuccessful attempt to fly, Little Knife retreated to the corner of the living room, staring blankly. Wang Peng saw that the effect was nearly achieved, so he decided not to stimulate Little Knife further. He understood the principle of moderation. He looked at Little Knife curled up in the corner of the living room and said, How about this? I'll prepare a weight loss plan for you later, and you can convert fat into muscle. Upon hearing this, Little Knife quickly crawled out from the corner, its 2 eyes eagerly looking at Wang Peng. Really? Of course it's true. First, let us have a meal. You need to eat well to have the energy to lose weight, right? After hearing Wang Peng's words, Little Knife felt it made sense. One indeed needed to eat well to have the strength to lose weight. In fact, the things Little Knife had eaten these past few days would be digested in no time with its monstrous digestive system, and it wouldn't need to exercise at all. After printing out the exercise methods, Wang Peng posted the chart in the living room. Little Knife, this will be your exercise schedule from now on. As long as you work hard, you'll surely be able to fly one day. Go for it. After hearing Wang Peng's words, Little Knife ate even more vigorously. It decided to start exercising after this meal and not let Wang Peng's good intentions go to waste. Wang Peng looked at Little Knife, filled with motivation, and felt relieved. This was how it should be. How could a beast master not exercise themselves? This was the self-cultivation of a qualified beast master. First, he definitely needed a shop. It couldn't be too remote, preferably in a business district. Next, he needed to hire an assistant. He couldn't do everything himself. He would only be responsible for training the beasts, while the assistant would handle other matters. However, this would require spending a sum of money. Wang Peng calculated his limited assets and decided to find a shop first. Hiring an assistant could wait until he earned some money. Thinking of this, Wang Peng opened the Qingshan City housing rental website to see what shops were available. After a while, he closed the computer. It was impossible to do this. Good shops cost over 1,000 monster coins, and the more remote ones were around 600 or 700 monster coins. He only had a little over 100 monster coins. What could he do with that? Looking at his meager funds, Wang Peng thought about whether he should ask acquaintances for help, but then he realized he didn't have many acquaintances. Asking Grandpa Chen. No. Grandpa Chen had already helped him so much. He couldn't trouble him again, and besides, he didn't go out much, so he probably didn't have any channels. What about Teacher Liang? That was a method, but he couldn't keep troubling Teacher Liang. Right, how did he forget? Wang Peng took out his phone, found a number, and prepared to dial it. This number had just been saved yesterday. It was the contact of President Qi from the Qingshan City Monster Alliance branch. He didn't know if President Qi would help, but judging by Qi's attitude towards him that day, it should be fine. Beep, 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 the call connected. Hello. President Qi, it's Wang Peng. Wang Peng. What is up? President Qi said in surprise. Didn't we just part ways yesterday? President Qi. Here's the thing. I want to open a breeding studio and see if you have any shop resources available. It would be best if it's a bit remote. My funds are not very sufficient, Wang Peng said somewhat shyly. I was wondering what it was. You came to the right person. I have quite a few shops that fit your criteria. How about this? I'll have Lu Fan come to find you tomorrow. Are you free? Sure. Thank you. President Qi. No problem. I have to go now. I'm a bit busy. After hanging up the phone, Wang Peng sighed in relief. The shop issue was temporarily resolved. Now he just had to wait for Lu Fan to take him to see it tomorrow, hoping it wouldn't be too remote. After President Qi hung up the phone, a faint smile appeared on his face. He hadn't expected to connect so quickly. President Qi was very confident in his ability to judge character. The last person he had such high hopes for was Master Han. He believed Wang Peng's future achievements would not be less than Master Han's. Just as Wang Peng was about to open a breeding studio in Qingshan City, he needed to plan well. Once Wang Peng became successful in the future, this studio in Qingshan City would be his bond with the city. Whether Wang Peng went to a better capital city or stayed in Qingshan City, as the head of the Qingshan branch of the Monster Alliance, he wouldn't lose out. If Wang Peng didn't want to continue, President Qi could take it over, hire a few breeders, and every year release 1 or 2 of Wang Peng's breeding slots. That would still be profitable. He believed that with his relationship with Wang Peng, he would still get some preferential treatment for breeding slots once or twice a year. Thinking of this, President Qi called Lu Fan over, gave him a few reminders, and after ensuring everything was foolproof, he left. He needed to ensure that even if Wang Peng had no money, he would still succeed in opening this studio in Qingshan City. If it was because of a lack of funds that it ended up in the capital city, he might as well find a piece of tofu to crash into. The next day, in the morning, Wang Peng was waiting for Lu Fan downstairs in the community, and Lu Fan had just said he was almost there. By the way, a Tian is the new name given to the Death Angel by Wang Peng, and Wang Peng is quite satisfied with this name. Before long, a silver-white supercar stopped in front of Wang Peng. As Wang Peng focused his gaze, he saw that it was none other than Lu Fan getting out of the car. This guy looked completely different from the day of the assessment. Back then, he was just an ordinary staff member. But today he had quite the vibe of a wealthy young master. Lu Fan strode towards Wang Peng and gave him a big hug, saying, "Not seeing you for a day feels like 3 autumns." Wang Peng shrugged him off, saying, "Get lost, who feels like 3 autumns with you?" Wang Peng sat in the passenger seat, and upon hearing Lu Fan's earlier words, he was intrigued, asking, "So, the shop is in the city center?" "Of course. You wouldn't think the teacher's shop is in the suburbs, right?" "That wouldn't suit his status at all," Lu Fan replied as he started the car. With a roar, the silver sports car took Wang Peng towards the city center. Inside the car, Wang Peng glanced at the not-so-cheap interior and thought, "Wow, I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan was not pleased, saying, "What do you mean rich second generation? This is called rich first generation?" "Yes, rich first generation." "All right, it seems that cultivating beast pets is indeed quite lucrative." Wang Peng thought about how his studio would make a fortune once it opened. "What beast pets? You don't think I made this money from cultivating beast pets, do you?" Lu Fan laughed as he spoke. "Let me tell you, all my money-making abilities are based on luck." "Luck?" Wang Peng questioned. After Lu Fan explained, Wang Peng understood why he earned money through luck. Originally, Lu Fan was the assistant to President Qi, and Wang Peng thought he was also a beast pet cultivator. But it turned out not to be the case. He had no interest in cultivating beast pets at all. The reason he could be President Chi's assistant was purely due to luck. For some unknown reason, any beast pet cultivation process that Lu Fan was present for would definitely have a higher success rate. Lu Fan even conducted special tests for this. Only when he strongly believed that something could succeed would it actually succeed. Initially, upon discovering this ability, he planned to make the most of it. In the end, however, he found that this ability could only be used for cultivating beast pets. So later, he became a guest of wealthy or prominent figures who cultivated beast pets. Even if the beast master had a 100% certainty of success, the wealthy still preferred to invite him over to enhance the cultivation success rate. With this ability, he earned quite a lot of monster coins and was even taken as a disciple by President Chi. It was quite a sight to see a high-level beast master take on, as a disciple, someone who had no interest in cultivating beast pets. Before long, the sports car drove into the city center. In fact, the city center was not far from Wang Peng's home. It took about 30 minutes by car, while taking the bus was slower, requiring 1 to 2 hours due to transfers, mainly because Qingshan City wasn't very large. In the car, Lu Fan told Wang Peng that there were 3 shops for rent this time, one of which was not renovated, one had previously been a restaurant, and the last one was also for cultivating beast pets, but the beast master had run away. They first went to the unrenovated shop. Wang Peng took a look and decided to move on to the next one. This shop's location wasn't bad. On the contrary, it was great, but it was not renovated. He initially thought it just lacked soft decorations, but it turned out they hadn't even completed the hard decoration. It was just a bare shell. The second shop was previously a restaurant. It was quite large, but the location wasn't great, being on the first floor of a mall. Of course, for the restaurant industry, the first floor is the best position. But for cultivating beast pets, it wasn't suitable, as beast pet cultivation is ultimately a relatively private and quiet endeavor. Wang Peng was very satisfied with the last shop, located on the second floor, diagonally across from the commercial street, in a relatively central position within the business district. It ensured exposure while maintaining sufficient privacy and quietness. Wang Peng immediately set his sights on this shop, but he had a question he needed to clarify. Why did the original owner of this cultivation studio run away? Wang Peng asked as he walked around the studio. Oh, this? I heard it was because he failed to cultivate a beast pet for a big shot and ran away out of fear of retaliation. Then the teacher took over. Lu Fan glanced at Wang Peng's expression and continued, but don't worry, the teacher has already resolved the follow-up issues, and he even paid the overdue wages. Some employees even stayed. There are still employees? Hearing Lu Fan say this, Wang Peng felt relieved. A president like him wouldn't scam himself over such trivial matters. But he didn't expect some employees would stay. Well, maybe they want to see how things go. If the cultivation studio continues, they might stay, Lu Fan said casually. I see, that makes sense. The salaries for employees at the cultivation studio are about twice as high as in other places. Who wouldn't want to wait for an opportunity? Wang Peng said. All right, let's go with this shop. Is it possible to pay rent monthly? Wang Peng asked Lu Fan. He had asked a few shops yesterday, and they all required annual payments, not accepting monthly payments. But his monster coins were only enough for 1 month. The previous rent for this shop was 1,200 monster coins a year. The teacher said, if you like it, he'll waive the rent for a year. Lu Fan casually said. If the rent for 1 month was waived, that would be 100 monster coins. So even if Wang Peng didn't open this month, it wouldn't matter. Wang Peng calculated in his mind, but then he felt something was off. Wait, you said a year's rent is waived? That doesn't seem right. He and President Chi weren't related, and it was already a favor to ask him to find a shop. Waiving a month's rent would be too big of a favor. You heard correctly. My teacher said to waive a year's rent. As a congratulatory gift for you obtaining the Intermediate Beast Master Qualification Certificate, Lu Fan walked up to Wang Peng and patted his shoulder, saying, all right. Don't be so surprised. The teacher really likes you. He especially loves cultivating talents. Over the years, he has given away gifts worth tens of thousands of monster coins. Hearing this, Wang Peng didn't know what to say. He couldn't embarrass President Chi, and besides, as for favors, having more wouldn't hurt. He could always repay them later. With his abilities, he didn't believe he couldn't help President Chi in the future. Chapter 32 Wang Peng's Beast Pet Cultivation Studio. Thinking of this, Wang Peng accepted it. After all, according to Lu Fan, as long as President Chi discovered a talent, and that person was in Qingshan City, he would definitely cultivate them vigorously. With just such a person, Wang Peng thought he couldn't refuse, and it was highly likely he wouldn't be able to refuse. After all, someone wanted to give him money. How could he refuse that? Remembering that Lu Fan mentioned there were still some employees left, he asked, how many employees are still around? Lu Fan was momentarily stunned by this abrupt question, then looked at his phone notes. There are 5 left, 1 at the front desk, 1 cleaning lady, and 3 guides. Wang Peng thought for a moment. This configuration was acceptable. Although there were only 3 guides, it was still enough since he was currently the only beast master. How about this? Let them come for interviews tomorrow. If there are no issues, let them all stay, Wang Peng said to Lu Fan. Okay, I'll notify them shortly. By the way, I'll send you a copy of the list. Lu Fan had already anticipated that Wang Peng would say this, and had prepared the list. Wang Peng looked at the overall layout of the shop. The entrance had a front desk. Not far away was a reception room, a meeting room, an office area, a CAF, a small bar, and even a recreational room. Taking up half of the entire second floor was the cultivation room, prepared for beast masters to cultivate their beast pets. It was spacious, as the sizes and types of beast pets varied, and several areas had been designated inside. Wang Peng was very satisfied with this shop. After signing the contract with Lu Fan, he got the contact number for the management of the business district and ordered a new sign, calling it Wang Peng's Beast Pet Cultivation Studio. Having a new owner means that the previous sign can no longer be used. The person in charge told him that the new sign would be installed by tomorrow morning at the latest. When Wang Peng returned home, he called a Tian out and draped the white robe over him. Hey, it fits just right. As long as a Tian doesn't actively spread those wings. With the white robe covering him, the only noticeable difference from a human would be his head. Wang Peng thought for a moment, rummaged through the room, and found a pair of sunglasses and a mask. After putting the mask and sunglasses on a Tian, he looked even more like a human. Aside from being taller, sturdier, and unable to speak, there was not much difference. Very good, a Tian. From now on you will follow me and be my bodyguard. Your physique is intimidating, Wang Peng said to a Tian. A Tian remained silent, standing quietly beside Wang Peng. He took off a Tian's sunglasses and mask, then went to the living room, where he saw Xiao Dao exercising and placed today's food not far from him. It seemed Xiao Dao had developed a good habit of not eating unless he completed his daily exercise tasks. Wang Peng felt very pleased. Then turned to a Tian and paused. Right, a Tian, what do you eat? Wang Peng suddenly thought of a question he had overlooked. Xiao Dao needed freshly killed food, so his bag was filled with live creatures. But what does a Tian eat? He truly didn't know. Before evolving, the shadow skeleton liked to absorb negative energy, like death energy and resentment. Just a stroll through the cemetery would suffice. But what does a Tian eat? His attributes included both curses and healing, which left Wang Peng deep in thought. A Tian seemed to realize something and quickly waved his hand, then shook his head. Ah, you mean you don't need to eat? That's not acceptable. Wang Peng firmly rejected a Tian's gesture. Even if a Tian said he didn't need to eat, Wang Peng wouldn't just take his word for it. Not eating normally might be acceptable, but once a fierce battle occurred, he would definitely need to replenish energy, right? Energy can't just appear out of nowhere. Wang Peng decided that after he finished the studio's work in the next 2 days, he would take a Tian to the largest monster snack shop in the city center, run by the Monster Alliance, where there were all kinds of snacks available for monsters. With so many options, there would surely be something suitable for a Tian. Even if there wasn't, it could be customized, albeit at a much higher price. At that moment, Wang Peng again strengthened his goal of making money. He couldn't let his beast go hungry. The next day, Lu Fan came to pick him up again. But this time he drove a different car, because Wang Peng mentioned he wanted to bring his beasts along. According to President Xi, even if one doesn't like raising beasts, they should understand the habits, rules, and promotion possibilities of beasts. Although Lu Fan's ability was to enhance the success rate of beast cultivation, some cultivations that were doomed to fail couldn't be magnified because they might not have a chance of success at all. To prevent Lu Fan from getting into trouble one day due to overconfidence in his abilities, President Xi had him thoroughly study beast knowledge, which was a torment for him. Wang Peng took Xiao Dao and a Tian into Lu Fan's car. He sat in the front passenger seat, while the back 2 rows of seats were folded down halfway. Xiao Dao lay there, and a Tian sat on the other half. Is that your skeleton? Lu Fan almost didn't recognize a Tian when he looked in the rearview mirror. Yes, and he has a name. It's a Tian, Wang Peng replied, noticing Lu Fan laughing and then frowning, asking, what are you laughing at? I finally understand why you named the cultivation studio after yourself. It turns out you're terrible at naming. Ha ha, Lu Fan couldn't stop laughing. Seeing Wang Peng's expression change, he quickly added, okay, I'm not laughing anymore, not laughing anymore. But you're still smiling, Wang Peng said, looking at Lu Fan, who was struggling to maintain a calm face. No way, I just remembered something happy. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the studio. Wang Peng looked at the newly revamped sign for the Wang Peng Beast Cultivation Studio and smiled with satisfaction, not expecting them to work so quickly. Just as Wang Peng was admiring his sign, Lu Fan called out from a distance. Let's go. The interview is about to start. The new boss is starting on his first day, so don't leave a bad impression of being late on the employees. Wang Peng pouted, saying, if I'm late, won't they just wait? Although he said this, he still hurriedly followed, as he couldn't really make the employees wait. That would be bad for his image as a boss. Fortunately, both Xiao Dao and a Tian weren't very large, and the elevator could just fit them. Chapter 33. The boss interviews employees. Upon arriving at the studio, Wang Peng saw 5 people sitting in the office area. When they saw him come in, they quickly stood up and greeted, "Boss." They looked quite spirited. Wang Peng thought to himself. However, what he didn't know was that the employees facing him were also thinking that just 2 days ago, they were suddenly informed that they were getting a new boss. And the previous boss had given each of them a hush money payment, instructing them to insist that the previous boss had run away, with some employees actually leaving. In reality, this studio didn't only have 5 people left. It had originally had 5 employees plus the boss, making 6 in total, just like the current situation. Lu Fan was aware of this, and the leading employee secretly glanced at Lu Fan. Lu Fan noticed the person's gaze and said, "What are you looking at? Let me introduce you. This is your new boss, Wang Peng, a mid-level beast cultivator," as Lu Fan pointed at Wang Peng. "Also, the fact that you are able to stay is the result of my insistence, so quickly introduce yourselves to Boss Wang. Whether you can stay or not will depend on Boss Wang's decision." The employees simultaneously sized up Wang Peng, looking at Xiao Dao and a Tian behind him. This mid-level beast cultivator was indeed different, bringing a beast and a bodyguard with him. Wang Peng noticed their gazes and roughly understood their thoughts. What they didn't know was that a Tian was also a beast, just acting like a bodyguard. But that was fine. One should always be cautious. After all, these were the people left from the previous owner. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't find new talent immediately, he probably wouldn't have used them. "All right, everyone. Please introduce yourselves. There's no need to be nervous," Wang Peng said to the 5 new employees calmly. After their introductions, Wang Peng learned that the girl in the Qipao was named Qin Shui, the previous receptionist, and the older lady was the studio's former cleaner. The remaining 3 male employees, led by Li Gang, were the previous guides responsible for receiving guests, chatting with them, waiting, and alleviating their nervousness. Since there was only one beast cultivator, waiting was inevitable. Wang Peng was very pleased after listening to their introductions. Although there were only 5 employees left, they were small but complete. The remaining 5 had all the necessary roles filled. They just lacked a financial officer, but thinking that this was a studio-type place, having a finance officer wasn't that crucial. He could handle it himself, as it was better to keep control over the money. The 5 people let out a sigh of relief, although there was no salary increase. Their pay was still quite good, and they were very satisfied with their previous jobs. The work wasn't too tiring, and the salary was more than double what they could earn elsewhere. No one wanted to leave, even though the former boss had given a significant hush money payment. That was ultimately just a temporary fix, and having a stable job was far more reassuring. Wang Peng followed Lu Fan into the cultivation room that would soon belong to him. The large cultivation room was divided into 3 smaller rooms, allowing 3 beasts to be cultivated simultaneously. However, generally speaking, only 1 beast was cultivated at a time. The division into 3 rooms was to separate different beasts. Newly promoted beasts would have some residual energy, which would inevitably affect other beasts, so it was unsuitable to conduct a second beast cultivation in such a room. Thus, the rooms had been divided into 3 equal parts. The 3 rooms are actually quite similar, with one wall stacked full of various jars and bottles, while the other side has a large open space, likely meant for beast cultivation. Wang Peng took a look and didn't pay any attention to the wall of jars and bottles, although he wouldn't use them. Having them there could make others feel more professional. He planned to renovate the beast cultivation area and ordered 6 large vats online, 3 big and 3 small, preparing to place them there since his focus was on his exclusive secret formula. Oh, he also needed to prepare a few stoves for heating. As Wang Peng browsed and placed orders, he realized that since these were not monster materials, the delivery might take 2 or 3 days. He thought this was fine. He didn't expect to open for business within 3 days anyway. So, Wang Peng waited in the cultivation room until after a whole morning had passed. And aside from watching the little knife train, no one came to find him. As noon approached, Wang Peng was preparing to go out to find something to eat when there was a knock on the door of the cultivation room. Just as he thought a guest was arriving, he realized it was Qin Shui from the front desk, coming to ask him about ordering lunch boxes. Since the employees were unsure whether the boss would eat at the studio, they sent Qin Shui, the front desk receptionist, to check with him first. Looking at Qin Shui waiting there, Wang Peng thought for a moment and decided to order one. Since he had just arrived in this area and was unfamiliar with it, it would be quite awkward if he couldn't find a place to eat outside. When Wang Peng said he would only order one, Qin Shui looked at Tian in surprise. Wang Peng understood and casually said, "Oh, he's not hungry. No need to worry about him." Tian nodded in agreement. After hearing this, Qin Shui slowly retreated, thinking to herself that it was no wonder he was a professional bodyguard, not even eating outside. And she wondered what he ate instead. Wang Peng didn't know what Qin Shui was thinking. He was contemplating that this wouldn't do, and it might be better to find a few people to go out and distribute flyers since the 3 guides were just sitting around doing nothing. But then he thought again, feeling it wasn't quite right. He had panel prompts, and cultivating beasts was definitely 100% successful. So why engage in such a face-losing activity that seemed so cheap? Distributing flyers was definitely out of the question. Not only could he not do that, but he also needed to raise the consultation fees. His advice was valuable. The beast cultivation was divided into two fees. One was the consultation fee, like a hospital registration fee, where clients could inquire about certain situations and the cultivator would provide suggestions. This part of the charge wasn't very high. The other was the cultivation fee. If a client accepted the suggestions given by the cultivator and decided to cultivate here, they would pay a cultivation fee, which was the main source of income for many cultivation studios. Wang Peng thought that after lunch, he would go out to check what the previous consultation and cultivation fees were and appropriately raise the prices. In the future, those cultivated here would be high-quality products. And to ensure a 100% success rate, the fees could not be so low. Chapter 34. I just feel uncomfortable. After lunch, Wang Peng staggered to the front desk to check the previous consultation and cultivation fees. The previous consultation fee was 20 monster coins. He would raise it to 50 monster coins since his opinions were very valuable. The previous cultivation fee was around 200 monster coins. So he would triple it to 600 monster coins and label it with a 100% success rate. With such a success rate, setting this price seemed reasonable. Wang Peng nodded in satisfaction. Chen Shui watched as Wang Peng changed the prices, and her eyes widened at the new pricing. Boss, isn't this pricing a bit high? She stammered. She couldn't say anything more for a while. After all, it was the boss who set the prices, and she couldn't openly contradict him. In fact, she thought the previous pricing was already high. After all, this studio was newly opened, unlike the previous studio that had already built a reputation. It would be better for newcomers to set the prices a bit lower for a volume-based approach. However, this was set by the boss himself. And the boss was also a mid-level cultivator. She wasn't sure if the boss truly had the ability or was just overly confident. Wang Peng noticed her doubts and decided to explain. He couldn't let his employees work with a skeptical attitude, as that would hinder the work's progress. He called over the cleaning lady and Li Gang, letting them familiarize themselves with the new pricing. Once they had reviewed it, Wang Peng said, "Do you think this pricing is too high?" Looking at the employees' reactions, Wang Peng confidently said, "We are different from ordinary beast cultivation studios. We only do high-quality beast routes, targeting high-end beast masters, ensuring a 100% cultivation success rate, and if it fails, you don't pay a dime." After Wang Peng finished speaking, he looked around and noticed Li Gang seemed to have something to say. He then added, "If anyone has suggestions, feel free to share. It's all good. We can discuss together," encouragingly looking at Li Gang. Li Gang pondered for a moment before asking, "Boss, can you really guarantee a 100% success rate?" Wang Peng thought he might have an issue to raise, but it turned out to be this. If it were something else, Wang Peng might not be able to guarantee it, but a 100% success rate was no small matter. "Of course, I can guarantee that," Wang Peng replied, preparing for any rebuttals. Unexpectedly, after receiving a positive response, Li Gang fell silent, leaving Wang Peng's prepared arguments stuck in his stomach. In fact, Wang Peng had overthought this. As the boss, as long as he presented a plan with appropriate reasoning, the employees had no choice but to comply. No one wanted to be fired. If the boss confidently proposed a suggestion and you immediately shot it down, you'd probably be fired tomorrow for stepping into the studio with the right foot first. Moreover, Li Gang and the others, as semi-sales personnel, could bring clients in even without such a gimmick as a 100% success rate. Not everyone could be a guide. In the afternoon, two groups of people came in succession. As soon as they arrived at the front desk and saw the marked prices, they were directly dissuaded, without even giving Li Gang and the others a chance to retain them. It wasn't until the third wave of customers arrived, a pair of siblings, that the younger sister thought it was worth a try after seeing the front desk's marked prices since it was free if it didn't succeed. But the older brother felt it was not very reliable. Li Gang seized the opportunity and approached them. After his introduction, the older brother, still skeptical, followed his sister inside. Ding ding ding. Li Gang knocked on the door of the cultivation room, bringing the people to Wang Peng, after which he had no further involvement. Whether it succeeded or failed was the cultivator's business. Wang Peng looked at the siblings in front of him and became enthusiastic. After waiting all day, customers had finally arrived. "Are you the cultivator?" the older brother asked doubtfully. "This cultivator seems too young. In other studios, someone this age is just an apprentice," which further solidified his suspicion of being scammed. "Yes, I am the cultivator, a mid-level cultivator," Wang Peng, fearing they wouldn't believe him, showed them his mid-level cultivator qualification certificate. Seeing the siblings empty-handed, Wang Peng frowned and asked, "Where are your beasts? You need to know that without seeing the beasts, you can't cultivate them." He didn't know if others had this rule, but he indeed couldn't cultivate without seeing the beasts, as all his abilities relied on the evolution panel, which he recently named. "It's downstairs. Your elevator is too small. My beast can't fit in," the younger sister quickly replied. "That was my oversight. Our studio has a freight elevator specifically for beasts," Wang Peng said, then found a switch in the cultivation room and pulled it down hard. The The back wall of the cultivation room slowly opened to both sides, revealing a huge freight elevator. Wang Peng lowered the freight elevator, and soon a giant lion rode the elevator into the cultivation room. Looking at the big lion, Wang Peng understood why the elevator couldn't go up. It was enormous, at least 3 times the size of Atian. Monster name, Thunder Fury Lion. Monster level, 20. Monster quality, ordinary. Monster attribute, thunder. Monster weakness. The juice of bloody grass makes the thunder lion feel disgusted. Staying in an environment with bloody grass juice for a long time can reduce its desire to attack. Monster status, healthy. Monster promotion, elite conditions. Wang Peng looked at the level and quality of the thunder lion and said, "You want to improve its quality and then promote it to a lord, right?" "Yes, this beast has been with me for a long time. It has been with me since before the disaster. It was my birthday gift," the younger sister replied. Wang Peng nodded, noticing that the lion was very well behaved, which might be related to their long companionship. "Then just pay the fee and start preparing the materials for the promotion," Wang Peng said naturally, beginning to think about the promotion materials. "Wait a minute," the older brother said. "I just heard the guide say that if the promotion fails, it won't cost any money, right?" "Yes, if it fails, you get a full refund, and a contract can be signed," Wang Peng patiently explained, thinking they still had some concerns. "A full refund won't do. If the promotion fails, you have to refund me 1 promotion fee. Our time isn't wasted for nothing," the older brother confidently said, believing Wang Peng wouldn't refuse, as someone capable wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Wang Peng frowned. Collecting money if successful and refunding if failed is reasonable, but refunding an additional fee if it fails, what are you thinking? "I'm not a philanthropist." Although he was sure he wouldn't fail, he still felt quite displeased. Chapter 35. No money to cultivate any beast. After thinking for a moment, Wang Peng paused his actions and shouted outside, "Li Gang, come here." Moments later, Li Gang hurried over. "Boss, what's the matter?" Li Gang glanced at the boss and then at the 2 customers, saying indifferently, "Please, too." The older brother looked in the direction Wang Peng left and followed his sister to the exit, not forgetting to speak ill of Wang Peng. "Sister, see? I told you he's a fraud. Such high pricing, and he is unhappy about refunding 1 fee if it fails. What does that indicate? It means he can't possibly succeed. How can that be my fault? Only a fool would seek him for cultivation with such high pricing," the older brother retorted. After saying this, he casually walked past Li Gang and headed inside. "Hey, who are you talking about? Who has no money?" The sister interrupted her brother. "Money is short." "Which money is short?" "It 1 TB. The older brother broke free from his sister's grip, growing less confident with each word. The sister shot her brother a glare. "Besides money, what other money is short?" After that, the siblings took the elevator to leave. Qian Xiao asked, "Are you the intermediate cultivator?" Of course, Wang Peng showed him his intermediate cultivator qualification certificate, thinking about whether to hang the certificate on the wall in the future, since everyone asks about it when they come. "I heard from the guide that you can guarantee a 100 success rate, right?" Qian Xiao continued to ask. "I'll give you 10 times the fee. I only want a 100 success rate," he said, handing a crystal card to Li Gang, who had rushed over from a distance. "Swipe the card, no password." Li Gang took the crystal card and swiped away 2,000 monster coins, nodding at Wang Peng. "Generally, the pricing for Beast Cultivation Studios is 200 monster coins. Wang Peng's pricing is 3 times the normal rate, 600 monster coins, so 10 times naturally equals 2,000 monster coins." Wang Peng displayed a keen smile again and said to the equally empty-handed Qian Xiao, Come, please take a seat. Where's your beast? Do you need to use the freight elevator to bring it up?" "No need," Qian Xiao replied, unzipping his jacket and pulling out a snake, a blue snake. Wang Peng recognized the snake. It was the same as the one Gu Shui had, a purple-pupiled ice snake. However, this snake's condition was not quite right, with numerous red spots all over its blue body. Monster name, purple-pupiled ice snake. Monster level 19. Monster quality, elite. Monster attribute, poison ice. Monster weakness, 1. Lightning, 2. The purple-pupiled ice snake lacks direct combat capability, focusing on control and slowing. Monster status, bloodline conflict. Remaining time, 3 hours. Monster promotion, perfect conditions. 1 normal. A full blood of an ice poison lord, 20 poison element crystals, 30 ice element crystals, 10 lightning element crystals. 2. Conflict evolution, 1,000 poison element crystals, 1,000 ice element crystals, 2,000 lightning element crystals. Wang Peng looked at it and decided to attempt conflict evolution, noticing that the purple-pupiled ice snake's bloodline conflict was about to explode, with only 3 hours left. Then Wang Peng had Qian Xiao start preparing the promotion materials. According to regulations, the materials generated for cultivating beasts are provided by the Beast Master. Fortunately, the materials needed for conflict evolution are not too difficult to find. Just a bit large in quantity, 3 hours should be enough. The full blood of a poison or ice lord for normal promotion is not easy to find in a short time. One would need to post a bounty task. Not to mention 3 hours, even 3 days would be tough. Who would collect the full blood of a lord monster for no reason? While waiting for the materials, he wanted to know how the purple-pupiled ice snake ended up like this. This situation is rare. Generally, monsters die the moment they generate bloodline conflicts. Few can hold on until they find a cultivator, and even fewer find a cultivator who can successfully treat or promote them. I auctioned a Tianshan Snow Lotus a few days ago, planning to let the purple pupil evolve to perfect quality, thus increasing the chance of breaking through to Lord. But I don't know how it ended up like this, Qian Xiao said awkwardly. He had bought a Tianshan Snow Lotus at the auction, thinking it wouldn't hurt to feed it to the purple-pupiled ice snake since it was a rare treasure. Wang Peng facepalmed upon hearing this. You fed a fire attribute treasure to an ice attribute monster. You're something else. Isn't Tianshan Snow Lotus ice attribute? Isn't it a snow lotus? Qian Xiao asked, bewildered. Of course not. Although Tianshan Snow Lotus originates from snowy mountain secret realms, the ones born there are fire attribute. It might be the extreme opposite effect. This is a common mistake cultivators make, Wang Peng patiently explained to Qian Xiao. As time passed, the monster materials Qian Xiao urgently ordered gradually arrived. With a total of 4 small boxes placed at the entrance of the cultivation room, 2 boxes of lightning element crystals, and 1 box each of ice and poison element crystals. Looking at these crystals, Wang Peng thought, no wonder he is a tycoon. These crystals add up to 4,000 monster coins. Adding the cultivation fee of 2,000 monster coins, this promotion is worth 6,000 monster coins. Enough for Wang Peng's 5 years of rent. Wang Peng borrowed a pot from the cleaning lady. His large vat had not yet arrived. Fortunately, although the element crystals were numerous, they were not large, and the cleaning lady's pressure cooker should be fine. Although the cleaning lady didn't know what Wang Peng was preparing, she had a good habit of not interfering in others' affairs, since it was entrusted to Wang Peng. She wouldn't say anything. Then Qian Xiao saw Wang Peng throw his purple-pupiled ice snake into the pressure cooker. Qian Xiao, Chapter 36, Wang Peng. Are you stewing my beast? Calm down, calm down. Qian Xiao consoled himself. Maybe he is using the pressure cooker to boil evolution materials. Although no one had ever done this, it's not impossible. Then Qian Xiao saw Wang Peng toss his purple-pupiled ice snake into the pressure cooker, add water, and turn on the heat, his movements incredibly practiced. At this point, Qian Xiao could no longer hold back and rushed over, shouting at Wang Peng, Wang Peng, are you stewing my beast? Do you think I'm stupid? Who uses a pressure cooker to cultivate beasts? Qian Xiao clearly did not believe Wang Peng's nonsense. Of course, it's not a pressure cooker. The specialized breeding equipment I ordered hasn't arrived yet, and your beast urgently needs treatment, so we'll make do with the pressure cooker for now. Qian Xiao explained while Wang Peng continued his actions without pause, pouring all the elemental crystals into the pressure cooker. Qian Xiao watched Wang Peng's skilled movements, which seemed genuinely like he was breeding a beast, and sat down in disbelief, wanting to see what tricks Wang Peng could pull off. Of course, if he knew that the specialized breeding equipment Wang Peng ordered consisted of a few large jars and a gas stove, he might not have been so calm. After putting all the evolution materials into the pressure cooker, Wang Peng covered it and cooked it over low heat. He walked over to Qian Xiao, who was staring intently at the pressure cooker, and reassured him, don't worry, this is a normal breeding process. As soon as Wang Peng said that, Qian Xiao got angry. You call this a normal breeding process? This is just stewing meat, and you're using a pressure cooker. Let me tell you, this is our ancestral breeding method. A unique secret recipe that I won't easily reveal, Wang Peng said mysteriously. At first, Qian Xiao was quite pleased to hear it was a unique secret recipe, thinking his money was well spent. He had plenty of money, but he wasn't foolish. However, as he continued to listen, he felt something was off and asked, Ancestral? The great cataclysm happened only 5 years ago. Your ancestors must have been chefs. He felt like a fool for believing him, thinking it was a family recipe for stewing snake soup. This made Qian Xiao even more uneasy, so he simply moved a stool to sit near the pressure cooker. Wang Peng looked at Qian Xiao, but didn't say anything, and took out his phone to scroll through it. He thought that with this money, he could buy materials to upgrade his knife to perfect quality. The knife had been stuck at level 10 for too long, and he was worried about not being able to suppress its level. He had to upgrade its quality to perfect before it reached elite level. Otherwise, the evolution materials would surely be more numerous and expensive by then. Wang Peng was calculating which materials to buy, adding them to his shopping cart, planning to place the order after successfully breeding the purple-eyed ice snake. Although he was confident in the evolution panel, he was still worried about the possibility that the purple-eyed ice snake might not hold up, in which case he would need a refund. As time passed, a delicious aroma wafted from the pressure cooker. Wang Peng checked the time and realized it was almost ready, so he got up and walked over to the pressure cooker. How is it? Is it done? Qian Xiao asked eagerly as Wang Peng approached, quickly making way. Not yet, there's still time. Let me see how it's doing, Wang Peng said, glancing at Qian Xiao before opening the pressure cooker. Suddenly, a tempting aroma filled the air. In fact, he was quite curious about whether Wang Peng had any business on the first day and how his breeding skills were, since his master had spoken so highly of him. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he caught a whiff of meat stew and thought he had come to the right place. He could even enjoy a free dinner. To be honest, Wang Peng was quite good at stewing meat. He couldn't tell what exactly was being cooked, but it smelled really good. He hurried to the breeding room, waving to interrupt Li Gang, who was about to lead the way. He reached the breeding room door without knocking and pushed the door open directly. Wang Peng, you rascal. As soon as I leave, you sneak off to stew meat, huh? Come on, prepare me some bowls and chopsticks. Lu Fan shouted as he entered, but then he sensed something was off. Wang Peng was indeed fiddling with the pressure cooker, and the aroma was undeniably coming from there, which was no problem. Qian Xiao looked at the guy who had boasted about eating his beast, and upon closer inspection, he recognized him. Lu Fan, instead of serving the wealthy as a mascot, what are you doing here? Qian Xiao said with annoyance. He knew about Lu Fan's incredible luck in making money everywhere, and to be honest, he was envious, but envy was useless. He didn't have Lu Fan's luck, which seemed like a gift from heaven. When Lu Fan heard someone call his name, he was stunned. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Qian Xiao from the Qian family. You're telling me you, the young master of the Qian family, are really here to mooch a meal? Lu Fan said, looking at the pressure cooker. He quickly understood that Qian Xiao had come to find Wang Peng to breed a beast. And the pressure cooker was similar to the large jars he had asked for during the breeding test, probably with the same principle, just that the pressure cooker smelled better. Say that again. This pressure cooker is stewing my beast. No, wait. What do you mean stewing? This is breeding a beast, using a unique secret recipe. What do you know? Qian Xiao said disdainfully to Lu Fan. You don't know this, but I helped rent this studio, and Wang Peng's unique secret recipe isn't the first time it's been used. Lu Fan said, smiling at Qian Xiao. Just then, Wang Peng flipped the purple-eyed ice snake to allow the elemental crystals to be better absorbed, covered the pressure cooker again, and walked over. I don't know him, Lu Fan and Qian Xiao said in unison. Wang Peng smiled at the two, saying, it doesn't matter if you don't know each other. Let's get to know each other now, okay? Just consider it a favor for me. Chapter 37, If You Beg Me. I'll tell you. After Wang Peng's inquiry, he learned that Lu Fan and Qian Xiao met during a beast breeding session. At that time, the breeding was conducted by Qian Xiao's father, who is now the head of the Qian family, Qian Million. It was said that the breeding master had a 90 success rate, but Qian Million was still not very confident. So he invited Lu Fan to increase the odds of success. It is said that it was during that beast breeding that Qian Million's fourth beast advanced to Lord rank, solidifying his position as the head of the Qian family, which led to Qian Xiao's wealthy lifestyle today. Since that breeding session, Qian Xiao had looked down on Lu Fan, believing that success could have been achieved without him. However, after some investigation, he discovered that Lu Fan's luck was indeed extraordinary. Yet, he still found Lu Fan displeasing. He thought, look at you, Lu Fan, so amazing, yet you still have to serve his family. They have money. If his disdain was genuine the first time, the second time was purely out of jealousy. How much longer does my purple-eyed snake need to be bred? Qian Xiao asked, looking at the time. It's been over 2 hours. I wonder how things are going. Just a moment. I'll check, Wang Peng said, getting up to the pressure cooker, opening the lid again. The aroma was appetizing, and this time the evolution materials had mostly melted, with arcs of electricity occasionally flickering across the purple-eyed ice snake's body. I'm not in a hurry, Qian Xiao said, staring intently at the pressure cooker. Lu Fan, noticing Qian Xiao's state, comforted him. You should relax. If it fails, we can still have a pot of snake soup, right? He inhaled deeply. Smells so good. If you can't talk, you don't have to. Qian Xiao clenched and then relaxed his fists, thinking if he weren't unable to take Lu Fan on, he would have long since given him a piece of his mind. Lu Fan turned back to Wang Peng, eagerly asking, how about we have snake meat hot pot for dinner? Sure, Wang Peng replied casually, thinking he hadn't had hot pot in a while, then looked at Qian Xiao. I won't eat, Qian Xiao said, sulking as he took a stool and sat in front of the pressure cooker, seemingly unwilling to engage with the two. Lu Fan was discussing which hot pot restaurant to go to with Wang Peng when suddenly, Wang Peng seemed to sense something and looked at the pressure cooker. Then he checked the time and said to Qian Xiao, it's time to take it out. Qian Xiao was quite excited. Isn't it just upgrading to perfect quality? Is it that serious? Lu Fan was surprised to see Qian Xiao trembling in front of the pressure cooker. Wang Peng immediately turned to look, and upon seeing it, he was shocked. This was not excitement. It was clearly as if he had been electrocuted. Not good. A Tian, Wang Peng shouted from the corner, then rushed towards the pressure cooker. Before he could reach it, he heard a bang, and the pressure cooker lid flew off. Qian Xiao finally freed himself from the continuous electric shock and collapsed. After the lid was blown off, a purple figure flew out, swirling in the air with a series of shrill cries. Wang Peng focused his gaze and noticed that the purple-eyed cold-ice snake had undergone quite a transformation, especially with the two small bumps on its head. Monster name, Purple Lightning Thunder Serpent. Monster level 19, Elite. Monster quality, Perfect. Monster attribute, Lightning. Monster weakness, Poison and ice effects increase damage. Monster status, Healthy. Monster promotion conditions. At that moment, a Tian ran over from the corner, positioning himself in front of Wang Peng, and casually shot a ray of holy light at the collapsed Qian Xiao, gradually dissipating the arcs of electricity around him. Wang Peng looked at the purple lightning thunder serpent and found that it wasn't looking at him, a Tian, or the small knife waiting to flank them. Instead, it turned to look behind itself, appearing as if it was facing a formidable enemy. When he turned to look behind, he saw an unforgettable scene. A gigantic eagle was hovering above Lu Fan's head, its wings spread wide enough to almost cover the entire nurturing room. Monster name, Winged Eagle. Monster level, 26, Lord. Monster quality, Elite. Monster attribute, Wind. Monster weakness, the third feather on its neck. If destroyed, its strength is halved, and it becomes undying. Monster status, Healthy. Monster promotion, Perfect conditions, a Lord. No wonder he hadn't seen Lu Fan carrying any beasts lately. No wonder Lu Fan said he didn't like nurturing beasts, he preferred fighting, right? Watching this, Wang Peng waved his hand, signaling a Tian to check on Qian Xiao's condition. With this winged eagle around, his safety was assured. If a level 26 Lord couldn't handle a level 19 Elite, he might as well find a pot to stew himself in. Under a Tian's continuous healing, Qian Xiao finally woke up groggily, glanced at the purple lightning thunder serpent, then at the distant winged eagle. After roughly understanding the situation, he waved to the purple lightning thunder serpent, Purple Eye. Hearing its master's call, the purple lightning thunder serpent quickly descended, ignoring the circling winged eagle, and happily burrowed into Qian Xiao's embrace. Qian Xiao got shocked for a moment, and then a ray of holy light descended upon him. The purple lightning thunder serpent looked at itself and then burrowed back into Qian Xiao's arms, getting shocked and bathed in holy light simultaneously. When the purple lightning thunder serpent tried to burrow into Qian Xiao again, Qian Xiao quickly waved his hand. Wait. The purple lightning thunder serpent spun around in place, looking aggrieved. It's not that I don't want to hug you. You need to learn to control your lightning power first. Otherwise, it might be the last time I can hug you, Qian Xiao patiently explained to the purple lightning thunder serpent. After finally explaining things clearly to the purple lightning thunder serpent, Qian Xiao sat up and asked Wang Peng, "Do you have any quick ways to master abilities? Money is not an issue." Wang Peng shook his head with a bitter smile. He was a beast nurturer, not an expert in beast research, so he really couldn't make any money from this. "I don't have a method, but I know where you might find one. I just don't know if you're willing to pay the price." Wang Peng looked at him, smiled, and nodded towards Lu Fan. His teacher was the president of the Monster Alliance's Qingshan branch. In terms of understanding beasts, no one in Qingshan City could be more comprehensive than his teacher. Perhaps President Qi would have a solution. Qian Xiao glanced at Lu Fan with a grim expression. Lu brother, money. I don't lack money. But if you beg me, I might be in a good mood to help you ask." Lu Fan looked at Qian Xiao with a teasing expression. Chapter 38, Bro. Have you been scammed? Qian Xiao took a deep breath, looked at the aggrieved purple lightning thunder serpent, then turned to Lu Fan. "Lu brother, I beg you." "Okay. As long as you have that intention," looking at Wang Peng's face, "I'll help you with this." Lu Fan interrupted Qian Xiao again. He couldn't let someone truly beg him. After all, Qian Xiao was Wang Peng's customer, and he hoped Qian Xiao would bring in more business for Wang Peng. Then it's settled. It's getting late. Let's go eat hot pot. If you need to nurture beasts in the future, just come find me, Wang Peng said as he checked the time. "All right. I'll come back tomorrow. I just happen to have another beast that needs nurturing," Qian Xiao said thoughtfully. Wang Peng didn't expect him to really have a beast that needed nurturing. He was just being polite. "How about tomorrow? I have classes these 2 days. Let me contact you when I have time." President Qi's class? Qian Xiao glanced at Lu Fan. He knew that President Qi had a lecture in the next few days that required an invitation to attend, but with Wang Peng and Lu Fan's relationship, it shouldn't be a problem. No, it's a sophomore class, a regular high school basic course," Wang Peng said apologetically, feeling a bit rushed about running the studio. He hadn't been able to come in much this week. "High school? Are high school students this impressive now?" Qian Xiao was utterly dumbfounded. He never expected it was a high school class. "It's okay. Mainly, I've had a lot of exposure to beast nurturing," Wang Peng said before getting into Lu Fan's car, preparing to go eat hot pot. This left Qian Xiao in a daze in the wind. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out his phone and called his sister Qian Duo, who was also a nurturer, although only at a basic level, but she was already in college. Bloodline conflict is very difficult. Qian Duo at the distant Imperial Capital University said, while looking at the report on her computer desktop titled Feasibility Report on Successfully Resolving Beast Bloodline Conflicts. Oh, then it seems I've met a master today. Resolving bloodline conflict issues should be a piece of cake, Qian Xiao said happily. He finally encountered someone impressive. Bro, you haven't been scammed, have you? Qian Duo recalled the information she had just gathered, noting that there had only been one case of successfully resolving bloodline conflict issues. She found it hard to believe that her brother could encounter such a thing just by going out. After hearing his sister's words, Qian Xiao wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I definitely wasn't scammed this time. I watched the whole process with my own eyes, he said, recalling the pressure cooker stewing snake meat. Bro, when have you not seen it with your own eyes? Last time you were tricked into signing for a useless plant-type beast. And the time before that, you were scammed into paying a high price for a non-attack purple-eyed cold ice snake. So, how much did you spend this time? Qian Duo sighed. Not much at all. Just 6,000 monster coins to resolve the bloodline conflict issue. Isn't that a great deal? Qian Xiao said proudly, glancing at the purple lightning thunder serpent. It's just that the beast's control over its abilities is a bit weak. Bro, which beast did they help you resolve? Qian Duo asked weakly, feeling that her brother was most likely scammed. A plant and a support-type beast wouldn't be much help for 6,000 monster coins. That amount could buy a very good beast. What's wrong? Is someone bullying you at school? Qian Xiao frowned. Qian Duo then looked at the latest information she had gathered. At the Qingshan City Professional Nurturer Assessment Site, an intermediate nurturer was discovered, suspected of resolving beast bloodline conflict issues. There are pictures and evidence. In Lu Fan's car, Wang Peng gazed out at the retreating scenery, wondering if he should buy a car. He had just earned 2,000 monster coins today, and relying on Lu Fan's car wasn't a long-term solution. With that thought, Wang Peng shared his idea with Lu Fan, asking for advice. He already had a driver's license. He just didn't own a car. To buy a car, you should look for that Qian Xiao, who's got more money than he knows what to do with, Lu Fan said, realizing that seeking Qian Xiao might save a lot of trouble. Does he have a channel? Wang Peng asked, puzzled. Oh, I forgot to tell you that the Qian family is in the automobile business. Before the Great Cataclysm, Old Master Qian Qianwan, was selling cars. After the Great Cataclysm stabilized, he saw the market for beast taming and began to venture into the beast car field, which has already shown initial results. Lu Fan patiently explained to Wang Peng. Wang Peng thought the Qian family was wealthy, but he didn't expect them to be this rich. You have to know that the beast car market is almost saturated in just a few years, so the Qian family, as pioneers, must have a considerable scale. By the way, since Old Master Qian is named Qianwan, and the head of the Qian family is named Qian Baiwan, why isn't the younger Qian called Qian Shiwan? Wang Peng was curious. He had been intrigued by the name of the head of the Qian family, Qian Baiwan, and found the name Qian Xiao interesting. If not Qian Shiwan, it should be Qian Duo, right? What does the name Qian Xiao mean? Well, it is said that Old Master Qian thought that Shiwan was too little, so he didn't choose that name. As for why he chose Qian Xiao, it might be a hope that he won't spend money recklessly in the future, but later found that it didn't have much effect, so he gave up. After saying this, he glanced at Wang Peng, who seemed to be deep in thought. Lu Fan smiled and added, by the way, Qian Xiao's sister's name fits the Qian family's temperament very well. His sister, is she named Qian Duo? Wang Peng thought for a moment and felt that only Qian Duo fit the Qian family's temperament. No, his sister's name is Qian Duo, meaning there is so much money that it can't be spent. Lu Fan smiled and looked at Wang Peng as he saw Xiao Dao and a Tian getting out of the car. Back home, Wang Peng ordered takeout for Xiao Dao. Because of the mantis's nature, there were no live creatures prepared at home, so he decided to order takeout, and he ordered a portion for himself as well. Chapter 39, My School Moves on Its Own. As soon as Wang Peng arrived at school, he noticed something was off. He walked into the school gate, then stepped back out, then walked in again, and stepped back out again. Because there was open space on both sides of the school, there were no reference points. And Wang Peng wasn't very sure. However, he counted the steps he took on his way to school every day, and he just confirmed that the number of steps was incorrect. At the same time, he confirmed that he had not been attacked by monsters. The Monster Alliance has regulations that prohibit both uncontracted monsters and already contracted beasts from entering the campus. This is also to ensure the safety of the students, as most do not reach the age of 18 until the second year of junior high, which is the age when they can sign contracts with beasts. Wang Peng was sure that something had happened at the school during the 5 days he was away, and under the condition that no one was disturbed and the foundation was not moved, displacing the entire school was definitely not something a human could do. It must be the ability of a powerful beast. Sure enough, when he walked into the classroom, he heard his classmates discussing something. Wow, have you heard? Classmate A. Of course, classmate B. Is it true? Classmate A. It should be true. I saw Teacher Liang went to a meeting. Classmate B. Congratulations on passing the cultivator assessment and obtaining the intermediate cultivator qualification certificate. Gao Yuan smiled and said, Thank you. Wait, how do you know? Wang Peng looked puzzled. Logically, apart from Teacher Liang, he hadn't told anyone about participating in the assessment, and Teacher Liang wouldn't go around talking about it. So how did Gao Yuan know? Just look. Gao Yuan placed his phone in front of Wang Peng, and there was a news article. At the Qingshan City Vocational Cultivator Assessment Site, an intermediate cultivator appeared, suspected of solving the beast bloodline conflict issue, with pictures as evidence. The news even included a photo of Wang Peng just leaving the assessment site, with a Tian following behind, still without clothes, looking like a skeletal angel. This unscrupulous media, Wang Peng gritted his teeth and said, he originally planned to sneak in to take the cultivator qualification certificate and then amaze everyone. But he didn't expect to be exposed by unscrupulous media before he even took action. Moreover, the click rate of this news was not low, which was considered a way to surprise everyone, but the comments below were obviously filled with skepticism. Through chatting with Gao Yuan, Wang Peng learned about the events that had occurred at the school over the past few days. The school planned to add a new course called Beast Taming class, which, unlike previous theoretical practices, would allow students to bring their beasts to school for joint learning. However, some parents expressed resistance, feeling that bringing monsters to school would endanger their children's safety. Despite the school's repeated emphasis that students and beasts would be separated except during the beast taming class, some parents still disagreed. The school leaders were discussing how to proceed with this matter, whether to divide the existing school and designate an area for teaching. Looking at the now quiet classmates, Teacher Liang was very satisfied, and then said, I have good news and bad news. Teacher Liang did not give the students time to react and directly announced, the good news is that the school has decided to add the beast taming class despite the opposition, so you can learn alongside your beasts. The classmates erupted in cheers, fully supporting the school's decision, the first time they agreed with the school adding a class. Teacher Liang looked at the happy faces of the students and smiled lightly. The bad news is that your other classes remain unchanged. Don't think that just because there is a beast taming class, you can neglect other subjects. Moreover, the beast taming class will not be directly added to the timetable. It will be merged with physical education. So from now on, your beast taming class will be PE. After finishing, Teacher Liang looked at the still enthusiastic students and sincerely thought, I hope when you find out that the beast taming class is focused on combat training rather than play, you can still be this happy. Additionally, due to some parents' objections, the entire senior class will be separated from the school and managed as a separate college. A new teaching building for the senior class will be built next to the school, and those approved senior students will be the first batch of talents to be cultivated. After Teacher Liang finished speaking, he said it was self-study and left. After Teacher Liang left, Gao Yuan happily said, Finally, we are going to have practical classes. I've been learning theoretical knowledge every day. I'm about to vomit. You think it's for fun? I estimate it will be semi-militarized training. It sounds nice to call it beast taming class, but it's actually training warriors. Some people are destined to not be able to handle it. Listening to Gao Yuan's words, Wang Peng unhesitatingly poured a bucket of cold water on him. No way, training warriors? But we are only in the second year of high school. According to the divided schools classification, we are just entering the senior year. Gao Yuan did not doubt it, but he did not want to accept reality. He did not want his high school life to end like this. Let's take it step by step. Think of it as warming up early. Don't forget your Monster University invitation letter. That is the real stage, Wang Peng silently said as he looked towards the capital. The entire morning's classes passed amidst the students' excitement. Since the students were not in the mood to study, the school decided to give them half a day off and also begin construction of a new campus. The infrastructure capabilities of New Century China are even more impressive than before the Great Cataclysm, so this new campus construction could probably be completed in just 2 days. Of course, this requires the cooperation of special beasts. Wang Peng happened to use this half-day time to take a Tian to the monster snack shop to see if there was any food suitable for a Tian. It wouldn't due to not eat at all. After using his abilities yesterday, Wang Peng felt that a Tian was clearly weakened, but not completely so. This state would probably recover after today, but this situation would not work in battle. They must find a type of food that can quickly restore stamina. Chapter 40. Offering incense to my beast. Wang Peng looked at the huge monster snack shop in front of him, feeling very shocked. Although he had heard how big and how rich in variety monster snack shops were, he couldn't feel that scale until he saw it with his own eyes. Moreover, this was just a branch near the school, not the flagship store, yet it was already the size of several furniture stores. The monster snack shop in the center of Qingshan City must be even larger. Wang Peng brought Xiao Dao and a Tian to select some food, mainly looking for food suitable for a Tian, while Xiao Dao seemed interested in everything, especially those living creatures, like spirit mice, little blood snakes, and snacks fused with the essence of various monster bloodlines. It's unclear how the Monster Alliance produces them, But even the snack that clearly has no life vitality makes the little knife, which usually only eats living creatures, drool. It holds tightly onto Wang Peng's pant leg with its two front paws, as if it wouldn't let him leave without buying it something. Wang Peng first took a Tian to browse the necromantic skeleton food area. After all, a Tian evolved from a shadow skeleton. Although it was almost unrecognizable from its shadow skeleton roots, it might still retain some past habits. They walked past huge shelves, row after row, filled with food made by the Monster Alliance over the years based on the characteristics of skeleton and necromantic monsters, covering almost all discovered monster types. However, coincidentally, a Tian belonged to an undiscovered monster type, and as they walked by the rows of shelves, a Tian showed no interest at all, silently following Wang Peng, acting as a bodyguard. As Wang Peng looked at the next row of skeleton-related shelves passing by, he noticed the Tian still had no reaction. But the little knife was interested in the food on the shelves, occasionally showing signs of happiness. Seeing a Tian's lack of response, Wang Peng decided to explore the entire monster snack shop, as they still had an entire afternoon. Today, no matter what, he had to find food suitable for a Tian. If necessary, he would customize it. In fact, Wang Peng was not very keen on customizing food, not because of the monster coins issue, but because customizing food required providing all information about the monster, including level, quality, habits, and even weaknesses. The Monster Alliance promised to keep the identities of customizers confidential and also to keep the monster information secret, but if they discovered a Tian's true quality, it would still be a troublesome matter. The Monster Alliance couldn't just take what they wanted, they had their bottom line. But various researchers and media reporters would swarm in. Although the discovery of a new species wouldn't cause a sensation, it would still be a hot topic. Therefore, if the problem with a Tian could be solved with regular food, Wang Peng would definitely not opt for customization. However, as time passed, and all the shelves were browsed, a Tian still had no reaction, so Wang Peng couldn't help but sigh. It seemed customization was indeed necessary. Just as Wang Peng was about to say something to a Tian, he suddenly noticed that a Tian's gaze was off. It was fixated on something behind him. Daily necessities, or rather, outdoor daily necessities. He didn't quite understand what a Tian was looking at. So he walked over to the shelf and pointed out items for a Tian one by one. First, he wanted to rule out things that couldn't be eaten, like camping sleeping bags and military water bottles. He didn't understand why such items appeared in a snack shop. Perhaps they were just being sold alongside. Following a Tian's gaze, Wang Peng looked at a row of incense sticks, then pointed to a row of black incense sticks, and saw a Tian nod. Wang Peng focused and saw the shelf labeled, Beast Repelling Incense Type 1. Description: lighting this incense can repel most monsters in the wild, limited to below elite level. With a small chance of ineffectiveness, priced at 1 monster coin per incense stick. Wang Peng decided to buy 10 sticks, unsure if it would be effective for a Tian. He thought he'd start with a small amount, and buy more if it worked. Following a Tian's gaze again. This time he saw a type of white incense stick. Soul Returning Incense Type 1. Description: lighting this incense in the wild can accelerate the recovery of a monster's stamina, limited to below elite level. Effective for certain monsters only, please purchase with caution. Priced at 1 monster coin per stick. It was only 20 monster coins, it didn't matter if it failed. But if it succeeded and found food to restore a Tian's energy, it would be a gain. Wang Peng looked at the shelves. From his earlier observation, he noticed that almost all snack types were priced at 3 monster coins or higher. After that, he bought some snacks for the little knife, spending about 50 monster coins. But he didn't dare buy too much, as the little knife's level was nearing its limit. He decided to wait until the evolution materials arrived in a couple of days, and after successfully upgrading to perfect quality, he would buy more for the little knife. After returning home, Wang Peng found a spare incense burner for offering to his parents. He first lit the beast-repelling incense and observed a Tian's reaction. Finding he showed no discomfort and that there was no beast-repelling effect, which made sense since the beast-repelling incense was only effective for monsters below elite level, and a Tian was already level 11. Wang Peng then turned to look at the little knife, finding it also showed no reaction. Could it be that the little knife belonged to that kind of low-probability monster? It should be. There's no way his beast-repelling incense was fake, as it was from a legitimate chain store. Chapter 41. Different Beast Training Class. He observed for a while, and since a Tian showed no obvious discomfort, he decided to leave it be. If he couldn't understand it, there was no need to think too much. Monsters had appeared. Was there anything more astonishing than this? Wait, that's not right. Wang Peng checked a Tian's level on the evolution panel and found he was already level 12, having been level 11 just yesterday. This meant that the mixed incense type could indeed help in leveling up. He looked at the swirling smoke around a Tian and said, "It's fine. Don't hesitate to apply incense for yourself. As long as it can enhance your strength, monster coins are not an issue. We have money." After tidying up, Wang Peng took the little knife and headed to school. He had been considering which monster to bring to class yesterday, but now it was settled. A Tion could stay home to use the incense while he took the little knife to see his classmates' monsters. Bringing a Tion for the first time would be too showy. It didn't align with Wang Peng's strategy of standing out. He wanted to amaze everyone subtly, rather than directly shocking them. That wouldn't be good. Arriving at school, Wang Peng noticed the new campus that had appeared overnight next to the school and couldn't help but marvel at the speed of infrastructure development in Huagua. A project expected to take 2 days was completed in just one. Of course, this surely involved the abilities of monsters, but it was still impressive, giving a sense of towering buildings rising from the ground in a night. Wang Peng walked towards the new campus with the little knife. According to regulations, monsters were not allowed on campus, but the new campus was an exception. It would serve as a transitional academy for Monster University, reportedly to select talent for the first Monster University. Naturally, excellent students like Wang Peng, who received admission invitations, didn't need to compete for this quota. Those with invitations would be in the elite class, which was Class 1. It was said that classes would be divided based on strength. The strong would rise, and the weak would fall. Wang Peng reached the entrance of the new campus and saw a long line forming, and couldn't help but comment on the strict management of the new campus. To prevent outsiders from infiltrating, registration was required for the first entry. However, Wang Peng didn't TQ. He swiftly walked to the front of the line, showed a card and a certificate to the registration staff, and was allowed to enter. He was permitted to enter, but the people behind him were not pleased. A young man with dyed yellow hair questioned the registration staff, asking why Wang Peng could cut in line and whether there was any fairness left, pointing at Wang Peng as he spoke. In fact, Wang Peng's intermediate breeder qualification certificate and Monster University admission invitation could each allow him to enter, but he presented both just to wait for this moment. Sure enough, the registration staff casually said, "This person has a Monster University admission invitation. Do you have one? He has an intermediate breeder qualification certificate. Do you have one?" The yellow-haired young man shook his head after hearing this. He could still claim that he obtained the Monster University admission invitation by luck, as a strong team had withdrawn earlier, and he always felt there was some kind of underhanded dealings involved. However, an intermediate breeder qualification certificate couldn't be faked. It was recognized by the Monster Alliance, and anyone who forged it was doomed. Listening to Wang Peng's seemingly encouraging words and seeing his quick departure afterward, the young man felt that this person was doing it on purpose. Clearly strong. Why did he wait for the registration staff to explain before leaving? What kind of twisted humor was this? Didn't strong people disdain such matters? Wang Peng adopted a mindset of rushing out after getting dressed and happily walked to the newly built classroom. As soon as he entered the classroom, he noticed that it seemed to be specially constructed for beast masters, significantly larger than a normal classroom, with ample space between each seat. As he stepped in, he found many people looking at him. Wang Peng was taken aback, wondering why they were staring at him so eagerly. Confused, he made his way to his original seat and sat down. Just as he settled in, Gao Yuan and Gu Shui approached him. Gu Shui said, "Wang Peng, let us team up." The Beast Master class would be conducted in teams, and students were encouraged to find partners in advance. Those without partners would be assigned by the instructor at the start of the class. It was suggested to form strong teams. "Teacher Liang, you see, the teacher suggests strong partnerships. Let us team up," Gu Shui said, looking at Wang Peng eagerly. Gao Yuan and Wang Peng both had attack-type beasts, while hers was a support type, so she was genuinely worried they might leave her behind. Everyone seemed preoccupied, except for those who were confident in themselves or those in a casual 3-person group. The rest were searching for teammates. After a moment, an announcement came over the loudspeaker, instructing students to gather on the playground and to keep an eye on their beasts to prevent any fighting incidents. Wang Peng and the others got up and headed to the playground, where several pickup trucks were already parked, and a row of personnel in military green and a row in black uniforms stood in front of the vehicles. The military green-clad individuals were from the Huagua military, while the black-clad ones were security personnel from Yunlong Group. These should be their instructors. Chapter 42. This is a battle, not child's play. Generally, large-scale events are conducted jointly by the military and the security department of Yunlong Group. The Monster Alliance's overall strategy is determined by a council of 10 members, which includes 5 leaders, one of whom is Huagua, while one of the 5 deputy leaders is also from Yunlong Group. Therefore, the actual controllers of the Monster Alliance are 5 superpowers and their strongest commercial groups behind them. This is also why Yunlong Group can sometimes act on behalf of the officials, as they are the military's financial backers, providing funding for all military operations. Wang Peng looked around, noticing that both the military and Yunlong Group did not make any moves, so he shifted his gaze to his surroundings. He observed that his classmates' beasts were indeed quite extraordinary, ranging from a few meters tall violent bears to amphibious 3-winged crocodiles, and there was even a Siberian husky over there. Wait, a husky? Wang Peng suddenly became interested and looked over to find that it was indeed a husky, the legendary era, and it seemed to be a purebred. The husky was circling around its owner, who stood helplessly in the center, unable to move forward or backward. Wang Peng was puzzled, wondering how someone could be so intent on having a husky as a beast. Keeping it as a pet would be fine. But how could someone go so far as to cultivate it as a beast? Would a husky really help its owner in battle? Wang Peng doubted it, seeing it as a rather frivolous choice. The husky's owner seemed to notice Wang Peng's scrutiny and awkwardly smiled at him, then simply sat down, watching the husky spin around until it tired itself out. Wang Peng raised an eyebrow, wondering what would happen to this fellow when it was time to gather. He turned to look at the instructors, not believing they hadn't seen this scene. Indeed, while the military instructors maintained their composure, the instructors from Yunlong Group showed expressions that were half smiles, indicating they were having a hard time holding back, as if unable to bear it any longer. The military representative stepped forward and shouted to all students, "Gather." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive wolf-like creature emerged from a spatial fluctuation behind him, howling at the sky. Clearly, it was a lord-type beast. Following that, several terror wolves jumped down from the pickups, also howling at the sky. Wang Peng glanced around and noticed that the terror wolves generally ranged from levels 15 to 17, all of elite quality, likely bred on a large scale. Although they were all elite quality and of medium level, they could easily overpower the beasts of the students. Feeling the pressure of a lord's aura and the generally higher level of the terror wolves, the students' beasts quickly calmed down, and soon the playground fell silent. However, there was one exception, that husky, who was now mimicking the terror wolves' actions, howling away and occasionally letting out AO-woo sounds. Its owner desperately tried to cover its mouth, but clearly could not overpower the husky, as an adult husky was quite strong, and this was still a beast. The lord stopped howling, seemingly feeling insulted, and walked step by step towards the husky, staring at it quietly. The husky, not backing down, seemed encouraged and howled even more energetically at the lord. Meanwhile, its owner, seeing the lord so close, pressed down on the husky's mouth and apologized to the lord, saying, "Sorry, he's just a bit too excited." The instructor also walked over, looked at the sweaty dog owner and the howling husky, and said, "Your biggest mistake is not being able to control your beast. Now, let me give you your first lesson. The first command for a beast is to obey management." With that, a shadow flashed by, and the husky went flying with a howl, which quickly turned into a whimper. "Don't worry, the terror wolves are very reliable. They won't hurt your beast," the instructor said to the student without any expression. After repeating this a few times, the husky finally learned to behave, standing quietly in front of its owner. The instructor looked at the now quiet husky and scanned the students, saying loudly, "Remember, only beasts that obey commands can be called beasts. Otherwise, they are merely monsters, and monsters are our enemies." Wang Peng and the others joined the ranks with their respective beasts. Instructor Sure watched the clusters of students gathering with a wry smile, unsure whether it was good or bad for these inexperienced students who had never seen blood to participate in training. Once the students had assembled, Instructor Sure looked at them and said, "This Beast Master class organized by the Alliance is meant to cultivate warriors, not for you to play house. I'm sure you've heard about the Monster University incident. Yes, this Beast Master class is both a training and a selection process. I just roughly calculated, there are over 900 students in total, but only 100 spots for advancement, so you know what that means." Upon hearing this, the students erupted in chatter, seemingly unable to believe there were so few spots. They had anticipated a selection process, but did not expect the numbers to be so low, making it almost a 10-to-1 chance, indicating fierce competition. Quiet down, what a mess this is. There are 100 spots. But we don't necessarily have to select 100, understand? If by the end of this semester you're still this disorganized and undisciplined, we might not select anyone at all. Instructor Sure threw out another cruel fact. This is not an elimination round. This is a promotion round. If you do not meet the corresponding promotion standards, we would rather not fill 100 spots than include unqualified personnel. Chapter 43, The Temptation of Food. According to research in recent years, the Monster Alliance roughly categorizes beasts into 3 types: attack type, defense type, and support type. Of course, there are further subdivisions, such as attack support type, defense support type, support attack type, and support defense type, among others. For example, Gao Yuan's 4-winged blood-eye tiger is an offensive support type, while Wang Peng's little knife is an offensive type. Gu Shue's purple-eyed eye snake is an auxiliary offensive type, and a Tian, who burns incense at home, is a defensive support type. The team formation method mentioned by Instructor Sure can adapt to any situation, and theoretically, 3 offensive Beastmasters can team up as long as they take down the opponent before they react. However, this is easily countered. What if the attack can't break through the opponent's defense? Wang Peng thought about his team. The offense was sufficient, and he had Gu Shue for support. but he lacked a defensive-type beast. If a Tion could participate, it would barely meet the basic configuration. He just didn't know if everyone could have multiple beasts participating. Currently, most of his classmates had only signed one beast. If it were possible, the operational space would be much larger. Thinking of this, Wang Peng slowly walked toward Instructor Shi, preparing to ask about the specific rules. Instructor Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise as Wang Peng approached. Was he planning to withdraw from the selection early? They had arrived early and had not yet received the list of those directly invited by Monster University. Instructor Shi, I want to ask if each person can only have one beast participating in the training, or if all beasts can participate. Wang Peng didn't have high hopes. After all, one beast per person seemed fair. Instructor Shi didn't expect anyone to ask him this question, since the soon-to-be seniors had just turned 18. Most of them had only signed one beast. While it wasn't impossible for someone to have signed two, most couldn't even nurture one properly. Of course, all beasts can participate. That's fair. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair for those who put effort into training their beasts to be excluded from the competition, Instructor Shi said dismissively. Seeing Wang Peng's bewildered expression, he further explained, we are training warriors, true beastmasters. When beastmasters are fighting in the wild, no one cares how many beasts you have. Group fights are quite common. After all, you can't expect wild monsters to reason with you. We train them as warriors, not as competitors. While understanding the rules, Wang Peng also sensed that something significant seemed to be happening in the alliance. The jungle law was directly applied in the school. If he said nothing major was going on, he wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten. He couldn't delay any longer, even after advancing to elite levels. The materials to improve quality would be more abundant and expensive, but it was still better than being killed by a lord's single strike after reaching divine quality. Seeing that most of his classmates had formed their teams, while the remaining few were still hesitating, Instructor Shi stepped forward and said, those who have formed teams, please gather over here. Those who haven't formed teams will be eliminated. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining classmates quickly formed teams. Regardless of whether they knew each other or their strength, they just needed to form a team to avoid elimination. Instructor Shi coldly watched the quickly assembled small teams. In fact, the selection process had started as soon as they began forming teams, or rather, it had begun the moment they stepped through the new campus gate. There was a similar message on the blackboard in every classroom, a message that they had written, since they received news in advance that strong alliances were necessary. If they didn't showcase their strength and look for suitable teammates, or if they were overly self-important, such people would surely be eliminated. They might excel at exploring secret realms alone, but they would definitely not be suited for large-scale military operations, whether as participants in battle or as commanders of the Legion. The former must obey orders, while the latter must be responsible for everyone in the Legion. This is not a role for someone who is overly self-important. Watching the classmates gather as teams, Instructor Shi announced the content of the first lesson. Today, I hope each of you trains only one thing, coordination. The coordination between you and your beasts. By the end of the school day, there will be a small assessment. You will lead your beasts through an obstacle course and complete all designated actions to pass. After speaking, he instructed the instructors behind him to unload materials from the pickup truck and begin constructing the course. Building the course wasn't easy since it had to accommodate all beast sizes, so the instructors built 3 identical courses with the same obstacles. In a short while, the 3 courses appeared before everyone, resembling the cutest height differences. Many classmates were eager to try. The first challenge was simple. Just a balance beam that their beasts needed to walk across safely. However, the course was not that simple. Instructor Shi had the fearsome wolf guard the entrance while starting to unload goods from the pickup. At first, the classmates were curious about why a balance beam warranted a lord's watch, until they saw the instructors unloading boxes of gourmet snacks from the monster snack shop. All opened and emitting strong aromas, scattered on both sides of the balance beam. It was clear that not all beasts could resist the temptation. Just watching the little knife clinging to Wang Peng's leg showed how hard it was to resist such delicious food. But not everyone was so fortunate. A flash of movement was seen as a husky broke free from its owner's grip and charged forward, only to be kicked away by the fearsome wolf. Seeing the flying husky and the fearsome wolf guarding the entrance, the other beasts quieted down for a moment. Of course, this was just the first challenge. The obstacle course had a total of 5 challenges. If the first challenge was about resisting temptation, the second was a complete torment, consisting of an arch bridge made of monster snacks. The beastmaster needed to control their beast to crawl through it, but if the beast took even a single bite, the entire arch bridge would collapse. The third challenge required swimming through a soup made from monster snacks. The fourth and fifth challenges were relatively normal, consisting of regular obstacles where they just needed to guide their beasts to avoid them. The instructors had quite a twisted sense of humor. The first 3 challenges made the beasts endure the temptation of food, and even if they managed to pass through the beastmaster's coercion, The last two challenges were the true test of coordination between the Beastmaster and the Beast. Wang Peng suspected that the first three challenges were added by the instructors themselves. They shouldn't have been part of the original plan. However, the head of the security department of the Yunlong group suggested a different opinion, since they were young beasts. Why not add a targeted training for resisting temptation to let them understand the dangers of the world? This was something instructors sure hadn't anticipated. After discussion, the content for the first three challenges was confirmed, and the monster snacks would be used as rewards for those who succeeded in the challenges, funded by the Yunlong group. Wang Peng looked at the scattered monster snacks on the three courses and thought that this was indeed a big investment. These monster snacks were worth at least several tens of thousands of monster coins. Indeed, activities involving the Yunlong group were never stingy with money, as they had more than enough of it, or rather, they only had money left. Watching his classmates undergo various adaptive training, there were occasional instances of a beast stealing snacks, causing the arch bridge to collapse, and the instructors quickly rebuilt it. However, eating snacks wasn't free. Ultimately, their owners had to pay. Although the Yunlong group kindly offered a 10% discount, some students still felt the pinch and took their beasts aside for a heart-to-heart. Deciding to try again later, Wang Peng prepared to take Little Knife to try the last two challenges. If they could successfully pass, he would apply for the assessment. Anyone could apply for the assessment at any time, with no limit on the number of attempts, but there was a time limit, until sunset. An hour later, Little Knife was able to pass the last two challenges without injury, and Wang Peng applied for the assessment. Under the watchful eye of an instructor, Little Knife didn't even glance at the scattered monster snacks and easily walked across the balance beam, reaching the second challenge of the arch bridge, crawling over it without any danger. Finally, they arrived at the third challenge of the food temptation course, which was shaped like a swimming pool, but instead of water, it was filled with high-concentration monster snack crystal soup, where many beasts had previously failed. Xiao Dao glanced at Wang Peng, then closed his eyes and slowly swam across the pool. To be precise, it was less of a pool and more like a small ditch. For many beast tamers, the challenge wasn't overcoming their fear of swimming. At this height, any beast could walk across. What they needed to overcome was the temptation of delicious food, especially the torment of being unable to eat it while in contact with it. Fortunately, Xiao Dao made it through safely, and the last two challenges were easy. With the cooperation between Xiao Dao and Wang Peng, they easily passed, and the instructor handed Wang Peng a blue card with qualified written on the front and one on the back. It was said that every class would involve such cards, with only those who passed receiving them, while those who failed would not. Ultimately, 100 spots would be determined based on comprehensive evaluations. Gu Shui watched Wang Peng and Gao Yuan, who had already passed the assessment, and then quietly glanced at the purple eye snake, which had just secretly taken a sip of the food crystal soup. She asked Wang Peng, "Why doesn't your beast even look at the monster snacks?" This question had puzzled her for a long time. All the other beasts struggled to pass the assessment, hesitating to a certain extent, while Wang Peng's beast didn't even glance at the snacks. As for how Gao Yuan passed, that was even simpler. His four-winged blood-eyed tiger fed on custom monster snacks and didn't care for ordinary ones at all. Gu Shui looked at these two wealthy beast tamers and silently took the purple eye snake to train. Ultimately, before the sun set, she also passed the assessment and received a qualification card. In fact, Wang Peng had advised her not to push herself so hard, as they both had direct invitations from Monster University and didn't need to earn their spots again. However, Gu Shui didn't think so. She felt that the last points competition was somewhat unfair, especially with teacher Liang's disciple conceding at the end. She needed to win her spot through her own efforts. Wang Peng had nothing to say about this. He himself wanted to prove himself again, just like Gao Yuan, who appeared carefree but was actually stronger than anyone else, being the first to pass the assessment. As the sun gradually set, Instructor Sure announced the end of the assessment, stating that those who did not pass would not receive qualification cards. Wang Peng was somewhat surprised that the husky had actually passed, considering it had been kicked away by the fearsome wolf on its first attempt. But now, seeing it tugging at its owner's pant leg, he couldn't help but wonder what promise its owner had made. It must have come at a significant cost, as the poor thing looked pale. However, Wang Peng strictly ordered it not to eat tonight, at least until it upgraded to perfect quality. After returning home, he looked at the smoke-filled Aeon, still at level 12 and not having upgraded again. He thought it made sense. It couldn't upgrade so quickly, as each level increased progressively. If it were that easy to level up, there would be lords everywhere. Wang Peng put away Xiao Dao's snacks and sat on the sofa, waiting. Shortly after, there was a knock at the door, accompanied by someone asking if anyone was home. Wang Peng got up and went to the door. After seeing it was the delivery guy through the peephole, he opened the door and took the package he had ordered from him. He had specifically set it for time delivery. He opened the package and saw inside the venomous Lord-level monster S venom sacs, the heart of dark elements. and 10 elemental crystals of the 5 elements, along with 100 grams of century-old thunderstruck wood. These were all the materials Xiao Dao needed for its upgrade. Wang Peng called Xiao Dao over, stuffed the thunderstruck wood and 5-element crystals into the heart of dark elements, and then fed them to Xiao Dao along with the venom sacs of the venomous lord. Since Xiao Dao could eat it, he didn't need to use a special recipe, which was time-consuming and labor-intensive. It was better to eat directly. After consuming the evolution materials, Xiao Dao's body erupted with a strong green light again, then fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 45. Greener and Stronger. The next day, Wang Peng was surprised to find that the green light on Xiao Dao had disappeared. He distinctly remembered that Xiao Dao had taken over a day to upgrade to elite quality last time. Why was the time shorter with a higher level? Looking at Xiao Dao's body, which had turned a deep green almost to the point of black, Wang Peng couldn't help but feel worried. He had never heard that the Reaper Mantis became darker in color as it evolved. Wasn't it supposed to grow larger? Why was it different in his case? Monster name, Reaper Mantis. Monster level, 10. Monster quality, perfect. Monster attributes, dark, poison. Monster weakness, thunder. Monster status, healthy. Monster upgrade requirements. Body materials of a dual attribute king level monster, at least not lower than the weight required for the upgrade. 1 thunder spirit, 100 poison element crystals, 100 dark element crystals, and 500 thunder element crystals. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Peng called President Qi. He wanted to ask about the specific information regarding the Reaper Mantis, as some data wouldn't be included in textbooks. And President Qi was the person with the most reserves in this area in Qingshan City. Once the call connected, Wang Peng greeted him as usual and asked his question. President Qi, sorry to bother you, but I have a question. Does the color of the Reaper Mantis relate to its strength? After hearing Wang Peng's question, President Qi was silent for a moment, followed by the sound of paper rustling. When he explained that the deeper the color, the stronger the poison, Wang Peng glanced at Xiao Dao, who was green to the point of black. Although the materials were lacking and the experimental conclusion was still unclear, it seemed to be about the same. All right, thank you, President Qi. I'm currently researching this area, and if I make any progress, I'd like to share the information with you, Wang Peng said sincerely. Since President Qi was studying the Reaper Mantis, he should provide some assistance using the evolution panel. Just do what you can, no rush, President Qi said. And when he saw that Wang Peng had nothing else to discuss, he hung up. Wang Peng put down the phone and looked at Xiao Dao, who was still resting, deciding not to disturb him for now and to wake him up later when he went to school. He turned to another room because a Tian needed to absorb fragrance daily. It was filled with smoke. Although it didn't have much of a smell, Wang Peng had prepared his old study room for a Tian's use. No wonder Wang Peng felt something was off. The smoke was thicker now. He looked at a Tian and noticed that its level had risen to 13. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before it became a lord. However, Wang Peng couldn't let it upgrade like this. It still needed to assist in battles, and mindlessly leveling up wasn't necessarily a good thing. A Tian, tidy up a bit. We're going to school soon. There's a battle today, Wang Peng said, looking at a Tian, who was sitting among 10 sticks of incense, wearing a white robe and sunglasses, which looked quite strange. This odd mix-and-match style gave off a vibe of a Taoist priest wearing a suit to perform a ritual. Wang Peng shook his head, trying to dispel the negative thoughts, wondering if he should buy a Tian a few more outfits, as this one was a bit monotonous. After washing up and having breakfast, Wang Peng took Xiao Dao and a Tian to school. He had already asked Instructor Shi yesterday if he could bring multiple beasts, so he hoped no one would blame him for bullying others today. Upon arriving at the new campus, Wang Peng registered and went to the training ground from yesterday. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of other students, mainly because a Tian was too eye-catching, even in clothing. Wow, why can Wang Peng bring a bodyguard in, but I can't? Student A asked. Fool, that is clearly a beast. Only students and staff can enter the new campus. Even security cannot come in, Student B replied. But Wang Peng's beast is so cool. Wait, isn't everyone only allowed to bring one beast? Student A said, puzzled. However, the reality was evidently different. They should just wait and see what the instructors say, Student B remarked. Sure enough, not long after Wang Peng appeared, someone went to ask the instructor, and the answer was affirmative. One person can carry multiple beasts. At this moment, some of the very few students who had signed contracts for 2 beasts were secretly delighted and decided to bring all their beasts the next day. However, most students, especially those who only had 1 beast or those who currently lacked the money or spiritual capacity to sign a second beast, were unhappy. They felt it was unfair, especially in a place like school where fairness is emphasized. Instructor Shi watched as the outcry grew louder and decided to say something. But it needed a starting point until the protesters sent a representative to negotiate with him. The instructors behind him began unloading one monster after another from the pickup truck and placed them in front of the students. This was the content of today's beast taming class. The students had ample time to understand these beasts before forming teams to hunt them. They would be placed in a designated area to battle the monsters simultaneously. In fact, these beasts were generally not very high in level, probably around elite intermediate. About level 15 or 16. It wouldn't be difficult for the student groups to kill them with teamwork. These monsters had been eliminated after experiments by the Monster Alliance. So their combat awareness was already very weak and posed no real threat. The instructor's purpose this time was to help students adapt to outdoor combat, especially to fighting above their level and teamwork. Although everyone had fought in the wild during the last point competition, there was no mandatory requirement to earn points. And quite a few students had just commanded their beasts to fight casually at the cabin entrance, while others had simply slacked off and enjoyed 3 days inside the cabin. Chapter 46. I don't need potted plants here. Wang Peng looked at the monster assigned to them, a spirit fox, but it seemed to be in poor condition, as if it had suffered some trauma. When it saw Wang Peng and the others, it cowered and trembled in its cage. Glancing helplessly at Gao Yuan and Gu Shui, he found them indifferent and nodded in agreement. Wang Peng then applied to the instructor to start the assessment. As the spirit fox was released into the designated area, Wang Peng and his companions began to dominate unilaterally. The spirit fox was no match for them and had no intention of fighting, running away upon seeing them approach. Although its combat ability was lacking, its escape skills were top-notch. Wang Peng and the others nearly eliminated it several times, but it managed to escape. Until the last time. A Tion's curse slowed its speed, and the purple-eyed ice snake seized the opportunity to unleash a delay, ultimately being ruthlessly killed by Gao Yuan's four-winged blood-eyed tiger. After the assessment, Wang Peng and the others received blue qualification cards again. For the next few days, they underwent routine training, and Wang Peng earned 5 blue cards. Welcoming the weekend. On Saturday, Wang Peng was enjoying his long-awaited weekend in bed. Looking at the glaring sun outside, he didn't want to get up. But sometimes things don't go as planned. Suddenly, a ringtone woke him up. Wang Peng grabbed his phone and answered the call. Hello? Hey, Boss Wang, it's Saturday. Remember our appointment to cultivate beasts? A familiar voice came from the phone. Wang Peng thought for a moment and realized it was Qian Xiao. He checked the caller ID and confirmed it was him. Wang Peng had specially changed Qian Xiao's contact name to a character for money. Oh, all right. Just bring the beasts to the studio in the afternoon, and we'll discuss it in detail, Wang Peng replied before hanging up, struggling to get out of bed. He really didn't want to get up, but thinking about the 2 gold-consuming beasts, Xiao Dao and a Tian, he forced himself to rise to earn money to support them and provide them with sustenance. By the time Wang Peng tidied up and arrived at the beast cultivation studio, lunch had already passed, so he decided to eat downstairs before going up. When he walked into the beast cultivation studio again, Chen Shui greeted him. Wang Peng asked her if anyone had made an appointment for cultivation since he had changed the beast cultivation to an appointment system before he left last time. If someone had booked, they would register here, and he would come over on weekends for cultivation. After checking, Chen Shui found that only 2 people had made appointments for consultation, with no appointments for cultivating beasts. Wang Peng thought for a moment and asked Chen Shui to schedule those 2 for consultation in the afternoon. After all, even small mosquitoes are meat. He wanted to make business where he could. After waiting for a while in the cultivation room, he saw Qian Xiao coming towards him with a potted plant. Wang Peng said at a glance, I don't need potted plants here, pointing to 2 potted plants at the entrance. Qian Xiao smiled awkwardly and replied, No, this isn't a potted plant for you. This is the beast I want to cultivate. After hearing this, Wang Peng carefully examined the potted plant, and after a moment, the evolution panel appeared. Monster name, Spirit of the Tree, Fortune Bamboo form. Monster level, 10. Monster quality, Ordinary. Monster attribute, Wood. Monster weakness, Fire. Monster status, Possessed. Monster promotion to Elite condition, Water element crystal and Wood element crystal in a ratio of 12. Specific dosage depends on the beast's absorption situation. He instantly became interested. Plant-type beasts weren't uncommon, or rather, they were quite common, but after they mutated, almost none relied on soil for cultivation. At most, they required photosynthesis. However, the spirit of the tree was different. They relied on other plants for survival until they reached the Lord level. And their effects were quite singular. They could immunize against mental attacks and were not affected by any mental skills. Generally, only one would be cultivated for team outdoor battles. He was actually curious why the wealthy young master Qian Xiao, who was not short on money or never went to the wild, would sign such a beast. But he thought it might involve someone else's privacy, so he didn't pursue the question further. You wanted to evolve, right? Wang Peng asked the spirit of the tree. Actually, not really. Evolution is just a side thing. I just want to know when it can move by itself. Qian Xiao said while mimicking the action of a fortune bamboo pulling itself out of the soil. Watching Qian Xiao's actions, Wang Peng understood that he seemed to have no idea what kind of beast he had signed. He still thought it was an ordinary plant-type beast. If it weren't for the evolution panel, Wang Peng wouldn't have been able to tell. The spirit of the tree was very good at disguising. Although its combat power was lacking, its ability to disguise was top-notch. Those who sold the spirit of the tree also cultivated them artificially in specific environments, using professional identification methods. After patiently explaining, Wang Peng made Qian Xiao roughly understand what kind of beast he had signed. He realized that only after reaching the Lord level could this fortune bamboo walk normally. Then he couldn't help but feel troubled, wondering if he should continue cultivating this spirit of the tree. If it was too difficult, he was ready to give up. Wang Peng noticed his confusion and calmly said, "Actually, you don't need to be so distressed. Normal cultivation is fine." Qian Xiao was about to say something when Wang Peng interrupted him. "For others, cultivating to the Lord level is difficult, but for you, it should be a breeze. The evolution materials for the spirit of the tree won't change. Just follow the prescribed ratio of elemental crystals, or in other words, as long as you keep spending money, it will be fine," Wang Peng continued. Sure enough, upon hearing Wang Peng say that he just needed to keep spending money, Qian Xiao's eyes lit up. He was least lacking in money. Seeing Qian Xiao's excited demeanor, Wang Peng poured cold water on him. "Don't get too happy too soon. Cultivating the spirit of the tree to Lord level will require at least 100,000 monster coins, which is even more expensive than directly purchasing a Lord level spirit of the tree." Upon hearing Wang Peng's words, Qian Xiao not only wasn't disheartened, but instead let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Wang Peng uncertainly and asked, "Really? Is it only 100,000? Of course, if you're willing to spend money. Anyway, he has already informed you of everything that needs to be known. So whether you want to spend unnecessary money on training is not his concern. In fact, besides burning money, there's another way to train, which is to gather some tree spirit essences together to fight and devour each other. The one that eventually emerges will be nurtured much faster and at a lower cost than through monetary means. This is also a common tactic used by beast tamers. However, this only applies to tree spirit essences that have not signed contracts, because no one knows which one will come out on top, while the one that has already signed a contract can only be nurtured through the most primitive methods. This is the case with Qian Xiao. If it were an ordinary family, how could they afford it? Just starting with a monster currency of over 100,000. They might as well sell themselves to gather it. Wang Peng suddenly felt that this tree spirit essence was very lucky. Others likely endured the pain of their souls being damaged and were killed. Chapter 47. I consider you a brother, but you want to treat me like an uncle. Wang Peng handed over the refined elite quality elemental crystal formula to Qian Xiao. Remembering that he had taken a taxi here today, Wang Peng took the opportunity to ask Qian Xiao about buying a car. Once the topic of cars came up, Qian Xiao became excited, as this was his area of expertise. He spoke coherently about various models, displacements, specifications, and so on. Wang Peng listened in a daze and then told Qian Xiao his needs, asking him to pick a suitable one. When Wang Peng was about to transfer money to Qian Xiao, he was refused, with Qian Xiao saying that if Wang Peng gave him the money for the car, it would be an insult. Qian Xiao then gifted Wang Peng a car, saying it was a congratulatory gift for the opening of Wang Peng's beast nurturing studio. Although his studio had already been open for about a week, he said it was better late than never. Unable to refuse, Wang Peng accepted it, thinking that he could charge Qian Xiao less money for beast nurturing in the future. After discussing business, Qian Xiao suddenly looked at Wang Peng mysteriously and said, "It seems my sister has a crush on you." Wang Peng was taken aback, questioning how he could sully someone's name without cause. He had never met Qian Xiao's sister, so how could she possibly have a crush on him? But seeing Qian Xiao's serious expression made him even more confused. Qian Xiao, noticing Wang Peng's expression, pulled out a picture. It was a news photo with the following content. During the assessment of vocational nurturers in Qingshan City, an intermediate nurturer appeared, suspected of solving the beast bloodline conflict issue. Proof of existence. Wang Peng was dumbfounded when he saw the news brought before him. What was this? This unscrupulous media. The picture was indeed him, but what did it have to do with Qian Xiao's sister having a crush on him? Wang Peng looked at the news screenshot with a black line on his forehead. Qian Xiao observed their surroundings, seemingly afraid of being discovered, and then recounted his sister's situation. One time, he intentionally stayed out, and through the living room surveillance, he saw his sister alone in the living room holding a piece of paper and talking about something. Using the camera's zoom function, he discovered that his sister was holding a news screenshot of Wang Peng, the very one he had just shown. As for what she was saying, since the surveillance didn't have audio, he couldn't hear, but there was no doubt she was looking for Wang Peng. His sister left home early and returned late every day, occasionally taking out that news screenshot to compare. Wang Peng quickly asked Qian Xiao, "Does your sister have any special hobbies? What's her personality like?" Qian Xiao replied ambiguously, "What? Are you interested in my sister? How could that be? I've never even met your sister. Why is she suddenly looking for me? There shouldn't be anything going on, and we have no grudges against each other," Wang Peng said, his voice lowering slightly. feeling that it wouldn't be good to speak negatively about someone else's sister, but her actions were indeed too strange. Instead, Qian Xiao pondered seriously for a moment. My sister doesn't have any special hobbies. She's very nice, optimistic, and cheerful. As he spoke, Qian Xiao began to feel something was off. Initially, he just thought his sister's behavior was unusual, and since he knew Wang Peng, he assumed his sister had a crush on him or something similar. But after Wang Peng's comments, he suddenly realized that they had never met before. Why was his sister so determined to find Wang Peng? Could it be that his sister was being manipulated by someone else? Thinking of this, Qian Xiao couldn't sit still any longer. He casually forwarded a photo to Wang Peng and said, "If my sister comes here looking for you, you help me keep her occupied first. I need to find out who dares to harm my sister." Wang Peng sent the photo to the receptionist, Chen Shui, telling her to contact him immediately if that person showed up, and then continued to wait for the two scheduled guests. As evening approached, Wang Peng only waited for one guest. The other one had an emergency and couldn't come. An hour later, while Qian Xiao's sister hadn't shown up, Lu Fan arrived instead. Lu Fan entered and said to Wang Peng, "I came to find you, but saw you weren't home, so I figured you must be at the studio. So I came here." Wang Peng looked at the hurried Lu Fan and asked, "What's the rush?" Lu Fan was clearly eager to find him, so there must be something important. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to his residence only to find he wasn't home and then come directly to the studio. Wang Peng was quite curious as to why she hadn't called, but seeing Lu Fan's anxious demeanor, he didn't dare to ask. "It's like this. Yunlong Group wants you to go solve a problem, or rather, my teacher asked you to come over," Lu Fan said after taking a sip of water. "Yunlong Group wants me to solve a problem? What they can't solve, can I?" Wang Peng questioned, surprised. It's not that he doubted his abilities, but Yunlong Group held a significant position, ranking among the top in the Monster Alliance. If they couldn't handle it, how could he? To be precise, it's the Qingshan branch of Yunlong Group. They invited my teacher over this afternoon, but it seems the problem is a bit tricky. So my teacher thought you might have a solution and sent me to ask you, Lu Fan explained. All right, then let's set off quickly. It's not too late yet, Wang Peng said, glancing outside at the still brightening sky before following Lu Fan out. Don't worry, even though you're invited in my teacher's name. As long as you can solve their problem, Yunlong Group will definitely pay. They have some credit, Lu Fan reassured Wang Peng as they drove. Wang Peng nodded without speaking. It wasn't really about the money. This time it was a personal invitation from President Xi. Out of respect and obligation, he had to go. Even if it was just a formality, especially since President Xi had helped him a lot. He was pondering what kind of problem could require him to resolve. Knowing that President Xi was a senior nurturer. If even he couldn't solve it, could anyone else? Chapter 48. What is it like to hear 1,000 huskies howling in unison? The drive was short since the Qingshan branch of Yunlong Group was also in the city. Unlike the Monster Alliance, which required an entire mountain, they were relatively closer to the urban area. After getting out of the car, Wang Peng saw a landmark building. Yunlong Tower, towering into the clouds, quite magnificent. However, they weren't going to Yunlong Tower, but rather the underground Yunlong experimental base. The upper floor was the office area, while the lower floor was the experimental area. After Lu Fan presented the relevant documents and went through multiple checks, the two were smoothly allowed entry, while Xiao Dao and Atian were taken to a special reception room for guests, where they could enjoy monster snacks at will. Wang Peng was puzzled when the beasts were taken away, until he saw Lu Fan release his eagle, which gradually eased his confusion. Perhaps this was just the protocol here. Lu Fan noticed Wang Peng's confusion and explained that the underground laboratory contained newly cultivated young beasts and some special confidential information. To prevent special beast tamers from spying for information, they had to take such measures. Upon arriving at the underground experimental area, Wang Peng saw President Qi and a young man who looked ordinary, but it was clear that sitting next to President Qi indicated an important identity. Wang Peng and Lu Fan sat down next to President Qi, and the young man clearly paused when he saw Wang Peng, but quickly covered it up, directly asking, "President Qi, who is this?" "Minister Wang, this is our Qingshan City's young talent Wang Peng. He passed the intermediate breeder assessment at a young age and has become a qualified beast tamer. He has some research on bloodline conflicts and might be able to help with this situation," President Qi explained, looking at Wang Peng with satisfaction. He was happy that Wang Peng could come. "Hello, I am Wang Yi, the head of the Yunlong Group's Qingshan City branch. Let's get started," Minister Wang said, standing up and walking toward a large alloy door. It was clear that his first sentence was an introduction, and the latter was directed at President Qi. President Qi took out 2 pairs of earplugs and handed them to Wang Peng and Lu Fan, then turned to walk towards the alloy door. Wang Peng looked at the earplugs on the table and glanced at Lu Fan. "Listen to me, put on the earplugs. It's for the best, or you'll regret it," Lu Fan quickly said as he picked up the earplugs and put them on. Wang Peng didn't think too much, since it was the requirement of the place. It must have a reason, so he put them on as well. Who knew what could happen? Ahead, Minister Wang used an identity card to unlock the alloy door. With a sound of chains rotating, the alloy door opened from the middle to both sides. Looking at the opened alloy door, Wang Peng was quite curious about what was inside. This time, it was thanks to President Qi's relationship. Under normal circumstances, the Yunlong group wouldn't let people in casually. Before Wang Peng could see clearly what was inside, a series of howling sounds suddenly entered his ears. Even with the earplugs on, the noise was still quite loud. He showed a strange expression. This sound felt familiar. He hoped it wasn't what he thought, but sometimes things don't go as hoped. When the alloy door fully opened, Wang Peng saw excited huskies in silver-white breeding boxes, roughly estimating their number to be at least 1,000. What kind of feeling was that? It really made one want to run away, not because of fear, but because it was too noisy, so noisy that it was irritating. Fortunately, he had listened to Lu Fan's advice and put on the earplugs in advance. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed by the howls. Just thinking about that scene was frightening. Now Wang Peng understood why there were only President Qi and Minister Wang in this hall and no other personnel guarding it. There was no need for supervision at all. As everyone moved deeper, President Qi handed a tablet to Wang Peng. After receiving it, Wang Peng saw President Qi's message on it. Wang Peng, there are 1,000 husky breeding beasts in here. Yes, it's exactly what you think, breeding beasts for mating with other creatures. Due to the unique genes of huskies, they are more active than ordinary monsters. Mating them with other monsters and extracting genes can restore the originally lazy monsters to a normal level, suitable for battle. Now these 1,000 huskies, for some unknown reason, have been unusually excited for 3 days without rest, continuously howling, making breeding impossible. I initially suspect they consumed a batch of elemental crystals brought from a newly opened secret realm, which contains some unknown substances that excite them. The current situation is that they have not suffered any poisoning or other series of injuries. They are simply excited. I haven't found any solutions, so Wang Peng, do you have any other solutions? If you do, that would be best. If not, that's fine too. Of course, if you can solve their abnormal excitement. The Yunlong group will surely be generous with money. After reading President Qi's message, Wang Peng casually fixed his gaze on a husky to check its attributes. Monster name, mutated husky. Monster level, 10. Monster quality, ordinary. Monster attributes, beast. Monster weakness, easily tempted, extremely low willpower. Monster status, disordered. Disorder can be resolved by consuming 11 dark elemental crystals and mutated beast elemental crystals. Monster promotion to elite conditions. President Qi glanced at Wang Peng and said something to Minister Wang. The two led the way out. Minister Wang casually locked the alloy door to prevent accidental harm. Once back outside the alloy door, Wang Peng took off the earplugs and sighed with relief, feeling like he had escaped from death. The howling of those 1,000 huskies was too annoying. Wang Peng, do you have any good plans? President Qi asked. Wang Peng thought for a moment. He couldn't directly mention the ratio of dark elemental crystals to mutated beast elemental crystals. That would seem too intentional. He thought for a bit and said, I want to take a look at the elemental crystals from the new secret realm that they consumed. Is that okay? Watching Wang Peng examine 2 beast attribute elemental crystals, Minister Wang continued, there is essentially no difference between them. We conducted genetic testing, including elemental sequence sorting and a series of tests, and they had no issues. Aside from size differences, there were no other problems. Chapter 49, Putting on a Show for You. Wang Peng looked at the 2 beast attribute elemental crystals in his hands, seeing no changes, but in his eyes. The evolution panel gave completely different prompts. The larger one prompted, Mutated Beast Attribute Elemental Crystal. The smaller one prompted, Beast Attribute Elemental Crystal. Wang Peng calmly set down the 2 Beast Attribute Elemental Crystals, nodded, and then shook his head. He said, I didn't see any problems with these 2 elemental crystals. But since the problem lies here, can we also use elemental crystals to solve the problem? What do you mean? Minister Wang frowned, as he was not a beast tamer and didn't quite understand what that meant. However, President Qi hesitated and said, can that work? Consuming multi-attribute elemental crystals daily could cause disorder, except during evolution. Actually, Wang Peng wanted to say that they were already disordered enough and shouldn't be afraid of becoming more disordered, but he couldn't say that. Then let's give it a try. President Qi nodded. But can this method really work? He had reservations about it. You can't just use fire to warm yourself because it's too cold. A normal person would add clothes. Let's try it. After all, there are no better methods, right? If they keep howling like this, they'll wear themselves out and die eventually. Wang Peng said calmly, believing that Minister Wang had no other options. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought him out. Originally, finding him was just a desperate measure. In the isolated breeding room, President Qi and Minister Wang observed from behind while Wang Peng pondered in front of 3 huskies. It was quite urgent, in fact. Minister Wang thought that if they couldn't catch up with the production period of that batch of monsters in 3 days, the batch of young beasts wouldn't be delivered on time in 3 months. Hearing Minister Wang say this, Wang Peng grabbed several dark attribute elemental crystals and fed them to the first husky one by one. It wasn't until the sixth crystal that the husky stopped howling. But Wang Peng continued to feed it daily until it fell asleep, having fed it a total of 10 dark attribute elemental crystals. Looking at the sleeping husky, Wang Peng explained to Minister Wang, "First, we need to experiment to see if the dark attribute crystals will have an impact on it, and how deep that impact is. Whether it can cover the influence range of the mutated beast attribute elemental crystals. I will refer to that new elemental crystal as the mutated beast attribute elemental crystal." Wang Peng began to feed the second husky with dark attribute elemental crystals. When he reached the ninth crystal, he paused and started feeding it with mutated beast attribute elemental crystals. By the time he fed the sixth one, the second husky had regained its previous excitement. Wang Peng explained again, "In the second step, we will test the relative range of mutated beast attribute crystals and dark attribute elemental crystals, as well as their balance. Of course, we usually conduct rigorous experiments, but since Minister Wang is in a hurry, we can only use this rough method." Wang Peng looked at Minister Wang and President Qi, saying, "Rest assured, as long as we feed them 5 dark attribute crystals and 5 mutated beast attribute crystals simultaneously, they will stop their previous frenzied state and return to normal levels." In fact, Wang Peng's earlier actions had no real connection to the conclusion he reached. According to the evolution panel's hints, as long as there was an 11 ratio in feeding, even the same 1 or 2 crystals could achieve the same effect. However, Wang Peng performed this act to demonstrate to them, or rather to create a pretense of deduction. This result left President Qi completely confused. Is the experiment really that simple? Shouldn't it be done this way? But how did he arrive at the conclusion? Why is he able to do that? It's not scientific. Unlike President Qi's confusion, Minister Wang immediately decided to use 10 huskies for the experiment. If these 10 huskies showed no signs of discomfort tomorrow, he would proceed with comprehensive treatment for 1,000 huskies. Thus, Wang Peng temporarily stayed in the underground laboratory of Yunlong Group that night. Fortunately, there was plenty of food and drink available. Wang Peng himself didn't eat much, but his 2 beasts were quite gluttonous. The next day, Wang Peng found that Little Knife had leveled up to elite level, but its quality had dropped to elite quality. Monster name, Death God Mantis. Monster level 11. Monster quality, elite. Monster attribute, dark poison. Monster weakness, lightning, medium strength. Monster status, healthy. Monster promotion, perfect conditions. 2 units of poison lord level monsters, entire poison sacks, quality not limited. 2 units of dark elemental hearts. 50 units of each 5 element crystal, and 500 grams of century-old thunderstruck wood. Wang Peng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the evolution materials only had changes in quantity, which could be solved with money. That was much more reliable than not knowing where to find legendary materials in some secret realm. Moreover, a Tion had also leveled up, rising 2 levels to elite level 15. Very good, as expected of Yunlong Group, indeed wealthy. He estimated that a Tion used at least 500 mixed incense yesterday, worth 500 monster coins, but the reception room of Yunlong Group didn't say anything, only mentioning that there was more if needed. Indeed, large groups are different, otherwise, how could they sit in the second seat of the Monster Alliance? Today was Sunday. Wang Peng had no classes and didn't go to the studio. He had only completed 2 transactions this week, earning a few hundred monster coins. He didn't know how many monster coins Yunlong Group would give this time, but it shouldn't be too few. With nothing to do, Wang Peng continued to take advantage of Yunlong Group's resources with Little Knife and a Tion. It's not that I want to stay here, it's that you won't let me leave. With this thought, Wang Peng felt justified until Minister Wang found him. Chapter 50, 30,000 monster coins received. When Wang Peng noticed Minister Wang, he found him observing a Tion offering incense to himself, while Little Knife was munching on monster snacks. Wang Peng smiled awkwardly upon seeing this and said somewhat sheepishly, The reception room said we could eat freely. Minister Wang thought for a moment and said, "I wonder if we could conduct a comprehensive examination on him. Of course, we will pay for it. If not, that is fine. I'm just asking." He was genuinely curious. Having been a minister for several years, he had never seen a beast that consumed beast-repelling incense. It might not be convenient. A Tion is not used to interacting with strangers. Wang Peng hesitated and said, "Mainly because a Tion's quality is a bit special. It's not suitable for exposure right now." That's good. Hearing Minister Wang say this, Wang Peng felt relieved. Although the method was given by the evolution panel, this time it involved so many monsters and was on their territory, so it would be false to say he wasn't worried. Minister Wang handed Wang Peng a crystal card and said, "This is your labor compensation for this time. This card is anonymous. You can transfer directly." Wang Peng casually put the crystal card in his pocket without checking it on the spot, as he still had some faith in Yunlong Group. Seeing Wang Peng's actions, Minister Wang casually asked, Are you going to check it? What if it can't be used? True, we wouldn't tamper with such a small amount of money. Minister Wang nodded and looked at Wang Peng. There's one more thing. You say? Wang Peng looked at Minister Wang curiously. Huskies have been resolved, right? Is there another monster in trouble? Yes, I heard from President Qi that you opened a beast cultivation studio, right? Minister Wang's tone was very certain, as if he had investigated Wang Peng. We have a collaboration. I wonder if you're interested. I heard that your beast cultivation can guarantee a 100 success rate. Minister Wang decided to inquire personally, although he had heard it from President Qi, who could guarantee the success rate. It's like this. Our employees at Yunlong Group also have their own beasts that need cultivating. However, sometimes the specificity of their positions prevents them from easily trying. You know, even President Qi can't guarantee a 100 success rate. Minister Wang gave Wang Peng a deep look. Wang Peng might not dare to guarantee anything else, but he was very confident about the evolution panel's capabilities. Just like this time, if a newly mined elemental crystal had a problem, the evolution panel would have a way to resolve it. If you're not at ease, we can sign a contract, Wang Peng said confidently. Let us skip the contract. That thing guarantees nothing. In a couple of days, I will have a few employees come to you for cultivation. I heard your fees are 3 times that of ordinary cultivation. I can offer you 5 times the cultivation fee. However, there's one requirement. Our people need priority cultivation rights. What do you think? Minister Wang decided to try it out and send someone to test it first. If it weren't for the recent tense situation, he wouldn't resort to such a measure, but the current situation needed change. And he recalled the notice he received in the morning. A royal-level monster had already been discovered in a certain wilderness and was trending towards human cities. The speed of human advancement had already fallen behind that of wild monsters. Those monsters could evolve through killing and devouring their kind without consequences, but humans couldn't. I have no problem. You can come over at any time. Wang Peng thought about it and said, there's no need to hesitate. They are willing to spend an extra 400 monster coins just to take a fast track, which is equivalent to getting a membership card and using the member price for acceleration. With that, after Minister Wang left, Wang Peng decided to stay until evening before leaving. He shouldn't waste these free resources. He glanced at Little Knife and Tian, who were steadily improving. Now was just the right time to check how much Yunlong Group had given as compensation. Wang Peng thought it should be a few thousand monster coins, after all. Such a large group, and judging by their attitude yesterday, that batch of huskies seemed very important. Wang Peng took out his phone, entered the serial number from the crystal card, and transferred it to his account. Ding! Your account has received an anonymous card transfer of 30,000 monster coins. Remaining balance, 31,896 monster coins. Thank goodness, they gave 30,000 monster coins, not a loss. Wang Peng thought as he looked at the credited amount. Suddenly, he noticed something was off. After deducting his expenses from his income these days, he had less than 2,000 monster coins left. Why was it still 3,000 after adding 30,000? Wang Peng counted the balance again and then looked at the amount deposited. He realized that it was 30,000 monster coins, not 3,000. This information only displayed numbers instead of Chinese characters, and he misread it for a moment. Subsequently, Wang Peng fell into deep confusion. Although the Yunlong Group was said to be very wealthy, it couldn't be this wealthy, right? 1,000 huskies could at most cost 10,000 monster coins. Even if he solved a problem for someone, it wouldn't be possible to give him 30,000. This was also the reason he misread it at first. The cost was only 10,000 monster coins, and giving himself 3,000 was already generous. Now, however, this reward had increased tenfold. There must be a problem here. Either the number of huskies was wrong, or the beasts they needed to breed were more valuable than he imagined. Chapter 51. The king is half a step away. He decided to go out and take a look. At least he needed to know what the situation was instead of waiting here, not knowing how he would die in the end. Wang Peng opened the door to the reception room and was about to go out to ask someone about the situation when he saw Lu Fan walking in from outside. Don't worry, this is just a level 1 alert from the Yunlong Group, Lu Fan said as he entered and closed the door behind him, looking at Wang Peng. A level 1 alert means? Wang Peng asked in confusion. He knew that the Monster Alliance had different alert levels. A level 1 alert meant monsters were approaching human cities, and it was only communicated internally within the Monster Alliance. A level 2 alert indicated a beast tide was coming, and all beast masters would receive notifications. A level 3 alert meant a city-destroying crisis had occurred, with broadcasts covering the city and surrounding areas. However, he had never heard of the Yunlong Group having such alerts, so he was unclear about how they categorized them. Actually, it's pretty much the same. The Monster Alliance and the Yunlong Group are linked. The only difference is which direction the monsters are approaching from. The Monster Alliance and the Yunlong Group guard different directions, Lu Fan said as he sat down, looking not very worried. So this time, Monsters are approaching from the direction guarded by the Yunlong group. Wang Peng thought about the alert he had just heard. He was quite familiar with the sound of this alert, as it was something every resident had to learn. That's right, Minister Wang has already gone over there. Because the teacher was also present, they left together. The teacher is worried that you might encounter some danger, so he sent me to protect you, Lu Fan said, pouring himself a glass of water. Thank you. Wang Peng knew that Lu Fan had a lord-level eagle. Although its level wasn't very high, it was considered average among lords. Seeing Wang Peng's nervous expression, Lu Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's just a monster. With Minister Wang and my teacher here, unless a king-level monster appears, they can easily handle it. If you're not at ease, we can watch the live broadcast." Wang Peng saw that the sky was gray and seemed no different from usual until he strained his eyes to see a faint black shadow appearing in the depths of the sky, which gradually became clearer. Lu Fan also noticed this scene. It seemed to be a flying monster, but he didn't know what level it was. The two people coming down were Minister Wang and President Qi. Not long after they stopped, the black shadow in the sky gradually revealed itself, and finally, a gigantic centipede head emerged from the sky. Wang Peng looked at the giant centipede head, and the evolution panel provided the monster's information. Monster name, Flying Human-Faced Centipede. Monster level, 305, Half-Step King. Monster quality, Elite. Monster attribute, Poison. Monster status, Evolving, Abnormal. Monster promotion, Perfect conditions. Wang Peng's expression was not good. Just now, Lu Fan said that it wasn't a king-level monster that Minister Wang and his teacher could defeat, but this monster, although not king-level, was a half-step king. And he had never heard of a 305-level monster. He glanced at Lu Fan, hesitated, and finally asked, "What if the monster is king-level? Can President Qi and Minister Wang defeat it?" Lu Fan turned to look at him and said, "Although lords and kings differ only by one level, the distinction is like heaven and earth. Lord-level monsters have already formed their own domains and can influence an area, but king-level monsters each have their own kingly pressure, and no one beneath a king can resist them." Seeing Wang Peng's worried expression, Lu Fan exclaimed, "You don't really think this centipede is king-level, do you? Don't joke around. If a king-level monster were to appear at such a close distance, the beast would sense the specific pressure and would have already fled with its master. Look, isn't my teacher still standing there? All right, I hope so," Wang Peng thought as he edited the monster's weaknesses into information and sent it to President Qi, hoping it would be useful. "Old Wang, this monster seems not to be simple," President Qi said as he looked at the flying human-faced centipede. "Its strength should be at the peak of the lord level, faintly touching the threshold of the king level, similar to mine, which just touched the threshold a couple of days ago." After speaking, a spatial fluctuation passed by Minister Wang, and a huge gorilla appeared. Monster name, Hercules Gorilla. Monster level, 305, Half-Step King. Monster quality, Ordinary. Monster attribute, Innate Strength. Monster weakness, loses rationality and attacks wildly when deceived. Monster status, Evolving, Countdown, 5 days. Monster promotion, Elite conditions. "But my gorilla can't go up, it can't fly, and you'll have to send it up," Minister Wang said, looking at the flying human-faced centipede in midair, shrugging helplessly. "Fine. Tell your gorilla not to mess with the feathers, if it pulls out another one. I'm not sure there will be another chance," President Qi said, summoning his beast as well. It was a bird, a very beautiful bird, but it was not large, only the size of a palm. "Wait a moment, I'll communicate with her and let your gorilla go up first," President Qi said, walking to the corner and summoning the little bird again, communicating something with it. Minister Wang looked at President Qi and his bird, patted the Hercules gorilla, and said, "Come on, what are you waiting for? See if you can jump up and pull that centipede down." The Hercules gorilla quickly ran forward and jumped high into the air. Chapter 52. It really took off. The flying human-faced centipede saw the Hercules gorilla bouncing around, trying to pull it down. When it realized the Hercules gorilla couldn't jump that high, it clearly showed a mocking expression. At first, it was quite wary of the Hercules gorilla, sensing the aura of a fellow creature, but when it realized the Hercules gorilla posed no threat, it began to toy with it. The flying human-faced centipede gradually lowered its height, observing that at this altitude, the Hercules gorilla was just barely out of reach and would not pose a threat. But it was in a spot where the Hercules gorilla could almost touch it. Seeing the Hercules gorilla jump again, the flying human-faced centipede displayed an obvious mocking expression. Coincidentally, the Hercules gorilla also wore a triumphant expression. Who said that being muscular means being stupid? This humanoid beast is actually the smartest. The Hercules gorilla had not used its full strength from the beginning, creating an illusion for the flying human-faced centipede to lower its guard. Seeing the expression on the Hercules gorilla, the flying human-faced centipede sensed something was off and tried to fly up, but it was too late. One of its centipede legs had been caught. The Hercules gorilla seized one of the centipede's legs and forcefully threw the flying human-faced centipede down toward the ground. With a loud roar, the Hercules gorilla looked at the time, adjusted its falling direction, and stomped down on the body of the flying human-faced centipede. The Hercules gorilla tightly grasped the centipede leg, and with its other fist, as big as a cooking pot, smashed down on the body of the flying human-faced centipede. After several consecutive punches, the flying human-faced centipede realized the situation was not good and spat out a mouthful of venom toward the Hercules gorilla. The Hercules monkey dodged to the side, but did not loosen its grip on the centipede leg, instead pulling the flying human-faced centipede back down to the ground again. The flying human-faced centipede, realizing it could not break free from the Hercules monkey, quickly used its other centipede legs to sever the one being held, spreading its wings and flying upwards. This time it flew very high, almost reaching the clouds, its figure becoming faint once more. The Hercules monkey indeed could not fly. Although it could jump very high, it could not leap as high as the clouds. There was nothing to be done. Who would have thought the centipede would simply sever its leg to escape? Once in the air, the flying human-faced centipede did not come down again, instead spitting venom down from midair, attempting to repel any obstacles. It looked towards the human town, sensing the evolution energy it needed there. It could clearly feel that its evolution was going awry, and if not resolved, it would not last much longer. Originally, there was no human face on its back. But just as it reached a critical moment in its evolution, a human face suddenly appeared behind it, causing it to panic and instinctively seek evolution energy. However, the big fool below was blocking its way, and if it didn't deal with him, it wouldn't find peace in obtaining evolution energy. Minister Wang watched the Hercules monkey's movements and casually placed a hand on its shoulder, saying, "It's okay. Not being able to fly isn't your fault. It's mine." After hearing this, the Hercules monkey nodded in agreement. Then it heard Minister Wang continue, "I should have chosen a flying beast back then. Why did I pick you? All muscles. Hercules monkey. I really want to change my beast. What should I do? Waiting online. It's urgent." The Hercules monkey slapped away Minister Wang's hand, walked to an open area, and stared at the flying human-faced centipede, which had stopped spraying venom. The centipede, realizing that after all its efforts, it had not harmed either of the two below, gave up and its figure in the sky grew fainter, seemingly considering other options. Minister Wang turned to look at President Xi, who was still talking, saying, "Is it done? That centipede will run away soon." After speaking, he pointed to the almost invisible figure of the flying human-faced centipede in the sky. All right, what are you rushing for? Isn't it your gorilla's fault? Call your gorilla over," President Xi said, patting the little bird. The little bird glanced at the Hercules monkey, then looked resignedly at President Xi. Seeing President Xi nod, it flew towards the Hercules monkey. It flew around the Hercules monkey faster and faster, its figure becoming fainter until it finally crashed into the Hercules monkey's body. After a moment of shock, wings of pure white began to grow from the Hercules monkey's back, the feathers so dreamlike that they seemed almost real, yet also as if they were made of air, truly beautiful. The Hercules monkey secretly reached back to pluck a feather to see. Minister Wang, seeing this, rubbed his forehead and slapped him, plucking again. "Have you forgotten the last time you couldn't control yourself and took a month to heal? If you can't control yourself again, I really should consider changing my beast." Wang Peng, who had been watching the live broadcast in the reception room, finally saw the evolution panel of the beast when those wings appeared. When the bird had appeared earlier, the evolution panel had told him it was just an ordinary bird, to be contracted by President Xi. You tell him it's just an ordinary bird? Who would believe that? Wang Peng looked at the evolution panel before him, thinking what a vast and wondrous world it was. Monster name, Feather of Lightness. Monster level, 30, Lord. Monster quality, perfect. Monster attribute, flying. Monster weakness, 1. A support-type flying beast with no combat capability. After transformation, it coexists with parasitic beasts. 2. Obsessive-compulsive disorder. Dislikes others touching her feathers. Monster status, healthy. Monster promotion conditions. Wang Peng did not expect there would be such a purely supportive beast. It seemed many new types of beasts had appeared recently, and he had never seen this Feather of Lightness in the textbooks. Then he heard Lu Fan explain that President Xi's other two beasts were guarding a branch of the Monster Alliance, and one was in evolution. While this Feather of Lightness was quite special and generally accompanied President Xi when he went out, the ability of the Feather of Lightness could not only act on beasts but was also useful for humans. As Lu Fan said, if something went wrong, President Xi would definitely run away, with wings on his back. Chapter 53, Beware of the Family. The Hercules monkey, accompanied by the Feather of Lightness, approached the flying human-faced centipede in the sky. As they were about to get close, the Hercules monkey changed direction and stealthily approached from behind the flying human-faced centipede. At that moment, the flying human-faced centipede was staring at the human town, contemplating whether there was a way to sneak into the town without being discovered, completely unaware of the danger approaching from behind. Just as the Hercules monkey was about to get close to the flying human-faced centipede, it noticed a human face on the centipede's back. Remembering President Qi's advice, it launched a rapid straight punch towards the human face behind the flying human-faced centipede. Hearing the rush of air behind it, the flying human-faced centipede was about to react when it was struck down from the sky by a punch. Accompanied by the sound of fists hitting flesh, the flying human-faced centipede was repeatedly punched down to the ground by the Hercules monkey. With a loud crash, a massive figure fell from the sky once more. This time, the Hercules monkey did not grab the centipede's leg and did not wait for it to get up. It continued to punch the flying human-faced centipede from the sky to the ground, and from the ground down below, until the flying human-faced centipede gradually lost all signs of life. The Hercules monkey finally stopped, quietly watching it. At this moment, President Qi and Minister Wang approached as they saw the battle was over, looking at the flying human-faced centipede, which could only be described as a tragic sight. The human face on the back of the flying human-faced centipede had been completely smashed, and just as President Qi was about to examine it closely, the face suddenly glanced towards the direction of the town and then vanished, as if it had never appeared on the back of the flying human-faced centipede. In Wang Peng's eyes in the reception room, after the face disappeared, the monster name changed from Flying Human-Faced Centipede to Flying Centipede. Wang Peng felt curious. The human face was not inherent to this centipede, and it seemed this face was the cause of its abnormal evolution. But what did this face represent? Strangely, he felt that the human face's last glance was towards the school. Wang Peng thought for a moment, but could not figure it out. So he decided to stop thinking about it. He was still far from the Lord level, let alone the matters involving King level evolution. Not to mention that he could not participate now. Even if he wanted to, he would need to reach the same level. Didn't he see Lu Fan? Although he had a mid-level Lord Beast, he was still here eating melon seeds. Lu Fan suddenly sneezed, turned around, and found Wang Peng staring at the live broadcast deep in thought. He then looked out the window at the sun. It was summer. So how could he catch a cold? After another day of training, Wang Peng thought for a moment. After storing his beast in the new campus, he went to the old campus to find Teacher Liang. Oh, you say you don't want to train anymore? Teacher Liang still wore that familiar smile, seemingly not very surprised by Wang Peng's decision. Yes, I feel that the training at school can no longer keep up with my pace. So I want to pause training and participate in some domestic competitions to improve myself, Wang Peng calmly said. He was indeed correct. The more he trained at school, the more Wang Peng realized that although the instructors were helping them adapt, they still had to take care of the majority of students. Thus, there was no targeted training. And for his small knife and Atian to improve speed, it had already started to fall behind. Now they are hunting monsters that have just been promoted to elite level, while Xiao Dao and the others have already completed their promotions. Continuing this training has no meaning. Moreover, after watching President Qi and the others fight that day, he realized that he had been too comfortable before. He was powerless against a Lord-level monster. What if a beast tide breaks out? Wouldn't he just be waiting to die? Besides, he has an invitation from Monster University. After taking a year off, wouldn't it be better to enroll directly when Monster University is established? There's no need to compete with his classmates for a spot. Wang Peng, since you've made your decision, then work hard to achieve it. The world has already changed. After Teacher Liang finished speaking, he casually approved a year's leave for Wang Peng and handed him the leave slip. Thank you. Wang Peng sincerely thanked Teacher Liang. If he hadn't approved this leave slip, Wang Peng would have to continue training, wasting a whole year of time. He took the leave slip and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a voice beside him. Be careful of the family. As he walked, he thought about Teacher Liang's words. Although Teacher Liang didn't admit it, he was sure that those words were definitely said by him. Why not be clearer? Acting like a riddle master, Wang Peng shook his head, deciding to temporarily set this matter aside. He had to first be able to make contact with the family. Just as Wang Peng was thinking about where to go, his phone suddenly rang. He opened it to find it was a call from the breeding studio. Hello. What is the matter? The people from Yunlong Group have arrived. Wang Peng had specifically instructed the receptionist, Qin Shui, to notify him immediately if someone from Yunlong Group came. After all, they had increased the payment. Ah, no, it's a young girl. She specifically asked for you, Qin Shui hurriedly said. Young girl? What young girl? Wang Peng had a puzzled expression, just about to ask for clarification. Then he heard Qin Shui lower her voice. It's the girl you showed me a photo of that day. Hearing this, Wang Peng understood that it should be Qian Xiao's sister, Qian Duo. He then said to Qin Shui, you keep her steady. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Wang Peng called a taxi and dialed Qian Xiao's number. Your sister is here to see me. Ah, I know. I'll be there soon, Qian Xiao replied, indicating he understood. Wang Peng was taken aback. What was going on? Just a couple of days ago, he was desperately searching for people, even going to find the family offerings. How come he was so calm today? I'm not interested in your sister, Wang Peng said cautiously. What are you thinking? My sister isn't interested in you either. She has other things to discuss. Hey, I want to say more. I'm almost there. Talk later, Qian Xiao said and hung up. Wang Peng looked at his phone, feeling a bit confused. If she was interested in him, why was she looking for him? She couldn't possibly be looking for him to breed beasts, could she? At that moment, the taxi he called arrived. Whatever the matter was, he would know when they met. He put Xiao Dao and Tian in the back seat and sat in the passenger seat. Chapter 54. This might be what genius is. Before getting out of the car, Wang Peng spotted Qian Xiao downstairs at the breeding studio. When Qian Xiao saw Wang Peng get out of the car, he approached and tossed a car key to Wang Peng. Here, the car I promised you. See if you're satisfied. Wang Peng took the key and looked at the big vehicle in front of him. It was indeed very large, even bigger than the one Yi Fan had before. After the Great Cataclysm, cars no longer pursued appearance blindly. Instead, they began to focus on performance. The market for sports cars before the Great Cataclysm had shrunk because they generally couldn't carry beasts. Those with Lord-level beasts usually didn't choose to drive. They at least had a flying beast or a dedicated transportation beast. After all, you couldn't just drive in the wild. You had to be ready to flee at any time. Wang Peng was very satisfied with the car in front of him. It could not only fit Xiao Dao and Tian, but also accommodate another small-sized beast. He put away the key and didn't rush to get in, but instead looked at Qian Xiao and asked, "By the way, what is going on with your sister?" Qian Xiao smiled awkwardly and said, "Oh, that day I informed the family offerings to find her. But later I found out that my sister just wanted to ask you some questions about beasts. I don't know about that. I heard it was something related to beasts. I'm not very clear about it, and didn't ask." Qian Xiao shrugged, indicating he wasn't sure. Wang Peng looked at him and felt he didn't seem to be lying. It seemed Qian Xiao really didn't know, so he could only nod helplessly. "Then let us go up." The two then went to the second-floor beast breeding studio. As soon as they reached the door, the receptionist, Chen Shui, greeted Wang Peng and pointed to a girl sitting in the lounge. Following her direction, Wang Peng saw that Qian Xiao's sister, Qian Duo, looked even better than in the photo. He turned around and glanced at Qian Xiao, wondering if these two were really siblings. It seemed that Qian Duo noticed Wang Peng's gaze. She stopped playing with the cat and turned to Wang Peng with a faint smile. Wang Peng sat with Qian Xiao in the lounge, and for a moment, none of them spoke. Wang Peng was observing the cat beside Qian Duo, which must be her beast, a perfect quality mutated Egyptian cat. It wasn't rare, but not many people raised them. Compared to other types of beasts, cat-type beasts had a slight disadvantage in size. It wasn't that they were weak, but their early growth was indeed not as fast as other types. However, once they advanced to Lord level, the outcome was quite different. Qian Duo was assessing Wang Peng, looking at this remarkably talented young man who was hailed in the news. Although achieving intermediate breeding skills at such a young age was impressive, there had been other geniuses before. As for Qian Xiao, he didn't know what to say. He thought his sister wanted to chat with Wang Peng about breeding beasts, and he shouldn't interrupt. However, seeing that they weren't speaking, he couldn't help himself. "By the way, sis, don't you have questions to ask him? Just go ahead and ask quickly. Wang Peng has business to attend to." Qian Xiao reminded her from the side. Qian Duo rolled her eyes at her brother and slowly said to Wang Peng, "So, I saw in the news that you seem to have quite a bit of research on bloodline conflict. So I wanted to ask about the feasibility of bloodline conflict for beast evolution, whether it can be artificially created, and if it is more beneficial for beast evolution." After listening to her, Wang Peng understood. It must be that damn news report. Truly, fame brings controversy. The girl in front of him had probably already realized that Tian was a brand new monster, which is why she asked this. It is feasible for beasts to evolve during the bloodline conflict process, and it is indeed stronger than normal evolution. At this point, Wang Peng saw the girl across from him actually took out a notebook to start taking notes. Wang Peng rubbed his nose and continued, "However, I wouldn't recommend artificially intervening to force a beast to undergo bloodline conflict evolution." After hearing this, Qian Duo nodded, seeming to agree with Wang Peng's statement. Then why not recommend it? Wouldn't that increase the suffering of the beast? Looking at the eager girl in front of him, Wang Peng replied, "I don't know." Qian Duo paused in her note-taking, thought for a moment, and said, "If you think a consultation fee is necessary, I can pay. It's no problem. It's not about the money. I genuinely don't know." Wang Peng stopped Qian Duo from preparing to pay the consultation fee. Seeing Qian Duo's doubtful expression, Wang Peng felt he should provide an explanation. Otherwise, to outsiders, it would appear that he could breed beasts undergoing bloodline conflict, but didn't know the specific methods, which was contradictory. Wang Peng thought for a moment and said mysteriously, "Do you believe in intuition? That kind of feeling of resonance with heaven and man. When I breed beasts, I can succeed just by relying on that feeling." Seeing him talk about some kind of intuition, Qian Duo was taken aback. "Is that possible? I didn't believe it either at first, but I think maybe that's what genius is," Wang Peng said firmly. It doesn't matter whether others believe it or not. As long as he firmly states it, continues to think so, and acts accordingly, sooner or later others will have to admit that he relies on talent for beast cultivation. Qian Duoduo put away her notebook, and since others didn't want to speak, it was likely pointless to ask more questions. She then shifted her focus to another aspect, asking, "Could you take a look at my beast and see if it has the potential to evolve to perfect quality?" She intentionally did not mention the true quality of her beast, still somewhat skeptical of Wang Peng's feeling-based, talent-driven claims. Wang Peng glanced at her deeply. This beast was already of perfect quality and did not need further cultivation. "If you want her to evolve to legendary quality, I can help with that." After hearing the first half of his statement, Qian Duoduo was only slightly surprised. Generally, beast cultivation requires assessing quality through the beast's reactions and the experience of the cultivator. Chapter 55, Otherworldly Demon Beast Tamer. Wang Peng watched Qian Duoduo's excited expression and calmly said, "Of course." He looked at the information on the evolution panel. It didn't matter whether others believed it or not. He just needed to ensure they couldn't find another explanation, ultimately attributing everything to talent. Evolving to legendary quality is possible, but you'll need to find the materials yourselves, and the cost isn't cheap. The price is vastly different from that of cultivating to perfect quality or below, Wang Peng emphasized. Most beast cultivation studios on the market only cultivate beasts to perfect quality and do not accept orders beyond that. Furthermore, cultivation for Lord-level beasts is usually only taken on by high-level beast tamers. The only successful case of legendary quality cultivation was Master Han in the imperial capital. Others either failed or were frauds. Price is not an issue. We have plenty of money, Qian Duoduo said, glancing at her brother. Qian Shao nodded in agreement, casually stating, "We're not short on money. The cost for evolving a beast to legendary quality is 10,000 monster coins, and you'll need to provide the materials yourselves. Is that okay?" Wang Peng thought for a moment, confirming the price. Therefore, the price wasn't set too high. He had a bit of selfishness in wanting to prevent the evolution formula for legendary quality from leaking out. So he also needed to mix up the order of the evolution materials, to prevent others from stealing the knowledge. It made sense to add a few other beast evolution materials to the mix, and these materials just happened to be the evolution materials for Xiao Dao and Atian, which was also quite reasonable. Wang Peng said nothing further and took out a piece of paper, quickly jotting down the evolution materials for the mutated Egyptian cat, including a main material from Xiao Dao and Atian. It wasn't that he wanted to trick the siblings, it was just a necessary measure. Since he needed to add materials anyway, he might as well add those that were useful to him. Moreover, he lowered the fee, only charging 10,000 monster coins while guaranteeing a 100 success rate. What other conditions could be found like this? Even if he asked for 100,000 monster coins. As long as he guaranteed the success rate of the evolution, there would be plenty of people in the imperial capital seeking him out. If Wang Peng could easily cultivate to legendary quality, then he truly was extraordinarily talented. Master Han had studied for so many years before achieving a single success. While Wang Peng just needed to take a look to devise a plan, wasn't that talent? After the Qian siblings left, Wang Peng began to plan his next steps. His main focus would still be on cultivating beasts, supplemented by practical experience. Thinking of beasts, Wang Peng looked at Xiao Dao and Atian. Although Xiao Dao was offensive-oriented, he was better at ambushes, while Atian could serve both defensive and healing roles. Therefore, he still needed a frontline attacking beast. After some thought, Wang Peng decided to try his luck at the monster trading market. Many monster hunters who hunted creatures in secret realms or the wild would sell their finds, and the quality of what was bought depended entirely on one's eyesight. Wang Peng had absolute confidence in the evolution panel. Perhaps he could find a hidden gem. He left Xiao Dao and Atian at the cultivation studio and decided to go alone, wanting to present himself as a newbie who was contracting a beast for the first time with decent funds. This way, those monster hunters would bring out various creatures, some true and some false, to try to swindle him, allowing him to use the evolution panel to make selections. Bringing Xiao Dao and Atian along would make bargaining difficult if he encountered something suitable. Wang Peng went downstairs. He didn't even take the car that Qian Shao offered, but took a taxi instead, wanting to appear as much like a newcomer as possible. After getting in the car, the driver, upon learning that Wang Peng was going to choose his first beast, enthusiastically recommended several shops, indicating that they likely had a partnership. Wang Peng took the discount coupons from the driver's recommendations, pretending to be very interested. Seeing his enthusiasm, the driver knew he was likely to make a sale, and, after bringing Wang Peng to a shop, even gave him a 5% discount on the fare. Wang Peng looked up at the shop in front of him, Boutique Beast Shop. A nice name. Without much thought, Wang Peng took the discount coupon and walked in. Although there was a high probability that there wouldn't be anything good, one could never be sure. Everyone has their moments of poor judgment. Upon noticing a customer entering, The staff at the boutique beast shop quickly welcomed Wang Peng, and, seeing the discount coupon in his hand, their smiles widened even more. Finally, another big spender had arrived. That batch of unfortunate creatures could finally be sold off. The staff thought as they warmly invited Wang Peng to browse. Wang Peng assessed the shop. It truly deserved the title of a boutique beast shop, with various types of beasts available, ranging from ordinary to perfect quality. Aside from a few elite quality beasts misrepresented as perfect quality, the rest were acceptable. However, the prices were a bit outrageous, at least double that of other shops. Even with the discount, it was still a third higher. After expressing his desire for an offensive beast, the sales assistant took Wang Peng to the corresponding area. He looked at the bears, wolves, lions, and tigers, not finding much interest. Although some were indeed fine specimens, like the perfect quality earth bear, the price was also exorbitant. Wang Peng was here to find a bargain. Not to be a fool, he casually browsed until he spotted a particular creature. It was a humanoid monster. And what caught Wang Peng's attention was the pair of goat horns on its head, making it hard not to think of legendary demons. Of course, real demons would never be caged here. Whether demons exist in this world is still debatable. Seeing that Wang Peng was interested in this monster, the sales assistant quickly introduced. This is a monster our hunting team captured in a collapsing secret realm. It is currently the only one of its kind in the country. That secret realm has collapsed, and such monsters can no longer be found. Wang Peng looked at the monster marked as perfect quality, but was actually of ordinary quality with great interest. Monster name, Demon Beast Tamer. Monster level 0. Monster quality, ordinary, cannot evolve. Monster attribute, Tamer, can contract beasts. Monster weakness, none. Monster status, weak. Monster promotion to elite conditions, none. Wang Peng looked at the information on the evolution panel and thought to himself, this is a tamer, or rather, an otherworldly tamer, capable of independently contracting beasts. However, the evolution panel still displayed its monster information. So could this otherworldly tamer be contracted by a human as a beast? Chapter 56. The Truth of the Space-Time Rift. With this in mind, Wang Peng decided to buy it first, although the price was not quite right. So he would need to negotiate. How can this have perfect quality? What's its attack data like? Wang Peng asked the sales assistant, amused, wondering how they rated a level 0 monster that couldn't attack. The sales assistant awkwardly smiled, explaining that this quality was personally determined by the leader of the hunting team, stating it was being sold to a fated person. A fated person? More like a big fool. The price is 4,800 monster coins. What discount can you offer? Wang Peng is not picky about quality. It's hard to explain this thing. A 50 discount would be reasonable. 2,400 monster coins for a perfect quality monster is still quite a deal, the sales assistant quickly said upon hearing Wang Peng's genuine interest in buying. It's too expensive. If it were 240 monster coins, I might consider it, Wang Peng said as he shifted his gaze to other monsters. How much did you just say? The sales assistant quickly asked. Wang Peng hesitated for a moment. 240 monster coins. What's wrong? Wang Peng was taken aback. He had been careless and should have said 24 monster coins, but it was not a loss. It seemed they did not know the true situation of this monster. In the studio, Wang Peng closed the door of the breeding room and instructed Xiao Dao and Atian to guard the entrance while he released the demon beast master from its cage. Wang Peng looked at him, and the demon beast master stood still, seemingly playing the role of a puppet. Wang Peng smiled and said, "Stop pretending. I believe you can understand what I'm saying, Demon Beast Master." Upon hearing this, the Demon Beast Master suddenly raised his head. "How do you know? No one on this continent should be able to recognize me. That's none of your concern. You are now in my hands. Or rather, I have bought you." Wang Peng emphasized the word buy. "Since you know me, you should know that I can also sign a contract with your so-called monsters. Aren't you afraid I might kill you?" The Demon Beast Master paused and slowly replied, "If you still have a beast, it must be at the Lord level. So you definitely won't be captured. Now that you are caught, your beasts must have been exhausted." Wang Peng said confidently. He didn't believe that this guy would have other beasts left, or he wouldn't have fallen to this extent. Who was he trying to scare? After hearing this, the Demon Beast Master sat there dejectedly. "So what do you want to do? I have no value left." "Who says you have no value? There's still you." Wang Peng pointed at the Demon Beast Master himself. "Me?" The Demon Beast Master hesitated. "You mean me? You don't think I can be contracted like those monsters, do you?" After saying that, he seemed to think of something funny and unconsciously laughed out loud. "How do you know if you don't try?" Wang Peng thought otherwise. "How do you know without trying? Besides, your mental sea is so powerful, maybe you can do it." The Demon Beast Master looked at him as if he were an idiot. "You can try if you want. I'll tell you first. The backlash from a failed contract is not small." After saying this, the Demon Beast Master sat there, seemingly willing to comply with whatever would happen next. Wang Peng looked at the Demon Beast Master and slowly began to chant a spell, placing a drop of blood on the Demon Beast Master's head. Then, A faint blue light slowly flashed, gradually moving to the top of the demon Beastmaster's head. Just as it was about to touch him, it began to fade, looking like it was about to shatter. At this moment, Wang Peng's mental sea began to boil, with waves of fluctuations. The nearly shattered contract halo gradually solidified and suddenly wrapped around the demon Beastmaster, successfully forming the contract. The mocking sound that the demon Beastmaster had caught in his throat had not yet escaped when he saw the contract halo suddenly grow stronger and envelop him completely. Demon Beastmaster. What is going on? Wang Peng, so tired. At this moment, Wang Peng felt utterly exhausted, as if he had drained all his energy. He didn't want to do anything and just wanted to rest well. After instructing Xiao Dao and Tian to keep an eye on the demon Beastmaster, he fell into a deep sleep in the breeding room. He looked at the demon Beastmaster and found that Xiao Dao and Tian were standing guard over him. Wang Peng got up and patted Xiao Dao's head, then looked at the demon Beastmaster and grinned. See, I told you it would work. How would you know without trying? The demon Beastmaster remained silent. If he had any luck before, now he had none. He had become Wang Peng's beast, with his life and death no longer in his own hands. If you have any questions, just ask. The demon Beastmaster turned to Wang Peng, his attitude slightly better than before. What exactly are you? And what about the secret realms? Wang Peng asked in confusion. What puzzled Wang Peng the most, or rather what puzzled the entire world, was what the secret realms formed by the space-time rifts really were and why they appeared. What you refer to as space-time rifts, or what you call secret realms, are the spatial passages we opened, the demon Beastmaster explained matter-of-factly. Through the demon Beastmaster's explanation, Wang Peng learned that each space-time rift, or each secret realm, was a spatial passage opened by a tribe leading to Blue Star. The tribe to which the demon Beastmaster belonged was not very powerful. After opening the spatial passage, they did not send many demons through, mostly driving out monsters as a vanguard force. As for the demon Beastmaster, or what he called himself, the Demon Banquet, he was preparing to retreat when the energy was insufficient to support the spatial passage, only to be ambushed by his own tribe members. All his beasts were killed, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up captured alive. All his previous beasts were at the king level, and it seemed their side had better evolution. After listening to the Demon Banquet, Wang Peng was speechless for a long time. It turned out that all the space-time rifts were invasion passages, and the so-called monsters were merely the vanguard forces driven out by them. According to the Demon Banquet, the large tribe's spatial passage was still under preparation because they needed to allow the royal-level beast masters to pass through, and the spatial passage had to be stable, which, of course, required more resources. Wang Peng thought of the recent series of actions by the Monster Alliance. No wonder they were so eager to establish the Monster University and pilot programs to cultivate talent. It seemed the Monster Alliance had also discovered part of the truth and was hastening to cultivate talent to train their own royal-level beast masters before the opposing royal-level beast masters arrived. Thinking of this, Wang Peng decided to speed up his pace. Initially, he planned to cultivate beasts step by step, accumulate funds, and then upgrade. But it seemed that was no longer feasible. He needed to make a big move. Chapter 57. Have you cooked your beast today? Have you cooked your beast today? Recently, such a message has been circulating in Qingshan City, especially in the beast cultivation circle. In another breeding studio in Qingshan City, the boss looked at the messages in his friend circle, feeling confused. What does it mean to cook a beast? Has the Monster Alliance cultivated a new edible beast? The boss called his assistant to inquire about the situation. He heard that a new beast breeding studio had recently opened, claiming to have an exclusive secret recipe that guaranteed a 100% success rate. The secret recipe was to stew the beasts in a large vat. As long as they were cooked, it guaranteed that the beast would complete its evolution. The boss. What is this? If it's an exclusive recipe, they can't possibly reveal it. Who uses a vat to cook beasts anyway? This isn't a stew. Besides, are all beasts just cooked? Isn't that nonsense? Each beast has a different cultivation method. Won't that breeding studio have to be extremely careful? They're going to go down sooner or later if they keep this up. After hearing this, the boss lost interest and instructed his assistant to ignore it and just wait for them to go out of business. The assistant agreed and left. But consumers didn't think so. Every person who came out of Wang Peng's beast breeding studio had a satisfied smile. Although the cost was a bit high, being able to guarantee success the first time was still appealing. Wang Peng calculated the earnings of the past few days and smiled at the reactions of those competitors. It wouldn't be long before there was no place for them in Qingshan City. Thinking that Qianduo would come to evolve her legendary quality beast today, Wang Peng specifically canceled today's appointments. He had gathered all the evolution materials for Xiao Dao and was just waiting for Qianduo to arrive. After helping her evolve that Egyptian cat to legendary quality, he would also evolve Xiao Dao. This world is too dangerous, and he needed to work hard to become stronger. It wasn't long before Qianduo arrived with her Egyptian cat. Monster name, mutated Egyptian cat. Monster level, 20. Monster quality, perfect. Monster attribute, gold. Monster weakness, weak defense. Catnip will cause it to feel disgusted, reducing its desire to attack. Monster status, healthy. Monster promotion to legendary conditions. 1 purple blood crystal, 100 pieces of each elemental crystal, and a proportional weight of gold. The materials are not many, but this purple blood crystal is hard to find, almost in a state of being valuable, yet not marketable. The Qian family only managed to acquire it through connections. It is said that a vein of blood element crystal can only produce 1 purple blood crystal, while it can yield up to 1,000,000 blood element crystals, highlighting its preciousness. However, one might wonder what it's useful for. In fact, it's not particularly useful. But since it's a crystal produced from a vein, many big shots use it for collection, firmly believing it must have some use, though they just don't know how to utilize it. Thus, a purple blood crystal has been inflated to sky-high prices, while the evolution materials mixed into the recipe by Wang Peng are not worth much. King-level monster materials are not very expensive, as the Monster Alliance has confirmed they are largely useless, but they are too rare and hard to find, which is why Wang Peng mixed them into the recipe that pays well. As for the other main material for the knife, the Thunder Spirit, Wang Peng has already purchased it, although it was quite expensive, costing 10,000 monster coins each, which is a material for upgrading Thunder-type beasts to perfect quality. After confirming he had all the materials, Wang Peng ignited the gas under the large vat in the breeding room, set it to a low flame, and threw the mutated Egyptian cat into it, adding the evolution materials as well, then covered it. Qian Duo felt uncomfortable watching this. Although Wang Peng has recently been using this exclusive recipe to guarantee a 100 success rate, she still found it hard to accept. The impact on her studies was quite significant, and Wang Peng was not shy about it, breeding their beasts right in front of all the Tamers. The so-called exclusive recipe could be easily seen by others, but if they dared to use the materials Wang Peng had them find to breed other beasts, they should be prepared to face the consequences. Wang Peng added other items to each required material, whether it was incorrect quantities or improper ratios. In any case, they would absolutely not succeed with that recipe. Before long, a faint fragrance wafted from the vat, and Wang Peng took a deep breath. It smelled good. Although Wang Peng had never eaten monster meat, his recent frequency of breeding beasts had allowed him to smell the aromas of common monsters after cooking. Even though he hadn't tasted them, he had cooked them. Smelling the fragrance wafting over, Qian Duoduo's expression changed. "I'll wait for you outside. Call me when it's ready." Watching Qian Duoduo's retreating figure, Wang Peng smiled. Although he always used the guise of an exclusive recipe to breed beasts, many tamers still found it hard to adapt to this method, unable to bear seeing their beasts being stewed. They preferred to hand their beasts directly to Wang Peng. Out of sight, out of mind. Wang Peng had seen this many times, but he did not change his breeding method. One reason was that this so-called exclusive recipe had built a reputation that was hard to change, and another was that it was the fastest way to breed beasts. High temperatures helped beasts absorb evolution materials. If he waited for the beasts to absorb the evolution materials on their own, Wang Peng wouldn't be able to breed many in a day. This exclusive recipe was indeed faster. As time went on, the large vat began to glow, and Wang Peng knew it was about time. He then exited the breeding room and called Qian Duoduo back in. He noticed that once a beast successfully evolved, there would be an adaptation period, during which they would be somewhat irritable, especially if outsiders were present, referencing the case of Qian Xiao. Therefore, Wang Peng always exited when the beast was about to successfully evolve, returning the scene to their tamers, making the evolution process feel like a bonding moment. When the time was right, Wang Peng walked into the breeding room and saw the Egyptian cat had grown larger. He checked her evolution panel. Monster name, Egyptian Cat King. Monster level, 20. Monster quality, legendary. Monster attribute, gold. Monster weakness, weak defense. Catnip will cause it to feel disgusted. Monster status, healthy. Monster promotion to god-level conditions. The name has changed. It seems that a legendary quality beast is enough to reign supreme among the Egyptian cat species. Furthermore, the weakness has decreased. Catnip will only cause it to feel disgusted, not reduce its desire to attack. This is a significant change. In this case, perhaps those who use catnip might even suffer her attacks. Wang Peng decided it was necessary to remind Qian Duoduo not to tease her cat with catnip. Chapter 58. There's no fire at my house. After returning home, Wang Peng took out all the materials needed for the knife's evolution, poison and dark dual attribute king-level monster body materials, along with 1 thunder spirit he purchased out of pocket. The remaining poison, dark, and thunder elemental crystals were all free evolution materials he obtained. Wang Peng poured all the materials into a pot, deciding to simmer them into a soup for the knife to drink, as there were too many evolution materials for the knife to consume directly. After simmering for an hour, the evolution materials had basically mixed together. Wang Peng placed this pot of evolution soup on the ground and called the knife over. Upon arrival, the knife, without hesitation, was attracted by the evolution materials and began to consume. Watching the knife devour the evolution materials, Wang Peng estimated it would take at least a day for the evolution to complete. He went to Tion's room, setting up a full array of mixed incense for Tion's upgrade. With the recent cost-no-object upgrades, Tion's level had already reached level 20, and the Lord rank was within reach. However, he was unsure how many days it would take to upgrade to Lord rank, as it had maintained this status for several days now. Wang Peng lit all the mixed incense and watched Tion, dressed in a white robe and wearing sunglasses, sitting inside, giving off a slight villainous vibe. Coupled with Mo Yin standing beside him, Wang Peng felt like a big villain himself. With the knife's evolution and Tion's upgrade on the right track, Wang Peng began to address the issue of Mo Yin. Ever since signing the contract that day, Wang Peng discovered he could keep Mo Yin in the beast space, so he hadn't released him. Normally, one cannot establish their beast space until reaching Lord level. But considering Mo Yin's unique identity, it was not unacceptable. Wang Peng pondered what type of tamer he should cultivate Mo Yin into, given the possibility of signing beasts. Mo Yin would at least be a trump card level existence. In the end, Wang Peng decided to cultivate Mo Yin as a pure attack type tamer, while he himself would develop comprehensively, with Mo Yin acting as a scout and fighter. He couldn't just have Wang Peng step in whenever danger arose. With such advantageous conditions, he had to make the most of them. As the saying goes, the best offense is defense. If a purely offensive tamer cannot inflict damage on the enemy, it would be better for Wang Peng to run away early. With that in mind, he needed to make a trip to the monster trading market, this time to gather the beasts Mo Yin needed and also find an attack-type beast that suited him. However, before that, he would wait for the knife to complete its evolution. By then, he would have 2 legendary quality beasts. And his remaining task would be to push Tion to Lord level, with the knife still needing 1 more level. Just as Wang Peng was planning the next steps, he vaguely heard a knock on the door in the living room, which seemed quite urgent. Just as he was about to go open the door, he heard a loud bang. It sounded like the sound of his house door hitting the ground. Who is this so brazen? In broad daylight, how could they? Wang Peng was still considering whether to call the police when he arrived in the living room and saw several firefighters in fireproof suits running toward the room where Tion was upgrading, carrying hoses. Hey, what is going on? Wang Peng asked, confused. He originally thought it was a strong invasion of a private residence or something like robbery, but he didn't expect to see such a scene as soon as he stepped outside. The person at the front, resembling a squad leader, looked at Wang Peng and said, "Hello, we received a report saying there's a fire here. Please evacuate with us first." Wang Peng was confused, thinking, fire? What fire? I'm right here. How could I not know? When he saw the firefighters opening the door to the room where Tion was, he suddenly realized something. Originally, at the beast cultivation studio, there was a record, and unless something explosive happened, the relevant departments generally wouldn't come. Earlier, Tion had lit more than a dozen mixed incense sticks, and Wang Peng had complained about the heavy smoke, so he arranged for Tion to be in another room. Is there a misunderstanding? I'm cultivating beasts. I'm a mid-level cultivator, Wang Peng said as he handed his cultivator qualification certificate to the squad leader. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? We came here because of a report from the public, the squad leader said as he casually took Wang Peng's cultivator qualification certificate. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by one of his team members. Captain, I think this gentleman is right. We might indeed have a misunderstanding. One of the team members awkwardly said as he came out of Tion's room. The squad leader frowned and walked towards Tion's room until he saw Tion sitting in the middle of the mixed incense, wearing sunglasses. Oh, so it really is about cultivating beasts, the squad leader said, a bit stunned, and then flipped through Wang Peng's cultivator qualification certificate. After returning the certificate, the squad leader reminded Wang Peng, next time when you're doing large-scale beast cultivation at home, don't forget to file a record, otherwise, various misunderstandings will arise. After sending off the firefighters, Wang Peng saw that Grandpa Chen from across the street had also come out. Xiao Peng, your house is on fire. Grandpa Chen said in surprise, that shouldn't be possible. He has a beast watching over your house at all times. Oh no, it's not that. I just passed the cultivator assessment, and I thought I'd cultivate at home, but I didn't expect this misunderstanding to occur, Wang Peng awkwardly explained to Grandpa Chen. Wang Peng wanted to explain to Grandpa Chen that there wouldn't be any issues, but then he thought about how he couldn't explain things clearly, especially not the exclusive secret methods. After returning home, Wang Peng looked at the damaged door and didn't know what to say. He then called the property management to change the door and planned to seek compensation from the Monster Alliance another day. Although it wasn't intentional, the door still needed to be compensated. Wang Peng glanced at Tion again and found that he was steadily absorbing the incense, seemingly unaffected by the earlier firefighters. which relieved him. He saw that Xiao Dao had already drunk the evolution potion, and a faint red light was gradually emerging from his body, tightly wrapping him up. Chapter 59, A Pet Store. Although Wang Peng didn't quite understand why it was red light this time, when it was green before. He thought maybe there would be yellow light in the future, like a traffic light. Not thinking too much about it, Wang Peng carried Xiao Dao to his room, thinking it was better not to let the property staff see this evolution since it was a bit different. After the property management replaced the door, Wang Peng finalized his choices for monsters to select at the monster trading market and browsed the Monster Alliance's official website. He wanted to see if there were any recent competitions. Tomorrow he would have 2 legendary quality beasts as a cultivator. Although he didn't have any Lord-level beasts yet, there shouldn't be any issue participating in ordinary competitions. Just as Wang Peng was browsing the official website, a notification caught his attention. The National Beast Cultivator Competition will be held next week. Wang Peng was taken aback and clicked on the notification. Wasn't the National Beast Cultivator Competition held at the end of every year? That was still several months away. After reading the information, Wang Peng finally understood why. This was the youth division of the National Beast Cultivator Competition. In previous years, only Lord-level cultivators participated, which meant only true cultivators were competing. This time, however, all non-Lord-level cultivators could register for the youth division, and the reward was quite simple, a spot in the latest secret realm. Wang Peng looked at Xiao Dao, who was still in the process of evolving, and then at the preliminary round that would be held in 3 days, thinking the timing should be fine. He registered for the preliminary round in Qingshan City, which would select 10 cultivators to represent Qingshan City in the finals in the capital. Both Xiao Dao and Etian were below Lord level, so as long as they didn't advance before the preliminary round, it would be fine. Advancing after the preliminary round didn't matter, which was called having good talent. It was likely that many people would suppress their advancement to Lord level to participate in the competition. He still didn't know what the new secret realm was. But every time a new secret realm was discovered, the monsters or evolution materials found inside were always in high demand. Even if he didn't use them himself, keeping them to sell would be good. And Wang Peng was wondering if he could find god-level evolution materials for Xiao Dao and Etian. The unexploited secret realms had the most evolution materials and the richest variety of monsters. Wang Peng had specifically asked Mo Yin about this. According to him, these evolution materials could be the materials that opened the spatial passages or possibly formed by the chaotic void currents. In any case, he needed to visit this secret realm, even if it was just to casually collect some materials to sell. Moreover, at the beginning of a secret realm, the monsters wouldn't be too powerful. The stronger the monsters, the longer the time it takes to pass through the spatial passage. When fighting in the spatial passage, the more monsters that die, the easier it becomes to pass through the spatial passage. This is why the first batch of people who enter a secret realm always makes a lot of profit. Wang Peng had thought about informing the Monster Alliance to stop exploring the secret realms to delay the final passage time for the otherworldly cultivators. But even if he went to the Monster Alliance to speak, no one would believe him, and without exploring the secret realms, there would be no materials to evolve the beasts. One was truly waiting to die, and the other was taking a gamble for a chance to find a way out. Wang Peng didn't believe he was the only one who understood this situation. The Monster Alliance was always active at the forefront of secret realm explorations and retreated when the secret realms collapsed. They couldn't have not captured otherworldly cultivators. Yet they had never ordered to stop exploring the secret realms. Thinking about it, the Monster Alliance didn't have any better options. They could only cultivate beings that could contend with the stronger monsters before they entered Blue Star through the spatial passage. The next morning, Wang Peng got up and found that Xiao Dao had not yet completed his evolution, and the red light had turned from virtual to solid, truly wrapping around Xiao Dao. Wang Peng knocked on it with his hand and found it quite hard, wondering what Xiao Dao would look like after this evolution. Would he be greener or something else? After asking Grandpa Chun to look after Xiao Dao again, he took a Tian, who was dressed like a bodyguard, and went out. Returning to the monster trading market, Wang Peng avoided the scam shop and casually walked down the street. Suddenly, a pet store named Chiyuan Pet Store caught his attention. A pet store? It was rare to see a pet store in the monster trading market. Wang Peng pushed the door open and walked in, finding that the store was small, and there was only the owner, who was lying on a reclining chair, seemingly watching something. Upon hearing Wang Peng push the door open, the owner glanced at him and said, "If you want to buy monsters, please move to another store. I only have pets here, no combat power." After saying this, the owner lay back down, as if anticipating that Wang Peng would leave in disappointment. However, that didn't happen. Wang Peng looked at this alternative pet store and casually said, "I'm just looking around." The owner unexpectedly glanced at Wang Peng, but didn't say anything further. Wang Peng looked around at the creatures in the cages, and they were indeed pets, mainly cats and dogs, and they didn't seem to have any combat power. However, Wang Peng still scanned them with the evolution panel, thinking since he was already there, he might as well take a look. Perhaps there would be some surprises. But it seemed that Wang Peng wasn't as lucky this time as he had been last time. He scanned around, but didn't discover anything special. Because most of them are pets, his evolution panel only displays their names, and the rest are ordinary. It seems these pets can also form contracts, but they lack combat power. No one would waste their precious Spirit C position to contract a pet that is destined to be unable to evolve or advance. Just as Wang Peng was about to turn and leave, he sensed a fluctuation coming from the Beastmaster space. Wang Peng was surprised. Was there something different discovered from the magic banquet from another world? Boss, do you have a restroom here? Wang Peng glanced at the boss lying there. He didn't seem like a big shot, just an ordinary person. The boss didn't raise his head and tossed over a key behind the shelves. Turn right when you go out. Thank you, Wang Peng said as he took the key. He walked into the restroom located in the backyard of the shop, opened the door, and locked it behind him. He released the magic banquet and looked at it. You better have something important to say. Of course. I'm not like your two beast companions with only a few years of intelligence. I'm a beastmaster too, the magic banquet said proudly. All right, I got it. A beastmaster abandoned by the demon tribe. Let's get to the point, Wang Peng mocked. Although he could force the magic banquet to obey through a contract, he chose not to. Wang Peng always believed that a thoughtful beastmaster is much more important than a compliant beast. So as long as the magic banquet didn't do anything wrong, he would just let it be. After all, it was a pitiful abandoned creature. Hearing Wang Peng mention its abandonment, the magic banquet couldn't help but curl its lips but quickly regained a serious expression, saying, I sense the aura of an Imperial-level monster cub here. Chapter 60, Imperial-level monster cub. Wang Peng showed a surprised expression. An Imperial-level monster cub? Are you sure? Once an Imperial-level monster cub matures, it will definitely become a King-level monster. The quality of its level won't drop before it matures. But when it matures from King level to Imperial level, the quality will drop. Such monster cubs are extremely rare, not that they don't exist, but the stronger the monster, the harder it is to have offspring. Even the Monster Alliance starts breeding cubs from ordinary level monsters. If it really is an Imperial level monster cub, then it must be captured. Who would dislike having one more King level beast? Of course, I can't be wrong. Our tribe's leader rewarded a cub to my teammate back then, the one who framed me. This aura I will never forget, the magic banquet said, unable to help cursing that person from back then. So do you know which one it is? Wang Peng pressed on. Not too sure, but you can get closer to them. I'll remind you when I sense it, the magic banquet said. He was still a bit skeptical about what the magic banquet said. After all, the evolution panel didn't give any hints. But he also knew he couldn't just trust the evolution panel. Since it was just a pet, it probably wouldn't cost much. He decided to buy it. Back at the pet shop, Wang Peng pretended to get closer to observe the pets. Looking at a corgi, he asked the boss, Boss, how old is this dog? Is it easy to raise? The boss looked up when he heard this. Perhaps he saw that Wang Peng really wanted to buy a pet. So he sat up from the recliner. He enthusiastically introduced various information about the pets, from how to care for them to what to pay attention to when feeding, as well as some other precautions. This boss was quite attentive. It seemed he was truly a pet lover, which could be seen from his eyes. Wang Peng pondered for a moment, sensing which pet the magic banquet reacted to, and turned to the boss, saying, Boss, this dog is nice. But I'll take that black cat over there. Wang Peng pointed at a completely black cat in the opposite direction. The boss was momentarily taken aback. He didn't want the dog after all that introduction? Was he serious? However, the boss quickly reacted. Although Wang Peng didn't buy the dog, that cat wasn't cheap either. So no loss, no loss. 3,000, card or cash. The boss said with a smile. Cash. Wang Peng said as he took out 3,000 alliance coins from his wallet and handed them to the boss. The price seemed quite reasonable. 3,000 coins matched the positioning of a pet. However, the boss didn't take the 3,000 alliance coins Wang Peng handed over. The boss repeated, 3,000 points is monster currency. How much? Wang Peng suspected he had misheard. 3,000 points of monster currency for just one pet? Who are you trying to scam? He immediately put the 3,000 alliance coins away. Boss, this is robbery. Selling a pet at the price of a beast. Wang Peng looked at the boss and said, What's wrong with pets? I pay the same rent as the surrounding shops, and my pets can sign contracts. Once contracted, they become beasts. What's the difference? The boss didn't agree with Wang Peng's viewpoint. Although pets that can sign contracts are not very common, they ultimately lack combat power. If they can't fight, can they be called beasts? Wang Peng corrected the boss's misleading argument. The boss chuckled. Is there any rule saying beasts must be able to fight? The Monster Alliance has no such regulations. This left Wang Peng stunned. The Monster Alliance indeed had no regulations stating that beasts must fight, but isn't that common sense? However, he couldn't rebut the boss because he wasn't in the right. He couldn't use common sense to argue against the law. Wang Peng turned to look at the black cat. If it really was an Imperial-level monster cub, then it wouldn't be a problem. but he feared the magic banquet might have sensed incorrectly. Looking at the boss, Wang Peng casually asked, "Can this pet definitely sign a contract?" The boss smiled. "I've been running a pet shop. Would I sell you a fake pet? What if it can't sign a contract?" Wang Peng looked at the black cat and asked, "If it can't, I can smash my pet shop, all right?" The boss said confidently. "Can't we negotiate?" Looking at the boss's attitude, Wang Peng felt it was difficult. The boss didn't respond, indicating Wang Peng to look up. Curious, Wang Peng looked up and saw a sign that read, "Clearly priced, no bargaining." Seeing this, Wang Peng laughed. Since he entered the pet shop, he hadn't seen a single price tag. Just as he was about to say something, the boss handed him a booklet that contained photos of each pet along with their prices, and indeed, the black cat's price was 3,000 monster coins. Seeing this, Wang Peng knew he couldn't take the black cat home without 3,000 monster coins today. Fine, 3,000 it is. Let us swipe the card. Wang Peng took out a crystal card and handed it to the boss. The boss took the crystal card and quickly completed the transaction, even saying to Wang Peng as he was leaving, "Welcome to visit again, meeting is fate." This wasn't a random purchase. After comprehensive consideration, Wang Peng found that the terror wolf was a creature that was not only suitable for direct attacks, but also had decent speed and could be used as a mount. It was simply a master of scouting, and Wang Peng's positioning for the magic banquet was to scout or act as a backup. The terror wolf met the requirements perfectly, and its evolution materials weren't expensive either. After paying, Wang Peng arranged for the monster shop to deliver the 3 terror wolves since they were all level 20 ordinary quality monsters and relatively large. Generally speaking, it's better to cultivate beasts from a young age, but the magic banquet said that as long as they were below Lord level, there would be no problem contracting them. Wang Peng bought the level 21s. As for quality, it didn't matter. With the evolution panel, as long as they reached perfect quality, they could evolve into lords. When encountering danger, Wang Peng would release the magic banquet, and the magic banquet would then release the 3 lord-level terror wolves. Perfect. Who would have thought that someone who wasn't even a lord-level beast master could summon 3 lord-level beasts in a flash? Just imagining that scene was shocking. But the cocoon on the small knife was gradually getting smaller. Wang Peng estimated it should be ending soon. Chapter 61. This is a cat, right? Without disturbing the small knife too much, Wang Peng filled the room where a Tian was with mixed incense and watched a Tian steadily advance before stepping out. After entering the living room, Wang Peng picked up the black cat, looking left and right, but no matter how he looked at it, it was just a cat. Even when using the evolution panel. Monster name, Bombay Cat. Monster level 0. Monster quality, normal. Monster attributes, slight. Monster weakness, slight. Monster status, healthy. Monster promotion to elite condition. Wang Peng looked at the evolution panel, and it was indeed extremely simple. Apart from the type and quality, there was nothing else. He summoned the demon banquet and questioned, "Are you sure this is a royal level monster cub?" The demon banquet squatted down, picked up the black cat, and observed it carefully for a while, confirming, "Yes, this is indeed the cub of the royal level monster, the dream beast. I won't mistake it." "I hope you are not mistaken. This cat is much more expensive than you," Wang Peng said while beginning to recite the contract signing spell. The demon banquet looked at Wang Peng, wanting to say something, but when he saw Wang Peng finish reciting the contract, he kept quiet. As the contract was completed, a pale blue halo rose from Wang Peng, and then there was nothing more. The halo disappeared immediately after rising, indicating that there were no monsters available for contract signing nearby. Wang Peng was stunned for a moment, then started changing clothes, saying to the demon banquet, "Let's go." The demon banquet was taken aback, asking, "Where to?" "To smash the shop. That unlucky shopkeeper cheated me out of 3,000 monster coins. You should know you are barely 250. Wang Peng said as he walked towards the bedroom to wake up a Tian. Wait. The demon banquet blocked Wang Peng's path. Wang Peng raised an eyebrow at the demon banquet, thinking that if the demon banquet hadn't been in the Beastmaster space all along, he might have suspected that the shopkeeper was in cahoots with him to scam himself. This cub is still in the juvenile phase. You can sign a contract once it reaches the growth phase, the demon banquet quickly explained. Really? In about 2 to 3 days, or 3 to 4 days. It shouldn't exceed a week, the demon banquet said after pondering for a moment. Wang Peng looked at him suspiciously and said, "Okay, you take it out now to buy some cat food, cat litter, a cat bed, and a series of cat rearing supplies. By the way, take the rearing guide the owner gave." Given that the demon banquet had no other distinguishing features apart from the 2 horns on his head, Wang Peng tailored a hat for him. This way, Wang Peng wouldn't have to do everything himself, and later he planned to teach him about breeding knowledge. He intended to cultivate the demon banquet into an assistant to help him in the breeding workshop. He only needed to provide evolution formulas. This way, he would have it much easier, someone to take the lead during adventures, someone to help handle trivial matters, and someone to supervise the breeding workshop, while he just needed to focus on improving his strength. Wang Peng opened the official Monster Alliance website and found that the number of people registered for the Youth Beastmaster competition had exceeded 10,000, and the number was still rising. It seemed that almost everyone in Qingshan City who met the requirements had come to participate. The new Secret Realm spots were indeed very attractive. However, it was estimated that half of the people wouldn't even make it past the preliminary selection, according to the rules. They had to pass the first round of screening with the registration officer before they could enter the preliminaries, semifinals, and finals. They couldn't let a youth who had just signed a contract go into battle with others. That would not be a competition, but murder. Wang Peng thought that it shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the finals with Xiao Dao and a Tian. But competing for those 10 spots in the finals might be a bit troublesome. But it was only a bit troublesome. He believed that some people's beasts must be at the peak of the elite level. However, there shouldn't be any of legendary quality, and he had two. So it shouldn't be a big issue. That day, Wang Peng spent his time playing with the black cat. In the past 2 days, Wang Peng made quite a bit of money, and Xiao Dao also finished its evolution state that night, changing from deep green to pure black. Monster name, Death God Mantis King. Monster level, 20. Monster quality, Legend. Monster attributes, Dark Poison. Monster weakness, Lightning. Immune to lightning of medium level or below. Monster status, Healthy. Monster promotion to God level condition. Perhaps because of the evolution time, its level also rose by 1, reaching level 20, the highest level below Lord. Now, the beasts Wang Peng was competing with were both level 20 legendary quality beasts. On the day of the preliminaries, at the Qingshan City Monster Alliance branch, Wang Peng stood there with Xiao Dao and a Tian, looking at the crowd, which was even larger than the last breeding master assessment. In fact, if only comparing people, there weren't this many, but each person had 1 or 2 beasts, making it look like a sea of people. Seeing this, Wang Peng couldn't help but remember the person who sold insider information last time. He wondered if there was any insider information this time as well. Just as he thought this, he heard a vendor shouting from a distance. Data, insider data, 100 alliance coins per copy. You won't regret buying it, sir. Would you like a copy? Wang Peng looked with interest at the vendor who approached him, realizing it wasn't the same person who sold him insider information last time. It made sense. The last guy was just lucky. If it were him again this time, that would raise suspicions. Watching the vendor shouting fervently, Wang Peng stepped forward to buy a copy. This time it wasn't paper documents but a data file. After payment, it was directly sent to his phone, unexpectedly reducing costs. A single data file could be sent thousands of times, while printing that many documents would not be a small expense. He didn't know where they got this information. But Wang Peng paid for a copy. 100 alliance coins wasn't much. Everyone present was a beast master. Who would care about that little money? There were also people who bought it and resold it. First of all, everyone was a beast master and cared about their image. It wasn't worth it for that little money. Additionally, the vendor wasn't participating in the Youth Beast Master competition, while those reselling the information were all contestants. Who knows if you changed any information after buying it? Although people didn't have high expectations for the information sold by the vendor, since others were buying it. If they didn't buy it, what if there was something they didn't know? Everyone held this mindset and bought it one after another, while the vendor was overjoyed. Wang Peng looked at the information he received and saw it read, estimated most likely candidates for the 10 representative spots. To his surprise, Wang Peng's name was on the list, which was expected since he had previously participated in the breeding master assessment and made the news. Moreover, his breeding workshop had recently gained fame. Who didn't know it was opened by Wang Peng? Chapter 62, Special Passage. Wang Peng glanced at the list of 10 candidates estimated by someone he didn't know and recognized 2 of them. One of them was Liang Yu, who was Liang's teacher's disciple and seemed to have comparable strength to him back then. It was only because the other party conceded that Wang Peng and his team could obtain the invitation to Monster University. It was no surprise to see this person among the top 10 contenders. Their strength was indeed sufficient. However, Wang Peng was quite surprised by the other person, who was listed as Lu Fan, disciple of the Qingshan City Monster Alliance branch president Qi. Wang Peng, fearing he had read it wrong, looked several times before confirming it was indeed the Lu Fan he knew. Didn't he have a lord-level beast? How could he participate in the Youth Beastmaster competition? Wang Peng was left puzzled. Instead of pondering this, he decided to ask Lu Fan directly. So Wang Peng called Lu Fan. Hey, Lu Fan, Wang Peng shouted, trying to find a quiet place in the crowd, but there was none, so he could only raise his voice. Wang Peng, what did you say? I can't hear you. Beep, beep, beep. Wang Peng watched as Lu Fan hung up the phone, stunned for a moment, then saw a text message come in. Beastmaster Hotel, room 3108. Looking at the message from Lu Fan, Wang Peng realized he was indeed coming to compete. The Beast Hotel is located right behind the Monster Alliance branch in Qingshan City and is a chain hotel run by the Monster Alliance. Wang Peng looked at the sea of people in front of him, thinking that it would take a while to get things done. So he headed towards the address Lu Fan had given him. He had anticipated that there would be a lot of people, but he didn't expect it to be this crowded. If he had known earlier, he would have booked a hotel too. Wang Peng had just checked and found that not only were today's rooms fully booked, but all the rooms for the past week were sold out. And even paying extra wouldn't secure a room. Now he just hoped that the hotel Lu Fan booked was big enough, so he quickened his pace. Before long, Wang Peng found the Beast Hotel. The sign was very clear, with a large Yunlong Group logo on the rooftop making it easy for others to find. The Monster Alliance collaborates with Yunlong Group everywhere, and the hotels are all built by Yunlong Group. Two doormen opened the main door, and as Wang Peng entered the lobby, a staff member politely asked, "Sir, how can I assist you? Do you have any available rooms?" Wang Peng inquired. "I'm sorry, sir, but all the rooms for the next 3 days have been booked. Would you like me to place you on a waiting list?" The staff member replied. It seemed that there really were no rooms available, and it's worth noting that the rooms at the Beast Hotel are not cheap. "No need, I'm looking for someone. Room 3108, Lu Fan," Wang Peng casually said. "Okay, sir, may I have your name?" "We need to confirm the information," the staff member said politely. Wang Peng. "All right, sir. This way, please. Mr. Lu specifically mentioned that a Mr. Wang would be arriving shortly. Please follow me," the staff member said, and led Wang Peng to a private elevator. After Wang Peng entered, he saw her swipe 3 cards before the elevator began to move. A few minutes later, the elevator stopped on the 31st floor. There were no other floors to stop it since there was only one button in the elevator. The staff member brought Wang Peng to a room and knocked on the door before leaving. After a moment, Wang Peng saw Lu Fan open the door. "Hey, couldn't he book a room, huh? I guessed you were coming to participate in the Youth Beastmaster competition. Come on in," Lu Fan said with a smile. Wang Peng walked into the room, or rather, the presidential suite, and said to Lu Fan, "You little brat, you've got money, living in a presidential suite. Come on. You know my abilities, it's not like I don't have the talent," Lu Fan casually replied. Wang Peng recalled Lu Fan's incredible luck, which he had previously overlooked. His abilities really didn't lack for money. Thinking of this, Wang Peng didn't hold back, grabbing a bottle of Coke from the fridge and casually finding a place to sit. "By the way, how can you participate in the Youth Beastmaster competition? Don't you have a Lord-level beast?" Wang Peng asked in confusion. "Who said having a Lord-level beast disqualifies you?" Lu Fan countered. "I read that in the Monster Alliance regulations." Wang Peng affirmed, noting that he had reviewed it several times. "The regulation states that Lord-level beasts cannot compete. As long as I don't use a Lord-level beast, then I naturally comply with the rules," Lu Fan said with a smile. "No way can it be like that. Isn't that exploiting a loophole?" Wang Peng was still a bit skeptical, thinking it felt like a word game. "It's not considered that. As long as you don't blatantly violate the Monster Alliance's regulations, no one will dig deeper. It's an unwritten rule," Lu Fan patiently explained, seeing Wang Peng's confusion. Through Lu Fan's explanation, Wang Peng learned that this kind of wordplay was actually authorized by the chief of the Monster Alliance. According to the chief, opportunities are never reserved for specific groups. As long as someone seizes the chance and participates within the regulations, the Monster Alliance will not delve deeper. Sometimes, intelligence is also a test. Those who can't even navigate wordplay will be played by others in the secret realms. Wang Peng suddenly remembered the competition for the 10 spots. "Right, you're not wrong. This time the competition for spots will be exceptionally fierce, especially in the finals. As far as I know, quite a number of Lord-level Beastmasters are participating," Lu Fan said seriously as he noticed Wang Peng's reaction. "So, we mustn't be careless and must give it our all. The spots for this secret realm are very precious." "Everyone wants a piece of the pie," Lu Fan said, glancing at Wang Peng. "Don't go easy on anyone, including me." Seeing Lu Fan's serious expression, Wang Peng nodded. "Of course, I won't go easy on anyone." Wang Peng was quite confident about this competition. Even if Lord-level Beastmasters participated, they couldn't use their Lord-level beasts. What they would be competing with were elite peak beasts, and both his little knife and Atian were at that level, having reached legendary quality. In this regard, he was not afraid of anyone. The only worry was that someone might break the rules and use a Lord-level beast. Therefore, the 3 Fearwolves from the Demon Banquet needed to break through as soon as possible, and at the latest, they had to reach Lord level before the finals. Wang Peng walked to the window, looking at the bustling crowd below. "By the way, when do we participate in the preliminary selection?" Lu Fan looked at Wang Peng with confusion. "Didn't you use the special channel?" "Special channel? What channel? I didn't know about that." Wang Peng turned around, puzzled. No one had told him about a special channel. No wonder Lu Fan wasn't worried about it. It turned out there was a special channel. Seeing Wang Peng's expression, Lu Fan awkwardly smiled. "This is also partly my fault. It should have been the teacher who told you, but he was too busy, so it fell on me." Chapter 63. From now on, I'll call you Dream Phantom. At this point, Lu Fan secretly glanced at Wang Peng, and I forgot to mention it. Damn, that was exactly how Wang Peng felt at the moment, an indescribable absurdity. "What do you mean you forgot? Such an important matter." It turned out that every time the Monster Alliance held an event, there was a special channel. This channel was for nurturing masters, well-known beast masters, or distinguished disciples from prestigious families. Although it was called a special channel, it wasn't that special. It just allowed these people to skip the preliminary selection and go straight to the initial rounds. The preliminary selection aimed to filter out those who had no real strength and were just there to make up the numbers. Those who had received the nurturing master qualification and distinguished disciples would definitely have the strength to participate in the initial rounds. No teacher would let their disciples go out to get killed. By the way, didn't you fill in your nurturing master certificate number when you registered for the competition? There should have been a prompt. Lu Fan suddenly thought of something. Why would I fill in the nurturing master certificate number for a beast-related competition? Wang Peng replied coldly, standing there staring at Lu Fan. Lu Fan's eyes darted around. Well, how about this? I'll let you stay in this presidential suite for a few days. How about that? Deal? Wang Peng quickly agreed before Lu Fan could backtrack. Then he returned to his previous smile, as he just wanted to mooch a room. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but there simply were no other rooms available to book. Seeing Wang Peng's sudden change in expression, Lu Fan thought to himself, I've been tricked. However, now that the words were out, what could he do? He wasn't short of money anyway. After saying that, Lu Fan took out 2 room cards and handed them to Wang Peng before preparing to leave. Hey, wait a minute. If you give me both room cards, where will you stay? Wang Peng said, looking at the 2 room cards Lu Fan handed him. I, of course, will stay in the alliance. Don't forget who my master is, Lu Fan said matter-of-factly. Wang Peng thought about it and realized he had forgotten this detail. Lu Fan was the disciple of President Qi and certainly didn't lack a place to stay. After Lu Fan left, Wang Peng called the front desk to arrange to pay for the room fee. Since he was using someone else's room, he figured he should settle the bill. Hello, sir. Room 3108 is Mr. Lu's regular guest room, and the fees have been settled, came the voice from the front desk over the phone. Listening to the voice on the phone, Wang Peng thought for a moment. Then how many days are left for this room? It seems Lu Fan has already paid, so he will see how many more days he can stay, at least until the Youth Beastmaster competition is over. Not for sale to the public. So how much will he give you? Wang Peng casually asked. Wang Peng hung up the phone, feeling he had miscalculated. He thought Lu Fan was wealthy, but didn't expect him to be this wealthy. He is actually one of the shareholders of the Beastmaster Hotel. He wonders how much money Lu Fan has made over the years with his talent. He had Mo Yin stationed there, and once someone came to cultivate beasts, Mo Yin would send him photos, which he would review with the evolution panel before sending the evolution materials to Mo Yin. Unexpectedly, it had been quiet today. No one had come to cultivate beasts for half a day. Wang Peng looked at the crowd outside and thought they must all be there for the preliminary selection. They would come to cultivate beasts only after passing that. If they couldn't even pass the preliminary selection, no one would spend money to cultivate beasts anymore. By then, they should be able to recognize that their shortcomings are not solely due to the beasts, but also themselves. Just as he arrived downstairs, a staff member hurried over and asked, Sir, where are you going? We have a shuttle service. No, I drove here. Wang Peng politely declined the hotel staff's kind offer. All right, have a pleasant journey, sir. As Wang Peng stepped out of the hotel, he had to admit that the service attitude of this hotel was indeed good. It was worthy of being run by the Monster Alliance, but the price was also quite attractive. Before he came down, he checked the price of the presidential suite online. Goodness, one night stay cost as much as cultivating a beast. Truly the Monster Alliance. What surprised Wang Peng was that the black cat playing with Mo Yin had changed attributes. Monster name, Dream Phantom. Monster level 1. Monster quality, Legend, Constant. Monster attribute, Void. Monster weakness. At the moment of transitioning between reality and illusion, it falls from the void. Monster status, Healthy. Monster racial skill, Reality illusion transition. Due to the difference in Planck's constant, Dream Phantom can transition between different spaces, stacking up to 6 layers. Monster promotion to divine level conditions. Dream Phantom? Didn't Mo Yin say it was called the Sleeping Dream Beast? Why has the name changed? Moreover, it gained an additional racial skill that allows it to transition between reality and illusion. What does it mean to stack 6 layers of space? Can it create 6 layers of virtual space? Wang Peng called Mo Yin over and picked up the black cat, asking, Why do you call it the Sleeping Dream Beast? It's not me who calls it that, it's my teammate. He refers to his beast as the Sleeping Dream Beast, Mo Yin said thoughtfully, looking at the black cat. Mo Yin continued, Any creature that gets attacked by it instantly falls into a deep sleep, no matter how you try to wake them. It's as if their soul has been stolen. After saying that, Mo Yin glanced nervously at the black cat, clearly recalling the shadow left by his teammate's beast. Wang Peng held the black cat and examined it repeatedly, wondering if this little creature was really that terrifying. Then he thought that it seemed he could sign a contract now. Wang Peng recited the incantation, and a blue light rose around him, enveloping the black cat without any surprises. The black cat raised its paw to accept Wang Peng's contract halo. Feeling the information in his spiritual sea, Wang Peng sensed that this black cat seemed to be younger than a small knife, currently unable to say a word. He looked at the black cat and thought of its reality illusion transition racial skill, casually saying, "From now on, I'll call you Dream Phantom." Chapter 64. Should we sprinkle some cumin? After signing the contract with Dream Phantom, Wang Peng asked several guides to carry the evolution materials he had just purchased to the cultivation room. Watching them carry in the evolution materials, Mo Yin happily said, "Is there a beast to cultivate? Come on, let me indulge in some cooking. I've never cultivated a beast before." Wang Peng smiled at Mo Yan's excited demeanor and said, "All right, then this time you do it. Are your 3 fear wolves here?" "Of course, but it's not as safe as your place. We usually carry our beasts with us," Mo Yin said, patting the door of the cultivation room. 3 large fear wolves emerged and quietly laid down beside Mo Yin. "All right, start the fire," Wang Peng calmly said. Seeing that Mo Yan's fear wolves were present. "Ah, are you stewing my beast?" Mo Yin looked bewildered. "What's wrong? You aren't against my exclusive recipe, are you?" "That shouldn't be the case," Wang Peng asked. According to Mo Yan's description of their living environment, as long as there was a chance to enhance their strength, they would go all out. How could they have a psychological aversion to cultivating beasts, even if the method was a bit peculiar? That's not it. It's not like I bought it with my money. I mean, just letting me do this. Aren't you afraid of problems? Mo Yin pointed at himself. He had no experience in cultivating beasts before, and according to Wang Peng, all he needed to do was add the evolution materials and simmer on low heat. He didn't believe it was that simple. "Don't worry. I'm here. Just go ahead. I can't cheat you out of my own money. I paid for all this," Wang Peng assured Mo Yin. Seeing that Wang Peng had said that, Mo Yin didn't hesitate any longer and instructed the 3 fear wolves to jump into the large vat. Then filled the large vat with water. He added the evolution materials, lit the fire, and covered the vat, completing the process in one go. Although there were many evolution materials, they were all ordinary materials and not expensive. The fear wolf monster already had a mature evolution system. Of course, the evolution panel provided the optimal solution, and the material ratio given by the evolution panel was at least 30 less than the evolution recipes published by the Monster Alliance. Moreover, for such ordinary monsters, if they didn't improve in quality before level 20, they would basically be useless and would never break through to the Lord level in their lifetime. The conditions for breaking through to the Lord level require elite level monster quality to be above ordinary, and ordinary level monster quality to reach perfect. "I didn't expect you to be quite skilled at this," Wang Peng said, watching Mo Yan's smooth movements. "Well, I used to eat like this often during outdoor adventures. Just without such a big container," Mo Yin chuckled. Wang Peng was taken aback. It turned out that Mo Yin really treated this as stewing meat. "By the way, boss, what's the principle behind our cultivation?" Mo Yin asked, looking at the 3 large vats. Boss was the term Wang Peng requested Mo Yin to use when addressing him in public. He couldn't just call him master. Mo Yin didn't quite understand why it had to be done this way. If the materials were already prepared, couldn't they just be fed directly? Why go through this extra step? Wang Peng explained to him. This is to speed up their absorption of the evolution materials, allowing for faster beast cultivation. This was nothing that couldn't be said. The evolution materials for each beast were different, and even the same materials had different ratios. Moreover, since Mo Yin would work here in the future, it was better to explain the principle clearly to him. "I see. So if we feed the evolution materials and then roast them directly, wouldn't that be faster?" "It would be much quicker than this water bath heating," Mo Yin pondered. "In theory, that could work, but I advise you not to try it." Wang Peng quickly interrupted him as he sensed Mo Yin was going down the wrong path. "Why not?" Mo Yin asked in confusion. "If there's a better method, why not use it?" Wang Peng thought about it and said, "It's like this. While we pursue strength here, we aren't as extreme as you guys. They can just about accept me stewing their beasts with my exclusive recipe. But if you dare to use that roasting method, they'll definitely fight you." Wang Peng imagined that scene and couldn't bear to look directly when beastmasters came to cultivate beasts. If Mo Yin stuffed the evolution materials into the beast's stomachs and then set up a fire to roast them, how would people think? The water bath stewing method allowed beastmasters to comfort themselves, saying it was a necessary step for better absorption of the evolution materials. "Roasting you like this, what do you want others to think? You must want to eat someone else's beast, right? Should I let you bring some cumin or chili powder?" Seeing Mo Yan's eager expression, Wang Peng pondered for a moment. "If you really want to try, you can practice with your own beast first. If the results are good, we can discuss other things later." Hearing Wang Peng's words, Mo Yan's eyes lit up. If it weren't for the fact that these 3 terror wolves were already starting to evolve, he would have fished them out of the big vat. As time passed, bursts of meaty aroma wafted from the vat. Smelling this fragrance, Wang Peng estimated that the evolution should be nearing completion. Sure enough, 15 minutes later, the 3 large vats emitted light from within simultaneously. Wang Peng signaled Mo Yin to come forward and take a look. It's better for the beast to see its master first after evolution. Otherwise, he would have to customize the vats again. Given the recent number of vats Wang Peng ordered, the owner greeted him with a smile. If someone didn't know better, they might think he was running a pickled cabbage factory, given the high demand for customized vats. As Mo Yin stepped forward and opened the vat lid, 3 terror wolves glowing with gray light jumped out. Wang Peng opened the evolution panel and saw that the quality of the 3 terror wolves had indeed evolved to elite quality. At this quality, they could attempt to break through to the Lord level, but Wang Peng thought it would be better to evolve them to perfect quality first. This way, compared to breaking through to Lord level and then evolving, he could save on a lot of evolution materials. Wang Peng calculated the time and figured that reaching perfect quality before the finals and breaking through to Lord level shouldn't be a problem. He ordered another batch of evolution materials, and once the state of the 3 terror wolves stabilized, he would let them evolve to perfect quality. Suddenly, a notification tone sounded, and Wang Peng took out his phone to take a look. After a day of preliminary selection, 974 contestants have qualified. Please attend the preliminary round of the Monster Alliance Youth Beastmaster competition in the Qingshan division on time tomorrow. After being tricked by Lu Fan once, Wang Peng turned on the message notifications after uploading his Beastmaster certificate number and gaining special access. He was afraid of any more mishaps. But he didn't expect that the selection would be completed in less than a day with so many people and beasts on site. Indeed, the Monster Alliance is efficient. He wondered what the preliminary venue would be like, and if it would be the same as the last Beastmaster assessment. Chapter 65, Mountain Ring Arena, Preliminary Round. To be honest, the comfort of this presidential suite is exceptional. Wang Peng looked at the bed he lay on last night. He thought about getting a bed like this for home after the competition, and it would be best to get one for the breeding studio as well. Now that Mo Yin was at the breeding studio, he didn't need to do everything himself. He just needed to guide them. But he still wanted to improve the comfort level. An hour later, after having breakfast, Wang Peng found Lu Fan at the entrance of the Monster Alliance Qingshan branch. The two entered together, and as they walked, Wang Peng suddenly thought that as Qi's disciple, Lu Fan should know what the competition venue was like. Asking him about the venue wouldn't be against the rules, so Wang Peng asked how the preliminary venue would be. With nearly 10,000 participants, would the matches be held simultaneously or in batches? In fact, Wang Peng preferred the latter. After all, a place that could accommodate 10,000 people for battle would need to be quite large. This time it should be a ring tournament, unlike the last Beastmaster assessment, which just needed a test venue. I could tell you now, but I'd rather you see it for yourself. That would be more shocking, Lu Fan said with a smile, mysteriously. Seeing the way Lu Fan was acting, Wang Peng realized he wasn't going to say more, so he didn't press further. In Wang Peng's mind, the most likely scenario was that the Monster Alliance would find an open space to build 5,000 arenas for the competition, which would indeed be a massive project. However, when Wang Peng and the others arrived at the competition venue, they were stunned by the sight before them. It was a mountain made up of arenas, with countless arenas built around it, spiraling upwards and enveloping the entire mountain. At the top of the mountain platform, there were 10 huge seats, presumably reserved for the 10 who secured the final spots. When Wang Peng and the others arrived, many contestants had already entered. It seemed they had recovered and were collecting their number tags at the machines scattered around. The entire mountain ring arena, excluding the top platform, was divided into 7 levels, capable of accommodating 10,000 people for simultaneous battles and determining the final spots, Lu Fan said, looking at the mountain ring arena before them. When he first saw it, he was also quite shocked, but he was more astonished by the speed of its construction than by its scale. It's worth noting that Lu Fan usually lived near the Qingshan branch, and this mountain ring arena was built in just a week. Moreover, it was built around a mountain, which was much more challenging than building on flat ground. Wang Peng casually collected a number tag from the machine in front of him, looked at the number, and smiled. Great, this is the first number, 1111. So, the bottom layer should have at least 5,000 arenas. Wang Peng thought about the 974 contestants. In fact, the actual number built was around 6,000 to form a complete circle. Indeed, it's the Yunlong group, Lu Fan said with emotion. This was built by the Yunlong group? Wang Peng asked. Didn't you know? In our heavenly kingdom, especially for large constructions, 90 are built by the Yunlong group. Lu Fan said as a matter of course. No wonder the Monster Alliance's vice-chairman has to be elected every year according to regulations. And the Yunlong group has been firmly seated for so many years. Wang Peng realized that there was this underlying reason. The Yunlong group had become an indispensable part of the entire heavenly kingdom, or rather, they had taken away some of the powers of the chairman. Wang Peng thought about how great it would be if he could be reborn as the heir of the Yunlong group, soaring straight to the top. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Yunlong group in the imperial capital, Wang Songhai muttered to himself, Xiaopeng, once you finish your competition, Grandpa will pave the way for you. After speaking, he pressed a button on the table. In a moment, a man in black pushed the door and entered, respectfully asking, Lord, how is our supported candidate for chairman? Wang Songhai asked casually. After pondering for a moment, Wang Songhai said, spread the news. Once our candidate takes office, all of his supporters will receive a free elite quality awakening potion. Lord, that might lead to many people coming to claim it, and the cost is a bit high. The man in black reminded. That's not important. What matters is public opinion. You can go. Wang Songhai shook his head. Yes. After the man in black left, Wang Songhai summoned Yunlong. Looking at the scars on Yunlong's body, he believed that humans who signed contracts with monsters had changed. They were no longer pure humans. He chuckled, realizing how his chairman came to be. It was because he was afraid of turmoil at the time. Since he didn't want to be the chairman, then so be it. Wang Songhai gently stroked Yunlong's wounds. The ships of the new era cannot carry the remnants of the old era. At this moment, a thunderclap sounded outside. Boom. Wang Peng looked at the monster that had fallen before him, feeling somewhat speechless. He had just arrived at Arena 1111 to participate in the preliminary round as prompted. When he arrived, he saw that the contestant opposite was already prepared. So he applied to start the match. As the light blue barrier descended around him, Wang Peng instructed Tian to stack a few layers of curses on the opponent before preparing to let Xiao Dao launch a sneak attack. However, before Xiao Dao could act, the opponent's beast collapsed. It was a white tiger. Wang Peng didn't expect the opponent to be so weak. Collapsing after just a few curses, the girl opposite, seeing her white tiger fall, froze for a moment and then unexpectedly burst into tears. Ah, what have you done to my white tiger? Woo woo woo. Wang Peng looked at the scene in silence. Speaking of which, how did the Monster Alliance select the participants? It turns out that anyone who can protect themselves in the arena was allowed in. After all, the arena was built, so it couldn't go to waste. The Monster Alliance also didn't expect this year's participants to be so weak, or perhaps Wang Peng was just too strong. Wang Peng glanced at the girl across from him who was still crying, and said, you should take your beast to the hospital. There might still be hope if you want to save it. Really? The girl exclaimed in surprise. Of course, Wang Peng said, feeling a bit speechless at how easily she was fooled. In fact, Tian had only released status-related curses on the white tiger, and there were no deadly toxins involved. He said that just to get the girl to leave, and if her beast didn't receive proper care, it might indeed suffer some after-effects. Watching the girl happily hug her white tiger as she left, Wang Peng checked his number plate. When they determined the winner, it had changed from 1111 to 1111 again. Wang Peng knocked on the number plate. It wasn't broken, so why was it still stuck on 1111? The first match had this number, and the second match was still it. Looking at the prompt on the number plate, the next duel was scheduled for 2 hours later. During this time, the Qingshan City Monster Alliance would adjust all the contestants' beasts to restore them to their best condition. After arriving in the lounge, Wang Peng didn't bother to recuperate his beast. Both his little knife and Tian had not consumed much energy since the duel hadn't even started before it ended. He simply went to grab 2 portions of monster snacks, just to replenish his energy a bit. Shortly after Wang Peng sat down, Lu Fan found him and waved his green number plate at Wang Peng. Wang Peng immediately noticed the big words "Buy" on his number plate. Didn't you say your luck doesn't apply to anything other than cultivating beasts? Wang Peng's first reaction was to think of Lu Fan's ability. Then he shook his head. Why can't it be my own luck shining through? After all, I'm someone who controls luck, Lu Fan said proudly, sneaking a glance at Wang Peng's reaction afterward. Wang Peng knew he was putting on an act and didn't even look at him, saying blandly, control luck? Be careful not to get played by it later. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is a passive skill. I have no control over it. Lu Fan defended himself. Wang Peng glanced at Lu Fan, who was empty-handed. Where's your beast? Isn't a Lord-level beast not allowed to compete? Wang Peng suddenly remembered that he hadn't noticed when he first arrived. But now he realized that Lu Fan seemed to have no beast at all. A Lord-level beast can be stored in the beast space. But he had never heard of a beast below Lord level being able to do so. Wang Peng's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of the bird's attributes through the evolution panel. Monster name, Explosive Firewing Bird. Monster level, 20. Monster quality, perfect. Monster attribute, fire. Monster weakness, extreme cold ice can inflict fatal damage on it. Monster status, healthy. Monster promotion to legend conditions. Wang Peng thought of Lu Fan's previous winged eagle and this explosive firewing bird. Wouldn't Lu Fan's beasts all be flying types? Generally speaking, few people choose the same type of beasts. Most prefer a combination of various types. Especially for flying types, usually, a beastmaster only cultivates one. As most battles take place on the ground. As if seeing Wang Peng's confusion, Lu Fan calmly said, all my beasts are flying types, covering various attributes. Why? Flying type monsters account for less than 20 of all monsters, and the materials for cultivation are hard to find, Wang Peng asked, puzzled. With so many flying-type beasts, you can't always be ready to run away, right? Fewer monsters, but they run fast. Lu Fan was willing to give up some powerful attacking beasts to ensure strategic relocation in case of emergencies. Have you noticed that all the contestants this time are quite weak? Wang Peng inquired. Not really, it's just normal levels. Out of 10,000 people, only 10 spots are available. It's not that easy to encounter strong opponents, Lu Fan replied as he looked at the distant contestants discussing. Wang Peng thought for a moment and agreed. Most participants were students or young adults who had just signed a contract with their beasts. They had never participated in real wild battles, so their reactions were quite normal. Even the previous school had just conducted specialized training for beasts, and that was with official resources support. Most common beast masters who lacked resources would put their beasts in a free-range state after signing one. Only a few might challenge monsters in the wild for a living or to become stronger, and most of those would end up dying in the wild. Very few returned after experiencing such trials. This situation was also related to the current attitude of the Monster Alliance. Although the founder advocated for human-monster contracts, the current chief had a rather ambiguous stance towards monsters and was very cautious about human-monster contracts. Under such circumstances, common beastmasters rarely used their beasts in combat. Most viewed them merely as companions. Ultimately, this led to a high proportion of heavenly beastmasters, but their combat abilities couldn't compete with the Wisdom Federation, the Fushi Empire, and the Holy See. There was also a nation entirely composed of beastmasters who had driven all common people out of their territory. While Wang Peng pondered these things, the second match commenced as scheduled. Wang Peng arrived at Arena 1111 and saw his opponent waiting there. The opponent had a total of 5 beasts, but their levels didn't seem very high, around level 13, with the highest reaching level 15. Their quality was also low, all being ordinary quality. And the beasts were common leopards. He wondered which wealthy landowner's foolish son this was. He had signed enough beasts, but the quality was too poor. Even if he was going for quantity, having 5 leopards was excessive. They might look good, but that was it. It was likely he had spent a lot of money to cultivate these 5 leopards to this level. Wang Peng remembered that the evolution condition for leopards was an equivalent weight of gold. No wonder he was a tycoon, he just had money. While Wang Peng was observing the 5 leopards, the boy on stage grew impatient. Are you going to compete or not? If you give up now, it's not too late. Clearly, this boy thought Wang Peng was afraid to go up. Wang Peng shook his head and walked onto the stage with his little knife and Atian. Seeing the boy who seemed about to win, Wang Peng didn't interrupt him. Perfect, this would be a good test of Atian's group attack skills. As Wang Peng stepped onto the stage, a light blue barrier descended, and the system announced the match had begun. Wang Peng watched as the 5 leopards attacked all at once and waved his hand at Atian. Atian stood there and pulled out his spine from behind, placing it on the ground while silently chanting something. As Atian continued to chant, the spine began to rise and glow, and just as the leopards were about to strike, it emitted a dazzling white light. The white light enveloped all the leopards, and after a few seconds, it gradually dissipated. The leopards that had been covered in white light lay sprawled on the ground, unable to get up again. The boy opposite looked at this scene with a pale face. He didn't say much, just shouted to the system that he gave up. He had enough insight to realize this was not a battle of the same level. As soon as that skeleton unleashed an attack, all his beasts had already collapsed. How was he supposed to continue? With one side conceding, a light blue barrier separated the beasts of both sides. This is a protective mechanism of the intelligence system, preventing situations where killing might occur, and it is also the confidence of the Monster Alliance. Without this heavenly god system, the Monster Alliance would not be able to build a venue where tens of thousands can battle simultaneously. The heavenly god intelligence system is unique to the Celestial Kingdom and is the reason why the Monster Alliance can stand firm there. Named Heavenly God, it symbolizes the absolute justice of the divine, also called the Justice Heavenly God system, co-managed by the chief and the deputy. The chief can utilize 70 of the Heavenly Goddess functions, while the remaining 30 of weapon activation must be authorized by both the chief and the deputy simultaneously. With the opponent's surrender, Wang Peng's number plate rose from 1111 to 1111. Wang Peng looked at the numbers on the plate and thought there must be some kind of conspiracy. How could it always be this number? Sure enough, Lu Fan once again pulled out his empty number plate. Wang Peng looked at him and said, "Are you really sure your ability didn't take effect?" Seeing Wang Peng's serious expression, Lu Fan was taken aback. "Now that you mention it, it does feel like my ability might have had a bit of an effect, otherwise. How could it be so coincidental?" Lu Fan thought back to his previous tests, where it only worked for nurturing beasts and had no effect otherwise. He had tried the nurturing assessment at that time, which proved to be ineffective. However, the nurturing assessment is a test-type assessment, not a combat-type assessment. It's like a math problem. No matter how lucky you are, it won't change the outcome. But this competition is different. Situations like being matched against no one definitely rely on luck. Thinking of this, Lu Fan took out his phone and downloaded a monster card drawing game. What are you doing? Wang Peng asked in surprise at his actions. You don't think your luck will work in a game too, do you? That's just the preset probabilities by the developers. However, Wang Peng quickly found himself proven wrong as he watched Lu Fan draw card after card. Wang Peng's expression gradually shifted from surprise to shock, then to numbness, as he saw Lu Fan quickly complete his collection of all rare cards and uninstall the game. I get it. Lu Fan suddenly shouted. What did you understand? Finally realized your lifespan is coming to an end? Wang Peng said fiercely. Is there really someone using lifespan to draw cards? My ability is not only effective for nurturing beasts. It works for anything related to beasts as long as it amplifies the probabilities, Lu Fan said excitedly. But what is the use of that? Even if you get matched against no one a few times, you still have to compete in the finals, right? I remember the final rounds follow a cumulative scoring system. With no match-free rounds, Wang Peng said. No, not this competition. I can participate in other competitions, ones that reward resources based on rankings. I can reasonably profit from the Monster Alliance's monster coins, Lu Fan explained to Wang Peng. In fact, Wang Peng wanted to say that even though Lu Fan was already so wealthy, he was still thinking of getting free resources from the Monster Alliance, which would be better left for those in need. But thinking of free resources to be had, who could resist? When Lu Fan realized that his ability was indeed in effect, he turned to leave, feeling there was no longer a need for him to stay here. He just needed to wait for the finals to come around again. Before leaving, he didn't forget to encourage Wang Peng to keep pushing forward. Actually, Wang Peng wanted to tell him that according to the match arrangements, the next match would not have any no-match situations. Arriving at the 11-11 arena, Wang Peng realized that his opponent this time was not simple. This should be a true beast master, one with lord-level beasts. It seemed he encountered a real beast master so early. He didn't know if this luck was good or bad. The good part was that he could witness the strength of a lord beast master early on. The bad part was that his 3 terror wolves had not yet been nurtured. If the opponent recklessly summoned a lord-level beast, Wang Peng could only rely on the heavenly god system. Looking at the Qinggang wolf and the flamingo flying in the air, Wang Peng fell into deep thought. This match would be tough. Both the Qinggang wolf and the flamingo were level 20 perfect quality monsters, although their quality was not as high as Xiaodao and a Tian. The flamingo could fly, while Xiaodao could not. Xiaodao had just learned to glide briefly. As the light blue curtain fell, the match began. Wang Peng first ordered a Tian to curse the flamingo in midair, while Xiaodao dealt with the Qinggang wolf, after which the flamingo would be no threat. But clearly, the opponent had guessed Wang Peng's intentions, using the flamingo's agility to restrain a Tian, preparing to take out Xiaodao first. This was exactly what Wang Peng wanted. The evolution panel in front of him clearly displayed. Monster name, Qinggang wolf. Monster level, 20. Monster quality, perfect. Monster attribute, wind. Monster weakness, the connection between the wolf's body and head. Lowest defense. Monster status, healthy. Monster promotion to legend conditions, the connection between the wolf's body and head, meaning the neck. Wang Peng thought as he looked at the circle of white fur around the Qinggang wolf's neck. Through the mental sea, Wang Peng informed Xiaodao of the Qinggang wolf's weakness. The Qinggang wolf seemed to want to race against Xiaodao, knowing that the wind attribute Qinggang wolf had absolutely top-tier speed. But Xiaodao's speed was not weak either. During training at school, Wang Peng had specifically trained Xiaodao's speed. Originally, the Death Scythe Mantis was a monster whose weakness was low defense, and it should mainly be trained in defense. However, Wang Peng thought that with his vast mental sea, instead of training Xiaodao in areas where he was not good, it was better to focus on cultivating his strengths. As long as Wang Peng brought out the Dream Phantom, they wouldn't have to worry. A single wave of racial skills would take care of everything. Chapter 68. A Tian is an all-rounder. Seeing this, Wang Peng waved at a Tian, preparing to unleash a big move to take out the flamingo. The flamingo continued to harass a Tian, but each attack was easily deflected by a Tian. Whenever a Tian prepared to support Xiaodao, the flamingo would launch a strong attack, effectively restraining a Tian. Seeing Wang Peng's actions, a Tian drew the spine and unleashed a group skill toward the flamingo. The flamingo realized something was wrong as a Tian drew the spine and began a selective retreat. However, for group skills, even if the flamingo retreated, it was still grazed by a Tian's curse. He had already observed that this Death Scythe Mantis could not fly, and the skeleton on the opponent's side was clearly a support-type beast. Thus, the skeleton's attack and defense must be weak. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and he prepared to have the flamingo and Qinggang wolf switch opponents. Wang Peng also noticed the opponent's actions but did not stop them. Instead, he facilitated this exchange. The opponent's Beastmaster was momentarily stunned. Could this person have some hidden cards? No matter, as long as he dealt with this troublesome skeleton. What could a flying Death Scythe Mantis do? By then, it would all be too late. Wang Peng watched as the Qinggang wolf charged quickly toward him. And with such speed, a Tian would definitely not keep up. However, that didn't matter. As long as that Qinggang wolf dared to come over, it would all be over. The opponent's Beast Master began to get excited, seemingly confident of victory. How could a Lord Beast Master lose in such a place? At the moment the Qinggang wolf met a Tian braced himself against the Qinggang wolf's charge. He effortlessly pulled out 2 of his ribs and stabbed them into the back of the Qinggang wolf's neck. The Qinggang wolf went from thrashing violently to gradually calming down. A Tian's attacks always carried a curse. Damn, this isn't reasonable, the opponent's Beastmaster exclaimed, marking his first greeting since the duel began. No, this is very reasonable, Wang Peng said, looking at the Qinggang wolf, which was on the verge of collapse. Just as the opponent's Beastmaster was about to say something, the injured flamingo was caught off guard and was stabbed in a wing by the gliding Xiaodao. Already injured, the flamingo began to wobble in flight and eventually crashed to the ground with a thud. Wang Peng communicated through the mental sea, instructing Xiaodao to retreat quickly. As the small knife retreated, Wang Peng looked at the battle in front of him, where the outcome was basically determined, and said to the sky, "Heavenly God, I request a judgment." As a light blue curtain fell from the sky, a light blue wave swept across the entire arena. The winner is Wang Peng. This match is over. Hearing the voice of the Heavenly God system, Wang Peng felt relieved. This judgment could not be invoked at any time. It could only be requested when the opponent's beast had lost its basic combat ability, both to quickly determine the winner and to give the losing beast a chance to recover. Wang Peng glanced at the Qinggang wolf lying in a pool of blood and said to the opposing beast master, "Thank you for your challenge." As Wang Peng left, the arena began to split apart, and several oddly shaped robots jumped out to provide emergency treatment to the Qinggang wolf. The opposing beast master stared blankly as Wang Peng turned to leave. This kid even left himself a chance to turn the tables and decisively utilized the Heavenly God judgment. He just watched Wang Peng's departing figure without saying anything, seemingly unconcerned about the Qinggang wolf's injuries. "Where are you going? Enjoying yourself?" Wang Peng smiled and said to Lu Fan, who was on the video call, while looking at the barbecue. A new barbecue place opened in the suburbs. "I'm here to try it out. By the way, how come you thought to call me? Did you get eliminated?" Lu Fan mocked without holding back. As if Wang Peng had really been eliminated. Wang Peng looked at Lu Fan, who was still waiting for skewers, and casually replied, "It seems there are no buys for the next match." Upon hearing Wang Peng's words, Lu Fan paused with his phone in hand. "The next match? Oh crap. There really isn't." Watching Lu Fan tell the boss to cancel his order while preparing to leave, it seemed the suburbs were not close to where they were. "You can do it, you can do it. By the way, did you think of this earlier?" Lu Fan wondered, as the timing was just right. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. And tell the boss I don't eat spicy food." Wang Peng's gaze drifted for a moment before hanging up the phone. Then Lu Fan called the boss. "Make the rest super spicy, the spicier the better. I want you to eat, hee. The Monster Alliance really has no complaints about the beasts. There is no registration fee for participation, and all monsters recover their stamina for free. Even injuries sustained in the arena are treated for free, without the Beast Masters needing to spend a penny. But it's not the same for the Beast Masters. While Beast stamina recovery is free, the Beast Masters have to pay for their meals. If it were just that, it would be fine. The key is that the food is not tasty. And he has no idea where the Monster Alliance found such a terrible chef. The dishes are truly hard to swallow." Wang Peng had already eaten once at noon. And if it weren't for Lu Fan, he would have gone out to eat. Watching the Beast Masters gradually disperse, Wang Peng continued to patiently wait. He didn't know if Lu Fan would come, or if he would even react. The last match that just concluded was the final one for today. The next match would not start until tomorrow. But judging by Lu Fan's anxious demeanor, he probably hadn't realized it yet. Unknowingly, an hour had passed, and Wang Peng estimated that Lu Fan probably wouldn't come. He was about to ask the staff when they would close, so he wouldn't get locked inside. Then he saw Lu Fan riding a griffin, holding a thermos box, appearing outside. Lu Fan didn't get off but sat on the griffin, coldly looking at Wang Peng. Chapter 69. The Monster Feast, You Really Are Grilling. Wang Peng looked up in surprise. He didn't expect Lu Fan to actually come. But Lu Fan seemed to have noticed him. That made sense. The participating Beast Masters were leaving one after another, and if he hadn't noticed, that would be strange. Seeing Lu Fan sitting on the griffin, Wang Peng, knowing he was in the wrong, walked over and said, "Don't look at me like I've tricked you. I was just kindly reminding you." "Oh, is this your kind reminder? Interrupting my culinary exploration?" Lu Fan retorted, pointing at the departing Beast Masters. "I just suddenly remembered that there are no buys for the next match. As for why it's tomorrow, you'll have to ask the organizers," Wang Peng said deliberately. "Ask the organizers?" The organizers are the Qing Shan branch of the Monster Alliance, or rather Lu Fan's teacher. Could he really go question his teacher? I believe your nonsense. Lu Fan got off the griffin, put away his beast, and tossed the thermos box to Wang Peng. Wang Peng caught it without hesitation, opened it on the spot, and looked at the red grilled meat inside. Is this not spicy? Eat. How can I not eat? Wang Peng smiled and said. Lu Fan watched Wang Peng eat the grilled meat with extra spiciness without drinking any water, still exclaiming how delicious it was. Isn't this grilled meat not spicy? Lu Fan asked curiously since he had asked the boss to add spice. Not spicy. Why don't you try it? Wang Peng smiled as he handed Lu Fan a skewer. Lu Fan skeptically took it, watched Wang Peng eat heartily, and tried putting it in his mouth. Then Lu Fan experienced a burning sensation, realizing this was not just not spicy, it was practically all chili. Aren't you unable to eat spicy food? Lu Fan looked at Wang Peng and asked. I said I wanted it not spicy, but I never said I couldn't eat spicy food. I just suddenly wanted something not spicy. Wang Peng chuckled. He could never have imagined that he had interrupted Lu Fan's exploration just to say he wanted it not spicy. All to get Lu Fan to add more spice. This move, Wang Peng was on the 5th level. Lu Fan was truly impressed. Calculating so much over a barbecue was quite boring. After enjoying their meal, Wang Peng bid farewell to Lu Fan and even paid for the barbecue. Wang Peng didn't expect this meal to cost 50 monster coins. Lu Fan said that the restaurant sourced mutated monster meat from the Holy See, which was said to be a type of creature they worshipped. This wasn't surprising. The Holy See regularly changed their worshipped creatures. The people of the Holy See believed that by consuming their worshipped creatures, they would draw closer to their deities. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Who changes their faith for no reason? They surely couldn't actually receive divine revelations from their gods. He paused, pointing at the 3 barbecue machines, and looked at Mo Yin. How did you get these 3 big guys up here? The front desk didn't stop you? Who brings barbecue machines into their hotel room? Is that something a normal person would do? He was still wondering how to get those big cauldrons upstairs when he found out Mo Yin had already brought up the barbecue machines. No one stopped me. After I gave my room number, the staff kindly helped carry them up, Mo Yin said while adjusting the barbecue machine. By the way, are you really planning to experiment on your own beasts? Wang Peng looked at the 3 unaware terror wolves around him. According to your theory of cultivating beasts, this is not a problem, Mo Yin said confidently. But that is just a theory. I don't know if it will work, Wang Peng said, feeling a bit guilty. After all, the evolution panel only had material ratios for evolution, but no specific methods. That big cauldron slow cooking idea was just a spur-of-the-moment thought. If theories are not put into practice, then theories will always remain theories. We must turn theories into practical content. Only then can we progress. Mo Yin said after finishing adjusting the barbecue machine. Hey, have you been reading lately? Wang Peng said in surprise. What do you mean by that? Mo Yin glanced at Wang Peng. Humans always need to progress, right? Although I'm not human, Mo Yin touched the horn on his head. Seeing him like this, Wang Peng didn't say much. Reading more is a good thing. Wang Peng watched as Mo Yin fed the evolution materials to the 3 terror wolves and then placed them on the barbecue machine to start a fire. You're still using charcoal? After all, charcoal grilled food tastes better, right? No, it's more even. Looking at the situation, it seemed Mo Yin was determined to test his strange idea today, and Wang Peng did not stop him. He was actually very curious. The large pot was simmering with water heating, so the beast wouldn't come into direct contact with the flames. But this barbecue was different. Wouldn't the fur of the terror wolves really catch fire? Wang Peng was still quite curious. As the temperature continued to rise, a faint gray mist began to appear on the surface of the 3 terror wolves. It seemed that the evolutionary materials inside them were being digested. And with the increase in temperature, the faint gray mist gradually formed a protective layer. This gray protective layer enveloped the terror wolves entirely. Similar to how the little knife evolved, except this mist was thinner. Watching this magical scene, Wang Peng leaned in to observe. He had never seen a monster's complete evolution process before. Previously, he would just seal them in the large pot, and he had no idea what changes occurred inside. Now being able to observe it more intuitively was a good thing. In fact, the little knife's evolution process was the most complete, as it was a natural evolution without external acceleration. However, the little knife's evolution took too long. Wang Peng couldn't endure it for days and nights. Instead, this time was more suitable for observation, as the temperature of the barbecue accelerated the evolution process, like watching a fast-forwarded chemistry experiment. The faint gray mist first gradually wrapped around the terror wolves, and then the color began to deepen, as if more evolutionary materials were being digested. As the color deepened, the specific figures of the terror wolves became increasingly indistinct. At this point, there were only 3 wolf-shaped gray shadows on the barbecue, along with strange lights continuously emanating from within the gray shadows. The lights were colorful and spectacular, like fireworks. Perhaps this was the wonder of biological evolution. Of course, along with the wonders of biological evolution, there was also a faint aroma of roasted meat. Wang Peng initially thought that the terror wolves were completely enveloped by evolutionary energy and that the flames should only accelerate the process, so there shouldn't be any aroma of roasted meat. After observing carefully for a while, Wang Peng discovered that the evolutionary energy merely isolated the flames' damage but did not completely block them. The 3 terror wolves were being scorched by the flames without suffering any harm. As the evolutionary energy wrapping the terror wolves gradually became lighter, their fur remained unharmed. Presumably, the flame scorching was equivalent to exorcising the terror wolves. Wang Peng wondered what changes would occur after their evolution. As time passed, the aroma of roasted meat became increasingly rich. Even though Wang Peng had eaten before coming, this scene was still a test. Thus, amidst the torment of the aroma, the evolution of the terror wolves came to an end. A dazzling gray light emanated from the evolutionary energy membrane enveloping the terror wolves, and then the membrane gradually merged into that gray light. 3 terror wolves, now more robust than before, appeared before Wang Peng. Moreover, their quality had reached perfection, and the next step was to prepare for their promotion to Lord. Promoting to Lord was simple. It just required continuous high-intensity energy supplementation until they evolved. The cost of these energies ranged from a few thousand monster coins to over 10,000. However, for terror wolves, which were common beasts, typically around 2,000 worth of materials was enough for evolution to Lord. The little knife and a tian were clearly different from ordinary beasts, and Wang Peng had already spent over 10,000 monster coins on them. The little knife and a tian showed no signs of wanting to promote. He didn't know if they could promote to Lord during the finals. Mo Yin circled around the 3 terror wolves, patting them here and there, and stroking the fur of the terror wolves. Wang Peng looked on speechlessly. After all, he had previously owned a king-level beast, so why was he acting so embarrassingly? Not having seen perfect quality before. Mo Yin turned around and retorted, "What are you talking about? I once had a legendary quality beast. I was just curious about this magical breeding method, and it actually succeeded." Wang Peng then realized that Mo Yin had no confidence before. "Wasn't it you who said you wanted to put theory into practice?" "Yeah, I had that idea, so I tried it," Mo Yin said naturally. Wang Peng was taken aback. What book was he reading? Who taught him that having an idea equated to theory? What about verification? Fortunately, it had indeed succeeded in the end. Otherwise, all this waste would be Wang Peng's money. Buying beasts, buying evolutionary materials, and even the materials for promoting to Lord later were all paid for by Wang Peng. This couldn't go on. He should wait for the terror wolves to promote to Lord and let Mo Yin take them out to gather resources. Perhaps they would find some rare treasures, which Wang Peng could then use to exchange for the divine-level evolutionary materials for the little knife and a tian, and also for Huan Meng. Speaking of Huan Meng, Wang Peng looked at the black cat sleeping in his arms. She really considered herself a cat. Although Huan Meng just slept all day, her level was indeed growing. She had already risen from level 1 to level 3 in just a few days. What an enviable talent. She could grow just by sleeping. If possible, Wang Peng would also like to lie down. He had to work in the breeding studio for Wang Peng tomorrow, but starting tomorrow, the tamers coming to breed beasts would probably find many high-energy materials added to the evolutionary materials. With such convenient access to promotion materials, Wang Peng had no reason not to take advantage of it. The next day, Wang Peng met Lu Fan in the competition's rest area. He was there walking his bird. Wang Peng glanced at him but said nothing, looking at the beasts that Mo Yin had sent for breeding, and he provided the necessary evolutionary material ratios one by one. At some point, Lu Fan stood beside Wang Peng, watching his actions, and frowned. "Peng, I'm not saying you, but aren't the beasts you breed ultimately going to become your opponents?" Wang Peng glanced at Lu Fan and pointed to the little knife and a tian beside him. "They're going to promote to Lord. There's no choice. We need money." For Wang Peng, aiding the enemy was out of the question. He had the evolution panel to see the weaknesses of the monsters. Every beast bred in Wang Peng's breeding studio would have a photo taken before and after breeding, hung on the studio wall. He claimed it was to keep evidence and promote the studio's reputation. In reality, he just wanted to remember the weaknesses of every monster at all times. In comparison, Wang Peng actually preferred those Lord-level competitors to come to breed beasts. That way, he could know the opponent's weaknesses openly, prepare in advance, and make money, a win-win situation. Unfortunately, he didn't know whether those Lord-level tamers had other channels or what. He hadn't encountered a single one in his breeding studio. Of course, it was also possible that some Lord-level tamers had not registered in the Monster Alliance. But such cases were rare. Within the Kingdom of Heaven, tamers below Lord level could simply apply for a beast certificate online. No one would check if they didn't. But beasts above Lord level were different. They had to register at the local Monster Alliance branch. If they didn't register, they wouldn't be able to use Lord level beasts, and if discovered by the Monster Alliance, they would be treated as foreign invaders. Otherwise, the divine system spread throughout the Kingdom of Heaven would tell them how to be a tamer. Thinking of this, The divine system notified that the next match was about to begin and asked all contestants to proceed to the arena. Wang Peng looked at his number tag, 567, and sighed in relief. Fortunately, there weren't so many arenas in this match. Otherwise, who would want to see those 3 sticks? Wang Peng looked at the arena area, which had already reached the 4th level of the surrounding mountains. Fortunately, the Monster Alliance had prepared elevators. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to climb the mountain? Wang Peng approached a nearby walking elevator, watching the crowd moving up in droves. He didn't know how the Monster Alliance thought of building walking elevators for the entire mountain, with one every 10 meters. What a big project. The Yunlong group really has money. Wang Peng was waiting in the elevator as it slowly ascended to the 4th floor. As the elevator rose, Wang Peng gradually noticed that the size of the arena began to change starting from the 4th floor. If the previous arenas were all of equal size, the arena on the 4th floor was at least twice as large as the previous ones. Chapter 71. Promotion to Lord Level. Interesting. Could it be that the Monster Alliance believes that contestants at this level will be much stronger, or was it specially built like this to complete the circle? Wang Peng arrived at Arena 567, and this time no one was waiting there. It seemed he had come quite early. As time went by and the match time approached, Wang Peng glanced at the empty arena across from him. Was it a forfeit, or were they lost? He quietly waited until the match started, and no one came from the opposite side. Gods, please judge, Wang Peng said lightly. This might be the easiest arena match ever. Due to the opponent's failure to arrive at the arena within the stipulated time, the winner is Wang Peng. A light blue curtain swept across the competition area, and a pleasant voice rang out. Sure enough, when he arrived in the lounge, there was no one there except for the staff. Wang Peng ordered some monster snacks for Xiao Dao and Atian, and took a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket and started munching. About 10 minutes later, the first batch of winning contestants gradually entered the lounge, and when they saw Wang Peng, they were clearly taken aback. Then they took a deep look at Xiao Dao and Atian, memorizing their appearances. Wang Peng noticed their actions, but didn't explain much. Let the misunderstanding be. Even if he said that his opponent didn't come, rather than he defeated his opponent too quickly, someone still needed to believe it, right? Half an hour later, Lu Fan arrived at the lounge. Wang Peng looked at Lu Fan's gloomy face and couldn't help but tease. What's wrong? Did you lose? You shouldn't have. Losing means you can't swipe into the lounge. The Monster Alliance rules state that the winners of the lounge swipe in with their upgraded number plates. So the losers have no choice but to leave regretfully. Even if their beasts are injured, they must be treated on the arena. The Monster Alliance is generous, willing to cover all expenses for the beasts of the contestants, but there is no need to cover the expenses for the losers. The ultimate goal of the Qingshan City Monster Alliance is to select the top 10 strongest participants for the competition in the Imperial Capital, to win fame for their city. That's why the Monster Alliance spares no effort in providing all kinds of convenient services, just to prevent Dark Horse-type contestants from hesitating to participate. As long as you can win, all expenses are free. If you can represent Qingshan City in the Imperial Capital competition, then all expenses in the Imperial Capital are also free. So Wang Peng was just teasing Lu Fan. If he lost, he couldn't come in anyway. He probably wouldn't use internal permissions just to tell Wang Peng that he lost. That would just be inviting Wang Peng to mock him. I encountered a Lord-level beast. It must have just been promoted yesterday, Lu Fan said with a gloomy face. But you still won, right? Didn't your bird also promote to Lord level? Wang Peng had noticed it when he saw Lu Fan walking his bird in the morning. In front of the evolution panel, nothing can hide. Winning is winning, but it feels quite uncomfortable. With my luck, I shouldn't have encountered a Lord-level opponent, Lu Fan said. Confused. It turned out that Lu Fan was upset about this. He thought his bird had suffered some serious injury. Maybe it's the backlash of luck, Wang Peng said gleefully. By the way, I don't know why, but my opponent didn't come, so this round is equivalent to a bye. I was hoping to showcase my strength well, Wang Peng casually said while looking at Lu Fan. After hearing this, Lu Fan's expression turned even worse. You actually got a bye, while I ran into a Lord-level opponent. You must have sucked away my luck. Of course, he said that, but who can really predict luck? The next 2 matches were relatively simple, and Wang Peng won easily. In the level arena, Wang Peng's number was 237, and his opponent was a regular Beastmaster. The paired beasts were offensive, defensive, and supportive types, and their coordination was quite good. However, due to the presence of multiple beasts, their levels weren't very high, and when a Tian seized the opportunity, a group attack followed. And Xiao Dao smoothly finished them off, leading to an easy win. In the level arena, Wang Peng's number was 99, and his opponent was a familiar face. Or rather a familiar beast. Because he had previously cultivated it in Wang Peng's beast cultivation studio, Wang Peng easily spotted its weakness and defeated it in one blow, successfully advancing to the finals. Monster name, Death Angel. Monster level, 21 Lord. Monster quality, perfect. Monster attribute, curse healing. Monster weakness, none. Monster status, healthy. Monster Promotion Legend Conditions. War Mist, Fragments. Token of the Dead, Tears of an Angel. Having or not having is acceptable. The essence of monster promotion is a competition of potential. The higher the quality of one's monster, the higher the level it will ultimately achieve. Monsters whose quality is insufficient to support the next promotion will stagnate. Without quality improvement, they naturally cannot advance to the next level. Since a Tian has been promoted, Xiao Dao is probably close too, and the finals will start on the 4th day of the competition. The 3rd day is for everyone to adjust. And once the final round starts, it will continue until the top 10 are selected. There will be no breaks in between. The Monster Alliance will provide necessary support to ensure there are no casualties. Therefore, when the finals begin, any Beast Master without a Lord-level beast will likely be the first to be eliminated. The remaining Lord-level Beast Masters will be the main competitors. So Wang Peng must ensure that Xiao Dao does not advance to Lord level in this last day. Before leaving, Lu Fan found Wang Peng again, telling him not to hold back if they meet, as he also wouldn't hold back. If they meet again, they would most likely be opponents. No one knows how the finals will proceed, and no one knows the rules of the competition. But based on the information leaked by the Monster Alliance, it's certainly 1TB in arena match. There will be a point system. How exactly it will be conducted hasn't been disclosed yet. But according to the finals requirements, all cities within the Heavenly Kingdom will hold their selections simultaneously, picking representative contestants at the same time. This is likely to prevent any city from cheating. There might even be a live broadcast of the entire competition that day. Mo Yin sent him a message saying that those 3 terror wolves successfully advanced to the Lord level, and Wang Peng decided to go take a look. Upon arriving at the cultivation studio, Wang Peng immediately spotted the 3 terrifying wolves, the Lord-level evolution forms. Great, with these 3 terrifying wolves, Wang Peng now has 4 Lord-level beasts, although the 3 terrifying wolves cannot be used in the current competition. But who knows how the finals will be structured? What if there is a chance to use them? Wang Peng also decided to bring along the illusion dream. He wanted to be fully prepared. Perhaps some reckless person would come and play a massacre game, or a madman might sneak in. Such situations have occurred in past competitions. Chapter 72. Hidden Functions of the Evolution Panel. Seeing Xiao Dao looking a bit confused, seemingly curious about where a Tian, who came with him, went, Wang Peng smiled and patted Xiao Dao's head. You need to promote to Lord level quickly so you can see a Tian. Otherwise, he has a beast space. And you don't. Xiao Dao looked at Wang Peng blankly, nodded after hearing Wang Peng's words, and began to absorb the energy block. Not knowing which part of the conversation had touched him, the Monster Alliance specially developed this compressed energy block to help monsters promoted to Lord level absorb energy better. This compressed energy block can replace a lot of evolution materials, is more convenient to carry, and is relatively cheaper than bulk evolution materials. A compressed energy block costs 100 monster coins, but its energy is equivalent to the total energy of 110 points of evolution materials. It is said that the Monster Alliance has developed a new technology that reduces the loss during the evolution material conversion process. This 100-point monster coin energy block. Xiao Dao has already consumed over 100 pieces, yet has not leveled up. When a Tian consumed the 100th piece, he successfully leveled up to a lord after a battle. Wang Peng looked at Xiao Dao and thought, could it be that he lacks training? It seems that every battle has a Tian taking the lead. Sometimes, a Tian directly takes out the opponent, leaving no chance for Xiao Dao to showcase his abilities. Thinking of this, Wang Peng considered finding a place for Xiao Dao to train and speed up his promotion to lord. Before Wang Peng could put his idea into practice, he saw through the rearview mirror that after Xiao Dao absorbed this compressed energy block, a black light flickered on his body. This is a sign of leveling up to lord. Seeing this scene, Wang Peng accelerated the car. However, he was worried about any accidents. If Xiao Dao failed to level up due to his reasons, he would blame himself for life. Among these beast companions, Xiao Dao has been with Wang Peng for the longest time, or rather, Wang Peng has watched Xiao Dao grow from a palm-sized creature to now. Fortunately, Wang Peng hurriedly carried Xiao Dao upstairs before his promotion to lord began. After settling Xiao Dao in the living room, Wang Peng observed him while also reviewing the information on lord-class beasts. Through the Monster Alliance's official website, Wang Peng gained a general understanding of the lord monster information currently collected by the Monster Alliance. As Wang Peng quickly flipped through the images of lord monsters, the evolution panel before him refreshed wildly. Wang Peng browsed through the weaknesses of various lord monsters. Although he could also check the evolution panel during battles, the arena changes rapidly, and there is no time for Wang Peng to observe. So, he went over the weakness information briefly. When the arena actually started, Wang Peng would be able to make more accurate judgments by combining the evolution panel. The next day, noon, Wang Peng struggled to get out of bed. He had stayed up too late yesterday looking at the data, and when he woke up, it was already noon. Fortunately, the competition was not taking place today. Wang Peng went to the living room and found that Xiao Dao's evolution had ended and he had gained an additional skill. Monster name, Death God Mantis King. Monster level, 21 Lord. Monster quality, perfect. Monster attribute, dark poison. Monster weakness, lightning, immune to mid-level lightning attacks. Monster status, healthy. Monster skill, shadow following. Train speed to the extreme. If the opponent's speed is not faster than the body will always be behind the opponent, like a ghost. Like a charm, shadowing them. Monster promotion legend conditions. Wang Peng was stunned by this skill. It turns out that monsters can also gain skills upon breaking through to Lord. He glanced at a Tian, who was released from the beast space yesterday, and found no skills. It seems that not every monster can awaken a skill. No. If monsters could awaken skills upon reaching Lord level, the Monster Alliance should have records of it. Wang Peng called out Mo Yin and asked about Lord level monster skills. Sure enough, the information he received was similar to what he expected. Monsters do not awaken skills upon reaching Lord level. But there is a chance to awaken skills when breaking through to King level. Unless it is a racial skill that comes naturally, Mo Yin said confidently. Wang Peng wanted to tell him that not far from him, there was a Lord-level beast that had awakened a skill. But thinking that he had not fully trusted Mo Yin yet, he said nothing, waving his hand to interrupt Mo Yin's examples to prove his point. Wang Peng couldn't understand the reason, if he had to say what was different. It was that Xiao Dao was cultivated using the evolution panel scheme since he was of ordinary quality and level. Whereas when Wang Peng first met a Tian was already in the process of advancing, which strictly speaking did not count as being cultivated completely according to the evolution panel scheme. Aside from this, the cultivation of the two beast companions was not much different. It couldn't be because Xiao Dao ate more monster snacks, right? Wang Peng focused on Xiao Dao, looking at the evolution panel before him. Could it be a hidden function of the evolution panel? Or is it that monster skills can awaken as long as they evolve to Lord level, but no one can guarantee that the cultivation is 100 correct? So their beasts have to reach the stronger king level to awaken skills. Currently, the Monster Alliance recognizes that evolving to king level requires an opportunity. But what this opportunity is, no one knows. Everyone is just trying various methods to find this opportunity. Some enhance their bond by sharing meals and sleeping with their beasts. Some lead their beasts to explore secret realms to enhance understanding. Some have long talks with their beasts at night to strengthen their ties, and so on. In any case, the methods used by the beast masters to find the opportunity for their beasts to level up to king level are diverse. Is it possible that this opportunity is to awaken skills, and only by awakening skills can one advance to king level? According to Mo Yan's assertion that every king-level monster must have a skill, this is entirely possible. As for whether it is true, when Xiao Dao levels up to king level, the truth will surely be revealed. In that case, Wang Peng would have to find ordinary quality monsters to cultivate. It might be slow, but as long as the evolution materials are sufficient, it would steadily lead to king level. Originally, Wang Peng wanted to assign a few high-quality elite beasts to cultivate faster. But now that he knows about this hidden function of the evolution panel, he can start signing contracts from the most ordinary monsters, especially those monsters that are recognized as unable to advance to Lord level. They believe they cannot evolve because they do not know the evolution method. But Wang Peng has the evolution panel, so these are not issues. Chapter 73. The Lord with a lifespan of only 3 days. For Wang Peng, the evolution method is not important at all. He only needs to take a look at the evolution panel to know. The question before him now is what kind of ordinary level monster to sign a contract with. Some monsters races do not even have Lord level monsters, let alone king level. There is simply no reference. After pondering for a moment, Wang Peng felt relieved. After all, his spiritual sea is vast, allowing him to sign monsters freely. As long as he cultivates the monsters to king level, how low can they really go? Moreover, he has the evolution panel. Wang Peng decided to wait until the Youth Beastmaster competition was over to ask President Qi if he had any good recommendations. More well-known monsters might be available in the monster trading market, but monsters that cannot advance to Lord level cannot be bought there. That place is extremely valuable. One can tell from the prices of pets in the last pet shop that they are as expensive as monsters. Generally, such monsters are used internally by the Monster Alliance for breeding, mixing out one or several powerful monsters. The Fear Wolf is actually a research achievement of the Monster Alliance. They combine several types of monsters that cannot evolve to Lord level, or rather do not have corresponding evolution methods, and combine the advantages of these monsters. They cultivated the Fear Wolf, a monster that meets public demand, easy to level up, low consumption, and strong combat power, but there has yet to be a king-level existence. Perhaps this is the downside of mixed breeding of beast companions, but these are not problems for Wang Peng. If elite quality cannot advance to king level, then what about perfect quality? If perfect quality also cannot, what about legendary quality? What about divine quality? There must be a quality that can. When the monster quality is high enough and the potential is great enough, all obstacles to advancement will cease to exist. Looking at the time remaining, Wang Peng decided to go to the breeding studio for a while, although since the finals were confirmed yesterday, no one had come to breed beasts. It seems that they all have their own channels, but it doesn't hurt to take a look. Who knows if there are any civilian beast tamers without other breeding channels, who can only turn to studios. When Wang Peng and Mo Yin arrived at the breeding studio, it was already 2 p.m. Now, only Wang Peng, Mo Yin, and Huan Meng remained in the breeding room. Wang Peng was playing with Huan Meng while listening to Mo Yin talk about their tribe's experiences, and Huan Meng seemed to have convinced herself that she was a cat. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the breeding room. Wang Peng and Mo Yin exchanged glances, and Wang Peng gestured for Mo Yin to open the door while he released Xiao Dao and Tian. Boss, these two want to breed their beasts, but the situation is a bit special, and I can't make the decision, Li Gang said as he brought the people in and then left. Wang Peng looked at the two people in front of him, a man and a woman, and judging by their relationship, they should be a couple. Although Wang Peng had never been in a relationship, he could still sense the subtle hints of affection between them. If you have any concerns, feel free to share. Perhaps I can help resolve them, Wang Peng said with a smile while holding Huan Meng. It's like this. I saw a promotion saying it guarantees 100 breeding success. I wonder if the boss can guarantee a Lord-level beast, the man said calmly. In fact, he didn't have high hopes. He had asked around all the breeding studios in the area, and most couldn't breed successfully, even those that could have low success rates. To improve the success rate, they would have to go to the imperial capital to find a large beast breeding center, where it might be possible. Not to mention whether they would have enough time. Booking an appointment was also a problem. For other breeding studios, the difficulty of breeding a Lord-level beast increased exponentially. But for Wang Peng, it was just a matter of looking at the evolution panel. However, since these two were here to breed beasts for tomorrow's young beast tamer competition, it was better to clarify some things in advance. Wang Peng thought for a moment and said, it is possible, but if we start breeding now, it might not be completed by tomorrow since breeding a Lord-level beast takes a longer time. It's fine. We were planning to give up tomorrow's competition anyway. The man sensed Wang Peng's hidden meaning. He wasn't concerned about why they would give up the competition. He only knew that this transaction would earn them at least 1,000 monster coins. Although it wasn't as high as the fee for evolving a beast to legendary quality, breeding a Lord-level beast couldn't be cheap either. The prices in the imperial capital were about the same. And it was already good that Wang Peng didn't raise the price just because there were no studios in Qingshan City that could breed Lord-level beasts. As for the price, it was determined by the breeding quality. From ordinary to elite was 2,000 monster coins, and from elite to perfect was 5,000 monster coins. As for perfect to legendary, since there wasn't a widely accepted pricing, Wang Peng planned to charge 100,000 monster coins. This price was not very expensive, as currently, besides Master Han in the imperial capital, no one could breed beasts to legendary quality. After hearing Wang Peng's quote, the couple exchanged glances and nodded. We just want to breed from ordinary quality to elite quality. In fact, they were curious why Wang Peng hadn't asked them about their intention to withdraw from the competition, as the previous few breeding studios had been very gossipy about such matters, almost eager to sell the news of their withdrawal for money. It seemed those studios had been blinded by money. The couple each released their beasts, which were 2 Lord-level butterflies. Monster name, Huang Yin Butterfly. Monster level, 21 Lord. Monster quality, ordinary. Monster attribute, poison. Monster weakness, unable to fly. Monster status, healthy, remaining life, 2 days. Monster promotion to elite condition. Soak 2 differently shaped wings in 2 different poisons until they completely dissolve. The poisons must be capable of harming the Huang Yin butterfly. Then use the poisons to reshape new wings. Goodness, they are indeed a couple. Even their beasts are similar. But is it really necessary for such a hermaphroditic monster to be paired? Seeing these 2 butterfly monsters, Wang Peng understood why they planned to withdraw from the competition. The lifespan of such butterfly monsters is very short. Their initial life is only 3 days, and with each quality improvement, their lifespan increases. However, it will not exceed 1 month, meaning that even if they evolve to divine level, their maximum lifespan is only 4 months. They must complete the promotion from Lord level to King level within 4 months. Or rather, 2 months, as not everyone can breed their beasts to perfect quality. Chapter 74, Preparing to Roast, Breed, Butterflies. However, relatively speaking, while the life of the Huang Yin butterfly is short, their strength is even greater. Their hallucinogenic poison ranks among the top in all poison-type monsters, and the promotion speed of the Huang Yin butterfly is also very fast. You gain some and lose some, after all, if you don't count the consumption of evolution materials and breeding costs. The Huang Yin butterfly is one of the fastest monsters to promote from Lord level to King level. The key lies in how to gather all the materials before the life of the Huang Yin butterfly runs out, especially for the 2 poisons needed for evolution, which are probably not easy to find. Wang Peng listed the needed materials to the couple, who said nothing and turned to leave, apparently going to find the poisons. After hearing Wang Peng's words, the couple paused for a moment and then quickly left. Wang Peng decided to wait for them until 9 p.m., although making money was tempting. He couldn't delay the finals tomorrow. As for what to do after 9 p.m. regarding the breeding process, he would let Mo Yin watch over it. Staying up late was no big deal for him. Wang Peng ordered a meal and chatted with Mo Yin while eating. As time passed, the couple still hadn't returned, and Wang Peng thought they might not come back. They looked quite exhausted, so the 2 types of materials must be hard to find. He wondered if they had succeeded. You found the evolution materials? Wang Peng was a bit surprised. There are poisons stronger than the hallucinogenic poison of the Huang Yin butterfly, but finding them within a few hours is still quite challenging, especially in a small place like Qingshan City, unlike the imperial capital. It seemed this couple had some skills after all. Just gathered them. We found one type through connections and bought it from the disciple of the branch president of the Monster Alliance, the man said, out of breath. The woman saw that Wang Peng was about to leave and hurriedly handed over a suitcase containing the poison. Wang Peng glanced at the suitcase, thinking that since he hadn't left yet, he might as well close this deal. After all, it was 4,000 monster coins, so why not take it? Please, come in, Wang Peng said enthusiastically, inviting the couple into the breeding room. However, Wang Peng felt quite surprised in his heart. They actually managed to find the disciple of the branch president of the Monster Alliance, which must be Lu Fan. He didn't expect Lu Fan to have such a level of poison. He wondered what he was preparing for since he clearly didn't have the talent for breeding beasts. Wang Peng entered the breeding room and opened the suitcase, finding 2 bottles of poison, one blue and one red. The red one was the poison of the red-finned iris flower, which ranks 4th on the top 10 poisons list. This monster resembles both a fish and a flower. When it moves, it behaves like a fish, indistinguishable from normal fish, but when still, it resembles an iris flower, easily overlooked. The blue bottle is ranked lower, 9th on the top 10 poisons list, and contains the tail poison of the blue crystal scorpion. Blue crystal scorpions live in extremely cold regions, so their poison also has a freezing effect. Wang Peng took a pair of gloves from the breeding equipment. He wasn't going to touch it directly, as he didn't know if the poison had leaked, and there was also a risk of frostbite. He took out the 2 bottles of poison and compared them to the 2 Huang Yin butterflies that had just been summoned. Very well. This amount of poison won't achieve the soaking effect. Wang Peng put the poison down and truthfully informed them of the situation. You can choose a beast to evolve, but the venom is only enough for one beast, Wang Peng said, looking at the 2 emperor moths, Yin and Yang butterfly, which only had 2 days left to live. Sir, can't we cultivate both? We really can't find any new venom, the woman among the couple pleaded, and it doesn't say how to soak them. Isn't it enough to just achieve the dissolution? Wang Peng pondered for a moment after looking at the evolution panel's instructions. If we cultivate both together, I cannot guarantee a 100 success rate. If it fails, the cultivation fee will not be refunded. Wang Peng planned to try a new approach, slightly modifying the method of the evolution panel, but keeping the same principle. Would the result also be the same? This was an attempt on his part. After all, he was someone who had passed assessments through cultivation. What if a monster appeared in the future that was not transparent on the evolution panel? Although the chances of such a situation occurring were very small, or almost impossible, it was always better to be prepared. After hearing Wang Peng's words, the couple exchanged glances and decided to follow Wang Peng's plan to cultivate both together. Although Wang Peng said he couldn't guarantee a 100 success rate, the couple had heard that this beast cultivation studio had never had a failed case. This must also be the owner's humble way of speaking. A 99 success rate is still very high, right? The main reason was that they didn't have much money left. Buying these 2 types of venom had cost most of their money, and they still had to pay a cultivation fee afterward. Their funds were nearly exhausted. Therefore, they decided to take a gamble. Although these 2 types of venom were bought at a high price and were listed among the top 10 poisons, selling them would be difficult. Besides those who urgently needed them, no one would buy such potent venom, leaving them in a very awkward situation. Wang Peng nodded after listening and began preparing the materials. He rummaged through the cultivation equipment, but couldn't find a large tray to hold their wings until he saw the barbecue grill used during the last magic banquet. However, there was no other place to put it. He couldn't stack it in his own house, so he placed it in the cultivation room, which was just right for the occasion. Wang Peng walked over. If he remembered correctly, there should be an oil tray inside the barbecue grill. Sure enough, Wang Peng found a large oil tray at the bottom of the grill and pulled it out with force. After looking at the 4 large wings of the 2 emperor moths, Wang Peng also pulled out the oil tray from the second barbecue grill. He instructed Mo Yin to clean them and began searching for the small brush that came with the barbecue grill. Although he had never used it before, he assumed it would be provided. Moreover, Mo Yin had bought 3 grills at once, so it was reasonable to expect complementary tools. Finally, Wang Peng found a large box in the storage area of the cultivation room, which contained various barbecue tools. He rummaged through it and found a few large brushes, which should be for applying oil. Seeing Wang Peng's actions, the woman in the couple nudged the man. Is the boss reliable? Why is he starting to mess with the barbecue grill? The man glanced at his partner. What do you know? This is the boss's exclusive secret method. It should be. Right, exactly. In fact, he wasn't sure himself, but he couldn't show it, and according to rumors outside, the owner of this cultivation studio indeed had exclusive secrets. The most common method was to use that big vat for cultivating beasts, although he didn't know why a barbecue grill was being used this time. He figured the boss must have a profound reason. After all, a normal beast cultivation studio would never keep a barbecue grill in the cultivation room. He comforted himself with this thought. Mo Yin was taken aback, looking at the oil tray in his hand, and then at the one on the barbecue grill. The seller provided a few spares. I only realized it after you left, Wang Peng said sheepishly. Do you know I look like a lunatic at the car wash downstairs? Using a car wash voucher to get them to clean the trays? After saying this, Mo Yin silently put down the oil tray. Sorry, Wang Peng apologized repeatedly. He hadn't expected Mo Yin would actually go to a car wash to have them clean the trays, and using a car wash voucher was quite resourceful. Wang Peng gently placed the 2 emperor moths into the oil trays, thoughtfully supporting their body parts in the middle with a stand, allowing only their wings to rest in the trays, and then set the trays on the barbecue grill. Wang Peng put on gloves again and carefully opened the red bottle containing the venom of the red-finned iris flower. Instantly, a rich floral fragrance wafted through the air, making one feel an urge to take a deep breath. Wang Peng held his breath and carefully brushed the venom onto the left wings of the 2 emperor moths. If it were to be soaked, it would definitely only be enough for one butterfly, but brushing it on like oil worked out perfectly for both. As the venom from the red-finned iris flower was used up, Wang Peng took a deep breath and opened the blue bottle containing the scorpion tail venom of the blue crystal scorpion. It seemed that what Wang Peng held in his hand was not the scorpion tail venom, but a piece of flowing ice, liquid ice. Wang Peng switched to another brush and applied the blue crystal scorpion tail venom to the right wings of the 2 emperor moths. As Wang Peng applied the venom, it seemed that the scorpion tail venom was quite irritating. The emperor moths began to restlessly stir, seemingly preparing to release their hallucinogenic toxins. Fortunately, at that moment, 2 beams of white light struck, landing on the heads of the 2 emperor moths, putting them into a deep sleep. Don't worry. This is a soothing ability that will allow them to have a good sleep. You wouldn't want them to suffer, would you? Wang Peng said to the couple, who had just prepared to speak. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded. Indeed, the boss was quite thoughtful. Wang Peng breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Atian, who waved the spine lightly and nodded. Yes, they will definitely have a good sleep. From the very beginning, Wang Peng had instructed Atian to prepare a sleep curse, and the sleep curse was just about to be completed. Once the sleep curse was cast, they would not wake up for a day and a night. Although this technique was very powerful, it was not suitable for competitions. Because to cast the sleep curse, Atian had to remain motionless for 10 minutes. On the arena, let alone 10 minutes, a few seconds could determine the outcome. As for why the sleep curse was necessary, it was not that there were no other methods to calm the 2 emperor moths down, besides ensuring they could calmly accept cultivation. There was another reason, to eliminate the opponent in advance. Although the couple had said they were prepared to give up the finals, what if the evolved emperor moths rekindled their confidence? Wang Peng wanted to avoid such a situation. He didn't want to cultivate a powerful enemy for himself, especially since the other party was using poison. Moreover, without knowing the rules of the finals, Wang Peng was not that kind-hearted. After applying all the venom, Wang Peng took off his gloves, turned on the barbecue grill, and accelerated their evolution. As the barbecue grill heated up, a refreshing aroma mixed with fruity scents wafted into everyone's noses. It smelled quite nice. Just as Wang Peng was thinking this, Mo Yin spoke up. Boss, this poisonous gas won't affect us, right? Wang Peng was taken aback after hearing this. Not good. Retreat. Xiao Dao Atian, come here. He quickly picked up Huan Meng and called everyone to retreat, summoning Xiao Dao and Atian to press a button on the wall of the cultivation room. Suddenly, transparent tempered glass began to descend from all directions, enclosing the entire area. With Wang Peng's actions, a pipeline appeared above the barbecue grill, starting to deliver air into it. This ensured that the 2 emperor moths would not suffocate. This device was originally designed to prevent intrusions. If an outsider invaded, it would drop to protect those inside, and the air passage would prevent suffocation. This device has 2 sets of control programs. The outer one can be operated by anyone and has a lower priority, while the inner one has the highest priority and requires fingerprint authentication. When the protective device is activated from inside, those outside cannot open it. But if activated from the outside, it can trap enemies. This tempered glass is a product of the Monster Alliance, said to withstand missiles, though its authenticity is uncertain. Anyway, it's quite expensive. Boss, you're just leaving like this? The man was bewildered, thinking the boss would at least wait for some results before leaving. Don't worry. The cultivation has already started. With my assistant here, everything will be fine. By tomorrow, my assistant won't even be needed. You can take care of it yourselves? Wang Peng reassured the couple. Just as he finished applying the 2 types of poison, he saw the status of 2 royal moth Inyang butterflies on the evolution panel. He recognized the large evolution status. Since the evolution panel had accepted this method, there was clearly no possibility of failure. That's why he was ready to leave. Letting Mo Yin guard overnight. He still needed to bring Mo Yin to the competition tomorrow, hence his previous remarks. He wanted to give them a heads up, so nothing would go wrong when Mo Yin left tomorrow. This was Wang Peng's trump card, which must be taken to the finals. After hearing Wang Peng's words, the couple looked at Mo Yin, who indeed hadn't left, and they said nothing more, thinking that with the boss's confidence, the cultivation must be quite successful. They didn't have the evolution panel to see any status and could only judge from Wang Peng's words. Of course, they were unaware that Wang Peng had played them. Regardless of whether the cultivation succeeded or not, they would definitely be unable to participate in tomorrow's finals. Chapter 76, Finals, Live Broadcast, Word Games. The next day, in the morning, on the platform at the top of the Ring Mountain Arena, Chi Huichong, the president of the Monster Alliance branch, floated in midair, quietly observing the participating contestants entering. Around him floated many light blue spheres, and such spheres were abundant, almost covering the entire Ring Mountain track. As time passed, the contestants entering the finals gradually arrived. There weren't many, around 100 people. After observing for a while, President Chi waved his hand to the person in charge beside him, who then closed the entrance to the Ring Mountain Arena platform. All right, time's up. There are 155 participants, with 130 present on site, while the remaining 25 have been eliminated. Regardless of the reason, President Chi's voice was cold. Wang Peng looked at the light blue spheres floating in the air, feeling an inexplicable sense of being watched, though he didn't know why. Lu Fan frowned at the sight of the blue spheres and President Chi's icy expression. Hello everyone, I am Chi Yan, the president of the Qingshan City Monster Alliance branch. I will now introduce the rules of the competition, President Chi said expressionlessly. After hearing this, Wang Peng found it unbelievable. How could there be such rules for the finals? According to what President Chi just said, this final will take the form of a free-for-all, with all beasts being put into the arena. Beast Masters can choose whether to enter, and the last 10 remaining will be the winners of this final, representing Qingshan City in the capital. To ensure fairness, this competition will be live-streamed throughout the entire country, broadcasted simultaneously in 338 cities. The light blue spheres in the air are surveillance devices of the Tianshun system for live broadcasting. At that time, people across the entire country, regardless of whether they are Beast Masters or have signed contracts with beasts, can watch the live stream online. If it were just this information, Wang Peng wouldn't have felt puzzled. But then he heard President Chi say that all beasts, regardless of life or death, must fight until the final victor is decided, and no one can withdraw before the start. Upon hearing this, Wang Peng realized something was wrong. What did regardless of life or death mean? Those who could enter the finals were elites among elites. This group of Beast Masters would be the pillars of humanity. Given time, they would eventually become true Beast Masters. And some might even reach the level of King-class Beast Masters. Now, such competition rules seemed excessively cruel, and if one could not withdraw midway, did that mean they could only watch their beasts be killed helplessly? Even if they could represent Qingshan City in the competition and secure the initial qualification to enter the secret realm, it needn't be so brutal. After all, this was just a competition, and the previous rules were undermining the foundation of young Beast Masters. Teacher, is the qualification for entering the secret realm the first entry or the initial entry? Wang Peng looked at Lu Fan, confused. Was there a difference between the two? Weren't they the same? Lu Fan, however, was staring intently at President Chi, seemingly awaiting his answer. President Chi glanced at Lu Fan and slowly said, "It is the qualification for the first entry. At that time, there will be King-class Beast Masters to protect you, if you can secure the qualification." "Very well, I withdraw," Lu Fan said, throwing down his number plate, summoning his winged eagle, and preparing to leave. Wang Peng was taken aback at this scene. What was going on? Why was he suddenly not participating? As Lu Fan was leaving, he looked at Wang Peng and said, "If you trust me, come with me." After saying this, Lu Fan grabbed the winged eagle with one hand and reached out to Wang Peng with the other. Wang Peng looked at the contestants, who were gazing at him with surprise, and among them, a few seemed to be pondering. Wang Peng saw Lu Fan wink at him, thought for a moment, and handed over his number plate, preparing to leave with Lu Fan. Although Wang Peng didn't know what was happening, Seeing that both President Chi and Lu Fan were acting unusually, and given the bizarre rules of the finals, he thought it would be better to leave first. Although the entry qualifications for the secret realm were precious, it was clear that there were matters he was unaware of. Until he figured out the situation. He wasn't planning to continue participating in the Young Beastmaster competition. After Wang Peng left with Lu Fan on the Winged Eagle, others gradually began leaving the site. But not many, just over 10. If Teacher Liang were here at that moment, he would be surprised to find that those who withdrew later were all contestants from several major families, without exception. Wow, why did they all forfeit? The finals haven't even started yet, Contestant A said. Maybe they are scared. After all, this final might be too bloody for them. Contestant B analyzed. That's not right. The one who just flew away was President Chi's disciple. Contestant A pointed in the direction where Wang Peng and Lu Fan left. Don't worry about him. Who knows if they are using some kind of trick, or maybe they have a spot even after withdrawing. I say, why do you have so many questions? Don't you want to enter the secret realm? Contestant B replied. I do, Contestant A responded. In the presidential suite of the Beast Hotel, Wang Peng and Lu Fan stood facing each other. Explain it to me. I came here with you. Wang Peng said to Lu Fan. This matter is complicated. I stumbled upon it by chance in a document, Lu Fan said, taking 2 bottles of water from the fridge and handing them to Wang Peng. Wang Peng remained silent, quietly watching him, waiting to hear his explanation. To guard against any accidents, Wang Peng also released his knife and Atian, ready to unleash Mo Yen if necessary. As for Fantasy Dream, being too small, it wouldn't be of much use, so Wang Peng entrusted it to Grandpa Chun for safekeeping. Although he trusted Lu Fan not to harm him, one should always be cautious, especially in a situation where he was completely unaware of the internal reasons. Seeing Wang Peng's wary demeanor, Lu Fan decided to spill everything he knew. It turned out that the qualification for the first entry into the secret realm was different from that of the initial entry. Although the difference was just a word, the implications were entirely different. The qualification for the first entry into the secret realm, also known as the first exploration, is usually led by a King-class Beastmaster, and except for the King-class Beastmaster, those entering are basically suicide squads. The initial entry is to investigate the conditions inside the secret realm and to check if it is suitable for human exploration. Generally, this entry yields little to no rewards. Even if there are gains, they might not be able to bring them out. In the best-case scenario, only 30 of the daring team that enters can return. The rest of the personnel are sacrificed. Chapter 77. The tea has gone cold. Why still bother to exert its residual heat? The few recognized entries that yield particularly huge rewards are all the initial entries after a king-level envoy has opened up the area. The initial entry quota into the secret realm is what people flock to, not the first exploration. Lu Fan saw this information in a confidential document, which was a record of the Monster Alliance's exploration of the secret realm. Generally, aside from the person in charge of the secret realm in the Monster Alliance, very few people would know this. After hearing Lu Fan's words, Wang Peng nodded. Indeed, his intuition was correct. This final match was not that simple. The Monster Alliance actually wanted them to be cannon fodder. Why was that? This did not align with the Monster Alliance's image. If this news were made public, the credibility that the Monster Alliance had built over the years would be destroyed. The public would surely demand an explanation from the Monster Alliance. And if the Monster Alliance did not have a reasonable explanation and held a grand competition to select 10 cannon fodder, then the era of the Monster Alliance's dominance would eventually become a thing of the past. However, there was still one point that did not make sense. From President Chi's words, he must know about this. So why didn't President Chi stop it? Wang Peng remembered that Teacher Liang had said that President Chi valued Qingshan City more than anything else. He was solely focused on the development of Qingshan City and would not do something that would undermine its foundation. Once the Qingshan City Youth Envoy competition decided the winner, then the powerful young envoys would be left with hardly anyone. There is something else I don't understand. Wang Peng was about to continue, but he was interrupted by Lu Fan. Lu Fan displayed a chat record to Wang Peng. It was a conversation between Lu Fan and his teacher, President Chi, with only 2 messages, and the time was just now. Lu Fan. Teacher, President Chi light blue sphere. Wang Peng was puzzled. Wasn't he the light blue sphere the live broadcast feature of the Heavenly God system? What was the issue with that? If the Heavenly God system wanted to broadcast, it didn't need any auxiliary tools. That light blue sphere was a monitor. Lu Fan slowly explained. A monitor? Like monitoring criminals? Wang Peng furrowed his brows and asked. Yes and no. The one that monitors criminals is a red sphere. This light blue one is something I've never seen before, but they are just different in color, Lu Fan said as he turned on the TV, watching the live broadcast of the National Youth Envoy competition. Wang Peng also turned to look at the broadcast and saw President Chi expressionlessly announcing the start of the competition before exiting the stage. So President Chi. Wang Peng hesitated. My teacher must also be in a position where he has no choice. If there is anything that can threaten him in this world, it would only be the entirety of Qingshan City, Lu Fan said slowly, observing President Qi's demeanor. The entirety of Qingshan City? Are you saying someone is threatening President Qi with the entire Qingshan City? Who could do that? Wang Peng was taken aback. Within the Heavenly Kingdom, only one person could use an entire city as leverage. Wang Peng and Lu Fan exchanged glances and said in unison, The chief? The chief. This is a great order you've given, Wang Songhai said. Looking at the calm elderly man making tea in front of him in the office of the chief of the Monster Alliance headquarters in the imperial capital. The elderly man smiled and poured Wang Songhai a cup of tea, casually watching the live broadcast, and said, Didn't you ask me to support your decision? What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? After taking a sip of tea, the elderly man casually discarded it, saying, This tea is indeed not good when it's cold. Wang Songhai was almost amused by the old man's demeanor. I meant to tilt resources so that civilian envoys could gain more growth opportunities, and the Elite Alliance would help cultivate their beast companions. Look at what you've done. ISNT this a tilt in resources? I've given the entry rights to the new secret realm to the young people, the elderly man said, gesturing toward the live youth envoy competition. Seeing the monsters fighting in the venue, his smile grew even wider. You are undermining your own foundation. You are treating them as cannon fodder, you old fool. Wang Songhai pointed at the elderly man, scolding him. The elderly man seemed to ignore him, brewing another cup of tea for himself. I'm like this tea. I've already gone cold. Why still bother to exert some residual heat? Don't think I don't know about the puppet you've cultivated. After saying this, the elderly man poured out the tea again and calmly said to Wang Songhai, You used the resources of the Yunlong group to raise his approval rating above 50. Since I can't be the chief, I might as well destroy the alliance. Just now, he had already released the truth of the matter, and he believed that it wouldn't be long before the public would be in an uproar and the glory of the alliance would extinguish in an instant. Wang Songhai looked at the elderly man in front of him, unable to imagine that this was still the same elderly man who had only disagreed with him politically back then. He didn't even know when it started. From never supporting contracts with monsters to now wanting to personally destroy them. Thinking of this, Wang Songhai calmed down and said lightly, I was still thinking that when you retire, there would be a glorious future for you as the former chief of the alliance. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Former chief? Ridiculous. I could have continued being one. You've done so much. And aren't you the same as me? The elderly man shouted hysterically, as if the mention of former chief had touched a nerve. At this moment, the scene just switched. The elderly man was cursing madly, while Wang Songhai had calmed down. Once the elderly man had calmed down, Wang Songhai slowly said, We are not the same. It doesn't matter anymore. Everything is already over. The elderly man said calmly after watching the live channel begin to explain the initial entry quota for the secret realm. Wang Songhai shook his head and shouted, Heavenly God, I'm here. A light blue screen fell from the air. Continuing with the announcement, in addition to the winners of the Youth Envoy competition, the entry into the new secret realm will also be jointly undertaken by the chairman of Yunlong Group and 3 other king-level envoys. Wang Songhai paused here. After glancing at the elderly man across from him, as if recalling something, he continued, and the chief of the Monster Alliance, Lord Li Chong, will also join you in exploring the secret realm, and with that, he smiled slightly at the elderly man. The elderly man's expression changed, and then he seemed to realize something and laughed heartily. There's no need to do useless work here. Your heavenly god permissions are not greater than mine. It's impossible for it to be approved. The light blue screen continued to change, seemingly indicating Wang Songhai's failure. Audit submission. Audit in progress. Audit approved. The announcement has been made. The elderly man's eyes widened. No, this is impossible. Why didn't the heavenly god report my audit? Chapter 78, Mr. Yunlong gave me life. Wang Songhai didn't even glance at the elderly man, continuing to instruct the heavenly god system. Send someone to keep an eye on our chief. Make sure he doesn't die. Understood, Mr. Yunlong. The light blue screen swept across. Soon after, there was a knock on the door, and a team of robot troops rushed in, protecting the elderly man. As Wang Songhai was about to walk out the door, he suddenly remembered something and looked at the elderly man, saying, Lord Chief, you will die in the secret realm, killed by the most powerful monster on the opposing side. And I will lead the heavenly kingdom to avenge you. Wang Songhai smiled as he retreated, leaving time for the chief. No, you can't do this. You don't have the right to decide my life or death. I am protected by the laws of the alliance. The elderly man shouted at the already distant Wang Songhai. Lord Chief, please calm down. You have the right to remain silent. From now on, all your rights are revoked. The light blue screen swept by, but this time it did not disappear, and instead formed the image of a woman. The woman appeared and moved her body, looking as happy as a child who has found a toy. You are the divine system. The old man stared blankly at the woman in front of him. The woman seemed to embody all the virtues of humanity. Anyone who saw her would feel a sense of familiarity. The law of life construction. The old man sat dejectedly in his chair. At that moment, he understood everything. Previously, the Yunlong group had proposed to him to establish a special team to study the law of life construction, and once successful, the divine system would gain life. At that time, he had specifically inquired about the timeline and had the divine system verify it. The answer was that completing the law of life construction would take at least 10 years. Given that this proposal did not threaten his position and the timeline was too long, he did not want to fall out with the Yunlong group at that time. Therefore, he signed the proposal, not expecting that the Yunlong group would perfect the law of life construction in just 1 year. And now he was still under the constraints of the divine system, which meant that the fallback plan he had prepared for himself was likely scrapped. Even if the Monster Alliance were to destroy the Celestial Kingdom, he could still flee to the Wisdom Federation or the Holy See. But now it was all over. Even if they could infiltrate the Celestial Kingdom, they could not take him away in front of the divine system, especially now that the divine system was still alive. It was even less likely, even for the highest level agents. Hearing the old man's words, the woman glanced at him and said, "Indeed, the law of life construction, Mr. Yunlong gave me life." After speaking, the woman turned around and opened her arms towards the floor-to-ceiling window, seeming to embrace the street view, nature, life, and this brand new world. Wang Songhai walked out of the headquarters of the Monster Alliance, gazing at the magnificent building and feeling a sense of wonder. This was one of the few buildings constructed by the Monster Alliance itself. Divine system. Notify all departments to cooperate with the security department to eliminate the followers of the chief, Wang Songhai ordered cruelly. Wang Songhai glanced at the message sent to his phone and revealed a knowing smile. In the presidential suite of the Beast Hotel, Wang Peng watched 3 announcements appear successively on the live broadcast channel. He exchanged glances with Lu Fan. This notification, Wang Peng pondered for a moment, unsure how to describe it. Very strange, right? Very strange, Lu Fan added. Indeed, this notification is strange. It first exposed the actions of the Monster Alliance and provided an explanation, then added a supplement. If this notification was issued by 2 people, it was clear that the latter person took the initiative. Since he has taken the initiative, why didn't he stop the first notification from being issued? Why wait until the self-deprecating notification came out before choosing to remedy it? Isn't that redundant? Wang Peng didn't believe this was a last-minute decision because the permissions of the divine system were not that easy to obtain. The latter person had the ability to prevent all this from happening. Such a contradictory announcement could only occur if the divine system had betrayed them. But was that possible? Wang Peng and Lu Fan exchanged glances. Suddenly, Wang Peng thought of something. Since the initial entry quota for this secret realm was opened by 4 royal-level beast masters, it was not impossible for him to participate in this final. Moreover, the recently announced competition rules had been changed from the previous life or death free-for-all to the current rule, where winning was sufficient and intentional harm was prohibited. The divine system surveillance in the air had also become referees to prevent casualties from unexpected incidents. But now it seemed there was no opportunity left. Wang Peng just stared quietly at Lu Fan. Lu Fan felt uncomfortable under Wang Peng's gaze. Well, this matter is not what I expected. Hey, don't look at me like that. It's okay. I don't blame you. I chose to forfeit myself, Wang Peng said lightly. In such circumstances, forfeiting was the wisest choice. Who knew what other matters might be involved? How about this? You and I go to the imperial capital, and I'll get you a spot in the secret realm. Lu Fan suggested tentatively. Okay, when do we leave? Wang Peng quickly agreed, not giving Lu Fan a chance to back out. After hearing this, Lu Fan said nothing. In fact, he was also curious about this secret realm. What kind of secret realm required 4 royal-level beast masters to pave the way? If such a situation could lead to death in the secret realm, it would not be an issue of strength, but purely a matter of luck. Lu Fan was still quite confident in his luck. Since you can get an internal quota, why do you still want to participate in the competition? Wang Peng asked curiously. He didn't believe Lu Fan was trying to prove himself or anything. He was someone who had the intention to escape at any moment while cultivating beasts. How could he be doing this to prove himself and give up an easily obtainable quota to engage in such a thankless task? Well, it's a long story. I actually don't want to go to the imperial capital to take over this quota, Lu Fan hesitated to say. Seeing Lu Fan like this, Wang Peng didn't ask further. Everyone had their own stories, who knew what kind of mess it was. They decided to go to the imperial capital 2 days later, which was when the winners of this youth beast master competition would set off for the imperial capital. What troubled Wang Peng the most was actually his beast cultivation studio. Chapter 79. The fate of Wang Peng's cultivation studio. Open it. Besides him, there are no other cultivators. And the magic banquet will definitely go to the imperial capital with him. If I don't open it, this is also a cultivation studio that I worked hard to manage. I have some feelings for it. Wang Peng thought for a moment and decided to consult someone. He thought that according to what Lu Fan had said before, President Qi should have been coerced, so now that the new rules had come out, President Qi should have returned to normal. Wang Peng took out his phone, hesitated for a moment, and sent a message to President Qi. Wang Peng, President, are you there? President Qi, come to the base for a detailed discussion. Level 10 Dream Phantom could already use the racial skill of reality and illusion transformation, but it could only be used once in a short time. However, that was enough. He was only going to meet President Qi and had not confirmed if it was a trap. If it were a trap, he had 5 overlords and the Dream Phantom's reality and illusion transformation skill. Even if he couldn't wipe out the opponent, escaping should not be a problem. He held a black cat and headed to the Monster Alliance branch in Qingshan City. After driving to the Monster Alliance branch, Wang Peng, holding the Dream Phantom, looked at the branch in front of him. It seemed to be no different from before. After explaining his purpose, he was quickly allowed to pass. Wang Peng had only come to this Monster Alliance branch for the Beast Cultivator assessment and the Youth Beast Master competition. He had never entered the internal space before. As Wang Peng went deeper, the high mountains on both sides and the surrounding buildings gradually disappeared. What appeared before him was a courtyard with an ancient charm, feeling like a paradise. In the midst of the mountains appeared such a courtyard, and the architectural features had a sense of age. Wang Peng reached out to touch the wooden structure beside him. It didn't seem to be newly built. Could it be that this place existed in ancient times? And it had not been destroyed in the Great Catastrophe. Surviving from that upheaval was even rarer. Wang Peng quickened his pace and walked through the open door into the main hall, where he found President Qi had been waiting for a long time. Come, have some water. I don't have tea. President Qi poured a glass of water for Wang Peng using a teacup. Wang Peng looked at this scene. Pouring a glass of boiled water using the tea set. Was he serious? Seemingly seeing Wang Peng's confusion, President Qi said lightly, the tea set was a gift from someone. Wang Peng nodded to show understanding, but couldn't help asking, did that person not send any tea leaves? They sent a tea set, but not the tea leaves. Isn't that a bit off? President Qi shook his head with a smile and said nothing. In fact, this tea set was a gift from Lu Fan. And tea leaves were also sent, but after President Qi said it didn't taste good, Lu Fan never brought tea leaves here again. Due to President Qi's busy schedule, he did not buy any other tea leaves, and it was left unresolved for a long time. All right, since you're here this time, what do you want? It can't just be to discuss tea leaves with me, President Qi said to Wang Peng. If the rent for the breeding studio hadn't been a gift from President Qi, he wouldn't have needed to consult him about selling or renting it out. However, since it was an investment from the other party for his own development, especially during that initial stage, this favor had to be acknowledged. If Wang Peng were to rent it out or shut it down directly, it would be somewhat disrespectful to President Qi. This was also the reason he came this time. Otherwise, during this chaotic time within the Monster Alliance, Wang Peng wouldn't want to engage much with its members. Who knows what changes were happening internally? Especially with the chief, who supports him and who opposes him, was all unknown. Wang Peng did not mention the incident where President Qi seemed to have been threatened or the changes in the rules for the finals of the Youth Beastmasters competition. He simply stated his demands to seek President Qi's advice. No one knew where President Qi stood, whether he supported the chief or someone else. After thinking it over, Wang Peng felt the proposal was acceptable. He had wanted to find someone to manage it, but couldn't find anyone reliable at the moment, fearing it might tarnish the reputation he had worked hard to build. Since President Qi agreed to help find someone to take over, it couldn't be any better. Thank you for your help. Once the breeding studio is settled, I can set out with peace of mind. Wang Peng sincerely thanked President Qi. Although he didn't know what threat President Qi had faced before, he remained the same President Qi, wholeheartedly dedicated to the construction of Qingshan City. As long as he didn't do anything detrimental to Qingshan City, President Qi was very willing to nurture young people and provide them with the greatest help. As long as those being nurtured eventually acknowledged that they came from Qingshan City, that was enough for Wang Peng. Even if Wang Peng did not acknowledge that he was from Qingshan City, he had nowhere else to go. He was a native citizen of Qingshan City, born and raised here. Seeing that the main issue was resolved and that President Qi did not intend to discuss anything else with him, Wang Peng stood up to take his leave. President Qi did not get up to see him off, but simply watched as Wang Peng walked further away. It wasn't until Wang Peng's figure disappeared from view that President Qi set down the teacup in his hand, which was already filled with cracks. It shattered the moment it touched the table, but President Qi didn't care. He looked towards the direction of the Eastern Imperial capital, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Umph." The chief. After Wang Peng left, he drove to the breeding studio and announced some matters he had discussed with President Qi. Although there was no change in ownership, since he might not be here for a long time, it was hard to say whether the future development would be good or bad. Wang Peng gave the employees 2 options. Those who stayed would have their salaries doubled, and no one could be dismissed except him. For those not planning to stay, After settling their current salaries, they could leave with an additional 12-month salary, and Wang Peng would help them find new jobs. Wang Peng believed that other breeding studios nearby would still give him face. After all, he was now a signboard of Qingshan City. Surprisingly, every employee chose to stay, which made Wang Peng quite satisfied. It seemed they had a strong sense of belonging. In fact, Wang Peng had overthought it. He didn't visit often, usually just during the busy times of the monster feast. The employees of the breeding studio had already gotten used to working without a boss. So what difference would it make if someone else took over? Moreover, they were promised that only he could dismiss them, and their salaries had increased. Once home, he released all his beasts, including Mo Yen. With their trip to the imperial capital in 2 days, Wang Peng decided to treat all his beasts to something nice. At the Monster Alliance snack shop, he let all his beasts choose their favorite foods while he would take care of the checkout later. Watching Xiao Dao and Atian, along with 3 other terrifying wolves, head out, Wang Peng smiled with satisfaction. He then picked up Huan Ming and began to look for her favorite snacks. Turning around, he found Mo Yen still there. Wang Peng said, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to pick some food?" Mo Yen, feeling exasperated, emphasized, "I'm a person, a human, just like you." Wang Peng raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. At that moment, a smiling sales assistant nearby said, "Sir, our monster snacks can also be eaten by humans, just not in excess." Wang Peng looked back at Mo Yen, wondering if she wanted to give it a try. Noticing Mo Yen's hesitant expression, he confirmed with the sales assistant, "Are you sure it's safe for humans to eat?" "Of course, sir. In fact, many monster habits involve eating together with their owners, which is why we developed monster snacks that humans can also eat," the sales assistant said earnestly. If Mo Yen hadn't mentioned being human, no one would have thought twice about her picking food. There were so many humanoid monsters in this world. No one questioned Atian in his white robes and sunglasses. Right? If someone didn't know better, they might think Atian was selecting offerings for a ritual, as his attire resembled that of a mage preparing to perform a ceremony. Seeing Mo Yen go off to choose her favorite monster snacks, Wang Peng continued to hold Huan Ming and search for food. She claims to be a human, yet here she was, still picking her monster snacks. Only monsters could be bound by contracts. Even if Mo Yen was a bit special, her essence remained unchanged. As he was about to finish browsing all the shelves, Huan Ming still showed no reaction. Wang Peng decided to communicate with her through the spiritual sea to understand what she liked. After a long time, Wang Peng gradually understood Huan Ming's meaning. She said she didn't need any food, including evolution materials. Huan Ming did not require energy replenishment before advancing to the king level. Everything she needed came from her bloodline power. Wang Peng was taken aback. If that was the case, this royal-level young beast was quite easy to raise. As long as she didn't die prematurely when she advanced to the king level, her quality wouldn't drop, and she wouldn't need to eat food or even evolution materials. That was easier to care for than plants, which still needed photosynthesis. If it weren't for the fact that stronger monsters had a harder time reproducing, Wang Peng would have considered raising a group of royal-level monsters to breed. Of course, the prerequisite was that Wang Peng could defeat royal-level monsters, which was still a distant prospect. His beasts had just reached the lord level. Suddenly, Wang Peng thought of an important question. Since Huan Ming was the descendant of a royal-level monster and royal-level monsters were hard to produce offspring, where did Huan Ming come from? Was that royal-level monster on Blue Star? That didn't make sense. If a royal-level monster existed, it wouldn't be possible for it not to seek out Huan Ming. She might be its only offspring. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it became, especially since he had first encountered Huan Ming in a pet shop, who would open a pet shop in the monster trading market, and just so happened to have a royal-level monster's young beast inside. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it became. At the time, Wang Peng hadn't paid much attention, but now it made his scalp tingle. Mo Yan's origin had some explanation. He had been betrayed by his teammates and fell to Blue Star just as the secret realm was about to close, where he happened to be found by Wang Peng. But Huan Ming's origins were completely unknown. Who knew if her mother was still on Blue Star? Wang Peng had asked Huan Ming through the spiritual sea but received no answers. Moreover, he had signed a contract with Huan Ming. What if her mother came looking for her? What would he do then? Not to mention himself, currently, there was probably no one on Blue Star who could defeat a royal-level monster. Thinking of this, Wang Peng lost interest in browsing the monster snack shop. He needed to go to the pet shop in the monster trading market to inquire about the situation. Fortunately, Wang Peng's beasts had almost finished selecting their snacks, and all that was left was for Wang Peng to pay. Wang Peng took the monster snack samples selected by his beast from the saleswoman's hands. After confirming with his beasts, he paid and left. It must be said that the service at the monster snack shop was quite good. Not only did they have salespeople to assist beasts in selecting snacks, but they also offered delivery services. Of course, this could also be related to the quantity Wang Peng purchased. Although it wasn't much, the quality was very high, and these monster snacks cost him about 10,000 monster coins. To outsiders, it looked like Wang Peng, dressed like a normal person, was accompanied by a bodyguard in a black robe and a sunglasses-wearing figure in white robes named Tian. Well, this seemed much more normal. Wang Peng drove to the monster trading market, planning to inquire about the origins of the dream monster from the pet shop owner. He couldn't help but worry about an unknown royal-level monster. It would be a lie to say he wasn't concerned. He drove quickly, seemingly afraid that the pet shop owner would run away, but a pet shop couldn't just disappear from the street. Until he reached the location of the pet shop before the monster trading market, he saw a banner. The glorious monster breeding center is grandly opened, and you are welcome to visit. Wang Peng stood at the entrance of the glorious monster breeding center, looking at this newly opened breeding center. Damn, he was still a step too late, Wang Peng sighed. That pet shop had the black cat as the most valuable creature. The others were just ordinary pets. The bodyguard Mo Yin said. Seeing Wang Peng like this, he thought Wang Peng was ready to pick up a bargain again. Wang Peng glanced at Mo Yin, just about to explain, when a guide from the glorious monster breeding center came out. Perhaps she saw Wang Peng and the others standing there and thought they needed something, knowing that ordinary guide salaries were commission-based. Hello, may I help you with anything? The guide said enthusiastically. She was addressing Wang Peng. While Meng Yao looked at the three people in front of her, a bodyguard, a mage, and the black cat in Wang Peng's arms, which was probably there for breeding. As a qualified guide, Meng Yao had to possess some observational skills. Meng Yao didn't take the money from Wang Peng's hand, but turned to look at the glorious monster breeding center, noticing that the manager wasn't looking this way. Only then did she size up Wang Peng and the alliance coins in his hand, whispering, Sir, our breeding center is legitimate. Then, seemingly inadvertently, Meng Yao glanced at Wang Peng and the others. Wang Peng was taken aback. What did the legitimacy of the breeding center have to do with him? He just wanted to ask a question. Could it be that she thought the money was too little? That was just a question. Wang Peng then counted out 1,000 alliance coins from his wallet and handed them to Meng Yao, saying, I just want to ask one question. This should be enough. Meng Yao was somewhat surprised. It was just a question after all. She turned to glance at the store and quickly put the money away. Sir, feel free to ask any questions. Any question is fine. Wang Peng thought to himself that paying extra made a difference. Speaking of which, were guide salaries really this high now? Did they really look down on 2,000 alliance coins? He didn't think much of it. A few thousand alliance coins were no longer a big deal for him. Looking at the guide in front of him, Wang Peng asked, Do you know where the previous pet shop before your store went? Meng Yao was taken aback. She thought it was some kind of question. Sir, you've come to the right person. I may not know other things, but I'm well aware of the major and minor events on this street. I used to live nearby. Seeing Meng Yao rambling on, Wang Peng sighed. Please get to the point. Thank you. It went out of business, Meng Yao replied. That shouldn't be. Their pets were sold at such high prices. Wang Peng muttered to himself. Hearing Wang Peng's words, Meng Yao responded. Yes, it was precisely because their pets were too expensive that they couldn't sell them, which led to their closure. At this point, Meng Yao didn't continue because she noticed the black cat in Wang Peng's arms and the question he had just asked. Could it be that this was the unfortunate victim who got scammed? The more Meng Yao thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Just now, she was curious about who would bring a mage along and a bodyguard she could understand. Now she suddenly realized that this was not about breeding beasts. They were clearly here to find trouble. She looked at Wang Peng and the others. They had already found their muscle, and with this mage, were they preparing for a revenge service? Thinking of this, Meng Yao fell silent. She wanted to be taken away, but not like this. She was just looking at Wang Peng. Moreover, what had she just said? She claimed to be quite familiar with the area. Damn, what if the person opposite her asked about the whereabouts of the pet shop owner later? She genuinely didn't know where the pet shop owner had gone after that. But what if the other party got unhappy and took her away? She looked at a Tian, dressed in white robes, and felt no anger emanating from this mage. He must be an expert in revenge. Just as Meng Yao was feeling anxious, Wang Peng asked, Do you know where the pet shop owner went? Here it comes. It really came. Although Wang Peng had a sunny smile, in Meng Yao's eyes, it was terrifying. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to tell the truth. She couldn't deceive him and then get found out. That would be even worse. They say big shots don't like being deceived. I don't know. I really don't know, Meng Yao said in a pleading tone. Wang Peng was once again taken aback. Why did he feel that the guide in front of him was so afraid of him? Could it be that the pet shop owner had some kind of taboo? Wang Peng looked at her retreating figure and turned to Mo Yin, asking, Am I really that scary? Of course not. You are truly a handsome and charming person, unmatched in elegance, Mo Yin said with admiration. Wang Peng pondered for a moment. What books have you been reading lately? I haven't read any books. I recently joined a group called the Compliment Group, Mo Yin replied. You should leave it quickly. If you need money, just tell me. No need to do this. Wang Peng wasn't prepared to dwell on this topic. As he spoke, he picked up the dream monster and looked into its big eyes. How else could it come? The royal-level monster cub must have been born from a royal-level monster, Mo Yin said nonchalantly. Then have you thought about where its mother is? Wang Peng asked. Its mother is. Mo Yin realized the seriousness of the issue. Maybe it was obtained from a secret realm? Mo Yin suggested tentatively. Is that possible? Wang Peng looked at Mo Yin. Yes, it is possible. Even Mo Yin can sense the aura of a royal-level cub. The foreign beings in the secret realm Wunti let a royal-level cub slip away. After all, each secret realm is a spatial passage opened by them. They definitely understand everything in the secret realm better than humans. Generally, there are two situations in which royal-level monsters would separate from their young. One is when a tribe's master gives their cub away, Mo Yin analyzed. And the other? Wang Peng pressed on. Mo Yin sighed. The other is when the royal-level monster gets trapped. If a royal-level monster is on the brink of death, they will kill their cubs before they die, so they 1T become humans beasts. Sure enough, things always develop towards the outcome Wang Peng least wanted. If the royal-level monster that gave birth to the dream monster got trapped, it must still be in Blue Star, though he didn't know in which corner. Likewise, he didn't know when the other party would break free, but Wang Peng was certain of one thing. Once they did, they would prioritize finding their child, which meant coming to look for the dream monster. If you ask what it feels like to be constantly watched by a royal-level monster, Wang Peng actually didn't feel much. The level difference between them was too great. This was a royal-level monster that humanity currently couldn't defeat. If it came to find Wang Peng, he would have no way to deal with it, unless he found a secret realm to hide in. Wang Peng couldn't possibly hide in the secret realm for a lifetime. Not to mention that he himself wouldn't agree, even if he wanted to. The other side that opened the secret realm wouldn't agree either. It seems that Wang Peng could only accelerate the cultivation of his beast, using all resources to pile up a royal-level beast in the shortest time possible, hoping it would be in time. Chapter 82. Be good, call out again. On the spaceship heading to the imperial capital, Lu Fan frowned as he watched Wang Peng handle the shipping of items. Why did you buy so many monster snacks? He observed the staff packing the last box of monster snacks. After hearing Wang Peng's words, Lu Fan was even more confused. But why buy them here? There are shops in the imperial capital too, and the prices for monster snacks are standardized nationwide. Ah, standardized prices? I thought the prices in the imperial capital would be higher since I've never been there, Wang Peng replied. It was over 2,000 kilometers from Qingshan City to the imperial capital, and normally he wouldn't go such a long distance unless necessary. Mainly because he previously didn't have the money. All right, Lu Fan said, looking at Wang Peng's serious expression, reluctantly accepting this explanation. He had never heard of monsters having trouble adapting to the environment. After all, they were combat creatures. If they had issues adapting when invading Blue Star, many humans wouldn't have died back then. An hour later, Wang Peng looked out at the scenery and sighed. This spaceship is so fast. The spaceship was a product of the Intelligent Federation and had been modified after being introduced by the Yunlong Group. Its speed was several times that of traditional airplanes. Of course, the price was also several times higher. However, for Beast Tamers, it was very convenient. Money was not an issue for them. Of course, flying-type beasts could probably fly there directly, but whether they could still fight after arriving was uncertain. So, your home is in the imperial capital? Wang Peng asked curiously. Thinking about it, he really didn't know where Lu Fan's home was. He hadn't mentioned it, and it wasn't appropriate for Wang Peng to ask. Sort of. Lu Fan said with a complex expression. Did you book a room here? Wang Peng asked, looking at the hotel in front of him, which was several times more luxurious than the Beast Hotel. The luxury here included the overall architecture, decoration, and extravagance level. Wang Peng even saw a small shuttle parked in front of the hotel. That was equivalent to a small spaceship. No one would buy such a thing unless they were rich, yet it was provided for free to guests here. Generally speaking, the Beast Hotel was also considered a top hotel, as it was a symbol of the Monster Alliance. Beast hotels were spread across the country, being the most powerful in terms of both chain numbers and scale. But this was the imperial capital, where there were hotels built solely for luxury, or rather, palaces for entertainment. Therefore, in comparison, in the imperial capital, Beast hotels were actually the least conspicuous ones, and also the most economical. No, but they should prepare a room for me here, Lu Fan said, walking straight into the hotel. Hearing his words, Wang Peng looked at the hotel named Lin and thought about how reliable Lu Fan was. What it should mean. Watching Lu Fan walk inside, Wang Peng followed him in, not believing that with his current wealth, he couldn't afford this hotel. After entering the hotel, Lu Fan ignored the inquiries from the staff and went straight to the lobby manager, saying, I am Lu Fan, from the Lu family. The lobby manager confirmed Lu Fan's identity with a photo given to him by the general manager and quickly said, please, come in, before leading Lu Fan upstairs. Wang Peng entered to see this scene. Listening to the staff's inquiries, Wang Peng rolled his eyes and said, I'm with Mr. Lu Fan. After saying this, he took out his ticket from the spaceship, He had bought the ticket since he was relying on Lu Fan to get a secret realm quota in the imperial capital. The staff, upon seeing this, promptly led Wang Peng to a small private elevator. Holding his illusion dream, Wang Peng looked at the elevator in front of him. Rather than calling it an elevator, it was more like a small room. Wang Peng had never seen such a large elevator before, and it was equipped with bookshelves, a bathtub, a dining table, and all essential living items. At this moment, Wang Peng deeply experienced their level of luxury. At the same time, he became more curious about Lu Fan's identity. From Lu Fan's earlier demeanor, it was clear he hadn't booked a room in advance. Wang Peng had just mentioned being with Lu Fan and received such treatment. Lu Fan's identity must be extraordinary. As the elevator operated, Wang Peng looked at the fruits in front of him but didn't touch them. Who knew if they were poisonous? He hadn't figured out the situation yet. And he couldn't eat randomly. Refusing the staff's offer to feed him, Wang Peng played with his illusion dream, waiting for the elevator to reach its destination. When the elevator doors opened, Wang Peng saw Lu Fan's figure. "Hey, I knew you could come up," Lu Fan said, waving his hand to dismiss the staff. He handed a room card to Wang Peng. "Your room is on the 98th floor. I'm above you. This broken place has only one room on the first floor." Wang Peng took the room card and glanced at it. It was just an ordinary room card, except for the special artistic character Lin in the middle. Hearing Lu Fan's words, Wang Peng twitched his mouth. "You call this a broken place?" Watching Lu Fan take a dedicated elevator down, Wang Peng was taken aback. It seemed Lu Fan didn't like this place very much. After bidding farewell to Wang Peng, Lu Fan entered the elevator, dismissing all the staff. He entered a long string of passwords on a panel. The elevator began to descend rapidly, and Lu Fan watched the floors. 98, 88, 78, 78, 88, 99. The elevator only stopped at the 99th floor underground, and Lu Fan stepped out into a hall. Following his memory, he found a room and pushed the door open directly without knocking. The room was large and spacious, without any furniture, just a girl standing by the window. From her back, one could tell that the girl was extraordinarily beautiful. In fact, this was true. Even if Lu Fan didn't like her, the girl's looks were top-notch. Not an exaggeration to say she was a fairy descended to the mortal world. After entering the room, Lu Fan pondered for a long time. While the girl seemed unaware of the movement behind her, she quietly gazed out the window, not knowing what was so interesting outside underground. There was nothing besides virtual scenery. Hearing the call from behind, the girl turned around, her age comparable to Lu Fan's, or perhaps she was even younger. The girl looked at Lu Fan and happily said, "What did you call me just now? Be good, call out again, I didn't hear." Chapter 83, Grandson, I am your grandfather. Lu Fan was left speechless. "Lin Wei, don't go too far." "Too far? Who's going too far? If you had agreed back then, I would have married your father," the girl said coldly. "You know I don't like family marriages," Lu Fan replied, looking at her without flinching. "But this marriage is still connected," Lin Wei smiled and said. "No one in the family can gain freedom. We are a whole." Lu Fan fell silent. His and Lin Wei's positions in their families were similar. He was the second son of the Lu family, and Lin Wei was the second daughter of the Lin family. They were initially supposed to be married. But Lu Fan resisted his family's arrangements and distanced himself from the imperial capital. In fact, their relationship was quite good. They weren't lovers, but they were very good friends. He thought that this matter had ended, but unexpectedly, Lin Wei married his father, becoming his stepmother. This was something no normal person could do. The person who was originally supposed to marry Lu Fan, he didn't agree, and then she married his father instead. Moreover, his father accepted it. Was there anything more absurd than this? Now Lu Fan had become the eldest son of the family. And because his father and Lin Wei had no marital relations, he was still the only heir of the Lu family. As for the previous family head and heir, no one knew how tall the grass on their graves was now. Lu Fan was silent for a moment. He didn't quite understand the scale and significance of that secret realm and wasn't sure how difficult it would be to obtain this quota. But as long as he brought it up, including what rare materials or resource quotas it involved, Lin Wei would do her best to help. "I need 2 secret realm quotas. You should know which one I'm talking about," Lu Fan finally said. "Okay." Lin Wei responded without any hesitation or comments about it being impossible. "By the way, why do you need 2 quotas? Did you find a girlfriend?" Lin Wei casually asked. "No, it's for a male friend of mine." Lu Fan suddenly realized he didn't need to explain himself to her. He cast a complex glance at Lin Wei and thought, "You are now my mom, and you will always be my mom." After saying that, Lu Fan turned and left the underground hotel. Lin Wei stared at Lu Fan's back, lost in thought, while 9 huge fox tails extended from her back in all directions. "Wait until I control the 2 major families. No one will be able to dictate your fate anymore." Wang Peng arrived at the room prepared for him. "Big," was Wang Peng's first reaction, followed by luxurious. And then he just enjoyed it. After coming down from the exclusive elevator, Wang Peng declined the attendant's offer of a chauffeured ride and walked out with his illusion. When he reached an intersection, just as Wang Peng was pondering which way to start, a call came from behind him, and if he heard correctly, it was someone calling his name. Wang Peng turned around and found an old man standing there, smiling at him. He was taken aback. He didn't recognize this person. And besides, he didn't have any relatives or friends in the imperial capital. "Sir, do you need something?" Wang Peng politely asked. As for why the other person knew his name, he assumed it was a case of mistaken identity. After all, the old man looked quite old. Who knew if he had Alzheimer's or something? "Grandson, I am your grandfather," Wang Songhai said happily. But Wang Peng couldn't feel happy about it. Anyone being called a grandson on the street probably wouldn't be pleased, especially since his grandfather had already passed away. "Sir, are you mistaking me for someone else? Your grandson is also named Wang Peng," Wang Peng still asked politely, just in case there was some misunderstanding. Wang Songhai shook his head and took out a photo. "Look, my grandson is you, Wang Peng." Wang Peng looked at the photo and was even more convinced of his guess. He thought, how could it be so coincidental that he just arrived in the imperial capital today and was recognized? It turned out to be a scammer. Wang Peng was no longer unsure, especially after seeing that photo. The imperial capital really was full of talented people. Even scammers could create synthetic photos. And this one was a technical fraud. It was a childhood photo of Wang Peng with someone else, judging by the appearance. It should have been the old man's childhood photo. But Wang Peng was sure there was no way this photo existed. He had crossed over, even if it started from the embryo stage. Wang Peng looked coldly at the old man, deciding to have some fun with this old scammer. "Old man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. Who's whose grandson, and who's whose grandpa? Of course, you are my grandson, and I am your grandpa," Wang Songhai said with a smile. The old man was not falling for it. Wang Peng looked at the old man, and a thought crossed his mind. "Since you say you're my grandpa, giving me some pocket money wouldn't be too much to ask." "Of course, how much do you want?" Wang Songhai replied readily. He had plenty of money. Wang Peng thought it was interesting how straightforward the scammer was, knowing to lower the bait first. "Let's start with 100,000 monster coins, Wang Peng smiled and said. He couldn't believe any scammer would dare to put down such a big bait, knowing he hadn't earned that much monster coins from his busy work. "All right, give me your account number," Wang Songhai said with a smile, as if 100,000 monster coins were nothing but 100,000 ghost coins. Wang Peng saw that the scammer was getting into it, so he casually threw a blank crystal card with no balance at him, not worried about what the old man would do. Wang Peng checked on his phone and found that there indeed were 100,000 monster coins. He figured the scammer should be preparing to bail out now, so he just smiled and watched the old man. Sure enough, after Wang Songhai received a phone call, he handed Wang Peng a business card, saying that if he needed anything, he could find him, and then he turned to leave, seeming to have something urgent. Wang Peng watched the old man's entire operation without expressing any opinion and casually accepted the business card. Looking at the introduction on it, oh, he is actually the chairman of Yunlong Group. Huh, interesting. If the other party was the chairman of Yunlong Group, then he was the chief of the Monster Alliance. Wang Peng casually tossed the business card away. Chapter 84. Is it possible that he really is your grandfather? Watching the elevator slowly ascend, Wang Peng thought to himself that it seemed the quota for entering the secret realm had been secured. He just didn't know if Lu Fan had gotten it. When the elevator doors opened, the attendant guided Wang Peng to a guest room and knocked on the door before retreating. Wang Peng waited quietly until Lu Fan opened the door to the guest room. From Lu Fan's facial expression, Wang Peng saw no useful information. And then he walked into the guest room. How did it go? Is there a result? Wang Peng asked. Isn't it simple? It's done, Lu Fan said casually, as if securing these 2 quotas was no big deal. But Wang Peng still felt that these quotas weren't so easy to obtain. Otherwise, the Monster Alliance wouldn't be hosting the Youth Envoy competition. Although this competition might involve some power struggles among the upper echelons of the Monster Alliance, it was undeniable that this quota was certainly not easy to come by. Thank you, Wang Peng sincerely expressed his gratitude. He knew that Lu Fan had no obligation to help him secure this quota, since he was the one who chose to forfeit the competition. Lu Fan had simply misjudged the situation. The Monster Alliance's temporary decision was too frivolous. By the way, I just encountered an old scammer. The Imperial capital is really full of talents, Wang Peng said with interest. A scammer? Lu Fan asked, puzzled. That shouldn't be possible, after all. This is also the Lin family's property, and ordinary people can't even get close, let alone scam artists. What did he scam you for? Lu Fan asked discreetly, curious about what kind of scammer could pass through the Lin family's checks and come near the hotel. Oh, that old man claimed to be my grandfather. But my grandfather has already passed away. Plus, he even synthesized a photo. I don't know where he got a photo of me as a child, Wang Peng said casually. By the way, since he said he was my grandfather, I asked him for 100,000 monster coins, and he actually gave it to me. But I suspect it's fake, Wang Peng said, taking out the blank crystal card he received for the transfer. Lu Fan became more and more confused as he listened. Encountering a scammer nearby was one thing, but a scammer giving you 100,000 monster coins? What good fortune was this? Whether it's fake or not. We can verify it right away, Lu Fan said, pulling out a number. Soon, a greeting came from the phone. Mr. Lu, how can I assist you? Send someone over. I need to verify the authenticity of a crystal card. It's best to find a professional, Lu Fan said before hanging up. He turned to Wang Peng and said, Wait a moment. I've never seen a scammer give out money first, especially not such a large amount. Hearing Lu Fan say this, Wang Peng felt a bit unsure. Surely this couldn't be real? His parents had clearly told him that his grandfather had already passed away. Could he have come back to life? One side must be lying. Within less than 15 minutes, there was a knock on the door, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. The attendant who entered with him introduced. This is financial expert Fan Ming, who has been in the related industry for 8 years. He is the most professional talent we could find in a short time. Lu Fan remained silent after hearing this, simply handing the crystal card from Wang Peng to Master Fan to check. Master Fan raised his eyebrows, took a machine out of his pocket, and verified it repeatedly. What are you planning to invest in with this 100,000 monster coins? Recently, some industries have been quite promising. Wang Peng interrupted him. Is there really 100,000 monster coins in there? Of course, I can't be mistaken about this. Master Fan replied confidently. If a financial master can't even confirm the authenticity of a crystal card, what business do they have in this field? The hotel staff hadn't told him what it was about, just that they needed to verify a fund, and he thought someone was looking for him to invest. All right, help me withdraw it, and have the waiter bring it over later, Wang Peng said, waving to the waiter. The waiter led Master Fan out, and Master Fan looked confused, thinking, if you're withdrawing cash, you should find a teller, why come to me? The waiter didn't care about that. He only knew that the two just now were distinguished guests, and the manager had specifically instructed to fulfill any requests. In fact, to accommodate the two. The hotel was closed for business today, which rarely happened. The waiter remembered the last time the entire hotel was closed was for a banquet held by the hotel's higher-ups. Wang Peng watched them leave, his expression a bit complicated. He didn't really believe it, but the fact was right in front of him. The 100,000 monster coins were real. This meant his grandfather was also real, but his parents had clearly told him that his grandfather had passed away long ago. What was going on? Wang Peng looked at the date. It was still early in the month, and he couldn't communicate with his parents yet. After thinking for a moment, he realized he could only go to Yunlong Group in person to confirm. He remembered the business card he had thrown away, which had the chairman of Yunlong Group's name on it. If this was true, then his speed in nurturing beasts would increase exponentially. But there was a question. Why did his parents lie to him? What happened between his grandfather and his parents? Lu Fan looked at Wang Peng's expression and realized that Wang Peng might have jumped to conclusions about being scammed. It could be some long-lost relative. Did he mention what his identity was? Lu Fan was sure that the other party must have considerable fame. Ordinary people couldn't get close to Lin Family Hotel. All the dining and entertainment facilities near Lin Family Hotel were owned by the Lin family, which also served as their eyes and ears. Lu Fan casually picked up a drink and sipped it calmly. He genuinely felt happy for Wang Peng. After all, having a backing in the capital was great. Much better than being an ordinary citizen. Smack. The drink Lu Fan had just picked up fell onto the table. Yunlong Group? Chairman? Wang Yunlong? He couldn't help but be shocked. Just from what he had learned from Lin Wei, the most supported candidate for chief was indeed backed by Yunlong Group. If nothing unexpected happened, the future chief would also be someone from Yunlong Group, which meant they were going to dominate. Moreover, several major families had conflicts with Yunlong Group. But that had nothing to do with Lu Fan since he had already left his family. Wang Peng looked at Lu Fan's excited expression and said, "Don't get too excited. We still don't know if it's true or not. Who knows, maybe they're just messing with me. That won't happen. With so many affairs in Yunlong Group, a chairman wouldn't just play games with someone. Yunlong doesn't have that hobby," Lu Fan said, as if recalling something. He quickly grabbed Wang Peng's hand. "Brother, if we become rich, don't forget me. This is just the beginning. Why are you so dramatic?" Wang Peng looked at Lu Fan's exaggerated actions. Of course, it's important. If nothing unexpected happens, after this chief election, there should only be one voice left in the Heavenly Kingdom. Yunlong Group, Lu Fan suddenly said seriously. In this situation, if Wang Peng really was the grandson of the chairman of Yunlong Group, then he would definitely be the crown prince. If he could hold on to this leg, it would be more useful than being the head of the Lu family. Chapter 85. The Demon Feast. I suspect you are playing me. The major families claimed to be at odds with Yunlong Group, but it was merely a coalition to resist strategies that were disadvantageous to their families. Any individual family couldn't compare to Yunlong Group, and Lu Fan had already left his family. Their matters were no longer his concern, and he believed Yunlong Group wouldn't hold it against him. How about you go recognize your relatives first? Lu Fan asked tentatively. Let's wait until tomorrow. It's too late now. Wang Peng said, glancing out the window. It wasn't really about the time. Wang Peng wanted to prepare a bit. Who knew what attitude his grandfather would have towards him? After returning to his room, Wang Peng summoned the demon feast. Tomorrow, you will go with me to meet my grandfather. You still have a grandfather? The demon feast asked in surprise. I didn't have one before, but now I do, Wang Peng replied calmly. The demon feast nodded but then realized something was off. What does meeting your grandfather have to do with me? The demon feast instinctively felt something was wrong. I need you to prepare. It's time for you to show your value, Wang Peng said with a smile. Looking at Wang Peng's smile, the demon feast felt increasingly uneasy. What kind of preparation? Battle preparation. The next day, in the capital, at the headquarters of Yunlong Group, Wang Peng held the illusion dream and admired the tall building in front of him, appreciating it thoroughly. If everything went smoothly, he would only be able to stand above and look down in the future. As soon as he entered the building, he was stopped by security personnel. Please show your ID badge. I don't have one, Wang Peng said honestly to the security personnel. Then, do you have an appointment? The security personnel asked expressionlessly. No, Wang Peng replied. In that case, just report to the higher-ups and say my name is Wang Peng and that I'm here to see your chairman, Wang Peng said casually. The security personnel hesitated for a moment, looking at Wang Peng's confident demeanor, then took out a handheld terminal to report the information. The information was relayed up the chain until it reached the secretary of Wang Songhai. A man in black entered the room and respectfully said, Lord Wang. A young man claiming to be Wang Peng wants to see you. Wang Songhai put down his pen, glanced at the request handed to him by the secretary, and said, let him come up. He will be your young master in the future. The man in black was stunned for a moment and silently retreated to make arrangements. Unsure of what this young master's personality would be like, Wang Peng noticed the security personnel seemed to have received some information and was treating him with great respect. Following the guidance of the security personnel, Wang Peng took an elevator directly to the rooftop. This elevator was different from the one at Lin Family Hotel. There were no additional features, no waiters, and even no surveillance. The entire elevator had only one button. It seemed to be a one-way elevator. How confident are you against a king-level monster? Wang Peng turned to ask the demon feast beside him. The demon feast replied, I only have lord level. Do you have a misunderstanding about king level? The demon feast pointed to itself. Is king level really that strong? Wang Peng was indeed curious. He had heard how amazing king-level monsters were, but had never seen one. The demon feast looked at him speechlessly. A king-level monster must control a skill. Any lord level will not be a match for a king level, even if that king-level monster is particularly weak. How so? Wang Peng asked, looking at the elevator that seemed to be taking a long time to reach the top. King level is a transformation at the level of life. The pressure of a lord level is just a rudimentary form. After reaching king level, it will transform into a domain, and a domain can only be broken by another king level. The demon feast explained. The learning materials on Blue Star only go up to lord level. There isn't even a systematic teaching on how to promote to king level. Furthermore, king level beasts are very limited. No one would reveal the characteristics of their beasts, as that would also mean revealing their weaknesses. So, when it comes to understanding king level beasts, no one knows more than the demon feast. It seems king level is quite common over there. I see. Then what are our chances of escaping in front of a king level beast? Wang Peng changed his question. If the opponent doesn't unleash their domain, there is a glimmer of hope. Once they do, there is no escape. By the way, weren't you here to see Grandpa? Why does it seem like a matter of life and death? Mo Yin doesn't quite understand. In their world, the most important thing is blood relations. Even the most loyal subordinate is not as important as one's own family. Clearly, Mo Yan's strength is much greater than that of the tribe leader's disciple. Yet because that disciple has some familial ties to the leader, he was rewarded with a royal-level monster cub as his beast. After hearing Mo Yan's explanation, Wang Peng didn't say anything further and just watched the elevator ascend. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have anything that the Yunlong group would covet. And he shouldn't run into any trouble. It was just a simple family recognition. That day, the chairman of the Yunlong group directly gave Wang Peng 100,000 monster coins. While his current net worth was less than that, Wang Peng thought for a moment. If there was anything, it could only be the evolution panel. But he had never mentioned this to anyone, so it couldn't be something others were after. Besides the evolution panel, there was only that skill left, the one he used to communicate with his parents. But that skill was something he brought with him when he crossed over. There was nothing like it in this world, so it couldn't be discovered. Wang Peng felt the elevator slow down, sensing they were almost there. So he put away his wild thoughts. What was there to be afraid of? Worst case, he could use that skill for mutual destruction. If he couldn't escape, the other party wouldn't be able to live either. As the elevator doors opened, Wang Peng found that this elevator led directly to a hall, and even before stepping out, he saw 2 rows of men in black. The leading man in black respectfully bowed to him. Young master, please. Wang Peng glanced back, placed Huanming on his shoulder, and walked inside. The atmosphere had escalated to this point, so there was no way he could retreat. Since they called him young master, he might as well act the part. As Wang Peng walked past, every black-clad man bowed their heads in respect. The man at the back opened a large door, and Wang Peng entered with Mo Yin. Smack! Wang Songhai was about to speak when he suddenly noticed Mo Yin behind Wang Peng, frowning slightly. In an instant, a massive dragon head appeared behind Wang Songhai, followed closely by a pure white dragon body. It quickly flew over, coiling around Mo Yin and opening its mouth wide, as if to swallow him whole if he dared to move. Alien, what have you done to my grandson? Wang Songhai walked over slowly, staring at Mo Yin. Mo Yin replied, why do I feel like you are acting out a scene about me? Chapter 86. Dressing as a woman doesn't matter. Mo Yin turned to Wang Songhai and said, you should ask your precious grandson what he has done to me. This statement carried a hint of grievance. Originally, Mo Yin was fine. Although he was treated as a commodity in the store, he was suddenly contracted by Wang Peng as a beast. He hadn't even reacted before it happened. And where was the rule that the beast had to agree to the contract? Why was that rule absent when it came to him? When Wang Peng contracted him, Mo Yin felt no request, as if it were forced. He was just contracted by Wang Peng. This was also why Mo Yin was so surprised at the time, to the point of forgetting that rule. Wang Songhai turned to Wang Peng. You him? My beast, you should let him go, Wang Peng said, looking at the white dragon. Then Wang Peng saw something unusual on the evolution panel. Monster name, Cloud Mist, Dragon Form. Monster level, 41 Royal. Monster quality, perfect. Monster attribute, wind and thunder. Monster weakness, if the core in the cloud mist is destroyed, it will lose its current imitative form. Monster status, healthy. Monster skill, perfect imitation, can be voluntarily released, can perfectly imitate any type of consumed creature. After imitation, it can grow. It must consume the monster to be imitated each time. Monster promotion conditions, Heart of Mist, Evolution Stone. It turns out this isn't just a dragon, but something that was imitated. Interesting, it looks completely indistinguishable on the outside. Wang Peng observed the white dragon, seemingly forgetting about Mo Yin. Mo Yin looked at Wang Songhai and saw no intention of being let go, then turned to Wang Peng. Hey, you should at least let your grandfather release me first. Wang Peng turned to Wang Songhai. What do you think? Wang Songhai waved his hand, and Yunlong released Mo Yin. After Mo Yin was let down, he turned and provocatively glared at Yunlong, as if to say, if you have the ability, come eat me. Wang Songhai stroked Yunlong's head, looking at Wang Peng with a smile. Since you could come here, it seems you don't consider me a liar. Wang Peng awkwardly smiled. It's all a misunderstanding. How could I think of Grandpa as a liar? Wang Songhai smiled but said nothing, inviting Wang Peng to sit at his desk. Make yourself comfortable. Do you have any questions? Wang Songhai asked Wang Peng. Grandpa, it's not that I don't believe you, but my father said you had already passed away. Wang Peng hesitated and said, this was also his biggest doubt. If he had known he had such a powerful grandfather, he would have come to seek him out long ago, rather than waiting for someone to find him. Oh, that's because your father and I actually just have different academic research directions and don't see eye to eye. Wang Songhai slowly recounted past events. Wang Peng listened while petting Huanming. After hearing it, he summarized that the two had different emphases in their research fields. Wang Peng's grandfather believed that human spirit is eternal, while the body merely delays human evolution, and that human consciousness should be uploaded to achieve immortality. On the other hand, Wang Peng's father believed that the human body is fundamental. Without the body, the spirit would no longer be the same. At that point, would a person still be a person? Therefore, his father focused on human genetic modification programs, while his grandfather emphasized artificial intelligence and the construction of the metaverse. This led to a divergence where both believed the other was wrong, and after failing to persuade each other, they remained estranged until their deaths. It wasn't until the cataclysm broke out that humans could enhance themselves through contracts with monsters. Theoretically, as long as the monsters were strong enough, humans could achieve immortality. Unfortunately, Wang Peng's father did not live to see that time and died in the early stages of the cataclysm. Conversely, his grandfather successfully survived the cataclysm and single-handedly established the Yunlong group. Upon hearing this, Wang Peng suddenly felt something was off. According to this logic, his father should have been a top scientist in life, not just an ordinary researcher. But why? After order was restored, did the Monster Alliance give him subsidies equal to those of ordinary people instead of those for research talents? He didn't believe that there was no foul play involved. A cold glint flashed in Wang Peng's eyes. He wanted to see who had taken that money in the Monster Alliance. Calming his emotions, Wang Peng processed this information and thought carefully. So the appearance of monsters proved that my father's theory is feasible. He didn't explicitly state who was right or wrong. After all, it was a lifelong argument between the two. Wang Songhai nodded after hearing this, then shook his head. Your father was right, but I wasn't wrong either. Wang Peng raised an eyebrow and said nothing. He assumed the old man was just being stubborn and unwilling to admit it, which he could understand, given that he had researched for a lifetime. It wasn't until Wang Songhai called forth the celestial being that he was brought out. First, a light blue screen appeared. Then it formed into a woman. Wang Peng looked at this woman and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, even though he had never met her. Wang Songhai quietly observed the celestial being system. This is the greatest research of my life. Because of the need for beasts, humanity can no longer abandon their bodies. So I initiated the celestial being project early. The celestial being project? Wang Peng asked, puzzled. Wang Peng looked at the celestial being and then at his grandfather. He wasn't very concerned about life or death, especially since a different world had appeared. The awakening of a system bringing about life didn't seem too strange either. What made him curious was that his grandfather had copied his own memories into the deity, and there was nothing wrong with that. But why did the deity take on such a form, and why was his grandfather's memory copied as a woman? Wang Peng glanced at Mo Yin, noticing the surprise in his eyes as well. The two exchanged a tacit nod, saying nothing. Everyone has their preferences. Dressing as a woman is no big deal, even if that person is Wang Peng's grandfather. Wang Songhai looked at Wang Peng and Mo Yin, observing how their gazes kept shifting between himself and the deity. Although he didn't know what they were thinking, Wang Songhai felt the need to explain. He always sensed that these two were thinking of something inappropriate. After listening, Wang Peng nodded in understanding. Although he had never met his grandmother, judging by the deity's appearance, she must have been very beautiful in her youth. After hearing Wang Songhai's description, he believed it but wasn't entirely convinced. After all, his father had already passed away, and this was all one-sided from his grandfather. He decided to personally ask his father when he returned at the beginning of the month to hear what he had to say. Before this, his father had never mentioned anything about it. Or perhaps he hadn't asked. He couldn't expect the spirit tablet to speak for itself. Chapter 87. This is all our families. Seeing that Wang Peng had digested most of the information, Wang Songhai asked, I heard you have a great talent for beast cultivation, with almost 100% success rate in Qingshan City. Of course, Wang Peng replied confidently. Speaking of this, Wang Peng felt very confident. The evolution panel was his golden finger in this life. Wang Songhai summoned Yunlong to the front and looked at Wang Peng. Can you tell his level? Regarding the so-called 100% success rate, Wang Songhai remained skeptical. Even if Yunlong Group spared no effort, the success rate of the latest evolution potion was only 90. This was still produced without considering costs, which were too high for mass production. So he wanted to see if Wang Peng could discern Yunlong's level. This Emperor level was only promoted last, and no one knew besides him. Emperor level, perfect quality, Wang Peng said lightly. He had just seen this information through the evolution panel, so it came out naturally. Anything else? Wang Songhai asked nonchalantly. Imitation, Wang Peng softly uttered 2 words. Not elaborating further, Wang Songhai looked at Wang Peng in shock. While level and quality could be sensed, this skill was not something everyone could see. It seemed his grandson indeed had a talent in this area. Do you have any clues about Yunlong's quality evolution? Wang Songhai asked casually, knowing how difficult it was to upgrade to legendary quality. Yes and no. Wang Peng hesitated for a moment. How so? Wang Songhai quickly probed. For legendary quality evolution, he wouldn't give up even a glimmer of hope. Wang Peng pondered for a moment. I can vaguely sense what materials are needed. But these materials are very rare unless I see them with my own eyes. Although there were only 2 types of evolution materials for Yunlong. Who knew what the Heart of Mist and Evolution Stone were? He had never even heard of these materials. Wang Peng estimated that these 2 materials could only appear in secret realms, and they would definitely be very scarce there as well. Just wait a moment. Wang Songhai said after hearing Wang Peng had a method. He turned his body around and quietly stared at the wall behind him, an ordinary wall. Wang Peng didn't quite understand his grandfather's actions, but sensibly said nothing, waiting quietly. About 3 minutes later, the wall's surface turned a metallic color. A huge device resembling a bank vault door appeared in front of Wang Peng. Wang Songhai stepped forward to authenticate it, and with a sound of air shifting, the large door slowly opened. Wang Peng watched this scene in surprise, though not overly astonished, given the size of Yunlong Group. Constructing such a place was a piece of cake. The existence of this space didn't surprise Wang Peng, but what was inside truly shocked him. He watched as data jumped out one after another on the evolution panel, his heart racing along with it. The evolution panel had a feature where things Wang Peng had never seen before would pop out on their own the first time, while things he had seen needed to be stared at to display. Wang Peng felt this function was meant to remind him not to miss any treasures. He looked at the evolution materials he had never seen before. It was impossible not to feel excited. This is part of the collection, all high-level evolution materials, most of which the experimental department cannot utilize at the moment, so they are temporarily placed here, Wang Songhai said with a smile. This is all our families. Wang Peng emphasized the word our. Of course, for now, Yunlong Group only has one voice, and soon the Heavenly Kingdom will have only one voice as well. Wang Songhai confidently stated. Wang Peng was taken aback. He could understand that Yunlong Group belonged to his grandfather. After all, the old man built it from scratch. But when did the Heavenly Kingdom only have one voice? Grandpa, we can't reform. Wang Peng hesitated a moment, not saying the words rebellion. Don't worry. Everything that needs to be done has been completed, Wang Songhai comforted. Wang Peng wanted to say something more. Opened his mouth, but found he didn't know what to say. His grandfather had already said everything that needed to be done was done. What else could he say? He could only accept it. Wang Peng wandered through the evolution materials and saw the main evolution material for a Tian, but he didn't take it. It wouldn't be good to take something on the first meeting. Even though it all belonged to his family, there still needed to be a familiar process. Wang Peng rummaged around and found 2 evolution stones, one whole and one half. When Wang Peng picked up the half stone, Wang Songhai said, "This is one of the main materials for the gene evolution potion. The other half was taken by the experimental department for experimentation." What experiment? Wang Peng asked, looking at the half-cut evolution stone. The Lord-level perfect quality gene potion. We used to make it with this type of stone, but later found a higher yield alternative. So the remaining part became useless, Wang Songhai said casually. Useless? Wang Peng looked at the half-evolution stone, his heart bleeding. This was a material for upgrading the quality of Emperor-level monsters, and it was used for Lord-level ones. What a waste. Wang Peng took out the half-evolution stone, saying, "This is part of the materials. There are more that aren't here." Wang Songhai pondered for a moment. Let us go to the experimental department. Most of them are there. This is just some that are not usable. Wang Peng had no objections to this. He also wanted to see the place where Yunlong Group produced gene potions. Yunlong Group, experimental department. A young woman in a white coat poured a tube of red potion into a test vial when suddenly a loud explosion occurred. She quickly waved her hand, and a giant tortoise appeared in front of her, blocking the explosion. This is the 6th time today. What is going on with Teacher Chen? If it doesn't work, just give up, said Experimenter. Yeah, if it weren't for the Xianling giant tortoise, Teacher Chen would have been gone long ago. Why is she so stubborn? The minister already said it's impossible, Experimenter B replied. Yes. When Wang Peng and Wang Songhai arrived at the experimental department, they saw this scene. Uncle Wang. Chen Yin greeted Wang Songhai. You all continue. Don't mind me, Wang Songhai said to the crowd around him. Wang Peng followed Wang Songhai to the inventory area and turned to see the rearranged experimental table. The evolution panel in front of him displayed numbers on various reagents. Currently, the green reagent that Chen Yin was about to add had the number 10 on it. Wang Peng glanced at the nearby reagents and found a bottle marked 90 with purple liquid. He said, "Why not try the purple reagent on your left?" After speaking, Wang Peng followed Wang Songhai's footsteps and left. Chapter 88. This is truly a waste of talent. After Chen Yin heard Wang Peng's words, she was about to say something but realized that Wang Peng had already followed Wang Songhai away. She picked up the bottle of purple reagent and compared it with the green reagent in her hand, but she couldn't really tell any difference. After glancing at the direction in which Wang Peng had disappeared, Chen Yin poured the bottle of purple reagent into the reagent container. Since they were all the same, she might as well leave the choice to fate. After pouring, Chen Yin casually summoned the Xianling giant tortoise. However, the expected explosion did not occur. Everything was calm. Chen Yin pushed aside the giant tortoise and peeked at the reagent container. The liquid inside flowed quietly, showing no changes. Chen Yin turned to look in the direction Wang Peng had disappeared, murmuring to herself, "Is it luck or strength?" Wang Peng followed Wang Songhai to the storage area. Looking at the countless evolutionary materials on the shelves, he was momentarily dazzled. It was truly overwhelming. The evolution panel seemed to lag, with message prompts popping up one after another, perhaps due to the sheer number of materials. The evolution panel thoughtfully labeled what level and quality each type of evolutionary material was suitable for. Seeing a staff member come in and take some materials for Lord-level evolutionary quality, Wang Peng casually asked, "What are these for?" The staff member glanced at Wang Songhai, and upon receiving a nod from him, replied, "They are auxiliary materials for elite-level gene evolution potions." After speaking, the staff member left, leaving Wang Peng staring blankly at the words applicable to Lord level on the evolution panel, lost in thought. It seemed that some things were not as simple as he had thought. He had the evolution panel, so he could naturally see the qualities of various evolutionary materials. But the Yunlong Group's experimental research did not have that advantage. They could only rely on their judgment, and to ensure a success rate, they had to use some materials within their control. That meant upgrading the materials levels, using Lord-level materials to formulate elite-level potions, which was a significant waste of energy. For low-tier evolutionary materials, such waste was still acceptable, but once it came to the evolutionary materials required for king level, this method was definitely a waste of resources. Seeing Wang Peng's hesitant expression, Wang Songhai couldn't help but ask curiously, "Grandson, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. This is our home. No outsiders here." Wang Peng thought for a moment and decided to give his grandfather a heads up, saying, "If I say this, please don't be upset. How could I? Even if you want all the evolutionary materials here, it's fine. You are my only relative. What's mine is yours," Wang Songhai replied with a smile. If there were no heirs, what was the use of having more resources? Although theoretically, using a spirit master could achieve immortality, that was still just a theory. Now, reaching the emperor level was already so difficult. Who knew what level 1 would need to attain true immortality? Relying on spirit mastery for immortality, Wang Songhai might as well choose to upload his consciousness to the metaverse. "I think your experimental department has a very low utilization rate for evolutionary materials." Wang Peng carefully worded his observation. Low utilization? How low? Wang Songhai pondered before responding. He felt that there was indeed some waste in the extraction of gene potions, but it shouldn't be too significant. About 10, Wang Peng calculated and said. It can't be said that there's no utilization. It can only be said that the utilization is very low. Only wasted 10? That is still within an acceptable range, Wang Songhai said with a calm smile. That is just small change. Wang Peng looked at his grandfather, thinking that this was a misunderstanding. After all, with all the research the Yunlong group had conducted over the years, a utilization rate of only 10 was indeed hard to believe. But that was the fact. Wang Peng decided to be honest. "Grandpa, I meant a utilization rate of 10, wasting 90 of the energy. How is that possible?" Wang Songhai hesitated slightly. Seeing that Wang Songhai seemed skeptical, Wang Peng casually selected a few types of evolutionary materials. These should be used by the group to produce elite-level gene evolution potions. Right? Wang Peng specifically chose several types of materials suitable for Lord level. "Yes, is there a problem?" Wang Songhai asked, puzzled. Wang Songhai was struck with shock. He couldn't fail to understand the implications. This meant that the gene evolution potions developed by the Yunlong group were overall one level lower than the raw materials. Below Lord level was one thing, but the cost of gene evolution potions above Lord level was far too high. At this point, Wang Songhai finally understood why the raw materials for the newly developed king-level gene evolution potions were so hard to find. Could it be that they were all using emperor-level evolutionary materials, but in the end only managed to develop gene evolution potions that enhanced the quality for king level? And they couldn't even guarantee the success rate? How did you come to know all this? Wang Songhai asked, puzzled. He couldn't say he understood Wang Peng that well. But if Wang Peng had this ability, he certainly wouldn't be unaware of it. He had been paying attention to Wang Peng all these years. Grandpa Chun had only been sent over in recent years. Before that, there were many people from the Yunlong group around Wang Peng, especially during the Great Catastrophe period. When Wang Songhai had just established his influence, he had sent his trusted aides to protect them. But unfortunately, they arrived too late by the time they came. Wang Peng's parents had already sacrificed themselves. Wang Peng thought for a moment and decided to go with his instincts, but this time he needed to craft a good story. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Peng said, "Grandpa, do you believe in skills?" "Skills?" Wang Songhai was even more confused. "I'm talking about abilities. And you're talking about skills." "Yes, skills. When I signed the contract for the first time, it seemed like I awakened some kind of skill. And I just know how to nurture beasts by instinct," Wang Peng said casually. His statement wasn't without basis. Lu Fan had succeeded by relying on luck after all. However, Wang Peng's explanation was more concrete, unlike Lu Fan's vague claims. Similar to what that Lu family kid has. Wang Songhai pondered for a moment and said, "Yes." Wang Peng wasn't surprised that Wang Songhai knew Lu Fan. The capital city was that small, and with the Yunlong group being the largest conglomerate in the heavenly nation, it was no surprise they recognized Lu Fan as family. "Have you mentioned this ability to anyone else?" Wang Songhai asked with a serious expression. "No, I haven't." "I thought for a moment and nodded," Wang Peng said. "Others might guess that he had some special nurturing methods, but they definitely wouldn't guess this aspect." "That's good. Don't mention this ability to anyone in the future. If someone accidentally finds out, tell Grandpa, and I'll make them shut up," Wang Songhai said, looking at Wang Peng. As any spirit master should understand how powerful this ability is, it is something that any top-tier force would want to compete for. Wang Songhai thought to himself that he originally planned to turn the heavenly nation into a backyard to provide protection for Wang Peng. Given the current situation, he might still rely on Wang Peng's skills to enhance his beasts in the future. This was fine, as long as he was around. No one in Blue Star would dare to touch Wang Peng. Chapter 89. Wait until I take office, and I'll give you a resignation package. Wang Songhai thought for a moment and said, "How about this? From now on, you'll be in charge of the experimental department and the research department." Wang Peng was taken aback. "Is that okay? We just recognized each other today, Grandpa. I'm afraid I want you to do well." His words were sincere. It wasn't that he didn't want to take the position, but he was afraid of not doing well. After all, This was built by his grandfather, and he couldn't let it fall apart in his hands. It's okay. I'll find someone to assist you. By the way, there's a project leader in the research department. You can learn from him, but don't trust him too easily. Wang Songhai recalled the disciple he had arranged for Dr. Long. This person could rebel once, so he could rebel twice. Although Wang Songhai had sent him, he never fully trusted him. Even though this person had helped Wang Songhai eliminate Dr. Long, he still had a vague feeling that something was off. Dr. Long is just too sinister. Who would normally think about the combination of humans and monsters? Only a mad scientist or a fanatic could come up with such an idea. Alright, although Wang Peng doesn't know why that person is untrustworthy, at least it was arranged by his grandfather, so he won't harm him. Wang Peng starts searching in the inventory area for the evolution materials of Yunlong, hoping to find the heart of mist that Yunlong needs. After a quarter of an hour, he found a grayish stone in a corner that looked completely unremarkable. In fact, it was indeed so. This stone was at the very back of the lowest shelf, looking like it had accidentally fallen in while retrieving other goods. Wang Peng struggled to take out this fist-sized stone. Despite its small size, it was quite heavy. The weight was at least 10 times more than its appearance suggested, indicating that the stone had a high density. Wang Peng looked at the information displayed on the evolution panel. Name, Heart of Mist. Quality, suitable for royal grade. Then it ended. The evolution panel only provided the material name and suitability quality, without explaining how to use it. Moreover, the material was clearly called the Heart of Mist. Yet it turned out to be a stone. Who could have guessed that? And who came up with this name? Wang Peng looked around, but found no connection between this stone and mist. This is another material for Yunlong's evolution, Wang Songhai said, looking at the inconspicuous stone. He had seen clearly just now as Wang Peng pulled out such a stone from a corner that no one would even pick up if thrown aside. Wang Songhai summoned the warehouse manager to inquire about the origin of this stone. The warehouse manager looked confused at the stone, seemingly having no impression of it, until he searched through the incoming and outgoing records. He found no record of this stone, as if it had appeared out of thin air, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Yunlong Group is very strict about everything, not to mention a stone. Even a crystal must have an incoming record if it is in the warehouse. And this stone had none, and judging by the chairman's demeanor, it seemed quite valuable. Although it wasn't lost or missing, if its origin couldn't be traced, the warehouse manager would be in deep trouble. Wang Songhai looked at the warehouse manager. Can't you find it? Chairman Wang, there really isn't any. I have gone through nearly a year's worth of inventory records and found nothing corresponding to this material. The warehouse manager hurriedly said. When was this warehouse established? Wang Peng asked the warehouse manager. 3 years ago, the year order was restored, the warehouse manager said, no longer caring who was asking. Clearly, anyone standing with Chairman Wang wouldn't be a minor character. Check the records from when the warehouse was established. This stone should have been here for a long time, Wang Peng said calmly. Just now, he had rubbed the Heart of Mist and noticed the color came off. Covered in dust, Wang Peng asked the warehouse manager for a towel and repeatedly wiped the Heart of Mist. He only stopped when the stone turned white. I told you. The Heart of Mist can't look this ugly. Wang Peng nodded at the round white ball in front of him. That's more like it. At this moment, the warehouse manager finally found the original incoming record corresponding to the white round ball that Wang Peng had wiped. Because there had never been an outgoing record for this evolution material, and it was during the early establishment of Yunlong Group. It ultimately ended with the departure of the person in charge. Wang Peng found it hard to believe. Doesn't this warehouse do inventory? Don't they clean? They let the Heart of Mist sit for 3 years, and it ended up covered in dust. In response to Wang Peng's inquiry, the warehouse manager explained that the location was too remote and it wasn't usually cleaned. What does too remote mean, and what does usually not clean mean? This is an evolution material warehouse. It can't be compared to an ordinary warehouse. The salary here is several times higher than other places. This is Yunlong Group, and they still slacked off despite such high wages. However, thanks to them, this Heart of Mist was preserved until now. Otherwise, who knows what the experimental department would have done with it? Wang Peng looked at the warehouse manager, who seemed relieved. Great. To thank him for keeping this Heart of Mist, Wang Peng decided to give him a generous severance package. After arriving at the experimental area, Wang Peng casually found an empty independent laboratory and instructed Wang Songhai to release Yunlong. Once Yunlong came out, it quietly circled the ceiling, almost filling the entire ceiling space. Wang Peng placed the evolution stone and the Heart of Mist together, looking at the two stones, then turned to look at Yunlong. Yunlong is so big. What kind of pot would be needed to stew it? He looked at Wang Songhai and asked, Grandpa, how is Yunlong's digestive system? It should be fine. Wang Songhai was even more confused by Wang Peng's question. Upon entering the laboratory, Wang Songhai already felt something was off. His grandson was going to cultivate directly. Shouldn't some preparations be made before cultivating a beast? But he hadn't seen Wang Peng make any preparations, and he even asked a strange question. Grandpa Chen hadn't informed Wang Songhai about Wang Peng's exclusive secret for cultivation, or perhaps Grandpa Chen had never seen it himself, so he hadn't reported it. Just as Wang Songhai was confused, Wang Peng looked at Yunlong and pointed at the 2 stones, saying, "Come on, eat them, Yunlong." Wang Songhai. "My dear grandson, is this really reliable?" Wang Songhai asked worriedly. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I've always cultivated this way in Qingshan City. It's just that Yunlong is too big to use the exclusive method," Wang Peng said confidently. If Wang Songhai knew that this exclusive method involved stewing Yunlong. Chapter 90. Yunlong, it shattered. For any evolution panel that didn't specify a particular cultivation method, all you had to do was let the beast eat the evolution material. As for whether it tasted good or how to eat it, that's not the evolution panel's concern. That's why Wang Peng adopted a gentler method of stewing in a large pot in Qingshan City, rather than the intense electric roasting method of the demon banquet. However, Yunlong was too big to stew, so he could only use the most primitive evolution method. In fact, Wang Peng was quite curious about what roasted dragon meat would taste like. Wang Songhai looked at Wang Peng and ultimately left the choice to Yunlong. Yunlong looked at the 2 stones on the ground, recalling what Wang Songhai had just said about eating them to become stronger. It was up to him whether to eat or not. Yunlong didn't hesitate and swallowed both stones at once. What monster could resist the temptation of evolution? A quarter of an hour passed, and Yunlong showed no changes. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Yunlong still showed no changes. Wang Songhai planned to use the spiritual sea to inquire about Yunlong's feelings. But before he could ask, suddenly there was a loud crack, and Yunlong shattered. It was like a fine porcelain piece being repeatedly smashed and then crushed by a car several times. Yunlong shattered completely. Not a single whole scale could be found on the laboratory floor. Wang Songhai was stunned, turning to look at Wang Peng. Wang Peng was also taken aback, but he quickly said, "Grandpa, don't panic. This is a necessary evolution process. Yes, a necessary one." However, Wang Peng was actually in a state of panic. How could it shatter? It shouldn't have happened. He had never seen such a situation before. If it weren't for the fact that he saw the shards everywhere and the evolution panel indicating that evolution was in progress, he would have already run away. After finally finding a strong backing, he ended up losing the strongest beast of that backing. This was quite a situation. Everyone, step back. Let's retreat to the laboratory door first. There will definitely be significant changes here soon, Wang Peng said after some thought. He secretly used the spiritual sea to communicate with the demon banquet, instructing him to cover for Wang Peng's escape as soon as he sensed something was wrong. When everyone retreated to the door of the laboratory, the ground was covered with fragments of the cloud dragon, shimmering with twinkling starlight. Seeing this scene, Wang Peng let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, how could it possibly fail? That was the evolution panel. The starlight intertwined with the fragments of the cloud dragon, lifting them into the air and slowly rotating, resembling a galaxy filled with stars. Soon after, each fragment of the cloud dragon began to emit a hazy mist, gradually enveloping the laboratory in fog. In the mist, 3 large and 1 small figures. For pairs of eyes closely watched the changes in the sky. Wang Songhai stared intently at the mist, while Wang Peng kept observing the evolution panel. And Mo Yin was playfully teasing the illusion dream out of boredom. Mo Yin had witnessed the evolution of royal-class monsters a few times. Although this time the cloud dragon was quite unique and the scene was somewhat different, the evolution of royal-class monsters was always unusual. Mo Yin looked at the nervous duo in front of him but said nothing. It was impossible not to be nervous, especially since Wang Peng had just told him to prepare for evacuation. When Mo Yin witnessed the evolution of a royal-class monster for the first time, he was also quite shocked, but after seeing it multiple times, it became less impressive. As time passed, a series of dragon roars gradually emerged from the mist, and Wang Peng looked at the evolution panel, which showed that the evolution was complete. "Grandpa, it's over. The cultivation was very successful," Wang Peng said with relief. However, looking at the mist, Wang Songhai remarked, "This doesn't look like a completion at all." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden pull from the mist caused all the fog to vanish, revealing the cloud dragon, perfectly intact, before their eyes. Wang Peng examined the cloud dragon and found no visible changes, at least not on the surface, but the quality on the evolution panel had indeed risen to legendary quality. Perhaps the changes were in the skills, Wang Peng thought, and he stopped dwelling on it. Regardless of any changes, the monster's strength would surely be greater after evolution, and its potential would be even more immense. After confirming the success of the cloud dragon's evolution, Wang Songhai entrusted the laboratory head with some instructions before leaving. He needed to go out and test the cloud dragon's various attributes and the changes that had occurred. Before leaving, he told Wang Peng that someone would contact him shortly. After Wang Songhai left, Wang Peng returned to the inventory area, where he would now be in charge. Before that, he needed to familiarize himself with the place. especially the evolution materials warehouse, which was likely the most precious area in the entire laboratory. Just before Wang Songhai left, he had also asked him to help improve the formula for the gene evolution potion and to leave him with all the formulas for the previous gene evolution potions. This essentially meant that the research and production of gene potions had been handed over to Wang Peng, making him responsible for one of the pillar industries of the Cloud Dragon Group. Wang Peng was quite excited about this. He had never imagined he had such a background, and it was a pity he hadn't known earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to participate in the youth summoner competition to compete for a spot. As the heir of the Cloud Dragon Group, he believed someone would deliver a spot into his hands. You see, I'm also someone of status now, Wang Peng proudly said to Mo Yin beside him. Mo Yin rolled his eyes and replied, as far as I know, there are 5 nations in your world, and you only indirectly control one of them. Mo Yin paused, glancing in the direction Wang Songhai had left, and it's not even fully controlled. Wang Peng suppressed his earlier excitement. So each of your tribes is like a world? Previously, Wang Peng had heard Mo Yin mention tribes and thought they were similar to families. But now, from Mo Yan's words, it seemed that their tribes were indeed like worlds. One tribe is one world. Wang Peng mulled over this statement. So, every secret realm behind it was a world. Then if you go to other tribes, isn't that crossing entire worlds? Wang Peng suddenly thought of a question. If one tribe is a world, then their communication shouldn't be very strong. However, he had previously heard Mo Yin say that they often exchanged resources. We're a bit different from you. Coming from our world to here requires a great cost. But going from our tribe to another tribe can be done with a royal-level summoner opening a spatial passage, Mo Yin explained. This was also something Mo Yin found puzzling. Ever since he read the books from Blue Star, he increasingly felt that Blue Star was a complete world, while their place resembled fragments of a world. Otherwise, it couldn't explain the fragile spatial barriers between tribes. As for the idea that tribes are the real world and Blue Star is an anomaly, Mo Yin did not hold that view. Blue Star has a complete ecosystem. Mo Yan's tribe does not. Blue Star has a rich historical background. Mo Yan's tribe does not. Blue Star has so many summoners. Mo Yan's tribe does not. In their place, signing contracts depends on talent. Not everyone can form a contract with monsters. In contrast, over here on Blue Star, it seems that as long as one reaches adulthood, they can sign contracts with monsters without any restrictions. Given this comparison, unless Mo Yin was out of his mind, he wouldn't fail to see the differences. The only area where tribes were stronger than Blue Star was that their summoners were more powerful. Every tribe leader had a royal-level summoner. The standard for elders in large tribes was royal-level summoners, while the tribe leaders had summoners that surpassed royal level. Just as Wang Peng was pondering these differences, there was a sudden knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, can we come in? A voice called from outside. Wang Peng glanced at Mo Yin, signaling him to open the warehouse door. After Wang Peng had just entered, he closed the warehouse door behind him. He had been about to sort out a Tion's evolution materials. Unfortunately, he hadn't had the chance before someone arrived outside. After Mo Yin opened the door, 2 figures in black entered. Wang Peng had seen these black-clad individuals earlier on the top floor, as they were the only ones who referred to him as Young Master. Young Master, number 2 and number 3 have come to report, the 2 black-clad individuals said in unison. Wang Peng was taken aback. Number 2, number 3? What is that? Don't you have names? Death Warriors? Wang Peng pondered this role that only appeared in films and dramas. Shouldn't Death Warriors be cultivated from a young age? But the Great Disaster had only occurred 5 years ago, and the Order had only been re-established for 3 years. Was there enough time to develop Death Warriors? You say you are Death Warriors, Wang Peng asked with interest. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, who do you all obey? Wang Peng was indeed curious about this question. If they claimed to be Wang family's Death Warriors, did that mean they obeyed his grandfather or him? After all, he was now also a member of the Wang family, and they had just referred to themselves as the Wang family's Death Warriors, not his grandfather's. Seeing the proud expressions of number 2 and number 3, Wang Peng pressed further. Then what if my orders conflict with my grandfather's? Number 2 and number 3 exchanged glances. Since we can come here, we naturally follow the young master's orders. The implication was clear. If Wang Peng's orders conflicted with his grandfather's, they would follow Wang Peng. Wang Peng nodded in satisfaction. Very well, as expected of Death Warriors. However, Wang Peng did not believe their words. How could Death Warriors cultivated by his grandfather possibly rebel against him? Such matters were up to individual belief. Wang Peng certainly did not believe them. Yet their statement did indicate their stance. These 2 could be used, but not extensively. They were not as trustworthy as Mo Yin. How many of you are there? Wang Peng asked number 2. He remembered the 2 rows of people who had welcomed him earlier. There seemed to be quite a few. The earlier the number, the stronger the strength. Number 1 summoner just broke through to royal level, while my and number 2 summoners are at the peak of the lord level. Number 3 said to Wang Peng. In that case, number 2, Go notify all the heads. I want to hold a meeting to adjust the development direction going forward. Wang Peng thought for a moment and said to number 2. After number 2 went out, Wang Peng said to number 3. Go find the person in charge of this warehouse. Give him a pension and let him retire early. Yes, number 3 responded and left. Wang Peng had once mentioned that he would give the warehouse manager a big farewell gift upon his appointment, and he intended to keep that promise. You don't trust them? Mo Yin said, watching the direction in which the two left. He could sense that Wang Peng was very guarded. How could I trust them? Wang Peng chuckled. What a joke. On the first day of recognizing relatives, his grandfather arranged for 2 of the strongest assassins to assist him. Wang Peng hoped that his grandfather had indeed sent people to assist and protect him, rather than to monitor him. Although the likelihood of his grandfather being adverse to him was low, Wang Peng still wanted to be prepared, just in case. Moreover, how could someone who could train 3,000 assassins in 3 years not have the opportunity to save his father? However, the current information available indicated that the Yunlong group was established right after order was restored. As for where Wang Zhanghai conducted his research before, and for whom, there were no records, as if it had been deliberately erased. When Wang Peng arrived at the conference room, all the responsible persons were present, except for the unfortunate soul receiving the pension. Looking at the gazes directed at him, Wang Peng cleared his throat. Everyone, please introduce your work, as detailed as possible. This will determine your future. Chunyan looked at Wang Peng, who was sitting in the main seat, and she never expected that the person who had just reminded her would be her direct supervisor. Just a moment ago, she was thinking of finding an opportunity to get to know him, but now there was no need to find an opportunity. He already knew her first. After Chunyan finished reporting her work, she sat down, not worried at all about losing her position. Her position was called an error tester, which involved mixing together some potions that were fundamentally incompatible until new changes occurred. These changes could be good or bad, but currently, they could provide the modified energy potions needed for daily consumption by the Beast Masters, which were derived through such trials. After listening to their reports, Wang Peng rubbed his head. There were quite a few ongoing projects, as many as 749. Meanwhile, the various genetic potions sold by the Yunlong group, including energy potions, were only a few dozen. The primary reason for the existence of so many projects came from the research achievements of the RD department. The emergence of a research achievement could lead to 2 or 3 experimental projects, as they would always conduct various experiments. Moreover, not every achievement from the RD department was useful. Some were completely useless but still established related projects. From this perspective, it was clear that the Yunlong group was quite wealthy. Regardless of whether something was useful or not, they would experiment first, as it might be useful someday. Wang Peng glanced at the project summary submitted by number 2, flipped through it casually, and addressed everyone. All right. All projects at the Lord level and above are to be paused for now. This wasteful behavior of using evolution materials cannot continue. Wang Peng couldn't just watch them use evolution materials for lower-level experiments. Also, release the news that the Yunlong Group's genetic potion website will undergo system maintenance and will resume normal operation in 3 days. Everyone will receive an 88 discount coupon. Wang Peng said to number 2. Chapter 92, Strange Evolution Materials. For those who have already placed orders, just ship as normal. All inventory will be transferred to offline stores for sale. Wang Peng continued to assign tasks. Considering the potential impact of the Yunlong Group's genetic potion website being temporarily down for maintenance, the offline stores still needed to operate normally. It would also help deplete the remaining inventory. Genetic potions couldn't be reversed back into materials, so it was better to sell them rather than let them rot in the warehouse. So, some specific personnel appointments will be notified to you by the group later. Be prepared. Our experimental department will merge with the RD department, Wang Peng concluded before leaving the conference room. Naturally, someone would carry out these orders. And number 2 and number 3 would assist Wang Peng in management. If anyone disobeyed management, there would be no need for them to stay. Merging the 2 departments was also what Wang Peng considered the best method. He didn't understand why these 2 departments were separated in the first place. Generally speaking, RD and experiments should be together, but it didn't matter. They would merge in a few days. After that, the drug development could be based on the evolution panel, and the original RD personnel could continue as testers. The experimental department also needed restructuring. There were too many miscellaneous projects. Thinking of this made Wang Peng's head ache. What was supposed to be a family recognition event felt more like a job interview. Checking the time, Wang Peng left the Yunlong group, as Lu Fan should still be waiting for his news. Originally, number 2 and number 3 planned to leave with Wang Peng, but he kept them at Yunlong under the pretext of cooperating with the experimental department's reform. What a joke! Who would take 2 monitors around with them? After returning to the hotel, Wang Peng still felt more comfortable there. Although his grandfather indeed trusted him greatly, handing over the entire process of genetic potions to him, even providing him with the formulas for various genetic potions. If he were to say he was happy, that would be true. But if he were to say he was particularly happy, that wasn't the case. He felt an extremely unreal sensation, and this feeling kept him wary of the Yunlong group, including Wang Songhai. However, Wang Peng still acknowledged his identity as the heir to the Yunlong group. After all, nothing particularly bad had happened. As long as Wang Peng could use the resources of the Yunlong group to become powerful enough, he wouldn't have to fear any schemes. He thought this while releasing his Beast Masters. According to Ation, level advancement only required absorbing those 2 mixed incense sticks. Xiao Dao's level advancement had been very slow, even after using high-quality energy crystals developed by the Monster Alliance. After that, Xiao Dao's level advancement remained sluggish. Now Ation had already advanced 2 levels, while Xiao Dao had just advanced 1 level. As for Huan Meng, there was no need to worry about her. She was close to reaching the Lord level, maintaining a level-up speed of about 1 level per day without hitting a promotion bottleneck. Wang Peng estimated that if Huan Meng continued at this level-up speed after reaching the Lord level, she would likely be his first King-level Beastmaster. Looking at his 3 Beastmasters, since Xiao Dao was the one advancing the slowest, it seemed that special training was needed for Xiao Dao. However, before that, there was something more important to do. That was to elevate Ation's quality back to the legendary level. It was hard to come across materials that met the requirements. So Wang Peng thought about the materials he had retrieved from his grandfather's secret chamber and the evolution materials warehouse. Before leaving the Yunlong group, he had already asked number 2 to retrieve these evolution materials. As the future heir of the Yunlong group, Wang Peng could take anything without anyone questioning him, not even needing a reason. As long as he had a need, number 2 would take care of it for him. From this perspective, his grandfather was indeed very generous, especially with these 2 materials taken from the secret chamber. Wang Peng looked at the strange and varied materials before him, a spine of an unknown monster, a piece of stone emitting a faint purple hue, a mass of fog that was congealed but lacked a solid form, and a drop of tear. Yes, a drop of tear. This tear seemed to flow but was actually incredibly hard, as if an invisible shell was wrapping around it. This tear was something Wang Peng had seen in an ongoing project. They had tried various methods but could not harm it. He had originally planned to find a monster for an experiment, but after seeing it, he directly took it, almost wasting it. As for why it was called the spine of an unknown monster, it was because that was how it was displayed on the evolution panel. Fortunately, there was a hint in parentheses stating it was the token of the deceased. Otherwise, Wang Peng wouldn't have been able to find such a thing. Wang Peng turned to Ation and saw the materials required for evolution displayed on the evolution panel, feeling a wave of emotion. Thankfully, there was the evolution materials warehouse of the Yunlong group. Otherwise, Wang Peng wouldn't know where to find these strange evolution materials, especially this drop of tear. Monster name, Death Angel. Monster level, 23, Lord. Monster quality, perfect. Monster attribute, curse healing. Monster weakness, none. Monster status, healthy. Monster promotion to legend conditions, War Mist, fragment. Token of the dead, Angel's tear, optional. Looking at this drop of tear, it should be the Angel's tear, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with angels. Wang Peng had almost given up. He found the spine of an unknown monster in his grandfather's secret room and the mist in the evolution materials warehouse. But he had no way to obtain this Angel's tear. Until just now during the meeting, he heard a project team report that they had tried many methods but could not destroy a tear and were preparing to apply for a monster experiment. Wang Peng was surprised at that moment, wondering what kind of tear couldn't be destroyed, and glanced up, and with that glance, a project ended. Although the evolution panel noted that it could evolve with or without this Angel's tear, Wang Peng instinctively felt that it should be necessary. Otherwise, why would the evolution panel display it? If it were useless, the evolution panel wouldn't show it at all, since it was specifically mentioned, saying it could be optional. It was likely that the evolution panel thought this material was relatively rare. As for this faint purple stone, it was a material for Ation's evolution. And there was another material that wasn't in the secret room or the warehouse. It seemed he would have to wait until his grandfather took over the Monster Alliance to check their warehouse. It must be impressive. Wang Peng called Ation over. Looking at the mist, the spine, and the tear, he was pondering how to initiate this cultivation. Although the previous materials were strange, they were still within an absorbable range. How to proceed this time? Ation could absorb the mist, and as for the spine, he could see if it could replace his original one. But this Angel's tear couldn't be swallowed whole, right? The experiment department had used various methods and was unable to destroy it. Would swallowing it really be okay? Just as Wang Peng was deep in thought, Ation saw the mist and tried to take a breath, causing the mist to diminish a little. Ation took another breath, and the mist decreased again. Then the mist started to float away little by little, seemingly trying to escape. Wang Peng was taken aback by this action. Was the mist alive? Before he could think it through, Ation had completely absorbed the mist. Its escaping speed was no match for Ation's eating speed. Watching a Tian finish absorbing the mist, Wang Peng simply handed the spine and the tear to a Tian, who said one must actively cultivate their beasts. As long as the materials are complete, the beast can evolve on its own. Wang Peng was curious to see how a Tian would utilize these materials while following its instincts. Chapter 93, Silver Blood Society. Wang Peng was taken aback. What was going on? Could two spines be inserted? What a bizarre operation. He circled around to a Tian's back and watched as the two spines gradually drew closer together, showing a slight fusion trend. He had never seen evolution materials used this way. Even in the entire Monster Alliance, there was no precedent for beasts evolving themselves. Wang Peng continued to observe, eager to know how a Tian would use that angel's tear. Suddenly, a Tian unfolded the pair of bony wings hidden behind its back, fully stretching them out, and then pressed the angel's tear to its forehead. Wang Peng watched this scene, confused. He had tested those wings before, thinking they could allow a Tian to fly. Who knew that these wings were just for show and had no practical use, as a Tian couldn't fly at all. But now it unfolded its wings to use the angel's tear. Was it going to unlock flight mode? Wang Peng thought excitedly. Imagining a Tian soaring and cursing others was thrilling. However, after pressing the angel's tear into its forehead, a Tian retracted its wings, and there was no scene of it taking off spontaneously. This wasn't right. It had unfolded its wings, but didn't fly at all. Wang Peng watched as a Tian finished evolving and returned to its previous cold demeanor. He saw on the evolution panel that the status still read, evolving. This meant the spine had not fully fused yet. It should end once the fusion was complete, but he still didn't know if a Tian would fly. Wang Peng decided to have a good conversation with a Tian after it finished evolving. With such large wings, how could it not fly? This shouldn't be the case. After all, the name contained the word angel, but what angel couldn't fly? Wang Peng remembered that the materials a Tian had absorbed before were the most basic types, and these two types had various improved versions later. According to efficacy, it should be the case that the further along, the stronger the effect, and he didn't know if a Tian was used to them. Wang Peng took out his phone, ready to share with Lu Fan about his successful recognition of kin. But unexpectedly Lu Fan said he was coming down to find him and hung up the phone. Sure enough, only a few minutes later, the doorbell rang. And when Wang Peng opened the door, he saw Lu Fan in pajamas. "See, I told you, that must be your grandfather," Lu Fan exclaimed happily as he entered, as if Wang Peng's grandfather was his own. "Don't mention it. The more I think about it, the more awkward it gets," Wang Peng said, feeling uncomfortable. After all, it wasn't very honorable for him to have considered his grandfather a fraud. An alliance formed by various top forces in the imperial capital, generally made up of the younger generation from each force. The older generation usually doesn't participate in our activities, Lu Fan said with a smile. The Silver Blood Society was an alliance formed by various families and top forces in the imperial capital, consisting of heirs from each family, and non-heirs were not allowed to enter. Moreover, the Silver Blood Society was extremely exclusive, only accepting personnel from within the imperial capital, and the forces they belonged to had to pass the Silver Blood Society's assessments. Freedom is out of the question. Not attending meetings is indeed free. But if you want to compete for the president, it can be quite intense. Lu Fan recalled the meeting he attended, which happened to be the president's election. Free ride? Wang Peng was taken aback. How did this become about free riding? After Lu Fan finished speaking, a smile appeared on Wang Peng's face. This was interesting. It was said that many places in the imperial capital were not open to the public, only accessible to specific groups. He couldn't just prove he was the heir of the Yunlong group at every venue. That would be so boring. By the way, why is it called the Silver Blood Society? What a strange name, Wang Peng curiously asked. Lu Fan looked at Wang Peng, performed a gesture of embracing the earth, and said in a rhythmic voice, "We are the Silver Moon, the eternal Silver Moon." After doing this gesture, Lu Fan looked at Wang Peng and said this was their slogan. They compared themselves to the moon in the sky, suspended high above, always guiding this crimson land. If you want to be eternal, why not compare yourselves to the sun? Wang Peng questioned. Isn't the sun more eternal and larger than the moon? Why not compare yourselves to the sun? The sun shines, but the silver moon does not. The sun is hotter, but the silver moon is not. The sun gives, but the silver moon does not, Lu Fan said with a smile, looking at Wang Peng. Wang Peng nodded, understanding that the Silver Blood Society compared themselves to the silver moon simply to attain that high status without having to give anything in return. No wonder it was called the Silver Blood Society. It was an organization that existed by drawing the blood of this land, and unfortunately, Wang Peng was one of them. Of course, his current identity cannot escape the Silver Blood Society. It's more accurate to say that the Yunlong Group is one of its members, and it may even be a founder. As long as he is part of the Yunlong Group, he is a member of the Silver Blood Society, and there is no way around it. The Silver Blood Society relies on all families and top forces in the Heavenly Kingdom. As Wang Peng thought this, the doorbell rang again. Lu Fan turned to look at the door. Do you have a guest coming? No, I asked the servant to buy something. Wang Peng said as he opened the door. The servant placed the items Wang Peng had purchased and left without asking for payment. Lu Fan looked at what Wang Peng had bought, surprised. This is beast repellent incense. You can't use this. It's ineffective against Lord-level beasts. Are you preparing a full banquet? Lu Fan joked. Wang Peng's face darkened upon hearing this. I'm giving it to my beast for cultivation. When did I say I would eat it? I'll feed it to you if you want. Chapter 94, 39 Top Forces. Cultivating beasts, huh? Why didn't you say so earlier? But what kind of beasts eat this stuff? Isn't it used for repelling them? I've heard the ingredients are not very friendly to beasts, Lu Fan asked curiously. A skeleton, Wang Peng said, pointing to a Tian in the corner. Lu Fan looked at a Tian and realized that in all these days, he didn't know what kind of beast Wang Peng had. He only knew it was a humanoid beast. He initially thought it was one of Wang Peng's friends until he saw a Tian on stage at the Young Beastmaster competition. Lu Fan then realized it was a humanoid beast, mainly because this guy's outfit was quite misleading. Who would think of such an oddly dressed character as a beast? After hearing Wang Peng say it was a skeleton, Lu Fan understood. Dressing a skeleton would also facilitate movement, as some places are quite resistant to such undead creatures. Some people believe that only those with flesh and blood can be called beasts. Skeletons are not widely accepted. Generally, those who think this way have a bit of power or at least some background. Ordinary people don't care what beasts look like as long as they are powerful and can fight. There is also a group of people who only want beautiful beasts, calling themselves perfect beastmasters and looking down on all other beastmasters. Of course, this is just a minority. Most people are quite normal. Wang Peng was taken aback. Is this being picky? He took out several other types of improved incense, lighting them one by one and placing them in front of a Tian. But a Tian seemed to have a special preference for the basic version and showed little interest in the improved ones. This isn't just a money issue. If he wants to upgrade to royal level, the quantity required will be enormous, and space is also a problem. What's wrong? Lu Fan noticed Wang Peng seemed to be facing some difficulty. Is this beast picky? Oh no, it is picky. If the basic version is all that works. And if the formula doesn't change, you could ask the Monster Alliance to customize some larger ones. That could count as a qualitative change due to a quantitative increase. Lu Fan suggested. You can customize products? I thought they could only customize food based on the beast's characteristics, Wang Peng said, not knowing about this service before. The Monster Alliance had never announced it. Others might not be able to, but we can. Think about your identity and the Silver Blood Society, Lu Fan chuckled. The Monster Alliance is also part of the Silver Blood Society, and Wang Peng thought that such an official organization wouldn't get involved. I said all top forces all. Lu Fan emphasized the word all. This includes products representing each force of all members. Some venues we can use for free, but for some consumables, we need to buy them at half price, Lu Fan explained while looking at the mall. Wang Peng saw the recommended section at the top of the mall. New today, Yunlong Group Gene Potion, half price for members, pre-sale period of 3 days. That was quick. It just updated the Yunlong Group's Gene Potion right after I joined. And there's even a 3-day pre-sale period. I just made that decision not long ago. Wang Peng noticed the sales quantity of the Yunlong Group's Gene Potion steadily increasing and couldn't help but wonder, are there really that many people in the Silver Blood Society? He thought even a few dozen people in the Silver Blood Society was a lot. After all, there aren't that many top forces in the imperial capital. Could the sales data increasing by tens of thousands be real? Including you, there are a total of 39 members in the Silver Blood Society, representing 9 top forces and 30 sub-top forces. This must be someone buying for their family, Lu Fan assured. Upon hearing this, Wang Peng understood. It turned out one could buy on behalf of others. Could he also sell it for a profit? But he quickly dismissed the idea. Members of the Silver Blood Society are either from top forces or sub-top forces, and there's no need to make that money. Buying here could be seen as providing benefits for family members, but reselling would likely be ridiculed. Today's high sales should also be related to your position as the heir of the Yunlong Group. Previously, your Yunlong products were discounted to 70, but this time it's 50 because of your joining. Lu Fan had also bought things here before. Wang Peng customized 2 large incenses, 3 meters tall and 0.5 meters thick, to see the effect. He looked at a Tian beside him. This incense was taller than a Tian and should be sufficient for him to absorb for a while. Then Wang Peng asked Lu Fan about the Silver Blood Society. He learned that the so-called 9 top forces include the Monster Alliance, Yunlong Group, for major sects, and 3 great families. Lu Fan was the heir of the Lu family, and this hotel was owned by the Lin family among the 3 great families. The 4 major sects should be the 4 mentioned by Teacher Liang, and he remembered Teacher Liang warning him to be careful of families when he left school. So it was these 3 families. He initially thought it referred to the 4 sections. These 9 top forces jointly established the Silver Blood Society, but they do not participate themselves. They only provide resources, and the members are the heirs of each family. The specific purpose is unknown. but it is known that the Silver Blood Society was established just after the Great Catastrophe, when order was restored, and it has developed to 39 members now. Before Wang Peng, the Yunlong group did not have an heir, but the gene potion was still being sold, albeit at a higher price. The 9 top forces can continue to exist as members without an heir, but the 30 forces that joined later are different. Those without heirs will be kicked out of the Silver Blood Society. Rejoining requires a new review, but generally, after losing an heir, those forces are quickly swallowed up by others. However, no matter how they change, the number of members remains at 39 and does not increase. Wang Peng pondered that perhaps there are objectives within the Silver Blood Society that he is unaware of. From the current perspective, the Silver Blood Society seems more like an internal communication meeting of a top force, completely lacking the grand slogans they claim. This does not align with their declaration, and perhaps the president should know something. Wang Peng decided that he would seek to meet the president of the Silver Blood Society when he had the time. As a member of the Silver Blood Society, meeting the president seems reasonable, provided he has a royal-level beast. Wang Peng glanced at a Tian in the corner and the illusion dream beside him, unsure which of them would reach royal level first. A Tian seemed to be able to evolve after absorbing enough mixed incense, while Illusion Dream just needed to wait. After that brief glance, Wang Peng noticed that a Tian had completed its evolution. It seemed that the spine of an unknown monster had fully fused with a Tian's spine. Moreover, a Tian had even awakened a skill. Chapter 95, The Last Strike of the Dead. Wang Peng looked at the information on the evolution panel, wondering what this last strike of the dead was. Monster name, Death Angel. Monster level, 23, Lord. Monster quality, Legendary. Monster attributes, Curse, Healing. Monster weakness, None. Monster status, Healthy. Monster skill, Last Strike of the Undead. After activation, the last strike will be delivered by the undead, with the attack strength depending on the responding undead at that time. And a hit rate of 100. Monster Ascension to Divine Level Conditions. Token of the Undead 4. A hit rate of 100 seems very powerful, but the attack strength depends on the responding undead, which is a bit of a drawback. If the responding undead is of the king level, it could potentially one-shot the enemy, but if the responding undead is of the ordinary level, then this skill is quite useless. Wang Peng looked at this skill, unsure if it was influenced by luck. Does better luck mean stronger attacks from the undead, or is it completely random? Just then, Lu Fan was here, and Wang Peng could experiment. When it comes to luck in Beast Taming, no one is better than Lu Fan. As Lu Fan noticed Wang Peng's increasingly heated gaze, he took a step back and warily asked, "What kind of look is that?" Fan, I need you," Wang Peng said sincerely. "We aren't suited for this, right?" Lu Fan retreated to the door, seemingly ready to flee at any moment. "I need your luck. Just help me out," Wang Peng continued. Lu Fan sighed in relief. "Helping out is fine, but why are you breathing so heavily?" "Helping out? I thought you meant something else." "Something else? What do you mean?" Wang Peng turned to ask, puzzled. "Nothing. What do you need help with?" "Just say it." Lu Fan casually changed the topic. "You need to do this, and then this, got it?" Wang Peng gestured to Lu Fan. The two arrived at the Monster Duel Arena prepared for guests at the hotel. "Are you ready?" Wang Peng asked Lu Fan. Wang Peng looked at Atian and said through the mental sea, "Release it, last strike of the undead." A gust of wind passed, likely from the hotel's fresh air system. Atian made no move, turning to Wang Peng and gesturing. Lu Fan, seeing nothing had happened, wondered if this was a failure. "No, we need a living creature, a target with life." Wang Peng realized what Atian's gestures meant. "A living creature, huh?" Lu Fan pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his head. "Got it." A quarter of an hour later, Wang Peng saw the waiter push in several edible-type monsters, likely brought directly from the kitchen. To alleviate the food demand for humans and beast tamers, the Monster Alliance developed these edible monsters. They have almost no attack power, but their meat is delicious and they yield a large quantity, perfectly meeting human food needs. They are not only popular within the Kingdom of Heaven, but also sell well in several other countries. After all, who would dislike good food, right? By the way, is this really okay? Wang Peng asked Atian. Atian nodded reluctantly, confirming that the last strike of the undead can only be used on living beings, with no specific requirements for life. "Then let's begin." Wang Peng looked at Lu Fan again. Lu Fan nodded, indicating they could start. Wang Peng's experiment was to use Lu Fan's luck to see if it could affect the monster skill. Theoretically, there shouldn't be a problem, but the results would need several experiments to determine. Fortunately, there were many targets available for experimentation here. These edible monsters would eventually end up on dining tables, so the difference between dying sooner or later was minimal. As Atian activated the skill, a black light flashed, and the mutated cow in front began to tremble. In just a few seconds, all the meat from the mutated cow fell to the ground, leaving only a skeleton standing there. The mutated cow was already dead, seemingly dying the moment the black light flashed past Atian. The subsequent changes were just a chain reaction. Wang Peng looked at this result. This was the first activation of the last strike of the undead, and it was under Lu Fan's assistance. Wang Peng let Lu Fan leave first, preparing to let Atian try activating this skill under normal circumstances to see what the effect would be. Soon, the hotel waiter cleaned up the scene, and the fallen beef was sent to the kitchen. As the black light flashed from Atian again, the new mutated cow remained unchanged, standing there just fine. Wang Peng observed Atian, who nodded, confirming that the skill had indeed been successfully activated. He stepped forward to examine the mutated cow, which showed no changes. However, Wang Peng felt something was off. This mutated cow was too quiet. Yes, quiet. Wang Peng's expression changed as he shook the cage holding the mutated cow. The mutated cow suddenly collapsed without any warning or resistance. Wang Peng opened the cage and observed the mutated cow for a while, discovering that it had lost its soul, resembling brain death. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Peng realized that these two skill activations couldn't be compared. One targeted the body and the other targeted the soul, making it difficult to determine which was stronger, especially since both resulted in instant kills. Wang Peng conducted several more experiments. In one instance, the mutated cow was left with only its front half, while the back half was nowhere to be found. In another, the mutated cow showed no changes, remaining lively, and Wang Peng observed it for a moment, still seeing no changes. He specifically instructed the hotel not to serve this mutated cow, as who knew if it had some sort of chronic poison skill. In another instance, the mutated cow became noticeably agitated, wildly ramming against the steel cage. Even though these edible monsters were supposed to be gentle, yet that mutated cow kept crashing into the cage, ultimately killing itself. After a night of experimentation, Wang Peng discovered that the last strike of the undead did not follow any rules. Lu Fan's luck did not make the skill stronger, but instead made it more bizarre, with all sorts of strange death methods appearing. However, one pattern Wang Peng found was that anything struck by the last strike of the undead ultimately did not survive. Currently, there were only two guests in the hotel, him and Lu Fan. If they ended up eating that mutated cow and something went wrong, it would be quite tragic. He had all the experimental subjects packed up and sent to the Yunlong Group's experimental department for testing, although he wasn't sure what they could find. But it was better than leaving them idle. Currently, this subpar monster died when struck by the undead skill, but what about normal monsters? Or even elite or lord level ones? Chapter 96, Virtual Space. Would other monsters also definitely die? The hit rate of this skill was 100, with almost no chance of evasion. If all monsters struck were guaranteed to die, then this skill would be quite powerful, even said to be against the heavens. At this point, Wang Peng should have gone to the Yunlong Group for a meeting. Number 2 had already sent greetings, but he had not slept all night. He decided to rest a bit before heading to the Yunlong Group, just in time to let them test the mutated cows. Wang Peng told No. 2 that he would like to know the true cause of death for those mutated cows when he arrived in the afternoon, giving them half a day to prepare. When Wang Peng woke up, it was already 2 p.m. He checked his messages and found that number 2 had not contacted him, indicating that progress was not going smoothly. He decided to check the research department first. Fortunately, the two departments were very close. After sending a message to number 3, Wang Peng set off. By the time Wang Peng arrived, number 3 was already waiting there. Number 3 took Wang Peng on a tour of the Yunlong Group's gene drug research department, which was not as crowded as the experimental department. There were only a dozen real researchers here, while the rest were assistants. It was hard to imagine that these dozen people supported the entire gene drug research work of the Yunlong Group. Wang Peng arrived at the Heavenly God Computing Center, where he saw someone simulating gene permutation and combination sequences. Wang Peng did not disturb him, quietly waiting and observing the person in front of him. After the reminder from number 3, he realized that the person in front of him was the head of the RD department, soon to be the former head. This should be the untrustworthy person his grandfather mentioned. He looked gentle and amiable, not at all like someone with ulterior motives. However, Wang Peng trusted his grandfather's judgment and remained cautious around this person. Wang Peng waited for a moment until the man noticed his arrival and stopped what he was doing. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the young master who will take over my position. Impressive. I've admired you for a long time, Wang Wu said gently. Oh, you know me? Wang Peng replied in surprise. He wasn't too surprised that someone recognized him. His name had spread throughout the Yunlong Group. But Wang Wu said he had admired him for a long time, which was puzzling. This implied he had learned about Wang Peng beforehand or was interested in getting to know him. However, Wang Peng had never been to the imperial capital before. He had only been active in Qingshan City. He couldn't think of anything that would make someone of Wang Wu's level admire him. He hoped Wang Wu was just being polite, but since his grandfather had mentioned this person beforehand, he decided to ask. Wang Wu maintained his gentle smile and said, I've heard about the cultivation room in Qingshan City where the young master has a 100 success rate in cultivation, capable of cultivating lord level and even legendary quality. Of course, I also want to learn about your cultivation techniques, especially regarding the evolution of legendary quality, Wang Wu said with a fervent gaze. If there's an opportunity in the future. Definitely, Wang Peng replied dismissively. What a joke. His success in cultivation relied entirely on the evolution panel. There was no technique involved. Was he supposed to discuss whether monsters were better stewed or roasted with the chief researcher of the Yunlong group? I'm here to hand over the position of minister to you. The R&D department and the experimental department will merge afterward, Wang Peng said, observing Wang Wu's expression changes. That's great. This means I'll have more time for research. If it weren't for the prince not allowing me to step down, I would have left a long time ago, Wang Wu said happily. Wang Peng looked at Wang Wu, who seemed genuinely pleased about having more research time and didn't he care at all about the minister position. You can continue your research. The personnel changes in the group should be announced in the next couple of days, and it's very likely you will still be researching potions here, Wang Peng said to the dozen researchers present. Then I must thank Minister Wang in advance, Wang Wu replied with a smile. Wang Peng planned to head to the experimental department to check their test results. In fact, there was something he hadn't told Wang Wu. They could continue developing potions here, but what kind of potions they would develop was uncertain. Upon arriving at the experimental department, Wang Peng saw No. 2 waiting at the door with his head down. What's wrong? Haven't the test results come out? Wang Peng asked casually. This result was within his expectations. He hadn't even figured out the principles of the skills yet, so if they could detect anything, that would be a miracle. Young master, it's like this. We couldn't determine the cause of death, but we did find out the time of death, number 2 said. Wang Peng looked at number 2 in confusion. You detected the time of death? Didn't that all happen yesterday? Following number 2, Wang Peng entered a small conference room, curious about what these people could come up with. Young master, this is the report on the time of death. Number 2 handed a document to Wang Peng. Wang Peng stared at the word confidential on the cover, stunned. How did it become confidential? He opened the death detection report and was taken aback by the contents, then looked up at number 2. Number 2 nodded, saying they had verified it more than 100 times, and it was always the same result. Wang Peng continued examining the time of death report in front of him. The report on the time of death for the mutated cattle showed. Mutated cattle number 1. Time of death, 1 year ago. Mutated cattle number 2. Time of death, 126 years ago. Mutated cattle number 3. Time of death, 1 day ago. After reading the entire report, Wang Peng reached for the illusory dream and said in the sea of consciousness, virtual real conversion. An invisible wave swept through, and while nothing in the conference room changed, only Wang Peng knew that it was no longer the real world but the virtual space of illusory dream. This function was something Wang Peng had recently discovered. If illusory dream directly brought a person's soul into the virtual space, that person was definitely dead. But if illusory dream transported the entire person, including their physical body, into the virtual space, it could temporarily separate from real time. However, this state couldn't be maintained for long. With illusory dream's current power, the maximum duration was 1 hour, after which illusory dream would fall into a deep sleep. The optimal duration was 15 minutes, which wouldn't affect illusory dream at all. No. 2 felt that everything around seemed a little different, but it felt the same. He exchanged glances with number 3, who shook his head, thinking he was overthinking it. If number 2 tried to summon a beast, he would discover it was impossible to do so. In illusory dream's virtual space, to open another space required illusory dream's permission. With illusory dream's current level, it could not accommodate lord-level monsters in the virtual space. Fortunately, number 2 did not attempt it. After all, this was within the Yunlong group, where generally no danger would arise. Chapter 97. Optimizing the Gene Potion. Wang Peng confirmed that everyone had entered the virtual space before looking at the person opposite him and asking, "Is this your final test result?" The elderly man across the conference room nodded. "We calculated many times. This is the final result. We even requested assistance from the divine system for testing, and the result was the same." Wang Peng glanced at the time of death on the report. Only one mutated cattle's time of death was yesterday. That was the one that initially showed no changes. The attack from the first mutated cattle, which had been completely stripped of its flesh and blood, came 1 month ago. The attack from the second mutated cattle, which seemed to have had its soul extracted, came 126 years ago. Wang Peng could still explain the attack from 1 month ago. After all, it could have been the last strike from the deceased. And perhaps that deceased had died a month ago. But the attack from 126 years ago was incomprehensible to Wang Peng, since the Great Cataclysm occurred 5 years ago. Even if it was an attack from a deceased, putting aside whether the deceased could wait for 126 years, there were no monsters 126 years ago. Wang Peng pondered over the death detection report, surprised that his momentary curiosity had led to such an interesting discovery. If the experimental department's tests were accurate, then monsters existed 126 years ago, and they must have been particularly powerful. Powerful enough to extract a soul with a single strike, much like Illusory Dream's attack. Wait a minute, Illusory Dream? Wang Peng looked at the Illusory Dream in his arms. The similarity of the attack and its existence on Blue Star could not be a coincidence. Perhaps that deceased was Illusory Dream's mother. No. Illusory Dream had clearly only recently been born. It couldn't have existed for 126 years. If it had, it would have already reached the royal level. Not still in its juvenile state, which Wang Peng encountered. Therefore, there were two remaining possibilities. One was that a Tian skill linked not only to the deceased of this world, but also to other worlds, such as the tribes of the Demon Feast or other, yet undiscovered worlds. The other possibility, which Wang Peng least wanted to consider, was that monsters existed on Blue Star 126 years ago, and they might have been even stronger than royal-level monsters. If such a powerful monster ultimately sacrificed itself, the secrets of Blue Star would be more than he could imagine. Speaking of which, he still didn't know why the Beast Tamers from the world of the Demon Feast would go to such great lengths to open a spatial passage to Blue Star. This is a problem that Wang Peng had previously overlooked. He initially thought it was just a simple invasion, but this time he realized it might not be as simple as he imagined. Is there anyone else who knows about this matter? Wang Peng asked the elderly man across from him. Currently, only I and your assistant know. When the inspector examined the first mutated cow, he found that it had died a month ago, and I took full responsibility for it, the elderly man said, glancing at number 2. Wang Peng nodded. Fortunately, not many people knew about it. Although the appearance of monsters was already strange, people had become accustomed to some things. However, the fewer people who knew about such bizarre events, the better. Otherwise, it might be rumored in all sorts of ways, like conspiracy theories about monsters or traps associated with signing contracts with monsters. Yes, young master, number 2 said, looking at the elderly man in the conference room. Wang Peng observed the elderly man, who was also a veteran of the Yunlong group and had some understanding of certain secrets. After thinking for a moment, he said, let's sign a confidentiality agreement and then issue a bonus. Minister Shi, the elderly man, said with a smile before taking his leave. As a veteran of the Yunlong group, the elderly man was very familiar with such processes. Once he received the money, he would keep quiet. Wang Peng then asked Illusion Dream to cancel the virtual space. No. Tu glanced at Illusion Dream in Wang Peng's arms. He had just felt the pet disappear for a moment and then return to its original place. Classify this information as top secret and make a copy for my grandfather to report, Wang Peng instructed number 2. As for the decision to make a copy for his grandfather, Wang Peng figured that if he didn't do it, number 2 would likely do it himself. It was better to suggest it proactively. Number 2, you are in charge of the experimental department, and number 3 is in charge of the research and development department. Merge the two departments as soon as possible and call the new department the evolution department. Wang Peng instructed the two before dismissing them. Watching them leave, Wang Peng patted Illusion Dream's head. It seemed that it could still be detected. Number 2's earlier glance at Illusion Dream couldn't have gone unnoticed by him. But there was no way around it. The moment the virtual reality conversion skill was activated was Illusion Dream's weakness, which was unavoidable. He just didn't know if. When Illusion Dream reached the Lord level, other controllers of the same level would still sense that faint sense of incongruity. He took out the formula for the genetic potion his grandfather had given him and instructed the experimental department, or rather the evolution department, to gather all the reagents needed to prepare the genetic potions in the studio. Wang Peng looked at the array of potions filling an entire studio and felt overwhelmed. There were at least 1,000 different kinds. He extracted a formula for an elite-level monster's genetic potion and selected the corresponding reagents. Wang Peng checked the numbers on the evolution panel and swapped out several potions with numbers below 50 for others with numbers above 90. After reformulating a new potion, he saw that the evolution panel indicated it was available for lords. After noting down the formula, Wang Peng called someone in to collect the potion and instructed them to test its effectiveness, specifically for lord-level monsters. The personnel in the evolution department were quite adept at such simple tests. Wang Peng had already provided them with the testing direction. If they still couldn't manage it, they might as well resign. There was no hope for them. As time passed, by the evening, Wang Peng optimized several genetic potions currently sold by the Yunlong group. He replaced most of the high-grade materials with those one level lower, and the effectiveness of the genetic potions not only remained unchanged but even improved. This was a contribution to the public, although significantly lowering the prices of genetic potions was unrealistic. If prices were drastically reduced, people would start to doubt whether the effectiveness of the genetic potions was inferior to before. The reputation of genetic potions was entirely tied to their high prices. High prices meant high effectiveness. If genetic potions dropped to bargain prices, it would impact the beast breeding market. And then not only would Wang Peng's grandfather come looking for him, but the Silver Blood Society would also seek him out. Chapter 98, A Tion's Level Up. Seeing that several mainstream genetic potions had been optimized, Wang Peng left the Yunlong group. Upon returning to the hotel, The attendant informed Wang Peng that he had a package. Wang Peng looked at the two packages, each the size of a small missile, and suddenly thought of something. How would he light these two large incense sticks? Fortunately, shortly after the attendant unwrapped the package for him, he brought over a flamethrower. Holding the flamethrower and looking at the two large incense sticks, Wang Peng couldn't believe he was going to use a flamethrower to light incense one day. He summoned a Tian and had him sit between the two incense sticks. Very good, a Tian sat down, not even as tall as the two incense sticks. Wang Peng used the flamethrower to ignite the two large incense sticks. Watching a Tian begin to absorb the incense, Wang Peng sighed in relief. Fortunately, this oversized version was useful to a Tian, as long as he ordered more. It should just be a matter of time before a Tian's level increased. He calculated that filling the living room of his current hotel room with incense sticks that were 3 meters high and 0.5 meters thick would be the limit at around 300 sticks. Any more would hinder normal activities. Luckily, this hotel room occupied an entire floor, or else Wang Peng wouldn't have been able to fit them all. Wang Peng looked at a Tian's evolution requirements and pondered why it was still Token of the Dead. Last time it was an unknown monster's spine. What could it be this time? It couldn't be its limbs, could it? A Tian was just short of becoming a dark grand sorcerer. Wang Peng thought about asking his grandfather one day where that unknown monster's spine had come from. Perhaps it would provide some clues. Next was the level increase for the small knife. There was no rush for evolution as the materials had not yet been gathered. Wang Peng searched for nearby beast training facilities, feeling that he had forgotten something. It wasn't until he heard a series of calls from the spiritual sea that he suddenly remembered there was also the demon banquet. After being summoned, the demon banquet just looked at Wang Peng, as if asking if he had forgotten about him. No, absolutely not. Everything is going according to plan, Wang Peng said lightly. The demon banquet looked at Wang Peng suspiciously. Then tell me, how do you plan to cultivate these 3 fear wolves? Saying this, he casually summoned the fear wolves, which began to wander around the living room. They hadn't been out in a long time. Moreover, they had been in the beast space of the beast space, separated by 2 layers of space, which confused their concept of time. I was just thinking about that, Wang Peng said, showing the content he was searching for on his phone to the demon banquet. The demon banquet glanced at it and felt that Wang Peng was falling into a misunderstanding. Aren't you the heir of the Yunlong group, a member of the Silver Blood Society? Why do you still need to find such places yourself? Although the demon banquet was in the beast space, he was different from ordinary beasts. He could sense changes happening in the outside world, provided that Wang Peng did not block his perception. Wang Peng hadn't done anything to restrict that. Having the demon banquet perceive the outside world while in the beast space could serve as a warning if there was any change. Just like the time he encountered Illusion Dream. If he had blocked the demon banquet's perception then, who knows where Illusion Dream would be now. After hearing the demon banquet's words, Wang Peng felt enlightened, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Yes, he was the heir of the Yunlong group, a descendant of one of the 9 founders of the Silver Blood Society. He did not need to do such things himself. This was a reflection of Wang Peng's mindset, not having shifted yet, suddenly going from an ordinary trainer to the heir of the largest commercial group in the Heavenly Kingdom. This left him unclear about his own identity, so those in power are often confused while observers see clearly. The demon banquet, as an observer, pointed out the issue quite clearly. He took out his phone and sent a message to number 2, inquiring about the beast training facilities of the Yunlong group. When it comes to the cultivation and training of beasts, no one should surpass the Yunlong group. Wang Peng showed his phone to Mo Yin and said, "We've found the breeding location." Mo Yin looked at the 3 fear wolves and asked, "Are you planning to let them level up through battles?" Wang Peng thought for a moment and replied, "For now, this should be the fastest way to improve. Materials for direct level up are very rare, and their effects might not be as quick as fighting." Mo Yin nodded. It was indeed a fact that continuous battles seemed to stimulate the potential of the beasts, allowing them to advance to higher levels. The next day, Wang Peng and Mo Yin arrived at the Beast Training Center of Yunlong Group, located in the suburbs. They were accompanied by Lu Fan, who seemed to have heard the news from somewhere and followed them. In Lu Fan's words, he was saving money by coming with Wang Peng instead of going alone. Wang Peng looked at Lu Fan speechlessly. Are you really short on money? Ever since Wang Peng learned about Lu Fan's identity, he had a deeper understanding of his financial situation. Although Lu Fan claimed to have severed ties with his family, Wang Peng recalled that the hotel they were staying at, owned by the Lin family, had been serving only the 2 of them for days. Even if Lu Fan had distanced himself from his family, it couldn't have been that simple, especially since the Lin family was a top-tier power. Lu Fan chuckled. "I just want to enhance our relationship, future chairman of Yunlong Group." Wang Peng smiled and replied, "Don't kid me. I can still cut ties with you." Wang Peng would never forget the help he received from Lu Fan and his master, President Qi, when he was just starting out. Although the identity of the Yunlong Group heir was prestigious, Wang Peng didn't feel any sense of belonging, and his understanding of his grandfather was limited. compared to Lu Fan. Wang Peng's knowledge was also not much, but he felt he could trust him after spending some time together. Actually, this Beast Training Center is quite unique. It's generally not open to the public. I'm here to broaden my horizons, Lu Fan said, looking at the building in front of him. Wang Peng became more curious after hearing Lu Fan's words. What could make a Beast Training Center not open to the public? Although Beast Training Centers were all connected to small secret realms and each had its characteristics, some could accelerate the evolution of beasts. Some could increase the success rate of breeding beasts, and some, like the previous event organized by the school, contained various delicacies that beasts liked. In short, each Beast Training Center was unique with its characteristics. However, one thing that remained unchanged was that they would rent or open the Beast Training Center, as maintaining a secret realm was very expensive. Chapter 99. Who designed this maze? Looking at the building in front of them and the patrolling robots ahead. If it weren't for the fact that this was a Beast Training Center, one might think it was a forbidden area designated by a monster alliance. Wang Peng took the lead and walked forward, but the patrolling soldier made a gesture for him to stop. He looked at the soldier and said, I am Wang Peng from Yunlong Group. After hearing this, the robotic soldier's blue light flashed, and a blue screen swept from Wang Peng's head down to his feet. Mr. Wang Peng, please verify your identity, the robotic soldier said, and a light blue screen appeared in front of Wang Peng. He stepped forward to verify his pupil and fingerprint. And then the robotic soldier looked at the other two. Since Mo Yin had a contract with Wang Peng, he was recognized as Wang Peng's beast. However, Lu Fan was not so lucky. The robotic soldier glanced at him and said, access denied. Please stop. Lu Fan was taken aback and said to Wang Peng, we're together. Yes, we're together, Wang Peng echoed from the front. The robotic soldier looked at Lu Fan again and stated, invited personnel must verify their social identity. Wang Peng shrugged at the robotic soldier, indicating he was helpless in this situation. After scanning, the robotic soldier stepped aside and led the two to a nearby entrance. Lu Fan had previously mentioned that this place was not open to the public. Logically, if it wasn't open to the public, it shouldn't be open to the Silver Blood Society either. Wang Peng pondered, not knowing what was inside this Beast Training Center. After his invitation, they still had to verify their identities again. He hoped it wouldn't involve any secrets about his grandfather. However, he then thought that even if there were secrets, they probably weren't things that couldn't be shared with outsiders. It seemed that only people outside of Yunlong Group would be blocked during verification. But since members of the Silver Blood Society could pass, it indicated that the information inside was accessible to them. Thus, the three of them followed the robotic soldier to the Beast Training Center. After 3 checks, they took an elevator down to the underground level. The elevator stopped about 300 meters underground, and the three of them stepped out. From the moment they entered and took the elevator down, Wang Peng hadn't seen a single living person in the Beast Training Center. This made him doubt whether this was really a Beast Training Center. Even if it was connected to a small secret realm, it still needed people to manage it. It couldn't be entirely managed by robots. Or perhaps it was under the direct control of a deity. After stepping out of the elevator, the three looked around the empty hall, which had no entrances to secret realms and provided no guidance. They waited quietly, but nothing happened, as if it were meant to be this way, without any secret realm entrance appearing. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Peng took out his phone to contact number 2 to ask about the situation, only to find there was no signal. What the hell is this? Lu Fan said, looking around the empty space. I don't know. You know, I just joined Yunlong not long ago, Wang Peng said helplessly. He truly had no idea what was going on. Initially, number 2 had only given him an address and a string of numbers, saying it was an internal password. But now, there was no place to input the password here. Let's see if there's anywhere we can input the password. I should have a string of numbers. But I don't know where to enter it, Wang Peng suggested. The surroundings were smooth and mirror-like. There was no place to input a password except for the elevator. Lu Fan pointed to the elevator behind them. Wang Peng frowned. Is it feasible to input the password in the elevator? Why not try? We came all this way. Lu Fan said. Unfortunately, the elevator could only take them to one floor at a time. To reach the next floor, they had to wait until it arrived at the designated floor. So the three of them went up and down in the elevator until half an hour later, when Wang Peng finally finished inputting all the numbers. However, when the elevator arrived at the next stop, the doors did not open, and it began to move sideways instead. That's right. The elevator started to move horizontally, like navigating a maze, going left, right, forward, and backward. After what felt like an eternity, the elevator doors finally opened again, and Wang Peng frowned at the room outside, which looked exactly like before. Is this ever going to end? Who is Yunlong Group trying to guard against? Ordinary people can't come in. Most of those who can are insiders, with no other choice. The three of them stepped out of the elevator and looked at the room that was indistinguishable from the one before. Suddenly, the elevator behind them closed its doors and disappeared. Wang Peng looked back at where the elevator should have been, which had turned into a wall like the rest of the surroundings. If it weren't for the illusion dream in his arms not giving any hints, Wang Peng would have thought they were stuck in a loop. This time, they didn't have to wait long. Almost at the same time, the elevator disappeared. The walls of the room began to glow, and then a light gate gathered in the center of the room. Wang Peng looked at the light gate in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. It was indeed not easy to enter this secret realm. He walked forward, and then a light screen blocked his way. A voice came from all around. Please enter the password. Wang Peng looked at the light screen in front of him and entered the previous password again. This time, there were no obstacles ahead. And Wang Peng and the other two successfully stepped into the secret realm. A flash of light passed, and when Wang Peng opened his eyes again, the three of them found themselves in an identical room. However, this time there were many doors in the room, along with a prompt sound. Welcome to the large secret realm number 031. The Goddess Independent System is at your service. You can call me the controller. Chapter 100. Obtaining control permissions in the large secret realm. Listening to the controller's self-introduction, Wang Peng thought that the Goddess Independent System should be something similar to a subsidiary system. He looked around at the several doors and asked, Controller, do you share information with the gods? We conduct information exchanges every day at midnight, the mechanical voice replied. Then how much do you know about this place? Wang Peng continued to ask. Everything, the mechanical voice said calmly. Let me ask you a question. Please do. Who designed the entry method for this secret realm? Wang Peng finally asked the question he was concerned about. As for the matters regarding the secret realm, he wasn't in a hurry. The secret realm was right here. After hearing this, Wang Peng said nothing. If it was designed by someone else, he guessed he would have to discuss life with that person. It wasn't that the design was bad, but was it really necessary to make it so complicated? The outside was controlled by mechanical troops, and in case of an emergency, they could contact the gods. Inside, the secret realm was controlled by the Goddess Independent System controller, and if the identity was not recognized, the secret realm should just remain closed. In such a situation, was it really necessary to design the entry method of the secret realm to be so complicated? If it were another designer, Wang Peng would definitely ask about their initial design intention. But since it was designed by his grandfather, what could he say? The old man really had ideas. Do we have to go through the same procedure every time we enter? Lu Fan asked around. Lu Fan and Wang Peng exchanged glances and nodded. They felt that they had stayed long enough here and should leave later. It wasn't easy to come in once. Lu Fan had nothing to do here and plenty of time, and the latest secret realm was still uncertain as to when it would open. Wang Peng's work at Yunlong Group was overseen by number 2 and number 3, and there was nothing urgent at the moment. While Atian was steadily improving in the hotel, Wang Peng had specifically instructed that his packages should be opened and sent to his room. The rest of the matters would be resolved by Atian. He could light his own incense, although this time the incense was a bit larger. Controller, please introduce this secret realm, Wang Peng said to the surroundings. A blue light gathered in front of him, forming a screen. Through the vivid and detailed explanation from the controller, Wang Peng learned what kind of secret realm this was. This was a challenge-type secret realm, opened by Wang Songhai, who obtained control permissions and was placed here. The tribe that this secret realm led to had been completely annihilated by Wang Songhai. It seemed that the tribe's chieftain was injured, and the royal-level beast was killed, allowing Wang Songhai to take advantage of the situation. This was also the reason why this beast training center was not open to the public. It was a large secret realm. Although it was a challenge type, it was still a large secret realm. Unlike the small secret realms of other beast training centers, which could only train lord-level beasts at most, once they reached king level. There was no way to continue training. They had to go out into the wild. The several doors around the room corresponded to different levels of monsters, divided into several levels. Normal, 110, Elite, 120, Lord, 130, King, 140, and Royal, 150. Since it was a challenge-type secret realm, after being controlled by Wang Songhai, there was no continuous monster input from the opposing tribe. Although the permission battle could not be opened, each door could simulate the monsters that had previously appeared in the secret realm and engage in battles with challengers. Hearing this, Wang Peng's eyes lit up. This was simply an excellent training ground. He could engage in battles without worrying about getting hurt. Perhaps the experience of life and death might be greatly reduced. But leveling up would definitely not be a problem. Moreover, the challenges were divided into team mode and personal mode. Wang Peng suspected that the death warriors of Yunlong Group were trained here. Otherwise, where would so many monsters come from to help them level up? The wild was still very dangerous, and it seemed that the monsters had entered a rapid evolution mode. Monsters in the wild would always evolve faster than human beast masters. The wild was now likely to be more dangerous than before. Originally, Lord-level beast masters could ensure their survival. Now, they probably needed King-level beast masters. Recently, the Monster Alliance also announced that it did not recommend beast masters to go into the wild. In such an environment, the importance of this secret realm was evident. Lu Fan and Mo Yin each looked for doors suitable for their levels to accept challenges. Mo Yin walked into the Lord level door, while Lu Fan entered the King level door. Wang Peng was taken aback. Lu Fan was progressing so quickly that he could challenge King level monsters now. He remembered Mo Yin saying that the gap between Lord level and King level was very large, especially when King level monsters unleashed their exclusive domains. The outcome was almost certain. You were defeated in seconds. Wang Peng felt that only a few seconds had passed. No, I blocked one hit, Lu Fan said in a deep voice. Wang Peng smiled and said nothing. He stood up and walked towards the royal level door. He wasn't crazy, nor was he going to challenge royal level monsters. He simply wanted to witness the strength of royal level monsters. After all, there was still an unknown royal level monster waiting for him somewhere. And he also wanted to test whether the racial skill of Illusory Dream had any effect on royal level monsters. Lu Fan widened his eyes as he watched Wang Peng walk into the royal level door. Just as he wanted to say something, he stopped. Given the process of him being defeated just now, he thought it would be better for Wang Peng to experience the gap himself. Until 3 seconds later, 15 seconds later, and 30 seconds later, Wang Peng still had not come out, and Lu Fan realized that something was wrong. After Wang Peng walked through the door, the scene changed. And the style remained the same, still that strong sci-fi vibe, but the surrounding walls disappeared, and there seemed to be no end in sight. A panel appeared in front of Wang Peng, showing that there were currently only 2 options for royal level monsters, elite quality and perfect quality. This meant that only 2 royal level monsters had appeared in this secret realm. Without hesitation, Wang Peng chose the perfect quality royal level monster, since he wanted to feel it. He had to choose the strongest. The panel disappeared, and the surrounding space twisted. Wang Peng found himself on top of a building. Opposite him was his grandfather's beast, Yunlong. Or rather, the projection of Yunlong. A 10-second countdown appeared between Wang Peng and the Yunlong projection. This should be the preparation countdown. Wang Peng held Illusory Dream and looked at the Yunlong projection without summoning any other beasts. Atian was not there, and Little Knife had just advanced to Lord level. Unable to even penetrate the defenses of royal level monsters. The only possible response he had was Illusory Dream's racial skill, reality, and illusion transformation. Chapter 101. This is not scientific. Wang Peng held Illusory Dream, calming her emotions using the sea of consciousness, telling Illusory Dream that this was all fake and that they would not die. But this scene felt so real. Wang Peng looked around, walked to the edge of the rooftop, and stretched out his foot to try. Very good. This shouldn't be a projection. It might be a self-generated ability of the secret realm. Just as he was about to stretch out his foot to test the reality of this scene, he almost fell off. Fortunately, he retracted his foot quickly. It seemed to even simulate the wind on the rooftop. If it weren't for the duel about to start, Wang Peng would definitely want to test the authenticity of this scene to see if he could really jump down. After the time ended, the Cloud Dragon projection was just about to make a move when a wave of fluctuation passed by, causing Wang Peng, Phantom Dream, and the Cloud Dragon projection to disappear from this space. In Phantom Dream's virtual space, the surrounding area was cracking like pieces of a shattered world, resembling an apocalyptic scene, indicating that Phantom Dream's skills could no longer hold up. Then another wave passed, and the surrounding scenery returned to its original state, only to crack again, but at a slower pace than before. Just as the Cloud Dragon projection was about to make another move, the fluctuation flashed again, refreshing the surrounding scene once more. This time, the speed of the world's cracking slowed down again, appearing frame by frame, bit by bit. The Cloud Dragon projection waited for a moment, and seeing no changes, began to gather purple lightning, launching a thunderball toward Wang Peng. Without even glancing, Wang Peng took out his phone to start timing. As the thunderball approached Wang Peng, it slowed down dramatically. Despite being less than a meter away, it just couldn't reach him. This was indeed the case. In the virtual space, Phantom Dream could manipulate everything, such as infinitely amplifying the distance between both sides, but this also increased the degree of cracking in the space. On Wang Peng's phone, the timer just crossed 58 seconds when the world shattered like a mirror. Wang Peng, Phantom Dream, and the Cloud Dragon fell into the second layer of space, leaving the Thunderball behind in the previous layer. At the 59-second mark, the second layer of space shattered, and all 3 fell into the first layer of space. Wang Peng put away his phone and leaped down from the top of the building, holding Phantom Dream. Feeling the cold wind blowing beside him, Wang Peng marveled at the realism of the scene, only to be caught up and instantly killed by the distant Cloud Dragon projection. Wow, you actually withstood a royal-level monster for a minute. That's impossible, Lu Fan exclaimed in shock. This was unrealistic. He was clearly stronger than Wang Peng, but couldn't withstand a king-level monster for 3 seconds, while Wang Peng could withstand a royal-level monster for a whole minute. Lu Fan was even more shocked to hear it was due to a certain ability, but Wang Peng didn't say, and he didn't ask. Lu Fan thought that an ability capable of withstanding a royal-level monster for a minute must be a trump card-level ability, something no one would reveal. Lu Fan pondered for a moment, and then walked toward the royal-level monster gate. Seeing his actions, Wang Peng asked in confusion, "Why challenge a royal-level monster when you can't even withstand a king-level monster's attack? Isn't that seeking death?" "No, the king-level monster I encountered just now was too strong. I want to experience a royal-level monster too." "Wait for my good news," Lu Fan said with a smile. Lu Fan couldn't believe it. If Wang Peng could withstand a royal-level monster, why couldn't he? Perhaps this royal-level monster was special. He had to see this royal-level monster with his own eyes and feel it personally. Only then would he be convinced. And he wouldn't admit to being weaker than Wang Peng, especially since he had signed the contract long before Wang Peng. Wang Peng shrugged and said nothing, just watching the direction Lu Fan had just stood in. 1 second later, Lu Fan reappeared in the same spot, and Wang Peng laughed. "How about that? I didn't lie to you, did I? How could this be? This is not scientific," Lu Fan said in a daze. "What quality royal-level monster did you choose?" Wang Peng asked curiously. He had just chosen a perfect quality royal-level monster, not expecting it to be the Cloud Dragon projection, and he would need to wait an hour to enter the royal-level gate again. According to the controller, challengers could only enter once within an hour for the same level to ensure their souls wouldn't be impacted. Otherwise, repeated deaths could cause irreversible damage to the soul. However, dying across levels posed no issues. Wang Peng learned that it was because the soul damage suffered at the same level was identical. They could experience different damages in a short time, but not the same soul damage, as that would worsen the impact on the soul. "Wait, you wouldn't have chosen a perfect quality, would you?" Lu Fan asked with a look of disbelief. "What kind of trump card is that powerful? Of course, it's all death. Why not choose a strong one? Quickly tell me, what is the elite quality monster?" Wang Peng asked curiously. He couldn't enter the royal-level monster gate for this hour, so he could only learn about another royal-level monster through Lu Fan. So far, he only knew of 3 royal-level monsters: Phantom Dream's mother, his grandfather's Cloud Dragon, and the one that killed Lu Fan in seconds, but he had only seen his grandfather's Cloud Dragon. "Get to the point, no need for adjectives," Wang Peng interrupted him. "What's the rush? Just 3 seconds, it won't take long." Lu Fan rolled his eyes. And then, Wang Peng nodded. He knew Lu Fan's beasts were all flying types. Then that black cow came walking on clouds, and even the winged eagle carrying me couldn't fly past it. And then I got knocked out. Lu Fan shrugged. "So you didn't see what ability it used?" Wang Peng pressed. "No," Lu Fan laughed awkwardly. In those short 3 seconds, he was not worthy of the opponent's ability. But that's not scientific. How could a cow fly? No one blew it up. Lu Fan still couldn't understand this. At the very least, it should follow common sense, right? Who would expect a cow to fly? I was completely unprepared. Otherwise, I could have held out for at least 5 seconds. Monsters have appeared, what's scientific or not. Maybe it was a flying cow. Wang Peng reasoned more and more. Flying cow? Well, I guess I've seen something new, Lu Fan said helplessly. Chapter 102. Corpse Puppet. Let it be a flying cow. I'm going to train now. You do as you wish, Lu Fan said before turning and heading toward the Lord's Gate to find Mo Yin for company. After Lu Fan left, Wang Peng looked at Phantom Dream in his arms. She had just come out from the royal-level monster gate and had fallen into a deep sleep. In the secret realm, they wouldn't die, but stamina would still deplete normally. Currently, Phantom Dream could only stack the virtual reality conversion up to the 3rd layer, having 3 layers of virtual space. This was a newly mastered ability after Phantom Dream was promoted to Lord level today, and she was still not very familiar with it. Theoretically, the virtual reality conversion skill could stack up to 6 layers, according to 1 layer per level. Phantom Dream would need to surpass the royal level to stack the virtual space to the 6th layer. Summoning a small knife, Wang Peng turned and walked toward the Lord level gate. His main purpose for coming today was to elevate the small knife's level, and being able to challenge a royal level monster was definitely a pleasant surprise. After entering the Lord level gate, a sci-fi feeling room appeared before Wang Peng, and a blue screen appeared in front of him. This time, the options available were much richer, and Wang Peng looked at the team mode and individual mode. Currently, the number of online players displayed in team mode was 0, indicating no one was participating. It seemed Mo Yin and Lu Fan had both chosen individual mode. Sure enough, the individual mode showed 2 online players, with one at level 4 and the other at level 2. The one at level 4 should be Mo Yin, as he entered earlier. After choosing individual mode, a selection for quality and level appeared on the blue screen. Wang Peng checked ordinary, elite, and perfect for quality. As for the level, considering the current level of the small knife, Wang Peng selected the range of level 21-25. The next item was the battle mode. With options for 11, 1v1, and mixed mode, Wang Peng chose mixed mode. Once everything was set, the scene before him began to change violently, and the surrounding light grew increasingly intense, causing Wang Peng to instinctively close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an empty camp. The voice of the controller echoed in the sky. The battle begins in 10 seconds. Please prepare. Task: survival. Good luck, Challenger Wang Peng. Listening to the countdown from above, Wang Peng took the small knife and found the largest building in the camp. This was the tallest building besides the arrow tower and should resemble a commander's or clan leader's house. Don't ask Wang Peng why he doesn't go to the arrow tower. Because the arrow tower has collapsed, and it's too high for some gigantic monsters, making it a living target. When Wang Peng reached the rooftop of this building, the countdown ended. There was no sudden beast wave, nor did any monsters appear out of nowhere. Everything was so quiet. Wang Peng stood on the rooftop, quietly waiting. He didn't believe that nothing would appear. This was a training space, and the countdown had ended. Tap, tap, tap. About a minute later, a faint sound of footsteps caught Wang Peng's attention. He watched the staircase leading to the rooftop with his small knife. He was waiting for the appearance of an unknown monster, and then Wang Peng saw a person, a living person. This person looked weak and on the brink of death. Even Wang Peng, who had no medical training, could tell that. The blood pouring from his thigh was no joke. Chieftain, we have failed, the man said before collapsing in front of Wang Peng. Wang Peng looked at the body on the ground, said nothing, and made no move. Just quietly watched it with his small knife. On Wang Peng's evolution panel, this person's information was displayed, or rather, it was not a person. Monster name, Corpse Puppet. Monster level, 22. Monster quality, common. Monster attribute, undead. Monster weakness, corpse puppets are skilled at controlling corpses. Once they leave their host, they become incredibly fragile. Monster status, hungry. Monster promotion conditions. Wang Peng coldly watched the corpse puppet pretending to be dead, curious how long it could keep up the act. About 3 minutes later, perhaps the corpse puppet realized that Wang Peng saw through its trick, or it was truly starving. The already dead body suddenly sprang up from the ground and attacked Wang Peng. The small knife tried to slash with its claws, but found the opponent's body to be very hard, so hard that the attack only left a shallow wound. Wang Peng stepped back and instructed the small knife to engage in close combat with the corpse puppet. It didn't matter that it couldn't be cut. The small knife's attacks were poisonous. Little by little, it would eventually take down the corpse puppet. Although the corpse puppet controlled the corpse, who said corpses couldn't be poisoned, it was uncertain whether the small knife's poison would affect the corpse puppet itself. As the attacks continued, the first change occurred in the body controlled by the corpse puppet. The blood flowing from the leg wound had turned deep green. The small knife's poison had seeped deep into the blood. Then the small knife slashed at the corpse again, this time easily cutting off one of its arms. Wang Peng observed from the severed arm and found that there was no normal flesh inside the corpse's arm. Part of it was filled with some unknown flesh, while another part contained deep green blood, likely corroded by the small knife's poison. Because part of the filled flesh was corroded, the small knife was able to easily cut off the corpse's arm this time. Following up, the small knife continued the assault, chopping off the remaining arm and legs of the body. The body, now just a torso and head, fell to the ground with a plop, then slowly began to crawl toward the staircase. The small knife swiftly cut off the head of the body, leaving only the torso behind, which lay motionless as if truly dead. Wang Peng picked up a nearby branch and poked it. The corpse showed no reaction, as if it had indeed died. Watching the evolution panel status bar display the word weak, Wang Peng quietly waited. After a long time, without sensing any external movement, the head of the body slowly turned, and a row of small claws emerged from inside, carrying the head as it ran toward the staircase. Wang Peng, who had been paying attention, immediately instructed the small knife to chop the head in half, and the corpse puppet inside was also cut in half. Looking at the corpse puppet that had a shrunken human head but a body like a bug, Wang Peng took out his phone and snapped a picture. It was yet another new species. At that moment, the voice of the controller echoed in the air again. In 10 seconds, the battle will begin. Please prepare yourself. Task: Survival 2. Good luck, Challenger Wang Peng. Chapter 103. The backstabber is backstabbed. Wang Peng was taken aback. Still survival? He looked at the corpse puppet he had just eliminated and hoped it wouldn't all be these things. The thought of encountering everyone controlled by these creatures made Wang Peng feel a headache. The corpse puppets had strong defenses. One might be manageable for the small knife, but a group could be troublesome. This was only the second level. He didn't want to be teleported out so easily, only to be laughed at by Lu Fan. Before long, another series of tap-tap-tap footsteps echoed. Wang Peng sighed, as expected. He looked at the person approaching this time, who looked just like the previous one, without even a change of personnel. They were so lazy this time, they didn't even bother to act. There was no blood flowing from the legs. Chieftain, run quickly. The enemy has broken in, the person said anxiously upon seeing Wang Peng. Wang Peng smiled at the person in front of him. Interesting, the lines had changed. But Wang Peng felt something was off as he kept watching the person. After a long time, when the person saw that the chieftain did not respond, and was about to forcibly take Wang Peng away. Wang Peng realized what was wrong. The evolution panel did not give any prompts. In the past, all monsters he had seen, regardless of their level, would receive a prompt on the evolution panel. Even items would have prompts. The only thing that the evolution panel did not prompt for was a human, specifically a human from Blue Star. Even the magic banquet in the tribe had prompts. But was this person really from Blue Star? Wang Peng could not tell. He interrupted the person's attempt to forcibly take him away and slowly said, "What do you mean the enemy has broken in? Why should we run?" Wang Peng would not believe someone just because they said so. Even if there were truly enemies coming, they wouldn't exceed a perfect quality Lord-level monster. Compared to the impending enemy, Wang Peng found the person in front of him more suspicious, especially with the severed limbs and the split head still fresh in his mind. It's a group of men in black, calling themselves the Yunlong group. They counterattack from the passage, the person said anxiously. Why isn't the chieftain worried at all? Wang Peng was taken aback upon hearing this. The Yunlong group was attacking? It turned out he had been playing the role of an outsider all along. But why? Being of the same outsider category, could his evolution panel not detect this person's attributes? There must be something strange about this. Oh, then where should we run? Wang Peng asked the person in front of him, thinking it might be better to follow him out. After all, the task this time was survival. Although the original intention of this training was to raise the small knife's level, Wang Peng was now more interested in the plot. Adhering to the principle of making the most of this opportunity, Wang Peng decided to play along with this person. After all, he wouldn't die. Chieftain, they are coming from the east. We should retreat to the north. That way, we will never run into them, the person said confidently. All right. Inform our troops to retreat to the north. Wang Peng waved his hand and was about to head downstairs when he turned to see the person stop there. What's wrong? Wang Peng asked nonchalantly while preparing the small knife for an attack. Chieftain, we still have troops there. The monster allies have betrayed us. I was the only one who escaped. Chieftain, please come with me, the person said sadly, but quickly regained composure. This person led Wang Peng northward, and Wang Peng followed behind, pondering the words he had just said. The monster allies had betrayed them. Could it be that their original allies were the corpse puppets? This explained why the corpse puppets had attacked him directly at the beginning. It was because of the corpse puppets' attack that Wang Peng mistakenly thought he was an intruder. And only when the person mentioned it did Wang Peng realize he was one of the people in this camp. Moreover, he is the clan leader. And the opponent is the Yunlong group. From his description, it should be the black-clothed assassins of his grandfather. Wang Peng did not notice the smirk at the corner of the guide's mouth. Just as the two had exited the camp, they were blocked by two black-clothed men. The guide said to the black-clothed men, "I've brought the person you wanted. Let us not forget what we agreed upon." Wang Peng looked at the scene in surprise. There are traitors among this alien race as well, and he was being backstabbed. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. One of the black-clothed men waved his hand, and a shadowy figure emerged from his shadow. The guide, who had just led Wang Peng, did not react in time before the shadowy figure slipped into his shadow, and then he began to struggle for breath, as if someone was choking him. You are not trustworthy. The guide is dead. Wang Peng stood by, watching the scene unfold. This reversal was a bit fast. The person who had just betrayed him was now being betrayed by the other side. He focused his gaze on the two black-clothed men. Since Wang Peng already knew they were assassins from the Yunlong group, he didn't think he would see anything noteworthy on the evolution panel. This was purely an instinctive action on Wang Peng's part. After all, the evolution panel did not consume energy. However, upon taking a look, Wang Peng did see something. Monster name, Cyborg. Monster level 0. Monster quality, ordinary. Monster attribute, none. Monster weakness, divine core control component. Monster status, stable. Monster promotion, elite condition. Seeing the information about the Yunlong group's assassins on the evolution panel surprised Wang Peng, but the cyborg astonished him even more. Wang Peng shifted his gaze to the recently deceased guide. The evolution panel still showed no information. Could it be because of my current identity? Wang Peng pondered. Previously, Wang Peng's identity was that of a human from Blue Star, so he could not see information about humans. But now, his identity was clearly an alien, allowing him to see human information, yet not the information of aliens. Wang Peng silently noted this, deepening his understanding of the evolution panel. Since the evolution panel could see information, did that mean humans also belong to the category of monsters, just of a different type? However, with only two cyborgs present, it was hard for Wang Peng to make a judgment. After dealing with the guide, the two black-clothed assassins turned their attention to Wang Peng. At that moment, he happened to look at them and said, "I greatly admire Mr. Wang Songhai, the chairman of the Yunlong group. Could you introduce me?" The two black-clothed assassins were taken aback. They did not expect this person to know the name of their leader. However, they did not say much. Two shadows separated from their shadows and flew toward Wang Peng. Wang Peng didn't need the evolution panel to know what those monsters were. Shadow beasts. He had seen them before from Teacher Liang, and had studied their weaknesses. Among his beasts, a Tion's Holy Light ability was a nemesis to this type of monster. But right now he only had a small knife, which was just a matter of speed. Wang Peng watched as the two shadow beasts swiftly approached him and did not let the small knife intercept them. He directed the small knife to attack the two black-clothed assassins with a low-altitude glide. Chapter 104, Pinnacle of the Lord. Watching the small knife fly toward the two black-clothed men, Wang Peng recalled the information he had checked earlier. Shadow beasts were very suitable for assassination, but their overall attack and defense were relatively weak. Even if they were weak, they were still two shadow beasts, capable of killing invisibly, and their levels were not lower than that of the small knife. Wang Peng chose a more prudent approach, to attack the users themselves. Even if they had other beasts, they wouldn't be able to summon them in this instant. There was a time delay for beasts to emerge from the beast space. As expected, the two black-clothed assassins were killed by the small knife. Among the many assassins, these two should be of a lower rank. Wang Peng could clearly feel the gap between them and the second and third assassins. His grandfather had told him about the awakening of autonomous consciousness in divine beings, let alone cyborgs. Just as the two black-clothed assassins were taken down, the shadow beasts paused, seemingly affected by the backlash of the contract being forcibly lifted. Just as Wang Peng was preparing to further deal with the two shadow beasts, a team of black-clothed men arrived from a distance, approximately 7 of them. Wang Peng's expression grew serious as he summoned Dream. Even though she had not fully recovered, casting a first-level virtual space was still manageable. As a wave passed, the team of black-clothed assassins did not notice anything unusual and rushed over here. Wang Peng instructed the small knife to first deal with the two shadow beasts before facing the incoming team of black-clothed assassins. They were already in Dream's virtual space. The existence of each creature would increase Dream's consumption. Clearly, the two shadow beasts without a master were easier to handle than that team of black-clothed assassins. After the small knife eliminated the two shadow beasts, the team of black-clothed assassins arrived. Upon facing each other, they did not show any courtesy, and several people prepared to summon their beasts. However, apart from the shadow beasts hiding in their shadows, no other beasts were summoned. When Wang Peng saw a commanding figure among the opponents instructing his subordinates to remain vigilant, he communicated with Dream to separate the spaces of the few people. Although this would increase Dream's consumption, it was more beneficial for the small knife's performance. After the small knife took down the 6th person, just as it was about to attack the 7th, Dream's space shattered. He summoned his own beasts, a Lord-level Fear Wolf and a Lord-level Phoenix-headed Cloud Eagle. Monster name: Phoenix-headed Cloud Eagle, improved. Monster level: 23. Monster quality: elite. Monster attribute: wind speed. Monster weakness: extremely protective of its feathers. Pulling out its feathers may enrage it and cause it to lose reason. Monster status: healthy. Monster promotion: perfect condition, along with the earlier shadow beasts. It seemed that the standard configuration for the Yunlong group's assassins consisted of these 3 beasts. Moreover, this Phoenix-headed Cloud Eagle was an improved version. Wang Peng remembered that Phoenix-headed Cloud Eagles were generally lazy creatures, skilled at hiding, and would avoid fighting unless necessary. When did this type of monster start to cherish its feathers and cease to be lazy? He wondered what kind of breeding and modification the Yunlong group had conducted on them. Looking at the Fear Wolf and the Phoenix-headed Cloud Eagle opposite him, Wang Peng rubbed Dream, who was drowsy, and then pointed to the Phoenix-headed Cloud Eagle in the sky. Using his mental C to communicate with Dream, he said, 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. The small knife can take down that Fear Wolf, and then we can release the Phoenix-headed Cloud Eagle. Dream reluctantly nodded, then vanished. Along with the flying Phoenix-headed Cloud Eagle, the small knife approached the Fear Wolf. Fortunately, this Fear Wolf was at the same level as the small knife. But the Fear Wolf could not fly and had no skills, so it would be no problem for the small knife to take it down. The black-clothed assassins saw their beast disappear and were momentarily stunned, their expressions turning grave as they instructed the Fear Wolf to remain alert. Seemingly unwilling to engage the small knife in battle, he could sense that the Phoenix-headed Cloud Eagle was still alive. It was just that he couldn't connect to it at the moment, so he prepared to buy time. However, time was not something he could simply delay. Seeing that the Fear Wolf was not willing to fight, the small knife activated its skill, Shadow Follow, entangling with the Fear Wolf. No matter how the Fear Wolf turned, as long as its speed was not faster than the small knife's, it would never be able to detect the small knife. As the battle progressed, each of the small knife's attacks accumulated toxins in the Fear Wolf. When the small knife struck its 3rd blow, the toxins lurking in the Fear Wolf erupted, coinciding with the small knife's 3rd strike. Fear Wolf, dead. The small knife easily dispatched the fleeing black-clothed assassin, and at that moment, a spatial fluctuation occurred, and the Phoenix-headed Cloud Eagle also fell from Dream's virtual space. The poorly skilled flying dagger fought fiercely with the crested eagle, ultimately ending in the dagger being severely injured and the eagle being killed. Indeed, it was too forced for the dagger to fight continuously like this. But its level increased quite rapidly. After these two battles, the dagger had already reached level 26. 3 days later, Wang Peng, with the level 30 peak Lord Dagger, was battling in the scene of the 9th level. This level was a legion battle, and the reinforcements from the tribe where Wang Peng was located had arrived. Engaging in combat with the black-clothed legion. As the battle was about to heat up, it was believed that after this fight, the dagger should be able to advance to the king level. However, reality often differs from ideals. Suddenly, all the monsters on the battlefield stopped moving, as if the pause button had been pressed, and only Wang Peng and his summoned beast could act. Wang Peng looked at this scene in confusion until the voice of the controller came through. Mr. Wang Peng, Mr. Wang Songhai is looking for you, outside the secret realm. Before Wang Peng could react, the scene changed again, and this time he appeared in the elevator he had come from, which was currently ascending. Wang Peng looked at the continuously rising elevator, pondering for a moment why his grandfather needed to see him so urgently, without even asking for his opinion. As the elevator reached the top, the doors opened, and Wang Peng saw not his grandfather, but number 1, his grandfather's secretary. Young master, please follow me, number 1 said, leading the way ahead. Wang Peng thought for a moment, but decided to follow. Since his grandfather personally came, it must be something important. Chapter 105, The Four Nations Conference. Wang Peng followed number 1 to an open area where a flying shuttle was parked. If Wang Peng was not mistaken, it should be the latest cloud shuttle developed by the Wisdom Federation, currently the fastest model, codenamed Freedom. It was generally not sold to the public, only provided for use by the Presidential Office of the Wisdom Federation. But clearly, Wang Songhai was not an ordinary person. Compared to this non-public Freedom shuttle, Wang Peng was more curious about where such a shuttle was needed. Number 1 opened the shuttle door and invited Wang Peng to enter. After Wang Peng got in, number 1 followed and closed the shuttle door. Let's depart, Wang Songhai said to number 1. Number 1 nodded, went to the cockpit, started the shuttle, and headed towards the blue sky. Grandpa, where are we going? Wang Peng asked Wang Songhai. They were flying in a shuttle, and it seemed urgent, given the direction. They should be heading towards the Wisdom Federation. Could it be that the Wisdom Federation was attacking? I'm taking you to a meeting and introducing some people to you. Wang Songhai replied with a smile. Wang Peng nodded and did not ask who they were going to meet. Since his grandfather did not say, he would wait and see. Given his grandfather's current status, the people he would meet later would not be ordinary. Wang Peng watched as the shuttle gradually flew out of the borders of the Heavenly Kingdom and then stopped at the junction between the Heavenly Kingdom and the Wisdom Federation. We've arrived, Your Highness, young master, number 1 announced as the shuttle landed on a platform over the sea. Good grandson, let's go meet some big figures. Wang Songhai said as he led the way out of the shuttle, with Wang Peng closely following. As he looked at the shell-shaped buildings situated on the sea, Wang Peng was still wondering what it was for when Wang Songhai had already taken him inside through a side door. Then Wang Peng witnessed a shocking scene. A massive entrance to a secret realm appeared inside the building, estimated to be at least 100 meters tall. They had actually built an entire structure to conceal the entrance to the secret realm, and Wang Peng looked at the large shell. It was not a shell at all, but the shape of half a secret realm. The other half must be submerged underwater, likely featuring the same structure. This secret realm is the largest discovered to date, with an overall height of 316 meters. This building was constructed jointly by us and the Wisdom Federation, Wang Songhai explained to Wang Peng. Could this be the secret realm that the young Beast Tamer Championship team is about to enter? Wang Peng asked, looking at the enormous entrance. Yes, it is. Currently, we can be certain that there are definitely Emperor-level monsters inside, or even higher, Wang Songhai said quietly as he gazed at the secret realm. Yunlong had just been promoted to Emperor level and was confident in facing ordinary Emperor level monsters. However, if a monster above the Emperor level were to appear, he had no assurance at all, and they did not even know the levels above Emperor level. Your Highness, the meeting is starting. We are going to be late. Number 1 reminded timely from the side. Let's go, Wang Songhai said, finding an elevator and taking everyone to the top floor. At the highest point of the entire building, there was a conference room, but it was unguarded. Wang Peng watched as his grandfather pushed the door open without any greeting. There were not many people inside. Only 3 sitting, while the rest stood behind them. However, the identities of these 3 people left Wang Peng quite shocked, if he was not mistaken. The person in the main seat was the Emperor of the Fuxi Empire. To the left of the Fuxi Emperor sat the President of the Wisdom Federation. And the person on the right was unknown to him, but presumably, anyone sitting with the 2 must have a very distinguished status. Wang Songhai walked over and sat opposite the Fuxi Emperor, while Wang Peng stood behind his grandfather, with number 1 on his left and right. You are late, Songhai, the Fuxi Emperor said. I went to pick someone up. It took a little longer, Wang Songhai replied cheerfully, completely lacking the respect one should show to an emperor. Oh. The Fuxi Emperor turned his gaze to Wang Peng. and so did the president of the Wisdom Federation and the person on the right. Come, let me introduce everyone. This is my grandson, the only heir to the heavenly kingdom in the future. Wang Songhai introduced Wang Peng to everyone. This is the Fuxi Emperor and the president of the Federation. You should have seen them on television. That person over there is the king of the Beast Tamer kingdom. Wang Songhai continued introducing the identities of the people. Wang Peng greeted each of them, but his attention remained on the Fuxi Emperor's scepter, which had a human head on it. The evolution panel provided a hint. Token from the deceased. He never expected to see a token from the deceased here. But how could he get his hands on it? The scepter represented the Fuxi Emperor's authority. Wang Peng silently pondered, seeking a possibility for exchange. Ultimately, this question still fell on his grandfather. Judging by his grandfather's attitude earlier, their relationship with the Fuxi Emperor should be quite good. Hopefully, their relationship was strong enough. This was something Wang Peng thought to himself and did not voice out. It's not that I want to unify, it's that someone wants to divide us. Wang Songhai said, then turned his gaze to the Federation president. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. How would I know your chief wanted to destroy the Monster Alliance? If I had known, we wouldn't have provided him with protection, the Federation president said with a smile, seemingly not taking the matter to heart and planning to brush it off. Wang Songhai did not engage him on this issue. Currently, the chief of the Heavenly Kingdom was still under his control and could not escape. There were other matters to discuss today. I believe you have all heard about it. The Holy See has done something outrageous, Wang Songhai said as he looked at the others. I didn't expect them to go this far. The Federation president said with disappointment. They had just received news that the first human-monster hybrid had been born from the Holy See. They had fused themselves with monsters, gathering the strengths of both humans and monsters. They called themselves the New Humanity, claiming they would lead humans to pursue a new direction of evolution, coexisting harmoniously with monsters, and had opened the national borders, allowing anyone to enter directly. But they have fused with monsters and still claim to have found a new direction of evolution. Ridiculous. They are neither human nor ghost, the Fuxi Emperor remarked. So what should we do? Should we persuade them, or? The king of the Beast Tamer kingdom left some words unspoken, but everyone present understood. I believe they should be eliminated, completely eliminated, including the entire Holy See. Wang Songhai said seriously, signaling number 1 to hand several documents to everyone. Take a look. This is the analysis report from our laboratory on the combination of humans and monsters, Wang Songhai said, looking at the crowd. This report comes from the retired Dr. Long. The sound of pages flipping filled the room. The Holy See must be destroyed, Emperor Fuxi said solemnly. Chapter 106. Mobilizing troops against the Holy See, recognizing second master. The Holy See must be destroyed, Emperor Fuxi reiterated seriously. I second that, said the president of the Federation. I second that, said the king of the Imperial Envoy. It seems we have reached a consensus, Wang Songhai said with a smile. Yunlong Group Biochemical Laboratory Test Report. This type of humanoid possesses complete human cognition, but its genetic similarity to humans is 0.03, fundamentally determining it as non-human. Conclusion. This is a product of the combination of humans and monsters. Perhaps it is more advanced, but it will never belong to the human sequence. The leaders of the 4 nations looked at the report before them and unanimously decided to mobilize troops against the Holy See. A new species evolved from humans, but its genetic similarity to humans is almost non-existent. How will such a new being view humanity, especially when they are evolved from humans? What will be their attitude towards humans? Are they kin? Or are they outsiders? Or perhaps ancestors? No one would gamble on this attitude. But almost everyone simultaneously concluded that once these beings abandoned human genes, there would be only enemies, no kin. The war had begun. This was a war that transcended species. A fight to the death. Let's discuss the mobilization issue, Wang Songhai said. After a moment of silence, Fuxi can deploy 1 million basic soldiers, Emperor Fuxi said, stroking his scepter. The basic soldiers of the Fuxi Empire are elite envoys who have signed contracts with monsters. We will provide all logistical support, as well as the latest types of ships and shuttles, the wise president of the Federation said with a smile. He did not mention providing any soldiers. Seeing that no one else spoke, Wang Songhai turned his gaze to the king of the Imperial Envoy. What about you? Are you just going to watch? Or do you plan to join them? The king of the Imperial Envoy's expression changed slightly. You know, we are few in number. Can a small number produce elites? It seems your lords and envoys are the most numerous, Emperor Fuxi said casually. We will send 1,000 lords and envoys, the king of the Imperial Envoy said painfully. These were all talents he had carefully nurtured. 10,000, Wang Songhai said flatly. That's impossible. I only have 100,000 subjects. The king of the Imperial Envoy shouted. Then you can deal with the Pope yourself, Wang Songhai replied calmly. The king of the Imperial Envoy looked grimly at the 3 men and gritted his teeth. 10,000 000 it is, whether we succeed or not. We only have this 10,000. Let him deal with that madman Pope. He has no confidence. Not to mention that the Pope might not even be human anymore. Enough. Your mission is primarily to deal with the followers of the Holy See. As for the Pope, I will handle it personally, Wang Songhai said in a deep voice. Emperor Fushi glanced at Wang Songhai, but said nothing. At that time, the command will be assigned to the celestial being, and I will delegate some authority to you all. No objections? Wang Songhai continued. None, replied the wise president of the Federation. We still trust the fairness of the celestial being, said the king of the imperial envoy. I will send troops, you provide support. Emperor Fushi said. If there are no issues, you may disperse. We will mobilize against the Holy See in 3 days, Wang Songhai said solemnly. Wang Peng thought to himself at the back. If these people knew that the celestial being had already developed self-awareness, they wouldn't know what to think. After the president of the Federation and the king of the imperial envoy left, Emperor Fushi remained, seemingly not planning to leave from the start. Have you considered incorporating the celestial kingdom into Fushi? After all, you and I are one family, Emperor Fushi proposed. Forget it. If we really merge, what will happen to your throne? Wang Songhai asked, looking at his scepter. I can share it with you, Emperor Fushi replied calmly. You should just focus on being your emperor. After all, this is your own choice. Wang Songhai ignored the talk of sharing power. Throughout history, imperial power has always been supreme. There is no reason for two emperors to coexist, especially when they are brothers. Emperor Fushi said nothing further and turned his gaze to Wang Peng. I didn't know you were coming and didn't prepare any gifts. Speak. What do you want? I will give you anything I have. Wang Peng hesitated for a moment, looking at Emperor Fushi's scepter. Your Majesty, I wonder if this scepter. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. He wanted the scepter, or rather, the skull on top of it. Emperor Fushi looked at the scepter in a daze. If you want it, take it. After saying that, he threw the scepter to Wang Peng, who caught it and handed it to Wang Peng. Within the empire, this scepter is like my presence. Use it with caution, Emperor Fushi said. Receiving a brand new scepter from a servant behind him, Wang Peng looked at the scepter and still saw the prompt for the evolution panel. Token of the deceased. Oh, is the Fushi Empire a land of the undead? Why is it so rich in these tokens of the deceased? After thinking for a moment, Wang Peng explained, Your Majesty, I actually want the skull on this one, not any special privilege. Wang Peng pointed to the skull on his scepter, and then to the skull on Emperor Fushi's new scepter. This is not a precious item. Come to the Empire some other day, and I will give you some. Emperor Fushi's voice was calm. Thank you, Your Majesty. Seeing that Wang Peng's matter was settled, Wang Songhai glanced at Emperor Fushi. I will take my leave now. If you wish to stay here, feel free. No one will dare to drive you away. The empty room was left with only Emperor Fushi and the servants behind him. Hey, you won't even call my name, Emperor Fushi said, stroking the scepter in his hand, seemingly reminiscing about something. He then returned to the solemnity expected of an emperor. Let the princes prepare. It is time for them to play their roles. In the free shuttle, Wang Peng looked at Wang Songhai's lonely appearance and couldn't help but ask, Grandfather, who was that Emperor Fushi just now? According to seniority, you should call Emperor Fushi Second Master, Wang Songhai said kindly to Wang Peng. Second Master? So that means Emperor Fushi is my grandfather's brother. Wang Peng sorted out the relationships. If the Holy See were successfully destroyed, then only 4 countries would remain on Blue Star. The ruler of the Celestial Kingdom is his grandfather, and the ruler of the Fushi Empire is his second master. Half of Blue Star belongs to the Wang family. Wang Peng suddenly felt very fortunate about his identity. Fortunately, that day he went to Yunlong Group to recognize his relatives. Otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity without any place to regret. But generally, I prefer to call him Emperor Fushi. Of course, if you go to the Fushi Empire, no one will dare to harm you. You should visit your second master when you have time, Wang Songhai said to Wang Peng. I understand, Wang Peng nodded. Chapter 107, Man-Made Shackles. Whether from familial ties or from Tion's evolution material, token of the deceased, Wang Peng had to go to the Fushi Empire. As the shuttle flew over the previous secret realm, heading straight towards the direction of the Monster Alliance, Wang Peng was taken aback. I still need to go to the headquarters of the Monster Alliance. Later, you will represent me at a ceremony, Wang Songhai said. What ceremony? Wang Peng didn't recall any major decisions from Yunlong Group recently. The Youth Envoy competition should determine the winners today. There will be a ceremony later to award their slots. Don't forget, we are the sponsors. Wang Songhai pointed to the Youth Envoy competition venue not far away. This is all constructed by Yunlong Group. It makes no sense not to attend the final award ceremony. Such a great advertising opportunity. Don't forget to promote our gene agents and observe if there are any good talents in the champion team. The group also needs talent, Wang Songhai said to Wang Peng as he stepped down from the shuttle. Just as Wang Peng was about to say something, he realized his grandfather had already walked away. How much longer until the ceremony starts? Wang Peng asked, sensing the fluctuations from the spiritual sea. The ceremony will officially begin in 2 hours, said number 1, looking at the watch. Although the fluctuations from the spiritual sea were very faint, Wang Peng still managed to catch them. After feeling it for a while, he realized that Ation seemed to be in no danger. It should be another situation. Even though his grandfather told him that the monster alliance had already been cleansed, Wang Peng still felt uneasy, fearing there might be a few madmen left. As soon as the door opened, Wang Peng saw Ation waiting there, and this time, Ation's demeanor was noticeably different. Wang Peng glanced at the information displayed on the evolution panel. Monster name, Death Angel. Monster level, 31, King level. Monster quality, perfect. Monster attribute, curse healing. Monster weakness, none. Monster status, healthy. Monster skill, last strike of the dead. After activation, the dead will deliver the final strike. With attack strength, depending on the responding dead, hit rate is 100. Monster promotion legend condition, token of the dead X3. The evolution material hasn't changed. It's still the token of the dead, but the quantity has decreased. As expected, the level is exactly as Wang Peng predicted, having been promoted to king level. Seeing whether or not it has skills is indeed a threshold. Unexpectedly, Ation turned out to be the first beast to be promoted to king level. The little knife is still at the peak of the lord level and has its own skill, needing just to engage in a battle. Instead, the Dream Phantom, which doesn't need to worry about level promotion, has fallen behind. It just reached level 23 and should have about a week before reaching king level. Great. Now all 3 of Wang Peng's beasts have steadily advanced and gained initial self-defense capabilities. However, after training in the secret realm, Wang Peng realized that he still had too few beasts and hadn't fully utilized the advantages of the spiritual sea. According to his grandfather, when beasts are promoted to king level, the spiritual sea undergoes a significant change, but Wang Peng only felt a small ripple in his spiritual sea. Moreover, Wang Peng was still missing a flying beast. It seemed it was time to sign a few more beasts. Given the hidden attributes of the evolution panel, Wang Peng decided to choose beasts from ordinary quality and ordinary level monsters. He would evolve through the prompts on the evolution panel, awakening skills at the lord level, thus having no bottlenecks when promoting to king level. With this in mind, Wang Peng decided to select beasts after attending the ceremony, as this time, with Yunlong Group, the variety of selectable beasts would be much richer. He wouldn't need to search the monster trading market himself. Just a trip to the breeding base of Yunlong Group would suffice. Wang Peng looked at Mo Yin and Lu Fan, who appeared in front of him, along with their large dark circles under their eyes. Have you two not rested in the past few days? Even while training in the secret realm, Wang Peng maintained a good routine, especially after Dream Phantom was promoted to Lord level. He just needed to hide in Dream Phantom's virtual space. There was no need to worry about training progress or the safety of the little knife. If anything happened to the little knife, Dream Phantom would pull him into the virtual space as well. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to reach the peak of the Lord level in just 3 days. But now, looking at Mo Yin and Lu Fan, it seemed they had accompanied their beasts in battle for 3 days without resting. Seeing the speed of level improvement in the secret realm, we planned to push through to king level in one go, but got stuck at the peak of the Lord level, Lu Fan said helplessly. His winged eagle had reached the peak of the Lord level the next day. But no matter how he trained, he couldn't break through to king level. Wang Peng pondered for a moment. Summon your beasts. Let me take a look. Lu Fan summoned his winged eagle, while Mo Yin summoned 3 fear wolves. Indeed, Wang Peng did not see any skills for these beasts on the evolution panel. Clearly, they were stuck at the step of awakening skills like most beasts on Blue Star. However, logically, Mo Yin, being from a tribe of another world, should know this. He had clearly told Wang Peng that all king-level beasts mastered a certain ability. It made no sense for Mo Yin to be stuck at level like Lu Fan. I feel these beasts are incomplete, Mo Yin said, looking at his 3 fear wolves. Wang Peng bent down to take a look at the 3 fear wolves. They seemed perfectly fine to him. Mo Yin said speechlessly, not like that. I feel they should be able to be promoted to king level. Their strength is sufficient. But no matter how they are improved, they can't make any progress, as if there is a limit holding them back. Yes, that's the situation. I can feel it too, Lu Fan added. Wang Peng looked at Mo Yin curiously. Isn't this just skills? Without skills, they can't be promoted. This is what Mo Yin told him. What happened? Did he forget? It's not about skills. Skills will grow with training, even if slowly. But you can still feel it. But now, it seems as if there's a shackle on the beasts, Mo Yin said seriously to Wang Peng. A shackle? Wang Peng mulled over the term. What kind of person could shackle all the monsters on Blue Star?